Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Voldemort Who Took the Blame. 5 minutes later, Dumbledore reached where August had been standing. Because he just felt the magic fluctuations from this direction, he didn't know the exact location, so Dumbledore still took some time to arrive. He frowned tightly, scanning the boulders on the ground, the fallen trees, and the bottomless black hole on the mountain. "Is that you, Tom?" Muttering to himself, Dumbledore waved his wand and tried to recreate the scene, just as he did last year when he restored August's battle in the Forbidden Forest. But unfortunately, because the magic fluctuations were too chaotic, he got nothing. In Dumbledore's knowledge, there are only 3 people who can use such powerful spells. One was him, then Grindelwald, and finally Voldemort. Grindelwald can't get out of Nurmengard Castle, then it can only be Voldemort. At this time, Dumbledore was very dignified. If it was Voldemort, then he would have to re-evaluate Voldemort's combat power. In the past, Voldemort only had deep research on the 3 unforgivable curses, and even Dumbledore had to admit that Voldemort's use of those 3 curses was the first in the world. But now, Voldemort is so good at these normal attack spells, which makes Dumbledore feel dizzy. And the culprit in this matter, August, had long since left the scene and quietly returned to his bedroom with fury, unaware that he had made Voldemort who took the blame for him. "August. Wake up," Professor McGonagall told everyone to gather in the Great Hall. Before I could finish today's harvest, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Okay, I'll go right away." Although there were some doubts, August agreed immediately. Soon, August came to the Great Hall. At this time, all the little wizards in the Great Hall arrived and sat at the long table of his house. "Cho, do you know what's going on?" Walking to Cho's side, August asked Cho after he sat down. "I don't know." Professor McGonagall didn't say anything, but her expression was serious. Cho shook her head, indicating that she was also confused. Many of the little wizards in the Great Hall were constantly complaining, and it was already midnight, and many of the little wizards were woken up from their sleep. August looked up, and sure enough, he saw Professor McGonagall frowning with a sullen face. Something happened. Could it be a basilisk attacking someone? Just when August thought so, Dumbledore and his phoenix appeared at the professor's table. Looking at so many people in front of him, he was stunned at first but soon understood why. Albus. Professor McGonagall was also relieved when she saw Dumbledore's appearance. Dumbledore's serious tone when the Patronus was preaching just now shocked McGonagall. She hadn't seen Dumbledore give her such a solemn order in years. Dumbledore first nodded at McGonagall, motioning her to talk later, and then said to all the little wizards, "Everyone, don't panic, today is just a test for you in an emergency. Well, I'll let people dissolve." After listening to it, everyone did not have any doubts, just complained a few words about why they did the test so late, and then went to their respective dorms. But August always felt something was wrong. The expression on Professor McGonagall's face just now can't be faked, it must be something. But August didn't think about it, his mind is now on how much his strength has improved. After all the students had left, Dumbledore also returned to his office, and he called Snape and Professor McGonagall over. "Albus, what happened to the place just now?" As soon as McGonagall entered the office, he asked Dumbledore, and Snape next to him was also full of inquiry. Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. "Minerva, Severus, do you want a late-night snack?" After he finished speaking, he waved his wand and showed up some pastries. "Albus. Now is not the time to talk about this." Professor McGonagall was a little dissatisfied, and now Dumbledore still thinks about it, which makes McGonagall a little dissatisfied. "Okay, let's get down to business first." Dumbledore changed the subject graciously. "I was not far from Hogwarts just now and felt a powerful magic wave, so I went to check it out." "Then what did you find?" Snape asked first. What Dumbledore could call powerful must not be a simple character. Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. "I'm sorry, Severus, I arrived too late, there are only some rubble and broken trees, and people have left." Seeing that both Snape and McGonagall looked contemplative, Dumbledore immediately added, "According to my inference, there are only 3 wizards in the entire Europa who can cause such a big disturbance." "What do you mean?" Snape quickly understood the hidden meaning of Dumbledore's words and asked Berth. "Yes, I suspect Tom is back." After listening to Dumbledore's conclusion, McGonagall's face changed. If Voldemort returns, then the wizarding world will be in chaos again. For a while, the whole room fell silent. Dumbledore's eyes also kept flashing lights, as if planning something. "Who?" With a long sigh of relief, August stopped waving his wand. Just now, because he couldn't master the power of the spell, he almost blew up the small villa in the suitcase. August can't do anything either, the bonus provided by the EA wand is terrifying. With just one disarming charm, his specially made test dummy was blown to smithereens. What kind of disarming charm is this? It is a killing curse that makes the enemy never touch the wand. August practiced for 2 hours but still couldn't control the power of the spell perfectly. However, it is very late today, and he can only train slowly in the future to reach the state of freedom as soon as possible. System, view my current properties panel. August lay comfortably on the bed, ready to check his current attributes. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 13. Status, sophomore at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit. Magic Scale, 105.4. Magical Items, Avalon, EA, Wand. Spell Learning Talent, 8. Defense Against the Dark Arts, 7, Wizards of the Sky. Shapeshifting Spell Talent, 7, Sky Wizards. Potions Talent, 7, Sky Wizards. Black Magic Talent, 9, The Demon King Comes to the World. Spells, Fiendfyre, Cruciatus Curse, Killing Curse, only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. Gold, 0. Sure enough, August found that his magic level had surpassed the professor's level and reached the level of a pseudo-legend. Although he was still some distance away from Dumbledore, he was still a powerhouse at the same level. At the same time, his talent panel has also become extremely gorgeous, especially the magic spell, which is only 1 level away from reaching the full level, but August still did not use the talent-breaking card. After all, the gold card is relatively easy for him to obtain, and the chance of the talent breaking the limit card is much smaller. However, the 3 most proficient magics are black magic, which makes August look a little awkward. With the mentality of being out of sight and out of mind, August directly closed the system panel and fell asleep. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Entering the Chamber of Secrets. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another week has passed. During this week, August put his main energy into controlling the skyrocketing strength. After repeated training, August can now control the power of the magic spell relatively freely, and there will no longer be a scene where a disarming charm will blow people to pieces. In addition, his Parseltongue is almost mastered, at least the python he made himself can understand his pronunciation. August plans to go into the Chamber of Secrets and check it out tonight. He's been dragging it on for a long time, and if he doesn't act, there's a good chance that other people will start to be attacked. August remembers that in the movie, the entire Hogwarts students were not allowed home this Christmas. Is not enough, August has to help Arya in the integration of Nocturne Alley during Christmas, which is related to his plans. Is it because the school was not allowed home that the 2 families were allowed to live a little longer? If so, those 2 families must give Dumbledore something. Shaking his head and temporarily putting aside the strange thoughts in his mind, August focused his attention on the chatting content of Cho and Marietta next to him. Just last night, Lockhart had another duel club, but August didn't go. And that is, at last night's event, Lockhart was in the limelight. He still chose Snape as his demonstration opponent this time, but what was surprising was that Lockhart showed a strong fighting force this time, and fought Snape very fiercely. Even because Snape despised the enemy at first, he gained some advantages, but when Snape reacted, he still let him move back to some situations. But Lockhart's cleverness showed, he wisely ended the duel demonstration when Snape was about to take off. This also gave the little wizards an illusion. To save face for Snape, Lockhart gave Snape a hand from the initial suppression to the later draw. And Snape was so angry that he couldn't understand how this bastard became so powerful all of a sudden. Could it be that he has been hiding? And the little wizards won't think so much, they only know that Lockhart's strength is extremely powerful, which completely matches the image in his book. Especially the female fans of Lockhart are very excited one by one. Some time ago, due to Lockhart's poor performance in class, his fans were also a little bit down. But now, they can finally say proudly, our brother has stopped pretending, the showdown is over, he is a powerful wizard. It is a pity, however, that Lockhart said that after the end of this semester, he will resign as a professor of defense against the dark arts to help more wizards fight against danger. The little wizards, although regrettable, also admired Lockhart even more, and even Harry and the others had changed their impression of Lockhart. But they were still a little confused. Didn't August say before that Lockhart was a liar? After listening to what happened last night, August smiled. Lockhart still has 2 brushes. Through a performance duel, he reversed his image in the school, and through these little wizards, he can spread his reputation to all the wizarding families. August believes that after he leaves Hogwarts, there will be many pure-blood families who will find him and have a relationship with him. After all, there are very few wizards who can escape from this position. August plans to take Lockhart with him at Christmas to see the Arya family. Let them get to know each other and cooperate, and he doesn't care about the rest. In the middle of the night, August cast the disillusionment charm and quietly came to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Why does it sound weird? Fortunately, this is not the first time that August has entered the girls' bathroom, and he is now familiar with it. He was lucky today, the ghost that had been wandering here, Myrtle is not here now, he needs to enter the secret room before Myrtle returns. In the girls' bathroom, all the sinks formed a circle, and August came to a faucet with a hidden snake on it. August spoke to the pattern in Parseltongue. His hiss, open. Crack! Crack! The little snake on the faucet suddenly swam and got into the water outlet of the faucet. All the sinks trembled, and the large lid above was detached from the sink. The sink below began to rotate, part of it sank into the ground, and the rest spread out, revealing the huge pipe in the center. August stretched his head and looked. The whole pipe seemed smooth, and the darkness below made it impossible to see the scene. He cast a flying charm on himself and slowly fell. Next, there is a long underground pipeline, very winding. August is not sure how far he has floated. He did not expect that there will be such a large space underground at Hogwarts. Finally, after 10 minutes, August floated out of the pipe and landed on the ground. This is a circular open space. The ground is full of stagnant water, and there are countless skeletons on it, but according to August's observation, all of them are small animals such as mice and toads. After thinking for a while, August cast a flying charm on himself, passed through the path covered with bones, flew out of the only circular arch in front, and a behemoth appeared in front of him. A snake slew, it looks like is 20 or 30 feet in length, very shriveled, and should be a lot of years old. August didn't put it away. This snake slew had no research value, and the magic power fluctuations on it had disappeared. Continuing to move forward, after walking through arches one after another, and turning an unknown number of detours, August finally came to the end. This is a 10-meter-high golden gate with 2 crossed snakes carved on the gate, as well as many ancient runes. August looked at the door and touched it. After confirming that it was gold, his mouth was drooling. If such a big door was made of gold, how much would it be worth? Resisting the feeling of smashing the door with a spell, August checked the rune on the door. Chapter 103, The Silly Basilisk. The ancient runes on the door are solidified and have the effect of enhancing defense. August believes that Slytherin is still very interested in this chamber of secrets. Otherwise, he would not have invested so much workforce and resources. August, still speaking in Parseltongue, opened the door. The 2 snake shadows on the door seemed to come alive. While swimming toward both sides, the door slowly separated from left to right. August entered. It was a vast space surrounded by many stone pillars. Each stone pillar is carved with giant snakes of different shapes, lifelike as if guarding this secret room. Slytherin is a fan of snakes. August couldn't help but sigh and then set his eyes on the most apparent center. It was a comprehensive platform, and a tall statue was erected there. That's a statue of Salazar Slytherin. If this statue looks the same as Slytherin, he can be called odd-looking. He had a monkey-like face and a sparse beard that almost dragged to the hem of his robe. Walking forward, August carefully observed the statue and found a line of tiny words on it. Like the Forerunner, Salazar Slytherin reverently read out this sentence: "Talk to me, Slytherin, the best of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Then close your eyes." After thinking about it, August took a few steps back and said this sentence in Parseltongue. "Talk to me, Slytherin, the best of the 4 founders of Hogwarts." The voice fell, and Salazar's beard suddenly dropped, forming a massive door. August heard a faint rustling sound from the inside of the door and got closer and closer as if some animal was approaching the outside from the depths. August knew it was a basilisk, but he didn't close his eyes. He just opened Avalon. The dead eyes of the basilisk are scary, but they turn into petrification after only reflecting light. August didn't believe that the basilisk could stare him to death under the protection of Avalon. "Hiss, successor, I'm so hungry." Before seeing the figure, the basilisk sound reached August's ears. The next moment, the vast giant snake drilled out from there, the colossal body fell on the stone slab on the ground, and there was a muffled sound of bang bang. It quickly approached August, and August did not dodge, but a wand had already appeared in his palm. Until the basilisk crawled to August's side, his body had not entirely escaped from the door. "Hiss, I need food, successor." "Shut up. Stop arguing. Let me take a closer look at you." Basilisk. This heir is a little grumpy, but the will Slytherin instilled in him is to obey the heir's instructions. It could only shut up in grief. Seeing this basilisk like this, August nodded with satisfaction and carefully observed the whole picture of the basilisk. He carefully looked at the appearance of the basilisk. The whole body was green, with scales like dragon scales, densely covering the entire body, providing it with a strong defense force, and the big flat head had hideous protrusions. The most frightening thing is the basilisk's sharp fangs, which drip venom from time to time and fall on the floor, producing a rustling sound of corrosion. If these floors were not repaired automatically, he fears that this place would have long been tattered. This has a kind of meaning of Jiaolong in Tiankok mythology. At this time, the basilisk already has scales, the horns on its head also have some prototypes, and there are only 4 limbs. August will love to see if it turns into a dragon in the end. "Who let you out before?" August looked back at the basilisk and asked. "Heir. Can you describe what he looks like as a male or female?" "Heir." August was speechless. The basilisk was either heir or hungry. But he can't blame it. It is estimated that in the eyes of the basilisk, all human beings are the same. Shaking his head, August asked another question. Do you know what other legacy Salazar Slytherin left in the Chamber of Secrets? This time the Basilisk finally did not repeat, giving August a clue. Trial, get. August probably understood the meaning of the Basilisk. Slytherin left some tests in the secret room, and those who passed could get some rewards. So, did anyone get the treasure inside? August continued to ask. Never. August nodded. It seemed that Voldemort was unsuccessful. Would you like to come with me? There is something to eat with me. I think you are hungry and thin. August looked at the Basilisk's body, which was thicker than the surrounding stone pillars, and said against his will. He finds this Basilisk is quite naive and not as ferocious as recorded. Whatever August says, this Basilisk will obey orders. So his collecting habit also came up, and he was going to take this Basilisk and keep it in the small lake in the suitcase. It happened that the space in the suitcase was enlarged several times by August, who was holding an EA wand, and it was more than enough to keep this Basilisk. The Basilisk hesitated when he heard August say that. Basilisks have not eaten enough for hundreds of years, and recently, there have been fewer and fewer mice. But thinking of Slytherin's mission, it is ready to refuse again. August also understood why the Basilisk did not agree, and he pursued the victory and said, I did not let you leave this school. Slytherin asked you to guard the secret room, you can follow me, and I will be at the school. Don't you also leave this secret room when you go out for food? Listening to August's analysis, the Basilisk's not-so-smart big head suddenly realized. Yes, I follow the heirs and have to live in the school, which is not a violation of Slytherin's orders. Thinking of this, the Basilisk still confirmed to August and said. Hiss, follow you, eat, a lot. August nodded without hesitation. How much can this Basilisk eat? Keeping hundreds of cattle and sheep in the suitcase is no problem. These are enough for the daily consumption of the Basilisk. And the Basilisk heard August's affirmation, happily got into the suitcase, and entered the artificial lake to rest. August observed the Chamber of Secrets, trying to find clues about the Slytherin trial. Chapter 104, Bloodline is Glory. I will be extraordinary in my life. Looking at the empty Chamber of Secrets, August scratched his head in distress. In such a prominent place, the Basilisk said there are clues here, and there is no other information. In desperation, August could only look for clues carefully. After half an hour. Shit. Is it the Basilisk lying to me? Standing in front of the statue, August growled. He searched for a long time and found nothing unusual. And under the perception of magic, there is no particular magic fluctuation in the Chamber of Secrets. Just as August was about to give up, he inadvertently looked at the statue. What? August suddenly noticed that there were no eyeballs in the sockets of the Slytherin statue. It stands to reason that Slytherin should not make such a low-level mistake in carving his statue so vividly. After thinking for a moment, August manipulated the wand and filled the statue with eyes and pupils. Just as August finished the last bit of sculpting, both eyes suddenly blinked. A floor suddenly collapsed, forming several steps. Looking at the stairs in front of him, August blinked in disbelief. Just now, he used his wand to test the floor one by one, but he didn't realize that this was a mechanism. But after all, he found it, and he was pleased. The wand glowed faintly, and August walked down the steps. Another long tunnel, through which August's eyes suddenly opened up. This is a room the size of the Great Hall. When August came in, countless magic lights were automatically turned on and dotted the ceiling, forming a star-like picture. There are many bookcases in the room, and Slytherin may have put the books on them. Although thousands of years have passed, it is still very well preserved. Finally, my heir has come to this Chamber of Secrets. I didn't expect to be a descendant of Slytherin again. An old voice remembered. August followed the sound, and an older man came out behind a bookshelf. Slytherin. August spoke in surprise. The image of this older man cannot be said to be very similar to the statue outside, but it can only be said to be the same. Did Slytherin also hold the secret of immortality and live to this day? The older man nodded, shook his head again, and then said. I'm not the real Slytherin, I'm just a puppet he made, and it's just a ray of spiritual thought attached to it. August nodded but did not step forward. He was still a little wary of the older man. Slytherin didn't care when he looked at him like this, walked to a long table, and sat down. What age is it now? August thought for a moment, about 1,000 years after the establishment of the school. Hearing this time, the old man also had a hint of emotion. It's been more than 1,000 years. Time has passed so fast. The last time I woke up, it should have been more than 50 years since now. That little guy is also a descendant of Slytherin, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it here. He just took the Basilisk a few times lately and never showed up again. August knew that Slytherin was talking about Tom Riddle. If you have any questions, ask. You can only come in 3 times in this place. After 3 times, this place will be closed to you forever. Slytherin knew August had many questions to ask and didn't hesitate to point them out. After sorting out the language, August spoke. Does your body usually not wake up? Won't. Is your purpose in leaving this room behind to get rid of those muggle-born wizards? Who said it? Slytherin suddenly became excited. Who left such a ridiculous rumor? Looking at the excited Slytherin, August was a little strange. Is your Slytherin house always this idea? Bloodline first. Yeah. Slytherin said of course, and then he added. But I never exclude those muggle wizards. I worry that these muggle-born wizards will reveal the secrets of Hogwarts to the church at that time. That's why I prefer those pure-blooded wizards. Bloodlines is glory. I will be extraordinary in life. As long as you become a wizard and enter Hogwarts, you are my compatriots. How could I clean them up because of their origins? I left this chamber of secrets. One is to wait for one of my inheritors to appear, and the other is to leave a guard force for the school. Slytherin was very excited to say this paragraph, and it could be seen that he was very proud of his identity as a wizard. As long as it is a wizard, it is the same in his eyes, and there is no distinction between pure blood and half-blood. After August heard it, he also understood Slytherin's thoughts. In his day, the antagonism between wizards and muggles was much more severe than it is now. At that time, as long as they were found to be wizards, they would be immediately locked up and burned at stake. Slytherin's concerns are also justifiable. Then why did you break up with the other 3 founders and leave Hogwarts? August asked curiously. He was also very interested in the gossip that happened 1,000 years ago. It's that Godric. He thinks the magic I teach is too dangerous, and the little wizard should learn some magic with fewer side effects. In a rage, I left Hogwarts to do my research. Slytherin was a little annoyed, but when he mentioned the name of the founder of Gryffindor, he also had some nostalgia. Sure enough, the older the history books, the more distorted they were, and he silently complained in his heart. August told some of the current situations. Slytherin was also happy to hear that there were so many students at Hogwarts now, but when he heard about Voldemort's ideas and things, he was very disdainful. It turns out that the little guy from 50 years ago made such a big fuss, but it's short-sighted to use such a low-level method as a Horcrux to pursue immortality. In words, it is full of meaning that sees the ebb and flow of an era. He claimed that there were at least 5 ways of immortality in their time that were much more effective than the evil means of Horcrux. After all, the more the Horcrux splits, the weaker his soul will become, and he will lose many sanities. It was only then that August understood that Voldemort's performance after his resurrection could be described as insane, and his feelings were caused by splitting too many souls. After all, there are very few introductions about Horcruxes in the forbidden area of the school, but it just shows that this is very evil magic, and there is no detailed explanation. That's why August doesn't know much about it. Okay, let's stop the gossip here. Come and accept my test. As long as you pass the test, these books and my experimental materials are all yours. Slytherin stopped the topic, ready to see if the successor met his requirements. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Are the little wizards now so outrageous? After Slytherin finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, all the bookshelves moved on their own, leaning against the wall. Many pillars rose from the ground, enclosing the space where August and the others stood in a ring. It makes August feel like he's going to duel with Slytherin. Slytherin's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at August, who raised his wand and was ready to bring himself down at any time. How can this little wizard be so irritable? He doesn't look like his descendant but more like the descendant of Godric's reckless men. Little devil, put the wand down. The wand won't be used for the first test. After speaking, Slytherin couldn't help but ask, which college are you from? August smiled shyly, put his wand into his robe, and then introduced himself. August Gaunt, Ravenclaw sophomore. Slytherin nodded, but he didn't care whether August was a Slytherin student. As long as it wasn't Gryffindor, everything would be fine. Without a wand, Slytherin waved his hands and summoned a set of tables and chairs and a roll of parchment. Following my legacy in, you must have profound knowledge of magic literature, and the first hurdle is to test how your magic reserves are. August didn't expect that this Slytherin would take a real written test as a test. Going to the table, August looked at the contents of the parchment. Well, it's pretty simple. Then he started answering the questions, and after only 15 minutes, Slytherin got the exam paper completed by August. So fast. Glancing at August, it was Slytherin who looked at the test paper. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. This little wizard is good, all the questions are answered, and they are all very standard. The second test is ready. Most of my inheritance is related to magic experiments, so you must have a strong ability to operate. In this second level, you can choose to refine potions or an alchemy item, and then I'll comment. After listening to Slytherin's explanation, August nodded. This is very river. Do you have the material? August asked, looking at Slytherin. Now it was Slytherin's turn to be a little embarrassed. It's been nearly 1,000 years, and the potion Slytherin left as a test at that time, even if it has been specially preserved, is unusable. After all, time is the most potent weapon. August saw Slytherin's embarrassment and lifted the box in his hand. Here are some of my works. Would you like to take a look? Slytherin sighed and said, okay, just take it out and let me see. August opened the suitcase but switched to normal mode and did not enter the small world. He took out a bag and threw it to Slytherin. Here are some magic props I made. You can take a look. Slytherin took the bag and took out some props, including pendants, bracelets, and earrings. With his eyesight, he can naturally see the quality of these props, although he does not know some magic. After all, many magics were invented later. However, these precise carvings and complicated and neat rune formations are not really what a second-year wizard can do. Slytherin looked at August suspiciously. You did it yourself. Shrugging, August did not refute, but stepped forward, picked up a bracelet, and explained his refining process to Slytherin, as well as the idea of rune selection. After listening to August's explanation, Slytherin had to admit that the little wizard's alchemy attainments were much higher than his age. He doesn't know that these are just ordinary products that August refined long ago. He rarely has refined magic items now because he has more important research going on. Slytherin, who was happy, and August discussed some rune formations that he had not seen for a while. They then suddenly realized that the assessment was not over yet. He quickly stopped the conversation and got to the point. Okay, let's do the last test. For wizards, in the end, they have to rely on their wand to speak, so the final assessment is the battle. Slytherin clapped his hands, a guard armor at the door, strode to the ring, and then stood behind Slytherin. This armored warrior is your opponent. I carefully crafted it at the time. Just cast the spell as you please. Are you sure, right? August looked at Slytherin strangely and confirmed to him. Slytherin smiled slightly. The little guy still didn't believe his craftsmanship, so he said comfortably, don't worry, this armor is powerful. Seeing August was still hesitant, he added again, don't worry, it's fine if it breaks. Hearing Slytherin says this, August was finally relieved, nodded, and took out his wand. Slytherin stepped aside, pitted the armor against August, then clapped his hands again, and the armor moved. The runes on the great sword flickered, and red light emitted from the blade's tip. August didn't use the shield charm to force it but turned slightly to avoid the spell. Stupefy. August's stun spell was not slow at all. A stunning spell, the size of a water glass, hit the armor straight. Boom. The entire armor fell apart instantly, and countless scattered armor parts shattered into slag and smashed to the floor. Slytherin, on the side, was stunned. Do you think this is called a stunning spell? What's the matter with the size of the water glass? Is the little wizard now so outrageous? However, he quickly realized that his armor warrior was already broken and could not be broken anymore. My armor. With a scream, Slytherin hurriedly threw himself down next to the armor. He was so agile that August couldn't see clearly. At this time, Slytherin also wanted to cry. This armored warrior was the proud work of the deity back then. It was no longer just an alchemy product. He was more like a work of art. At this time, August was also a little embarrassed. For insurance, he only used 50% of the strength. He didn't expect this armor to be so unbearable. It's the old man who said you did your best. August's muttering was heard by Slytherin, which made his eyes dark, and he almost fainted. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Slytherin's Legacy, Not Simple 3 Deathly Hallows. After a long time, Slytherin restrained his emotions and gave August a vicious look. Looking at August's innocent face, he was even angrier. But there is no way, for more than 1,000 years, there is only such a proper heir. What can he do? I love it. Finally, Slytherin convinced himself not to look at the armor already out of shape. He said to August, come with me. After speaking, he walked off the ring, and all the bookshelves floated back to their original positions. Slytherin took August to the innermost bookshelf, took out a thick book, and handed it to August. This book is the index of all the books in the Chamber of Secrets. What book do you want to read? Use magic to select the name of the book you want to read, and it will fly in front of you. August opened the index and picked a copy of My Views on High-End Alchemy. The book rose from the bookshelf in the distance and flew to August's side. August is entirely satisfied with this function, it can save him much time, and he will get a set of this function for his library later. Slytherin saw that August had mastered the usage, nodded, and then took him to a wall and pushed him lightly. An invisible door was pushed open by him. This is a relatively small room, with only one table, one chair, and a dozen bundles of parchment paper on the ground. Slytherin proudly introduced to August, these parchments are my life's efforts. All my magical research materials and notes are recorded on it. And the most important of them is the study of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Slytherin's eyes were full of frenzy. The 3 Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Resurrection Stone. August asked in surprise, never expecting Slytherin to be so interested in the 3 Deathly Hallows. That's right. I found that the three Deathly Hallows, as the book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard, said, has incredible magic power. My lifelong dream is to collect the three Deathly Hallows and see if I can see the legendary death. Unfortunately, before the deity left, he only had the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak in his hand. Part of the reason for the deity's departure was to find the Elder Wand, but unfortunately, he never came back to Hogwarts, and I don't know if he succeeded. There was deep regret in his tone. August was also stunned. He didn't expect Slytherin to be so crazy. Everyone else was hiding from death, but he was chasing after death. But Slytherin's behavior also made August interested. In the original book, except the Elder Wand showed its due power, the Invisibility Cloak and the Resurrection Stone did not show anything special. Harry's Invisibility Cloak just played the role of an advanced disillusionment charm, and Harry himself didn't care much about the Invisibility Cloak. The Resurrection Stones are even lower and can only be used to summon phantoms, not to revive them truly. Voldemort also made the Resurrection Stone into a Horcrux because of his fame. But after listening to Slytherin's statement today, he suddenly felt that these two Deathly Hallows were not so tasteless. Could it be that simple to fascinate Slytherin, one of the four founders? Can I make a copy and take it away? I can't keep studying in the secret room. August said to Slytherin. Slytherin nodded. You can copy all the books and materials in the Chamber of Secrets and take them with you. As for whether to hand them over to Hogwarts, you can decide for yourself. When August heard Slytherin agree, he began to move. Entering the suitcase, August first took out a lot of parchment paper and then started copying. Although the room is small, there are many research materials, which took August time. And when he finished copying the research materials in the room, he found it dark. He decided to copy the books he needed outside the next time he came over. So, old man, I'll leave today and come back next time. August stood up to say goodbye to Slytherin. But he suddenly thought of something and asked Slytherin, Master, can you have a way to notify me when other people enter the Chamber of Secrets? According to Slytherin, when Voldemort entered the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, Slytherin was awakened. Still, for some unknown reason, he was not awakened when Voldemort came in recently. August didn't know if the Alderman could detect that Voldemort had entered the Chamber of Secrets, but he still tried to ask. Slytherin was a little puzzled but nodded, took a token, and handed it to August. This was left by the deity back then. This token allows you to have a part of the authority in Hogwarts to be considered as half the castle's owner. After you wake me up, I won't fall asleep for a short time. I will notify you through the token if someone enters the secret room. August took the token, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket, which was interesting, but it wasn't the time to study it. August said goodbye to Slytherin, left the Chamber of Secrets, and returned the same way. Along the way, August used the flying charm to fly through the air to avoid leaving traces. It would be troublesome if Voldemort discovered that someone had entered the Chamber of Secrets and hidden again. After the winding pipe, August's figure appeared again in the girls' bathroom. After counting the time, August estimated that it was almost dawn. It was Sunday, and he went back to sleep for 2 hours before attending today's Defense Against the Dark Arts tutorial. Hiss, close. August also felt like he was in a different world by controlling the wash basin with Parseltongue and returning it to its original state. In just a few hours, August has been through so much. Conquer the Basilisk, find the true legacy of Slytherin, and even meet the real Slytherin. This dungeon journey has been enriching. He suddenly thought about what kind of expression Voldemort would look like when he went to the Chamber of Secrets and tried to call the Basilisk to come out to make trouble, and then found that the Basilisk had disappeared. Thinking of that picture, August couldn't help but smile. He was very much looking forward to that day, and he must take pictures then. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from behind August, which scared him into a cold sweat. Why do you, a wizard, appear in the girls' bathroom at such a late hour? Chapter 107, Chapter 107, that's right. I, Harry Potter, came to spy on you, Myrtle. What should I do if I sneak into the girls' bathroom and am found? Wait online. I'm in a hurry. At this time, August's heart collapsed. When he came out, he was a little too relaxed and forgot to attach the disillusionment charm to himself. As a result, such minor negligence was caught by Myrtle. He is a pseudo-legendary powerhouse, the only designated heir of Slytherin, and the record holder of the Hogwarts history single-year extra points record. A ghost blocked me in the girls' bathroom. If this matter spreads out, it is estimated that he can be in the book, Hogwarts, a history. Although August also wants to be named in history, he does not want to be recorded because of this way. Quickly casting a smokescreen spell, August covered his face and slowly turned around. The tone instantly became extremely deep. I didn't expect that you still found out, Myrtle. Myrtle looked at the little wizard whose face was covered, curious about what the little wizard would say. August took a deep breath and said, That's right. I'm Harry Potter here to spy on you, Myrtle. After some words were spoken, Myrtle was dumbfounded, never expecting this little wizard to say such shocking words. Sneak into the girls' bathroom in the middle of the night to spy on a ghost. Wait, he said his name was Harry Potter. Are you Harry Potter? Myrtle looked suspiciously at the little wizard in front of her. Ah. You discovered it. August's tone of voice panicked. He shouted exaggeratedly and then sighed helplessly and said with a trace of unwillingness in his words, "Since you found out, I will not hide it. I found the information about your murder in the Chamber of Secrets before, and I feel very sorry for you, so I want to come and see you. I just wanted to oversee you, but I didn't expect to be discovered." After listening to these explanations from Harry, Myrtle floated back and forth in the air excitedly, fiddling with her twin ponytails with her hands from time to time. Some stuttered and said, "Harry, you don't need to do this. If you want to see me, you don't have to be so sneaky. I can also go out of the bathroom to find you." August wiped a cold sweat in his heart and finally managed to bluff Myrtle. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I'll teach you a few more spells as compensation. Also, why are you covering your face with a spell?" Some of the confused Myrtle, who suddenly found a blind spot, asked August. "Well, I didn't take care of myself when I went out today, so it's not suitable to meet you. Next time, I'll get dressed and come here to find you." August found that he could no longer speak, so he hurriedly said a few words and slipped out of the girls' bathroom. Only Myrtle nodded subconsciously and said that before he came over, let the girl have a message, and she also prepared well. She was completely unaware of the question, why was Gryffindor wearing a Ravenclaw uniform? After leaving the bathroom, August quickly added a layer of disillusionment charm to himself and promptly fled to his bedroom. In the dorm, August was already lying on the bed and still reflecting on himself. He couldn't be so negligent in the future. As long as he went to the girls' bathroom, he must keep the disillusionment charm. Bah. Why do you keep thinking about going to that kind of place? But Salazar Slytherin was also able to build the secret room in this place. And Tom is also excellent. He can find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in the girls' bathroom. It seems that there is much exploration. Thinking wildly, August also slowly fell asleep. In the morning, at 8 o'clock, August forcibly got up from the bed. He took out a bottle of invigoration draft, poured it into himself, and recovered his spirit. After washing up, August also called Cho to the 8th floor. And when he arrived, Harry's group had already arrived, and they were confronting Malfoy. August. Seeing August's arrival, Harry hurriedly took a few steps, came to him, and asked, "Malfoy said you sent him here. Do you want to train him?" August nodded. "I'm also very excited about the chips Malfoy gave me, and I just happened to find a sparring partner for you." After hearing what August said, Harry also had no choice. After all, it was August's freedom to give supplementary lessons. Although he and Malfoy didn't deal with him, he wouldn't ask August to say anything. Harry, who had matured from a young age, naturally understood. He doesn't know if it's his illusion. How does he feel that August is talking to him so kindly today? When the others heard what August said, they had no objection, but they still looked at Malfoy unfriendly. After all, Malfoy had conflicts with everyone here before. Malfoy doesn't care what these people think of him. He needs August's approval, and training himself to improve his strength is enough. It has to be said that after August awakened, Malfoy became more like a standard Slytherin. Ambitious, calm, with clear goals. Seriously, August thinks that Slytherin's tradition is still excellent. Still, he will choose Ravenclaw because these pureblood families have made him miserable. Of course not because of the boring reason that Ravenclaw has so many beauties. Ahem, back to the topic. Seeing that everyone was full, August walked 3 times to the door of the room of requirement, the door opened, and he walked in first. The others were not surprised and followed suit, but Malfoy, who didn't know there was such a hidden room in the school, was slightly surprised. However, his movements did not slow down, and he followed closely behind August. August looked around and started talking. "Although I didn't go to the duel club last time, I found one of your shortcomings through the first night's observation." Everyone did not speak, quietly waiting for August's following words. "Your duel is too rigid. You must know that in a duel between wizards, whoever can spell more spells will win. Spellcasting speed, casting accuracy, spellcasting combination, and positioning will all affect the outcome of a battle. Today, I will use a new method for you to train your combat literacy. Are you ready?" Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Virtual Combat Drill. "Ready." Everyone said in unison, especially Harry, who seemed to be competing with Malfoy, shouting. Malfoy glanced at Harry disdainfully. He thinks Potter is high quality and believes August can favor a loud voice. "Bah, do you care?" August didn't care about these 2 jokes but took out his wand and cast the Garden of Eden. Immediately, the Hogwarts Great Hall picture appeared above the room of requirement. The Great Hall is like a dueling club with several long stages in the picture. Because there is no tiny wizard, it looks a bit empty. The crowd looked at this spell curiously, wondering what the use of August's casting was. Now, I will put a ray of your spiritual body into the scene, and then you will incarnate as yourself and appear in it. August spoke slowly, and at the same time, the magic wand touched everyone's eyebrows in turn, drawing out a ray of the spiritual body. In it, you will meet the opponents I set up and fight, and your physical fitness and magic level are the same as reality in the senses. Then, fight to your heart's content. Don't be afraid of getting hurt because everything is fake. You will be a little tired even if the spirit is killed. After listening to August's introduction, everyone was excited and could not wait to enter it and start training. August looked at the eagerness of everyone and was very satisfied. He didn't say much but directly put everyone's spiritual body into it and taught them how to change their minds. Harry outstretched his palm in the Great Hall and held it for a while as if he was feeling something. If August hadn't said that it was a dream, or it could be said to be a fantasy, Harry would have thought he had traveled directly to the Great Hall. Others are similar, and they are constantly experimenting with this space. Cho and Hermione were more regular, pulled out their wand, and cast a few spells to feel the difference. Fred and George were much more daring, and they saw Snape standing motionless. He directly touched Snape's long greasy hair and then rubbed on Snape's robe with a look of disgust. Oily. Hearing the two people's complaints, August almost laughed out loud. He forcibly maintained a calm posture and coughed twice. Okay, you've also felt it. Let's start today's training now. August, in the environment, snapped his fingers, and the heads of the 4 houses were immediately given the ability to act. Snape looked at Fred with his hands still on his robes and slapped him away. 20 points from Gryffindor. For disrespecting the professor. Fred was not afraid either and said to August with a smile, August, the current point deduction will not affect the outside world, right? August, also amused, shook his head, of course not, but as punishment, Snape will be your and George's opponent for a while. The twins' faces fell immediately. They had participated in dueling clubs, and now they knew Snape's power. Cho and Hermione were assigned to Professor Flitwick, Harry was given to Professor McGonagall, and Malfoy was to Professor Sprout. Several groups of people stood on the 4 stages and started training. Suddenly, the curse on the field was flying around, and there were also reprimands from the professors. Potter, are your legs a decoration? Move when you cast. Move. Move. Very well, Miss Granger, if you can cast spells quickly and at the same time pay attention to increasing the power of the spell, it will make your attacks more threatening. Ah. Ah. Well, this is George and Fred being beaten up by Snape. August was also pleased to see the hot scene in front of him. The more he used the magic of the Garden of Eden, the more he found it helpful. Whether it was alchemy or training his subordinates, this magic spell could be of great use. August was not idle either, walking back and forth between the 4 arenas, constantly correcting some of their habits. Especially Cho and Hermione still need more attention for theirs. Finally, when August realized that everyone's spiritual body was exhausted, he stopped this training. After the spell was lifted, August put everyone's spiritual bodies back. Hermione and the others who were closing their eyes also opened their eyes and felt a little dizzy. It's okay to be dizzy. It's normal. After all, you've been there for nearly a day, and only 10 minutes have passed. In reality, it's normal to be a little tired. After August finished speaking, everyone realized that the real time had only passed 10 minutes, and they were also amazed. Especially Malfoy, he now feels that his move is correct. Who can have such an efficient training method as August? If he doesn't find August, Malfoy reckoned that Harry could easily beat himself the next time the dueling club came. Thinking of this, he was afraid for a while. He could lose to anyone, but he couldn't fail this Scarhead. Seeing how tired everyone was, August thought for a while and then decided. In the future, we will do this training every other week, and in the middle of the week, we will do 2 pairs of training here. After all, there are still some differences between virtual and reality, and you must also digest it in reality. Everyone nodded, thinking that August's arrangement was very reasonable. August looked at Malfoy. Malfoy, you need to sign a contract with me. The content is not to expose the existence of the Room of Requirement and this magic. Malfoy nodded without hesitation. He was already mentally prepared for this. After all, there is the Room of Requirement and the magic spell of the Garden of Eden. Still, it will cause many people to covet, and it is understandable for August to do so. After Malfoy signed the contract, today's tutoring was over. August asked everyone to go back and have a good rest, and he would also go back to make up for a sleep. Although the invigoration draft made him not so tired, his body was his own, and he still needed a good rest. But Harry didn't leave immediately but looked at August hesitantly. Is it Ron's business? August guessed what he was trying to say. Harry looked at August in surprise. How did August know before he said it? Okay, bring Ron with you next time. He's been at this Room of Requirement last time anyway. Waving his hand, August said indifferently that he had no good or bad feelings for Ron. Ron is just the most ordinary person. Just because being Harry's friend, the pressure is a bit too much, so sometimes it's a bit offensive. Hearing what August said, Harry nodded gratefully and left the room of requirement, leaving only August and the two girls. Chapter 109, Elf in the Rain, Luna. In the afternoon, August slept beautifully for a long time before coming out of the bedroom full of energy, ready to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. When August entered the kitchen, all the house elf immediately stopped their work, lined up neatly in front of August, and shouted in unison. "Owner." August was a little surprised. He was a frequent visitor to the kitchen. When he came to the kitchen, the house elves had just sent a representative to ask what August needed. There has never been such a big battle. "Chelsea, what happened today?" August asked like a familiar house elf. Hearing August's question, the house elf named Chelsea bent his waist lower. August was afraid that he would fall. "Master, we feel your connection to this castle, and you are the owner of this castle and, of course, all our elves." Hearing this, August reacted. This should be the role of the token Slytherin gave him. He hadn't time to check what the token does, so he found one. August waved his hand to the elves. "Okay, you all go to your own business. Chelsea can stay." All the elves heard August's orders, did not dare to disobey, turned around, and went about their business. Only Chelsea was left. August said to Chelsea, "Bring me a steak and some soup and fruit." Soon, Chelsea brought the food that August asked for, far more than he asked for and more affluent. August ate some casually and left the kitchen. He found out that the house elves were walking very carefully when he was in the kitchen. Today, he will go to the Forbidden Forest to give Celestia some potions that he has made. These potions can speed up her growth and enhance her potential. The weather outside was not very good, it was a little gray, and it looked like it was going to rain soon. But August went anyway, and it was still easy for him to use magic to keep out the rain. Sure enough, when he was halfway there, the sky began to flash and thunder, and it rained heavily within a few minutes. Many little wizards passed by August and rushed back to the castle, which made August seem a little maverick. But now, everyone has no time to control what August will do, and everyone is rushing. But when August arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, he unexpectedly found a figure. Luna. At this time, Luna stood quietly under the tree. Although she wore a yellow straw hat, under the heavy rain, the straw hat also became wet. The incessant rainwater stayed down the brim of her hat, flowed down her delicate profile, and disappeared into the unknown along the swan-like neck. The little witch was wet but didn't care. She leisurely circled the tree, looking for something, like an elf on a rainy night, and let the wind howl and the torrential rain rage. She was never affected. August looked at the beautiful scene that only appeared in the CG of the previous life, stopped his steps, and admired the picture of Luna and nature. August felt that Luna's beauty at the moment was unparalleled. Even if Fleur stood by Luna's side at this moment, she would lose her radiance. This girl was born in nature, the breeze, and the forest. Luna's perception was very keen, and she came over to meet August's gaze, and after a while, she met August's eyes. August's mind trembled at the protuberant eyes, but he still reacted quickly and walked toward Luna. "It's raining so hard. Why are you still here?" Walking to Luna's side, August propped up a magical barrier for her and then cast a spell to dry the little witch's body. Luna said nothing and let August act. Knowing that August had completed all the movements, she was the one who spoke lightly, somewhat ethereal with the accompaniment of raindrops. "Lawrence said that there have been Crumplehorn Snorkack here, and I came here to find the traces of Crumplehorn Snorkack." "Who is Lawrence?" "My roommate." Hearing this, August frowned, but he knew that creatures like the Crumplehorn Snorkack did not exist in the magical world. Luna, this roommate, must be talking nonsense, probably trying to make fun of Luna. August quickly concluded in his heart, but he didn't say it, so don't let the little witch know about these mundane things. But it's not good to keep Luna here all the time. When his mind changes, August has a solution. "I don't think you can find the Crumplehorn Snorkack for a while. Do you want to go see the unicorn with me?" August found that his tone was a bit strange. How could it be a bit like coaxing little Loli? Luna blinked. The Quibbler said that the unicorns are just horses. It's just that the wizard put a unicorn on them. August was speechless. He knew this magazine. Luna's father published this magazine. But he hadn't subscribed, and he didn't know that the magazine was so outrageous that he even questioned the existence of unicorns. "Come and see with me, Celestia." "Well, that's my unicorn's name, and she's a real unicorn." August shook his head, not arguing with Luna but letting her see for himself. August led Luna to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Because of little Celestia, August is also a regular visitor to the Forbidden Forest. Below, we talked about the topic of magical creatures. After walking down the road, August also has a deeper understanding of Luna. Luna is now known as a crazy girl in Ravenclaw, but August hasn't found anything crazy about Luna. She doesn't care so much about the evaluations and opinions of the outside world. She likes to live in her world. August suddenly felt that Hermione and Luna were two opposite personalities. Hermione believes in facts and logic, and she has to tell evidence for everything. At the same time, Luna seems to have all her actions and cognitions based on her intuition. Of course, both are adorable girls and have something in common. Chapter 110, I will help you catch the Crumplehorn Snorkack. The rainstorm gradually dissipated when August and Luna came to Celestia's area. A few rays of sunlight were exposed, illuminating the dust particles floating in the air, making the Forbidden Forest a little more hazy and beautiful. Celestia lives in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, close to the Centaur tribe. When August asked Hagrid to help take care of the little unicorn, Hagrid arranged the little unicorn here with the Centaur's consent. The Centaurs also respect them for such holy and bright animals as unicorns. Woo! The hurried sound of hoofs came, and the little unicorn quickly ran to August and rubbed August's cheek affectionately. Okay, you've grown up so much, don't act like a spoiled child. August patted Celestia, who was getting taller and taller, with a smile in his eyes. Originally, August planned to bring her into the suitcase. Still, August felt that the suitcase was too dull, and he couldn't accompany Celestia daily. So let the little unicorn continue to live in the Forbidden Forest and take her away when he leaves school for the summer vacation. Almost every week, August takes some time to visit her in the Forbidden Forest. Luna was on the side, watching the interaction between one person and one beast, and she curiously put her eyes on the unicorn's horn. Celestia felt Luna's gaze, and her big eyes also looked at Luna. Two pairs of big eyes stared at each other like this without blinking. August thought it was amusing. Hi, my name is Luna. Luna introduced herself to Celestia. The little unicorn also whined a few times in response. This female beast is more intimate than the two female beasts brought by the owner a few times before. I'm not a beast. I'm a human. Luna retorted Celestia. Can you understand what Celestia said? Now it was August's turn to be surprised. Hermione and Cho couldn't understand what the little unicorn usually said, so they could only rely on August to translate on their behalf. Luna shook her head and said negatively, I didn't understand. It's intuition. August forgot that this is a sixth sense player, and it makes sense. The unicorn and Luna started to communicate like this. August found that although Luna didn't say that she understood all of Celestia's meaning, it was not too bad. Now believe that unicorns are real, not made by wizards. Celestia chatted with Luna for a while, and August fed Celestia the potion. Celestia, who drank the potion, needed to go back to sleep and digest the energy of the brew, so August and Luna walked back to the castle. Well, since unicorns exist, so must Crumplehorn Snorkack. Luna's voice was in a trance, but it contained a trace of hope. Why are you so obsessed with looking for the Crumplehorn Snorkack? August didn't understand why Luna had such a soft spot for the Crumplehorn Snorkack. Because Dad once said that if I found the Crumplehorn Snorkack, it would allow me to meet my mother's soul in my dreams. Dad said that the Crumplehorn Snorkack can pull people's souls from the underworld to the dream world so that people in this world can meet them in their dreams. After listening to Luna's words, August was silent. He knew about Luna's mother, who died tragically when Luna was 9 years old because of a spell that went wrong. He didn't expect Luna's obsession with the Crumplehorn Snorkack came from her mother. This is a beautiful lie that Luna's father made for Luna, which made her look forward to life. Thinking of this, August said firmly to Luna. Okay, if I find out about the Crumplehorn Snorkack, I'll let you know. Okay, I believe you. Luna looked at August fixedly and suddenly smiled, and August was wholly lost in the shock of that moment. Luna. At this moment, a female voice called Luna from a distance. August turned his head to look. The long red hair was particularly conspicuous. It was Ginny, the little sister of the Weasley family. Ginny ran to Luna's side with a somewhat reproachful tone. Where did you go just now? I even looked for you for a long time when it was raining. I just went to see the unicorns with August. After Luna finished speaking, Ginny noticed August beside him and embarrassedly greeted him. Because of the twins, Ginny and August were friends, but this time she was too worried about Luna, so she didn't notice August for the first time. August also nodded to Ginny. Your friend is coming. Go first, Luna. Luna nodded and left with Ginny. Ginny looked at Luna and August from time to time as she left. Everyone is gone. What are you looking at? A faint voice came from behind, and August was a little helpless. Cho, I'm just thinking about whether I should go back to the dorm or the library now. Cho was speaking behind him, and August turned his head and found Hermione standing aside, staring at him righteously, her little face bulging into a bun. August looked amused and poked his finger deep into Hermione's cheek. The little witch didn't want to play with August and asked aggressively, when did you hook up with this first-year Ravenclaw? August raised his hand and surrendered. He could only tell Cho and Hermione what had happened today. He finally said to Cho, "You pay attention to Luna in the future, don't let her roommates bully her." Cho nodded, indicating that she knew Cho now has a high status among Ravenclaw girls, not only because she has brought a lot of victories to Ravenclaw as a seeker, but most importantly, she is August's girlfriend. After Hermione finished listening, her anger disappeared, and she didn't say anything, and August was relieved. After all, when a girl is angry, it is pretty unreasonable. Time quickly entered December, and the footsteps of Christmas were gradually approaching. Lately, August has been waiting for Voldemort to enter the Chamber of Secrets, so he can sit back and wait. However, he did not get a letter from Slytherin, so he had to wait patiently. The token that Slytherin gave him, August also basically understood the function. With this token, August can apparate in Hogwarts Castle without the help of a phoenix. And as long as he takes out this token, all the castle portraits and armored guards will obey his orders. August's authority at Hogwarts is no less than that of Headmaster Dumbledore. And just today, after August participated in the second Quidditch match of the semester and successfully defeated Slytherin, he suddenly felt the token in his arms a little hot. When he took out the token, he saw that the snake-shaped pattern on the top for decoration was swimming and changing. He finally changed it into a few minor characters. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, what about the snake, what about my big snake? August avoided the celebratory crowd and slipped quietly towards the castle's second floor, where he met Colin. He borrowed Colin's camera. Colin saw that August was so interested in his camera, so he gave the camera to August very readily. After waiting so long, Voldemort enduring it for so long, he finally couldn't wait. What to say August was going to deal with him today. When he came to the bathroom on the second floor, August found that the wash basin had been restored to its original position, and there was no sign that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Myrtle isn't here at the moment. August used Parseltongue, opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and jumped into the pipe with a single jump. In the Chamber of Secrets, a petite blonde loli fainted in front of the Slytherin statue. And a handsome wizard in a Slytherin school uniform stood between the blonde loli and the statue, with a somewhat illusory figure and words in his mouth. This wizard is Voldemort, and he looks like when he made Horcrux in 6th grade. At this time, he was not called Voldemort but by his real name, Tom Riddle. He has to say that Voldemort was very handsome when he was young. No wonder he was able to coax Lady Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw, and successfully obtained Ravenclaw's crown as his Horcrux. The current Voldemort, about to summon the Basilisk, set off a wave of panic again. He wanted to drive the old guy Dumbledore out of Hogwarts ultimately. In the past few months, he has successfully bewitched a little witch through his rhetoric and obtained much information about the current magic world. Voldemort still can't believe that in the future, he will be defeated by a baby when he is in the magical world. He wants revenge. He wants to expel Dumbledore from this school and absorb enough vitality to resurrect. Today is an excellent time. According to the little witch, there will be a Quidditch match today, and many little wizards will go out to watch the game. And he can also control the Basilisk to attack those little wizards who are alone to avoid exposure. Talk to me, Slytherin, the best of the 4 founders. A hoarse Parseltongue came from Tom Riddle's mouth, and the statue's beard fell, revealing the door. Tom closed his eyes and quietly waited for the Basilisk to appear. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Tom opened his eyes and felt that something was wrong. The last time he called the Basilisk, it only took less than a minute, and the Basilisk obeyed his call and appeared in front of him. He tried it again and thought it might be because the Basilisk had entered a dormant state. After all, it was already winter, and the Basilisk also needed to hibernate. This time Tom deliberately amplified the sound so that the Basilisk could hear it. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The unbelieving Tom tried several more times until his voice was hoarse. Not to mention the Basilisk, not even the shadow of the Basilisk. Where's the snake? Where's my big snake? At this time, Tom was a little bit broken. The Basilisk did not appear. How could he kick Dumbledore out of school? How could he be resurrected? Is it relying on this little first-year witch controlled by him? Just as Tom was about to venture into the Basilisk exit, August's voice came from behind him. Stop shouting, Tom. The Basilisk isn't here anymore. Tom turned sharply and looked behind him. A little wizard is even more handsome than standing at the pipeline entrance, holding a muggle camera in his hand. He didn't expect August to be here. He also learned much about August through the little witch he controlled, so he naturally recognized that this little wizard was August. With a hearty smile, Tom greeted August gently. Hello, my name is Tom. This is a memory of mine. I know you, August. August watched Tom fooling him with a half-smile and asked again, pretending not to understand, what's your name? Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom saw August's answer, and the smile on his face became even brighter. August wrote Tom's name in the air with the wand and asked, is that so? Tom nodded. You spelt it right. Shaking his head, August said, no, I think I still spelt it wrong. With a wave of his hand, Tom's name in the air quickly changed positions, forming a new name: I am Lord Voldemort. Tom's smile gradually disappeared, and the temperament that made people feel like a spring breeze disappeared, replaced by a somewhat gloomy expression. You know. Staring at August stubbornly, Tom was a little annoyed at the moment. It seemed that August had already known his information and was teasing him. Seeing that Voldemort stopped pretending, August also put away his foolish look. There was also a faint expression of anger on his face. I didn't expect that the dignified Dark Lord would be reduced to the point of using first-year students. The little witch on the ground is Atoria Greengrass, a first-year Slytherin freshman whom August met on the train. August did not expect this diary to end up in this little witch's hands. Since the beginning of the school year, although August and Atoria are not in the same college or grade, Atoria likes to play with Cho very much, and the two are considered friends. Although the little witch's face was pale, her physical condition was not very good. But he never thought about this direction. After all, when Atoria was on the train, she was frail. He just felt that the other party was weaker. Seeing the anger in August's heart, Voldemort sneered instead. Yeah, this Miss Greengrass, she's your mad admirer. Your name always comes up in my chats with her. Speaking of this, Tom laughed wildly. But what's the use of that? She's taken so much life from me, and she's released a basilisk to attack the school. Her future is over. August looked at Tom strangely. You petrify a cat and call it attacking the school. Tom's wild smile stopped. His plan had not been fully unfolded, and the basilisk was gone. Suddenly remembering what August had said just now, Tom asked August, what did you mean when you said the basilisk is no longer in the Chamber of Secrets? Seeing that Voldemort finally noticed the point, August grinned and smiled brightly. It doesn't make any sense. The basilisk thinks I'm the true heir of Slytherin. I've taken it down, and he is enjoying himself in my private space now. Tom. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Who is the Dark Lord? Impossible. I am the heir to Slytherin. Tom's tone became very excited for the first time. As a half-blooded, he hated his Muggle father very much and also madly worshipped Slytherin. He is very proud of the status of the heir to Slytherin. Now, August's words directly indicate that August is the real heir, and he, Tom, is just a fake. It's just a blow to him. Clicks. Clicks. August raised the camera and took a picture of Tom's frantic look, delighted. When Tom returns to life in the future, show him this photo. August doesn't know if he will die of anger. By the way, Slytherin's inheritance is not only the basilisk but the knowledge he left behind, but you haven't found it, and you don't need to find it. I have already packed those inheritances. Gone. August put down the camera, and the taunting in his mouth kept bringing actual harm to Tom. Avada Kedavra. Tom finally couldn't hold back the killing intent in his heart, and the green light formed by the killing curse hit August in front of him. August didn't dodge, as if he was frightened. And just as Tom smiled smugly, the curse passed directly between August's eyebrows and hit the pipe behind. The expression on his face froze instantly. August seemed to be in another dimension, and the killing curse did not affect August at all. Hey. August sighed and said helplessly, Tom, whether it's the current you or the future you, why do you have this hobby? You always like to cast the killing curse. August's words are sincere. After all, August has also fought against Voldemort 3 times. Every time he meets Avada to say hello, there is no artistry in a wizard duel. What do you mean by that? Tom frowned. Atoria doesn't know. After all, she is a student who just entered this year. I also fought with your soul last year, but unfortunately, let him run away. August chatted with Tom as usual, but his footsteps were slowly approaching Tom. But Tom was now attracted by August's words and did not notice August's small movements. August pretended to recall, slowly narrating. He was inside our defense against the dark arts professor last year, trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect himself. It's a pity that Harry and I stopped him at the last minute. He also used the killing curse as soon as the battle started, and I used Accio the diary. Protego. Avada Kedavra. August and Tom's voices shout at the same time. Tom found August's small movements, but it was too late to stop him. He could only use the killing curse to try to attack August's body directly. But his attack was useless to August, and August released the shield charm to the comatose Atoria. After all, August was also afraid that Tom would panic and attack Atoria head-on. As for himself, long before entering, he silently launched Avalon, forming an absolute defense. Holding the diary in his hand, he waved his wand, causing Atoria to float to his side. August finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tom and Atoria were so close that he was slightly restrained in the fight. That's what's going on, August trying to divert his attention. And Tom saw the diary in August's hands. His face was gloomy but soon returned to normal. August knew that the diary was his body, but so what? Horcrux, as a life-saving tool only made by the evilest dark wizard, naturally has its advantages. After an item is made into a Horcrux, it will become indestructible. Tom couldn't believe that a second-year wizard in August could destroy Horcruxes. Although I don't know where you learned this is the Horcrux I made, do you think you have succeeded in getting it? Looking at August mockingly, his tone had a bit of disdain. Although August just ignored his 2 killing curses, Tom just thought it was the effect of magic tools. This is also the case. Avalon is a magic tool, and Tom's vision is still good. August was holding the diary. His face was a little weird, not because of Voldemort's words, but because the system gave a prompt just now. I checked the source of pure soul, which can be exchanged for 5,000 gold coins. Do you want to exchange it? It wasn't easy, the system finally had another function, and August couldn't help but burst into tears. After getting the system for so long, he has no way to get the gold coins except for the ones he does every day. It was discovered that the soul in the Horcrux could be exchanged for gold coins, which was a pleasant surprise. And a bold idea popped into August's mind instantly. Is there a possibility that he can keep Voldemort in captivity, let Voldemort keep making Horcrux, and then he can quickly get gold coins? Thinking of this, August's eyes changed when he looked at Tom. It was a look at a fat sheep. Tom shuddered as if some terrifying existence was watching him. When he looked up, he saw August's strange eyes again and suddenly became angry, and a few spells were cast. August waved his wand and directly pulled the spell in other directions, smashing several stone pillars. Extending his palm, August's palm, suddenly, a group of silver flames appeared in his palm. With a thought, Fiendfyre turned into a sword. Under Voldemort's terrified eyes, August first raised the sword in his hand at Voldemort and smiled harmlessly. Then, he stabbed the tip of the sword into the diary, and the diary instantly burned out a big hole, and black smoke kept coming out. No. Why do you can use the Fiendfyre curse? Voldemort couldn't believe that there was a little wizard who mastered Fiendfyre in the 2nd grade, knowing that even he learned Fiendfyre in the 4th grade. Which of the two is the Dark Lord? With the burning of the diary, Voldemort did not even release a cruel word. The figure gradually blurred and then dissipated. And August also took Fiendfyre back, leaving behind the worn diary. August put it in his pocket. He hadn't decided whether to talk to Dumbledore about the Horcrux. System exchange that soul. August thought silently in his heart. The system recovered Voldemort's soul, which had not wholly disappeared, and turned it into 5,000 gold coins. At this moment, Astoria, who was lying on the side, frowned and slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 113, The Curse of the Greengrass Family. August. A faint voice came from her mouth, and Astoria looked at the surrounding environment again. Her eyes became terrified. August frowned, noticing that Astoria's physical condition was not very good. The little witch, who was already a little weak, was tossed by Voldemort again, and her vitality had already had a problem. Don't talk. I'll treat you first. Crouching down, August spoke softly to Astoria, checked the system's item bar with his mind, and then took out 2 bottles of potions. Lifting Astoria's head slightly, August found a suitable angle and slowly fed her the potion. Astoria obediently cooperated with August to finish drinking the potion and then fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Astoria so tired, August couldn't wake up for a while, so he made a sofa and put her on it carefully. He was sitting by the side, thinking about the next thing. Originally, August thought it was enough for Dumbledore to worry about the Horcrux. He just wanted to get Resurrection Stone to study the secrets of Deathly Hallows. But since Voldemort's Horcrux can be exchanged for gold coins, he has to change his previous plans. The first thing to figure out is how many Horcruxes Voldemort has now and where they are. There are 2 closest to August, one is Harry, and there is a Ravenclaw diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem is in the room of requirement and is easy to obtain. And Harry, the Horcrux August, didn't think about how to extract Voldemort's soul. After more than a year, August had never heard the system prompt that he could exchange Voldemort's soul on Harry for gold coins. Next is the Resurrection Stone on Gaunt's ancestral home. These 3 magical objects August had planned for a long time, and he was ready to get them during the summer vacation. The rest of the Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and the big snake Nagini were not something August could get in a short time, so he didn't even think about it. August. Hearing someone calling him, August regained his senses and found that Astoria had woken up. Looking at the time, he found that more than an hour had passed. You're awake, Astoria. Seeing that the little witch had improved a lot, August also smiled slightly. Facing August's smile, Astoria shivered, sobbed, and said in a choked voice, Am I going to be fired? It's Riddle. He confused me. I get a diary and communicate with him. August said comfortingly, Relax, Astoria, no one's going to fire you, I destroyed that diary, and Riddle won't show up again. Astoria heard that August had destroyed the diary and felt a little relieved. However, she was still a little scared, afraid that she would be fired because of this matter and bring shame to her family. August asked a timely question, diverting the little witch's attention. "Can you tell me how you got that diary?" "I got the diary from my home. At that time, my mother bought some black magic props from the Malfoy family, trying to find ways to lift my family's curse. Astoria talked about what happened. One of them is this diary, and one day I suddenly found that I could talk to this diary. My mother is very busy days, and my sister has things to do. When I was bored, I chatted with Riddle daily. But after coming to Hogwarts, he always said some inexplicable words to me, some words like pure blood supremacy. I felt weird and tried to throw away this notebook, but he could always get rid of it after a while. Appeared by my side." With Astoria's remarks, August also understood what had happened. No wonder Ginny didn't get the diary. But he was also curious about the curse in Astoria's mouth. "It's a curse that clings to our family, all the wizards of our Greengrass line. Each generation has a hard time living to 40. My father died on his 36th birthday." Speaking of the curse, Astoria's expression also became sad, and she lowered her head. When August heard this curse, he was also silent. When he checked Astoria just now, he didn't find this curse, which shows how troublesome this curse is. But he still comforted Astoria. "It's okay, you are still so young, and you still have a long time to find a solution. Maybe one day there will be a solution to this curse." Astoria reluctantly smiled, not expecting much in her heart. After all, this curse had tortured her family for hundreds of years. But August is so caring. She also feels warm in her heart. August understood Astoria's thoughts, but he wasn't just consoling. After all, the holy potion, a potion that expels all negative states, can get rid of this curse. Still, he has only drawn one bottle of potions and fed it to Celestia. August wasn't going to say it now. He was going to surprise Astoria later. Afterwards, August took Astoria and left the Chamber of Secrets. At this time, most of the little wizards had returned to the castle. August ensured no students were in the bathroom, then sneaked out with Astoria with disillusionment charm. "After you go back, don't say anything. Just pretend that this matter never happened and leave the rest to me, you know." August gave Astoria a few words of advice. Nodding obediently, Astoria looked at August's eyes were full of dependence. The little witch always admired August, but he saved her life this time, and the girl's heart changed slightly. Watching Astoria go downstairs, August turned around and went to the 8th floor. He was going to go to the room of requirement to get Ravenclaw's diadem so as not to have a lot of sleepless nights. Chapter 114, The Ravenclaw's Diadem. Avoiding all the little wizards, August quietly came to the 8th floor and entered the room of requirement. This time, August thought he needed a room where he could hide his belongings, and the room of requirement also changed accordingly. The space inside is unprecedentedly wide, and countless items are built into towers. These items prove that countless little wizards have lived and studied in this school for 1,000 years at Hogwarts. August looked at the ocean in front of him, and his scalp was numb. He first tried to summon the diadem with the summon charm but failed. Horcrux is a very special black magic item. The summon spell generally cannot directly summon them to his side and is just a simple test. With a sigh, now he has only a little searching. With a snap of his fingers, the figure of the house elf Bar appeared beside August. Bar bowed respectfully. "Master, is there anything Bar might do for you? Help me search for this room. If you find a diadem inlaid with gems in a simple shape, let me know immediately, and don't touch it, okay?" August instructed Bar. He emphasized that he should not touch the crown. After all, how could someone as insidious as Voldemort not use some black magic methods to protect his Horcrux? Even if Dumbledore didn't check for a while, he was swayed by Voldemort and lost his life in just 1 year, so August was also extra careful. When Bar heard August's order, he nodded and then searched hard for the diadem that August needed. And August also wanders through the towers of objects accumulated over these long years. Tables, chairs, books, and worn school uniforms. Even August saw some art from the Muggle world. What surprised August the most was that in some hidden corners, there were moving notebooks, black sticks that changed size, and prototype balls that vibrated. Bah, what did the seniors at Hogwarts use the room of requirement for? If August is patient and comes here, he may be able to find a lot of useful items if he searches carefully. But August doesn't have that spare time. August walked through an area of battered broomsticks and came to a row of crates. A statue was placed on a box with a rusty diadem on its head. August looked suspiciously at the rusted diadem on the statue's head. The diadem, controlled by magic power, floated in front of him. Although the diadem was full of rust and simple in style, the gem in the middle was still eye-catching. Check the pure soul source. Is it converted into 5,000 gold coins? The system prompt sounded, and August also confirmed the identity of the diadem. Silently letting the system absorb Voldemort's soul in his heart, August summoned water and rinsed the diadem several times. With the scouring charm, the appearance of the diadem soon changed. Mithril is the main body, with crystals all over it. The emerald in the middle is shining, showing a noble temperament. It appears to be a lady's diadem. Touching his chin, August muttered to himself, wondering whether or not to wear it to try the effect. It shouldn't be considered a woman's dress to wear, right? August comforted himself and put Ravenclaw's diadem on his head. Immediately, a clear stream flashed across his mind. August found that his mental state became fuller, and his thinking became more agile. August took a notebook of unknown age from the side and flipped through a few pages. The information inside is absorbed by him quickly and can be remembered easily. Within 5 minutes, August had read the entire notebook. After taking off the diadem, August silently estimated that after wearing the diadem, his reading speed increased by about 30%, and his memory also improved a lot. Good baby, a little wizard with this crown can instantly turn from scum to a good scholar. How could Voldemort be so reckless and use it to make Horcrux? Without the help of the system, August would not be able to destroy the Horcrux without damaging the item, and this precious magic item would disappear into the long river of history. While scolding Voldemort, August pocketed the diadem in space. Calling Bar, told him that he had found the diadem and then let Bar return to the manor. August also walked out of the room of requirement and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. After playing Quidditch in the morning, he went to the Chamber of Secrets non-stop. After the whole day, he ate some in the morning, and now his stomach was empty. After arriving in the Great Hall, there were already quite a few people sitting at the 4 long tables, and Cho, who saw August, called him to his side. "What did you do? You didn't even attend the Ravenclaw celebration." "I suddenly thought of a few questions about the spell and went to the library to look for some materials." August didn't say anything about the Chamber of Secrets. After all, there were many people in the Great Hall. August would meet Dumbledore later and tell him about the Chamber of Secrets. Now the little wizards at Hogwarts still have lingering fears about what happened to Mrs. Norris last time. Now, many little wizards dare not go out alone and have to go together. Professors also arranged patrols at night to prevent students from running around, which also caused trouble for August's night tour. When Cho heard August's answer, she didn't have any doubts. Instead, she asked about August's Christmas arrangements. "Are you going home for the Christmas holiday? Mom said you are welcome to spend Christmas at my house." Cho made an invitation to August. August had a headache, and just a few days ago, Hermione had said the same thing to him. "Sorry, Cho, I have some things to deal with at Christmas, so I can't be a guest at your house." August rejected Cho apologetically. He has many things to deal with, and the situation on Nocturne Alley is tense. He needs to deal with those 2 families and let the Arya family continue to expand. Moreover, he also had to go to the Malfoy family. The time he and Malfoy agreed to browse the library was also this Christmas holiday. All right. Listening to August's answer, Cho was a little disappointed, but she was still very sensible and didn't ask more. If she could know, August would naturally say it. Chapter 115, Friends. In Ravenclaw's common room, the Little Eagles, after dinner, returned to the dorm and continued today's carnival. In the wizarding world, there are very few entertainment projects for young wizards, and Quidditch is one of the few projects in which all the whole people can participate. Therefore, after every Quidditch match, the little wizards will be excited for a long time, especially Ravenclaw, because most of the team are girls and rarely win a Quidditch match. But a figure seemed a little out of place in such a warm atmosphere. Luna sat quietly in the corner, holding a sign and writing and drawing on it, humming an unknown tune. And such a maverick also attracted the attention of some little wizards. Many people have known this Ravenclaw freshman who has been quite eccentric since he entered the school. The strange dress, the sometimes inexplicable words, and the magical animals that have never appeared from her mouth have kept many people away. There are even people who have nicknamed Luna, Loony Luna. Her roommate was always whispering behind her back. "She's such a loony girl, always saying some weird things, and the crumplehorn snorkack, there's no such thing." Yeah, she also made necklaces out of butterbeer corks. Why didn't she use beer bottles as earrings? Luna never cared about these things. Over time, these people became more and more unscrupulous, and sometimes they would not avoid her when they said bad things about Luna. "Lovegood, are you drawing your crumplehorned rhino?" Lawrence saw Luna's movements and said to Luna with a mocking tone. "It's not a crumplehorned rhino, but a crumplehorned snorkack." Luna raised her head and seriously corrected Lawrence, her roommate. Then Luna explained, "I'm not drawing crumplehorned snorkack because I've never seen them." Luna's serious look caused another burst of laughter, and Lawrence was very happy. She is usually the person who dislikes Luna the most. Although Luna usually dresses strangely, her fresh temperament and delicate face cannot be concealed, which makes Lawrence very jealous. Luna did not continue to say anything but bowed her head to finish the work at hand. Lawrence stepped forward and snatched the drawing board from Luna's hand. "Let's see what Miss Lovegood is up to." She looked at the drawing board, and a little black-haired wizard was riding a broomstick and waving a club and was about to knock a bludger into the air. Just above the drawing board, there is also the word. Lawrence easily recognized that the boy on the drawing board was August, and he was the only male beater in the entire Ravenclaw. Oh, what did I find? Lovegood is making a dedicated cheer banner for August Gaunt. Lawrence's tone was very exaggerated. Could it be that you like him? After speaking, even Lawrence herself laughed. Many people beside her also secretly laughed at Luna's overreaching. August's status in Ravenclaw is very high, and many little witches are only secretly in love, and they don't dare to show it. And Luna made a cheering banner for August. What is it like? We are friends. Luna explained patiently, but unfortunately, no one believed her at all. Will the famous August Gaunt be friends with your crazy witch? Don't you think you know him and are friends? He doesn't even look at you. Lawrence's meanness made Luna uncomfortable, and she frowned. At this time, a voice came, covering all the noise. What? Do I need to let you know who I am friends with? The crowd automatically dispersed, August's figure appeared, and he slowly walked to Luna's side. Looking at Lawrence, who was at a loss, there was scrutiny in his eyes. Who are you? I'm Lawrence Batty, August. That's not what I meant. Just call me Gaunt. I don't know you well, August interrupted her with some displeasure. He had heard what Lawrence said to Luna just now. Now that he heard Lawrence's name, he remembered that she was the one who made Luna look for the crumple-horned Snorkack in the heavy rain last time. For a time, he was extremely disgusted with Luna's roommate. Extending his palm, August looked at Lawrence. Miss Barty, should you return Luna's painting to her? Oh. Lawrence was a little panicked and hurriedly handed the drawing board. The indifferent fool on August's face could see it. She didn't expect Luna and August to know each other, and it seemed they had a good relationship. Taking over the drawing board, August looked at the drawing, saw that August in the picture was waving at him, smiled, and then returned it to Luna. It's a nice drawing. I like it a lot. Well, I like it too. Staring at August with clear eyes, Luna said softly. August nodded with a smile, then looked at the crowd, expressionless again. All the little wizards didn't dare to breathe. These Ravenclaw students knew August's power better than outsiders, and they were a little scared to see what he looked like now. After all, they all laughed at Luna just now. After looking around, August's eyes stayed on the person who laughed the most for a few seconds before he said. Luna and I are indeed friends and still very good friends. I hope you will not make fun of my friends in the future. This is the most basic respect for others, isn't it? After that, August took Luna's hand and left the crowd, leaving behind a group of little wizards who looked at each other. It took a long time before anyone dared to speak. Scared me. I just thought August was going to take out his wand. Me too. I didn't think the loony girl would be friends with August. Shut up. Can you call a loony girl? Fairy. The little wizards talked a lot about the relationship between August and Luna. Still, they didn't dare to use the nickname of a loony girl called Luna. It's just that everyone subconsciously stayed away from Lawrence, causing the witch's face to turn white. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, You should be assigned to Azkaban. At the same time, August and Luna came outside the Ravenclaw common room. If your roommate is playing tricks on you, just tell me. Standing in the corner, August looked at Luna, holding the drawing board, and said. They just love mischief. Luna shook her head, but now they know I'm a friend of August Gaunt, the most talented ever at Hogwarts. They shouldn't have the guts. August scratched his head. It always made him a little embarrassed to say this from Luna's mouth. But since Luna said so, he won't interfere too much. Luna's intuition is so keen she knows how to protect herself. If August intervenes again, it will be more of a substitute. Luna raised the drawing board in her hand. I'm going back to finish it. August nodded. He would return to the dorm to rest, but only because of Luna did he intervene. In front of the headmaster's office, August held the burnt diary in his hand and came to the statue guarding the door. It was Christmas break in 2 days, and August would give this diary to Dumbledore before he left school. Password. The stone statue asked. Cockroach clusters. This was still the password given by Dumbledore last time when Dumbledore called August to discuss the issue of the Chamber of Secrets, and August didn't know if Dumbledore had changed it. Fortunately, the statue opened after hearing the password. At this time, Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, holding cockroach clusters and putting them in his mouth. August saw that the cockroach clusters were eaten by Dumbledore in one bite, the 2 legs left outside were kicked, and the corners of his mouth were constantly twitching. Dumbledore's food taste has always been unique. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans is also his favorite booger smell, and now the cockroach clusters. After seeing August come in, Dumbledore was also a little surprised. Still, he quickly controlled his expression and showed a gentle smile. Gaunt, although I am surprised by your presence, I still want to ask, would you like some cockroaches? August smiled. I think I don't need a professor. I'm full. Dumbledore nodded regretfully, then waved his wand, and a chair flew across from him before beckoning August to sit down. August put the diary on the table before sitting down. Dumbledore looked at the diary on the table and knew that this was what August had come here for today. He picked up the diary and observed it. He frowned slightly. Sorry, Gaunt, this diary is so badly damaged. Can you tell me what's going on? August moved and found a comfortable position to sit in. Professor, this is Tom Riddle's diary, which was brought by my friend Astoria before the Norris incident, but now this diary has been ruined. The portraits of the past headmasters on the wall quietly opened their eyes. Looking at the diary, a thin, white-haired male headmaster covered his face in shame. When Dumbledore heard Tom's name, his expression became much more serious, and he asked August for some details. August didn't hide it either, except that Slytherin's real Chamber of Secrets didn't say anything, and he told Dumbledore everything that happened. The Basilisk. Didn't know there were basilisks in the school. Dumbledore, you must clear this threat. A witch screams in the portrait. She can't believe such a horrible existence exists in the school. Sorry, Headmistress Derwent, I don't think the basilisk is a threat to Hogwarts anymore because I've taken it down. August smiled and said to the witch that he also knew the school's headmistress. Dilys Derwent, the headmistress who also served as the head of the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, is one of the few female headmistresses. Boy, this is Slytherin's legacy, not something you, Ravenclaw, can touch. Unless you promise me to transfer to Slytherin. A mean-looking headmaster yelled at August, but he was instantly punched to the ground by a headmaster who might be a Ravenclaw. August watched these old antiques fight like a hilarious watch. The headmaster who was just knocked down was Sirius' great-great-grandfather, the most unpopular headmaster at Hogwarts. Dumbledore frowned. He already knew what it was, and what made him dignified the most was that Tom was so negligent about the storage of the Horcrux, which probably meant one thing. The Horcrux he made was not just this one. Gaunt, how did you destroy this diary? Fiendfyre, I destroyed him with Fiendfyre. August made no secret of the fact that he used black magic. Dumbledore looked deeply at August, not wondering why August was so powerful. As early as last semester, he already knew about August's extraordinariness, and the Fiendfyre was not a problem for August at all. And now August makes Dumbledore feel faint heart palpitations. He didn't know why the little wizard in front of him had improved so quickly, but he knew that August and Voldemort were different, so he stopped thinking about it. Now that the enemy is present, he has no time to explore August's secrets. I take back what I said earlier, you bad boy. You should be assigned to Azkaban. Headmaster Black, who was beaten and bruised, said that even in Slytherin House, which is rich in dark wizards, there is no precedent for August to learn the Fiendfyre in the second year. August ignored Headmaster Black and looked at Dumbledore's troubled look. The reason why he told Dumbledore about the existence of the Horcruxes was that some of the Horcruxes were too difficult to find. Hufflepuff's cup is still in the Lestrange family's treasury, and it's not something he can get in a short time. As for the snake named Nagini, it is estimated that it has not yet become Voldemort's Horcrux. He decided to get the Slytherin locket and the Resurrection Stone and leave the rest to Dumbledore to deal with. Dumbledore slowed down at this time and looked at August. Thank you, Gaunt, this information is very important. As for Miss Greengrass's problem, let it pass. No one will bring it up again. I will make it tomorrow. Announce your contribution at the dinner party. Hearing Dumbledore's words to see off, August nodded, then stood up. That's it, Headmaster, I'll take my leave. Merry Christmas, Gaunt. You too, Professor. Chapter 117, Arya, long time no see. After August left, Dumbledore didn't move, still sitting in his seat, thinking about something. Albus, what are you still doing? Has the little wizard solved the crisis in the Chamber of Secrets just now? A portrait on crutches asked Dumbledore curiously. This diary is a Horcrux, Dumbledore said softly. This time, the headmasters of the past generations are all shocked. What? Someone else has mastered this evil magic. Fortunately. It was solved by that little guy's accidental fire, Dumbledore. You should add 200 points to Ravenclaw. The Horcrux thing shocked them a lot. Among them, Armando Dippet was ashamed. Voldemort made trouble in his time and killed a classmate. He even awarded such a person a special contribution medal at that time. At this moment, Dumbledore's following words were like pouring a bucket of hot oil on the fire. I strongly suspect that Tom not only made this Horcrux. All the noise disappeared in an instant, and the portraits of the headmasters seemed to have been hit by a silencing charm, unable to utter a single word. All that was left in the entire office was the sound of Dumbledore's index finger tapping the table unconsciously. At the next day's dinner, Dumbledore announced that the Chamber of Secrets incident had been resolved and added 200 points to August, not to mention Astoria. This moved the little witch to look at August, and the enthusiastic gaze made August feel fluffy. At this point, everyone has put down a burden. Although there has been no attack recently, Mrs. Norris's tragic situation is like a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. And Dumbledore gave August so many points it must be related to this, which made August leave another legend in the school. Most of the little wizards embarked on their journey home the next day. When August arrived in London at noon, he went to Diagon Alley after saying goodbye to Cho and Hermione. He sat at the leaky cauldron, ordered an otter's fizzy orange juice, and tasted it leisurely. It didn't take long for Lockhart's figure to appear in the pub, causing quite a commotion. He greeted and took photos with his fans with a smile. It took a lot of effort to get rid of this group of enthusiastic fans. That's famous trouble, isn't it? After finishing all this, Lockhart sat next to August, asked for a glass of red currant rum, and showed it to August. The recent Lockhart is very proud of his famous. After being transformed by August, his performance in the classroom is getting better and better. The reputation among the little wizards has been reversed back to the state before the school started, and many people even criticized him before. More and more worship. And he also wrote a book called The Days of Teaching at Hogwarts, and published it, which made him even more famous in the wizarding world. August glanced at Lockhart, didn't say anything, got up, and walked into the backyard. Lockhart laughed awkwardly and followed August's pace. You need to cover up. The place we are going to in a while is not suitable for you to appear now. August took a few glances at Lockhart's outfit. Today's Lockhart wore a sky-blue wizard robe and well-groomed hair, which was very conspicuous. With a tap of his wand on Lockhart's clothes, his flamboyant attire instantly transformed into a hooded black robe. Lockhart didn't ask much. Although he was curious about where August would take him, he knew what to do as a subordinate. The two entered Diagon Alley and then came to the end of Diagon Alley. As soon as they turned around and entered Nocturne Alley, August took Lockhart to a large manor in front of the door. Two wizards stand guard. They were about to go in when a wizard stopped them. Is you here to buy a wolf poison potion? Sorry, we have important guests today. Please wait. To shut up. Another wizard glanced at August and quickly interrupted his companion. Sir, this person is new and doesn't know you, so please don't blame him. The master is waiting for you in the living room. The words were full of flattery. August gave the men a surprised look. You recognize me? The men laughed a few times and replied, My name is Solank, I was the gatekeeper last time you came, and you petrified me. August was stunned and asked why this person didn't sign the contract and still recognized himself. It turned out to be an acquaintance. August nodded at him. Where is Arya now? The house owner has been waiting for you in the parlor. After August heard it, he lifted his leg and walked in without looking at the two of them again, and Lockhart followed closely behind. The scolded companion watched his partner put August in directly and said a little aggrieved. Didn't you say that important guests are coming today, and no one can come in? Solank glanced at his companion helplessly and explained patiently, This lord is the important guest today. When the companion heard this, he was startled and asked quickly, Then he won't blame me. I finally joined the Arya family to work. Fumbling his chin, Solank said hesitantly, Shouldn't it be? But as he said that, the scene of August opening his mouth was a killing curse, and he couldn't help shivering. Arya is sitting in the hall. Today, she is wearing a white dress with a bright red waistcoat on her shoulders and looks graceful and luxurious. She was reading a newspaper in her hand, but how she looked at the door from time to time showed that he ignored the newspaper. Today is the day she and August promised. After all, she hasn't seen August for almost 4 months, the little wizard who has brought an earth-shaking change to her life. Because of August, the current Arya family has its current size, and even the Rambay's family and the Frank family have to fight together. And just when she was stunned, a voice that she had been looking forward to for a long time suddenly rang in her ears. Arya, long time no see. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Finally, I can do a great job. Hearing August's voice, Arya stood up immediately, revealing her perfect curves. Wow. Lockhart let out a soft cry, and August's eyes swept over, and he immediately closed his mouth. August removed his hood, revealing his handsome face, and looked at Arya in a daze. Although they haven't seen each other for a few months, the little wizard in front of him has grown a bit. Looking at Arya, who was stunned, August couldn't help but smile and said, Why don't you recognize me as a boss if you haven't seen him for a few months? Listening to August's teasing, Arya recovered, her pretty face blushing slightly, ignoring August but looking in Lockhart's direction. Who is this? Lockhart looked at August and got August's permission before taking off his hood and showing a bright smile. Hello, I'm Gilderoy Lockhart and Mr. Gaunt's subordinate. Nice to meet you. Arya looked at August strangely. Are you going to school or digging the corner of Hogwarts? August ignored her strange gaze and took the seat directly, with Arya and Lockhart taking the seats. Arya, talk about the current situation and your plans. When Arya heard August mention the business, her face became solemn, and she introduced the current situation to August. At present, 76 ordinary wizards and 30 werewolf wizards in the Arya family, and the 5 strongest among them have reached the level that can pass the Auror test. We already have 5 stores in Knockturn Alley and 1 in Diagon Alley, but it's leased out to a budding broomstick company. Although the current situation is good, our expansion has been affected since the Rambyes family and the Frank family united. Werewolf wizards and those wild wizards have always been the targets of those two families, but since our rise, their business has become more and more difficult until not long ago, they finally united. Just last week, they also launched an attack on our potion shop, but this attack was just a test, and it was easily repelled, but they will never give up like this. Listening to Arya's explanation, August also understood what kind of power he had now. Lightly tapping his fingers on the tabletop, August asked, "How's the infiltration of the Ministry of Magic going?" Hearing August's question, Arya's expression became embarrassed. Only a few ordinary Muggle-born staff at the Ministry of Magic accepted my offer, and the others were not very friendly to those of us in Knockturn Alley. August understood the meaning of Arya's words, which were not very friendly. It was clear that he looked down on Arya. For the wizarding world as a whole, the wizards in Knockturn Alley are like rats in the stinking ditch. Many people didn't even attend school at Hogwarts, private, weak, or loose wizards from all over Europe. Those who are orthodox-born and entered the Ministry of Magic naturally treat Arya and others with contempt and will not accept solicitation. After thinking for a moment, August said, "The Ministry of Magic is handed over to Lockhart. I brought him this time to let you know each other. If Lockhart needs any help in the future, you should try your best to help. Now, let's talk about the two families in Knockturn Alley. What are your plans?" Hearing August's words, Arya glanced at the silent Lockhart, and now she also understood his intention of August to bring Lockhart here. But she quickly drew her attention back. "I originally wanted to see if I could draw one of the families over and then cooperate to destroy the other, but you are here now." August nodded. Arya's strategy was still very stable. She knew how to win over batches. But August didn't want to be so troublesome. For him now, it didn't take so much trouble to deal with the two small forces in Knockturn Alley. He directly rejected and said, "Don't be so troublesome. I ask you, can they be subdued? It is best to have the opportunity to catch them all." Arya didn't expect August to cut it so directly. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, the wizards in Knockturn Alley still respect the strong. As long as you can convince them with your strength, there is still a high probability of success." Speaking of which, Arya smiled bitterly. Didn't she succumb to August's strength at the beginning? But she is still very grateful for her decision. Arya continued, "They will hold a banquet on Christmas Eve when the people from both sides will gather. The purpose is to ease their years of hostility and hatred, and it is also a demonstration for us." Carrot at it, carrot. August's eyes lit up hearing this information, and he immediately said, "Then, on Christmas Eve, people work so hard to gather so many people to save me some trouble. I can't help but appreciate it." Arya looked at August with a strange expression. August is fine, but how he doesn't speak human words sometimes. Lockhart, who was next to him, also felt the same way. Sometimes his student and boss not only did not speak but also did not do human affairs. August didn't see the expressions of the two. He ordered Arya, "You have some of your subordinates on standby in their other sites the day after tomorrow, and you will be ready to receive them when that time comes." Arya looked at August worriedly, "But if too many subordinates are scattered, will the frontal battlefield?" "You can rest assured. It's enough for me to take the shot that night, and I won't need your men." August waved his hand, signaling to Arya not to worry. At this time, Lockhart also opened his mouth to comfort him, "Don't worry about our boss. His strength is terrifying. In fact, among all of them, Lockhart may be the one who understands August's strength the most." He watched August turn him from being close to a squib to elite or level combat power. One can imagine how muscular his strength will be. When Arya heard Lockhart say this, she could only choose to believe it. August's eyes flashed with excitement. Finally, can do a great job. Chapter 119, Fiendfyre is overwhelming. August has spent most of his life at Hogwarts since acquiring the system. Although life at Hogwarts was good, and he liked it very much, it was always too peaceful and lacked some thrills. Feel the power that is improving every day and the magic spell that is becoming more and more diligent. August also wanted to fight happily and use his strength to the fullest. It's a pity that it has been more than a year. Last year, when he was fighting for the Philosopher's Stone, he was warmed up by fighting Voldemort. At other times, he had nothing to do and had nowhere to release it. With so many enemies at once now, August just wished they would be a little more challenging so that he could fight more happily. "Okay, Lockhart and I will live here for the next few days. You go and arrange a place for him," August ordered Arya. Arya nodded and then went out to prepare the house and dinner. For the next 2 days, August stayed at Arya's house and didn't go anywhere, happily enjoying Arya's tenderness. However, during the period, August received a letter from Fleur asking him why he didn't go to France for Christmas. August had to rack his brains and reply to a letter. August explained the reasons carefully in the letter and assured Fleur of the next summer vacation. In this way, the time came to Christmas Eve, and August also set off with Arya, Lockhart, and more than 10 other wizards. The hall of Frank Manor was brightly lit at this time, and a group of wizards in dresses were holding a banquet. All the elites and backbones of the Frank and Rambise families are gathered here. However, the atmosphere at the banquet was still a bit awkward. After all, it was a hostile relationship for many years. Although it is now an alliance, hatred cannot be put down so quickly. However, the heads of the two forces were chatting happily like old friends. "Frank, I didn't think we would talk like this. I always thought that you would give me a killing curse if there were a chance. Rambise, don't you think so in your heart?" After speaking, the two old foxes looked at each other equally and then laughed in unison. These two people also have their ghosts in their hearts, but now Arya is their enemy, and they won't turn their backs until they get rid of her. Just when the two were preparing to fight for the distribution of benefits, there was a sudden burst of noise from outside. "What's the matter?" Bruno Frank asked with a frown, but unfortunately, the wizard guarding the door didn't give him any response. Suddenly something was wrong in his heart, looking at the vast night outside the door as if darkness had swallowed everything. Others also noticed that the situation was wrong, took out their wands, and walked out of the hall under the leadership of Frank. Lumos. One after another, faint rays of light emanated from the wand's tip, and they vaguely saw 3 figures walking toward them in front of them. "Yo, are so many people here to welcome me?" A frivolous voice came and seemed happy for so many people to appear. And the two families finally saw who was coming, Arya and 2 people wearing wizard robes. "Arya, what are you doing here?" Frank frowned and shouted angrily. Although there were only 3 people in front of him, who knew if more people were hiding in the dark. However, he thought that the elites of the two families were here and would not suffer any loss, and he felt relieved. Arya didn't speak, standing quietly beside August. "Happy Christmas Eve, Mr. Frank." August stepped forward and said hello softly. Frank was keenly aware that the black-robed man was the master. At the same time, he thought that the Arya family had suddenly acquired many potions to expand in the past few months. Could it be the black-robed man in front of me? Unsure of where August was coming from, he didn't dare to be careless. "Happy Christmas Eve, this gentleman. Do you know what's the matter with your late-night visit?" Rambise also guessed something next to him, his eyes flickered, and he winked at one of his subordinates. Still, unfortunately, it was too dark, and his subordinates did not see. In desperation, he could only clench his wand quietly. August glanced at Rambise, ignoring his small movements, still using that relaxed tone. He said, "Arya said that the purpose of your gathering today is to discuss how to deal with us. I am also interested in this, so let's look." Frank's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. He subconsciously picked up his wand and pointed at August, followed by his subordinates. Lockhart and Arya were also tensed up, ready to fight anytime. But August sighed softly. Why did these people start the fight without saying a word? Vulgar, too vulgar. Frank knew he couldn't be good today, so he opened his mouth and ordered, "Go. Kill the 2 at the back first." He still hopes to capture the leader, suspected of being a potion master alive, and try to conquer this person for his use. Expulso. Petrificus totalis. Reducto. For a time, dozens of colorful rays of light attacked the 3 of August. August raised his hand slightly, and a wall of the earth stood between the 2 sides, instantly shattered, but it blocked nearly half of the spell. The rest of the spell was castrated unabated and hit August's shield charm, splashing layers of ripples, but it didn't shatter. August frowned slightly. He didn't expect dozens of spells to make his shield charm shatter, and he was still not strong enough. If the people on the opposite side know what August is thinking, they will strongly vomit blood with anger. "We have not broken your defense with dozens of spells. How strongly do you want to be?" The next moment, a silver-white flame appeared in August's palm. August threw it slightly, and the flame immediately flew to the sky and expanded rapidly, covering the entire manor. Chapter 120, I'm a schoolboy in the wizarding world, August Gaunt. Fiendfyre. I don't know who shouted. Everyone looked at the silver-white flame in the sky. The flames gradually formed a colossal hood covering the entire manor. August waved his arms gracefully and commanded, and rounds of Fiendfyre fell from the air, forming eagles, lions, badgers, and snakes. These fiery beasts surrounded the people of the 2 families, and they all screamed. Facing this apocalyptic scene, Rambise panicked and shouted, "Hurry up, hold up the barrier." Using the general counterspell. Everyone heard the command and hurriedly waved their wands, trying their best to output magic power. Finite. 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 They kept hitting the magic spell on Fiendfyre, trying to prevent the flame from approaching, but with little success. Fiendfyre broke through a general counterspell, raised his palm, and slapped the barrier with force. Suddenly, the invisible barrier was distorted, and there were signs of melting. With difficulty, Rambize held up his wand and continued to provide magic power to the barrier. However, unfortunately, he still could not stop the barrier from melting. Boom. August spread his palm and pressed down, and the Fiendfyre in the sky burst, forming a long sword, killing the crowd. Ah! The screams came from Rambize's mouth, the lion finally smashed his defense, and a long sword hit his chest, and the whole person was blasted to the wall of the house. He only had time to scream a few times before being burned to ashes by the Fiendfyre. Like a chain reaction, screams continued to come out, and more than a dozen wizards died in a short period. Lockhart and Arya stood behind August and stared blankly at this scene. They thought that even if August could win today, it would be a thrilling fight. Unexpectedly, August only used a Fiendfyre curse to force the two families into such a desperate situation. Is such a terrifying strength something a second-year wizard can possess? And Frank couldn't hold it for long at this time. He breathed a sigh of relief, forced the Fiendfyre python back a distance, and then shouted, "Give up." "Sir." "I give up." August was unmoved, his index finger lightly tapped. The Fiendfyre in the hall seemed to have been catalyzed by something, and his body size had skyrocketed. Frank became more and more panicked. Did he want to kill all of his people? Voldemort wasn't so cruel back then. "Sir, please spare our lives. We are willing to agree to any conditions." Frank's cries were full of hysteria, and he was almost on the verge of collapse. "August." Arya shouted cautiously. She thought it was almost the end, and few people were left to kill. "They are here today to subdue these two families, not to kill them all." August nodded, also thinking that it was almost the same. The people he killed just now were all purposeful. Most of them are people with twisted faces. Because these people studied black magic or crooked ways, they turned into the ugly appearance they are now. Killing these people, August has no burden in his heart. As for Rambize, this is for his future consideration. When he is not here to prevent Frank and Rambize from uniting against Arya, he can only let Rambize die. Flatten the right hand, spread the 5 fingers, and then firmly grasp. The Fiendfyre beasts in the hall also stopped moving. Their bodies gradually collapsed and turned into the purest flames, trapping the remaining wizards inside. The flames in the sky also flew back to his palm, turned into the original small flame, and then disappeared. August looked at Frank in the fiery circle. "Mr. Frank, I just said hello to you. I hope you are satisfied." Lockhart's eyebrows twitched, and August was about to be impersonal again. "Is there such a greeting? If you say hello, half of the people on the opposite side will die." Frank was disheartened at this time, panting heavily, and his heart froze when he heard August's greetings. But he forced a smile on his face. "You are too polite. Next time you don't need to be so generous. Just say anything if you need it." August is delighted because Frank is also so conscious these times. He looked at Arya, winked, took out a contract, controlled it with magic power, and flew it into Frank's palm. Frank glanced at the contract's content and found no too harsh conditions. He was relieved and hurriedly signed his name and handed it to his subordinates. And the people of the Rambize family are a little dizzy. Their leader is gone. Who will take the lead? Finally, the backbone of a family couldn't bear the fear brought by the Fiendfyre around him, so he took over the contract and signed his name. When the first person stood up and surrendered, the rest became logical, and it didn't take long for everyone to complete their signatures. August waved his hand to put away the fire and brought Arya and Lockhart to Frank. "Then please give me more advice in the future, Mr. Frank. I hope you can work with Arya happily in the future." Frank smiled bitterly. Just 10 minutes ago, he was still chatting and laughing with Rambize before they discussed how to distribute the big cake left after the elimination of the Arya family. Unexpectedly, Rambize has become ashes scattered in the air, becoming someone else's subordinate. Arya also greeted Frank generously. She knew that there would be more and more people under August in the future. However, she also believes that as long as she does things seriously, she will always have a place in the magical world in the future. Calling the men outside the door, August asked several members of the Rambize family to take them to the station, scavenged the properties of the Rambize family, and brought them to Arya's manor. Frank said to August hesitantly, "Master, can you tell me the name of which powerful wizard I am loyal to?" August thought about it, and they signed a contract anyway, so it was not impossible for them to know his identity. August said with a smile, taking off the hood and revealing a handsome face that can amaze countless people. "A few words about myself. My name is August Gaunt, second year at Hogwarts, a newcomer to the wizarding world." Chapter 121, Chapter 121, He wants to be the uncrowned king of Britain. Listening to August's self-introduction, Frank was a little silent. Unexpectedly, he had been in Knockturn Alley for half his life and fell into the hands of a Hogwarts student. Is education at Hogwarts this high now? But why is the name August Gaunt so familiar? Opening his eyes wide, Frank said in surprise. You are the little wizard who invented the wolf's poison potion. The recipient of the Order of Merlin. August Gaunt. August nodded, acknowledging this. Frank also suddenly understood, no wonder the Arya family could get wolf poison potions for sale, and they also recruited a group of werewolf wizards. It turns out that the inventor of the potion is their behind-the-scenes boss. He remembered it again, but with the description of August in the newspaper, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Now Frank wants to grab the person who wrote that report, grab him by the neck, and let him look closer at the mess in this place. You call such a person a kind-hearted person. It's called a kind-heartedness to help others. But it's too late to say anything now. He is already one of August's subordinates, and he can only be obedient, hoping that the little master will reward him with a bone if he speaks happily. August didn't want to stay in ruins any longer because the incident was resolved satisfactorily. After a few simple explanations, he returned to Arya Manor alone. Others are still here to clean up the mess. And after August left, Lockhart couldn't help but sigh. His plan is so deep. It's terrifying. Arya and Frank on the side looked at him curiously, a little unclear. Arya felt that Lockhart, as a professor at Hogwarts, must have more opportunities to contact August than them, and he must know August better. Lockhart looked at the curious two and opened his mouth to analyze August's strategy. The current August has subdued your three families and controlled Knockturn Alley. And Knockturn Alley is the gathering place of the British Dark Wizards. It can be said that he has already controlled most of the low-level Dark Wizards and a huge part of the resources. And I was pushed to the bright side by him. After the end of this semester, I will enter the Ministry of Magic. I can quickly rise to a high position with your support and resources. Arya and Frank nodded, thinking Lockhart was right. Lockhart smiled smugly. He liked others to look at him with such admiration. Then he used his best-selling author's imagination to explain August's plan. You know, he won an Order of Merlin, and August's reputation in the group of little wizards is unparalleled. Even the savior, Harry Potter, is his sidekick. On the bright side, I control the overall situation. You are responsible for the Order on the dark side, and he appears in front of the world in an extremely bright image. So. Having said this, Lockhart deliberately paused for a few seconds, glanced at the two completely attracted by his words, and concluded with satisfaction. August Gaunt, his purpose is to be the uncrowned king of all of Britain. Not some dark lord, not some white lord. He wants it all. With a long sigh of relief, Lockhart calmed down his inner agitation. So that's how it is. After listening to Lockhart's explanation, Frank finally came to a realization. It's not wrong for me to lose under a wizard like him. He sighed while shaking his head and couldn't help being convinced by August's ambition. With August's current strength and future potential, coupled with his meticulous thinking and far-reaching plans, he believes that in the future, not only dominating the whole of Britain but dominating Europa will not be a problem. Just thinking about it like this made Frank feel uneasy. Once upon a time, he also dreamed of expanding his power step by step and becoming an important figure. Still, the gap in strength in the family's background gradually made him realize the reality. Sometimes dreams are one thing, and reality is another. But now, with the appearance of August, he can realize his dream. Arya's eyes were also shining at this time, and she did not expect that the lazy little wizard who went to her lap had such far-reaching considerations. She decided secretly that she must help August accomplish these goals. This is not the place to talk. We will meet at my manor another day and have a good discussion. Arya terminated the conversation. She needed to collect some data to make future development plans. August, on the other side, knew nothing about it. After he returned to the manor, he took out the invisibility cloak for research. Before the Christmas break, August borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. Harry readily gave the invisibility cloak to August, which made the invisibility cloak as the Deathly Hallows look a bit unremarkable. August has recently looked at Slytherin's experimental materials while studying the invisibility cloak. Gradually, August also figured out some ways. Harry's invisibility cloak is different from others. Most of the other invisibility cloaks are made of demiguise fur. However, such an invisibility cloak is flawed and will gradually lose its effectiveness over time. But this piece of Harry's ancestry has gone through thousands of years and is still intact, and even August can't tell what material it was made of. And his most important discovery is Harry's invisibility cloak, which can cut off people's breath and vitality. He tried to make his house elf put on the invisibility cloak. Still, no matter what method he used, he couldn't sense the existence of the elf unless he touched it with the matter, and then he could feel it again. Think of it again in The Tales of Beetle the Bard, only the invisibility cloak is Death's equipment, and the other two are just made by Death with roadside stones and branches. August increasingly believes that this invisibility cloak is not simple. Chapter 122, Malfoy's Banquet, Pure, and Half-Blood. England, Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Malfoy's manor is naturally dignified and gorgeous as one of the wealthiest pureblood nobles. In the lavish living room, Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, are enjoying a rare reunion with their son Draco Malfoy. Except for the summer vacation at Hogwarts, there is only one long holiday, Christmas. Therefore, all students spend less time with their families during these years. Son, this is your favorite sticky toffee pudding and foie gras. You eat more. Narcissa looked at her son with a distressed face, still complaining about Dumbledore, that crazy old man didn't let the house elf go to school. I can't imagine that you have been eating at school more than once. What day will it be? Draco opened his mouth. He wanted to say that the food in the school was not too bad, but seeing his mother like this, he wisely shut his mouth. Lucius, who was next to him, nodded in agreement. Dumbledore is indeed old, and he is a little too good for those mudbloods. Doesn't he know that only pure blood is the foundation of the wizarding world? Father. Draco frowned and interrupted Lucius. Since studying with August, Draco has no prejudice against muggle-born wizards and other half-blood wizards. He knows that any identity is a joke in front of absolute strength. Even his father, Lucius, only dared to speak ill of Headmaster Dumbledore behind his back. Lucius looked at Draco in surprise. He suddenly found that his son was a little strange. In the past, when he made these remarks, Draco would agree with him very much. Still, his behavior today is very different from before. But he didn't say anything and continued to enjoy the Christmas dinner with his family. After dinner, he called Malfoy. Tell me what happened to you at school that greatly changed you. The father and son sat opposite each other, and Lucius asked Draco with some concern. Draco shook his head gently. He said, No, father, it's just that someone made me understand that the glory of pure blood is not to be highlighted by a few words of mudblood but to be earned by yourself. When Lucius heard this, his face changed, and he growled. Do you know what you are talking about? Draco, are you denying me? Draco was not afraid because of his father's anger but told his theory slowly. Father, times have changed, and now more and more half-blood wizards are appearing, and they are also a part of the forces that cannot be ignored in the magic world. Secondly, after so many years, the blood inheritance of pureblood wizards has become thinner and thinner, and we don't even know if we are real pureblood wizards. For wizards, strength is the most important foundation. Like Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and even the Dark Lord, they are all half-blood, but who dares to underestimate them? Lucius stared at Draco in a daze. He couldn't believe that these words came from his son's mouth, and for a moment, he felt that Draco seemed to have grown a lot. With a long sigh, Lucius Malfoy leaned weakly on the sofa. He understood that what Draco said was right. He had already seen through the issue of half-blood and pure blood. Looking at Draco with some relief, although Draco's remarks still seem a little naive, he has already understood the essential thing, strength. Lucius said to his son earnestly, Draco, I understand what you're saying. But I can't change all of this. To maintain the honor of our family and keep the interests of other pure-blood families in line, there are some things I have to do. Hearing his father's words, Draco was also silent. August had told him before, why did the pure-blood family reject half-blood wizards and muggle wizards so much? It is essentially a conflict of interest. The presence of a large number of half-blood wizards and muggle wizards in the magical world will squeeze the living space of pure-blood families so that many pure-blood families have to unite and follow Voldemort. The purpose is to eliminate some of those wizards. Do you think Voldemort's words bewitched everyone? Maybe, but not much. Thinking of this, Malfoy also remembered the conditions he promised August. Father, I promised one of my classmates to come and browse our library. Tell me what's going on. Lucius wasn't angry because Draco made such a promise but calmly asked why. Afterward, Draco told Lucius everything that had happened between him and August, excluding his conflict with Hermione. The current Malfoy is very afraid of Hermione. Hermione is strong, good at learning, and the most crucial thing is August's girlfriend. He can't afford to provoke him. After listening to Draco's narration, Lucius asked in surprise. Is that Gaunt as strong as you said? Draco nodded vigorously. This is just the strength he showed. Maybe he has hidden more cards. Although he couldn't reveal many secrets to Lucius due to the contract, just what he could say was enough to shock Lucius. Lucius praised and said to Malfoy. You have done a good job. August Gaunt is the next Dumbledore or you know who, and it is a wise choice to have a good relationship with him. You will invite him tomorrow. Come to our manor. Draco said embarrassedly to his father. Father, Gaunt is also a half-blood, can you? Lucius understood what his son meant and patted his head angrily. I'm not a fool. Since such a genius doesn't feel bad for us, I won't be foolish enough to take the initiative to provoke him. Hearing his father's reply, Draco breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his father would be stunned and say something terrible. Lucius, on the other hand, looked at his son with gratification. Draco, who could analyze the pros and cons and was ambitious, was the best heir to the Malfoy family. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Existence of the Underworld. The next day, August was invited to Malfoy's manor. Old Malfoy greeted him solemnly at the gate with all the family members. "Mr. Gaunt, I am so honored to have you here, and thank you so much for helping Draco at school." Lucius performed an aristocratic etiquette, expressing his welcome to August with a sense of ceremony. August also returned the salute appropriately, and the group entered the manor. On the way, Lucius kept introducing the scenery of his home to August, and all kinds of allusions came when he opened his mouth, which made August a little uncomfortable. "What's wrong with your father?" August asked Draco quietly when he got a chance. Draco also smiled a few times. He also felt that his father was acting too much, but he didn't know how to explain it to August. Draco didn't understand his father's difficulties. As Voldemort's confidant, Lucius knew very well that Voldemort was not wholly dead and that he would return sooner or later. And August is also the retreat he chose. When August grows up, at least August can keep Malfoy's life, and his family will not be wiped out. Narcissa's attitude towards August is also excellent. This woman's thoughts are not so complicated. She knows that Draco has become much more sensible after returning this time, and his magic level has also significantly improved. After hearing that it was all due to August, she was full of goodwill toward August. Under the family's warm hospitality, August had lunch and entered the Malfoy family's library. Lucius took August to the third underground floor. He passed through layers of magical barriers and mechanisms before reaching the end. "This is my family's library. Although there are not as many books in it as Hogwarts, I can guarantee that there are many unique books that are not available at Hogwarts." Lucius proudly introduced his family background to August. For the next few days, August stayed in this library, hardly ever leaving the library door. Although the Malfoy family does not have as many books as Hogwarts and Nico's family, it is true that, as old Malfoy said, there are many unique books. With the Ravenclaw's diadem, August read these books quickly and finally walked out of the library before school started. "You finally came out. If you don't come out again, I will go in and pull you away." Draco Malfoy was also relieved. August had told him not to come to him if he had nothing to do, but this was the last day, and Malfoy was also very anxious. "Okay, will school start tomorrow?" "There is still time." August waved to Draco, standing in the sun. He was still a little dizzy. After all, even if the library room was brightly lit, there was no direct sunlight, and counting the time, he had not seen the sun for nearly a week. He said to Draco, "I'll go first and see you when school starts." Draco nodded, showing that he understood. Afterward, August met with the Lucius couple again, left a long sentence, and left. "The diary you sold to the Greengrass family is Voldemort's Horcrux, Mr. Lucius. Think about your future." After Lucius heard this, his face turned pale, and his lips trembled unconsciously. After August left, he went back to his home without stopping. The harvest this time far exceeded his imagination. He found evidence about the existence of the underworld in this world. It turned out that the Malfoy family once married a descendant of the Peverell family in the 17th century. It was the third child, the owner of the invisibility cloak. The descendant wrote in the notebook that only the invisibility cloak could not exude the breath of the born in the underworld. Once his ancestors relied on the invisibility cloak to prevent death from tracking his existence directly in the underworld, he was able to die. And the essay also recorded some descriptions of the environment of the underworld. Perhaps to most people, this is just an essay, and the authenticity of the above content cannot be tested. But August knows that Harry's invisibility cloak can hide the vitality. That is to say, this essay has a certain authenticity. But for the time being, he can only get so much information. August decided to go to Gaunt's ancestral house during the summer vacation, get the resurrection stone, and see what discoveries the two Deathly Hallows could make him. He has asked Arya to send someone to search for the specific address of the ancestral home, and he believes there will be news soon. August put down what he was doing, came to the living room, and saw the package piled up like a hill. August hadn't told his friends where he was, so the owl put all his Christmas gifts home. First, he found the packages of his little girlfriends, and August opened them one by one. Cho still sent a scarf that he knitted by herself, but the craftsmanship looks much better than last year. Hermione's gift also echoes her character design as always, a set of fantastic beasts and where to find them, with a thick stack. It is estimated that the little witch spent a lot of pocket money. The gift that Fleur gave made August a little puzzled. Why did she provide him with hair that looked like his own? Did she want to make him a magic wand with his hair? Shaking his head, August tucked his hair away and checked his friend's gifts. Harry's Quidditch model, the Weasley twins' prank products, and gifts from the professors. After August looked at them, he put them away. What August likes most is Luna's gift. Luna gave August a picture. The picture is August, Luna, and Celestia, and the friend made of magic stars in the middle. A few letters made August smile. But Astoria's gift is a bit scary, and it looks like it should be a chocolate cake she made herself. August tried a bite and almost killed him. He can guarantee that Astoria must have completed the cake when she made it. Salt becomes sugar. The sour taste made August silently mourn for Astoria's future husband. Chapter 124, Back to School. King's Cross Station. August entered the platform early but did not get on the train but waited until Cho and Hermione arrived before looking for the compartment together. Sitting in the compartment, the three were exchanging their Christmas holiday experiences. I went to Bournemouth Beach with my mum and dad. It's a nice view, but unfortunately, it's not summer. Otherwise, I could go to the sea. Hermione said with some regret. August's eyes lit up, and immediately said, "It's okay. I have Cho to accompany you during the summer vacation." Hermione blushed. She understood what August was thinking and pinched his waist a few times shyly. Cho also hammered him, and August stopped. At this time, Cho took out several thermal insulation boxes from the space pocket that August sent. "Mom knows you love Chinese dishes, so she brought some specially." August opened it, and it was pretty rich: kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork ribs, and a few other ingredients. Picking up a piece of chicken and tasting it, August said with satisfaction, "Auntie's cooking has improved again." Cho's eyes became crescent with a smile. "Eat more if you like it, Hermione, try it too." Hermione was also a little curious about these Chinese country delicacies. She picked up a piece and tasted it. Her eyes lit up, and she liked this sweet and sour food. The next time, the three of them were wiped out in front of the food. Cho's mother cooked a lot, and all three were full. Seeing August's contented expression, Cho suddenly said on a whim, "August, why don't I go and learn how to cook with the house elves? Didn't you pass them some Chinese recipes?" August shuddered, and somehow he remembered the cake from Astoria. A little scared and asked, "Cho, you should know the difference between salt and sugar, right?" Cho looked at August strangely. "Of course, although I don't know how to cook, salt and sugar are still easy to distinguish." That's good, that's good." August sighed in relief, wiping the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. "What do you mean by house elves?" Hermione looked at the two of them curiously. She had never been to the Hogwarts kitchen with August, and she came from a Muggle family, so she didn't know what a house elf was. Cho introduces Hermione to the existence and condition of house elves. Hermione was angry after hearing this. How could they do this? Not only did they deprive the elves of their freedom, but they also didn't even pay them wages. This is a serious breach of British labor regulations. Hermione, the wizarding world has its own set of rules. Strictly speaking, the Muggle set is meaningless to the wizards. August reminded from the side that he knew how Hermione would react after Cho finished speaking. Hermione wanted to dispute but couldn't find a reasonable argument. "Well, even then, we can't squeeze house elves like that, can we? At least pay them some wages and provide them with days off." August sighed helplessly and explained to Hermione patiently, "If you say this to the house elves, they'll think you're crazy for a while. They are proud of their work, and you're changing their nature." "Yeah, Hermione, every time we go to the kitchen, the little elves are so happy, like serving us is their most incredible honor." Cho was also helping August by the side, and she didn't think anything was wrong with her coming from a wizard family. Hermione was also sulking when she heard these two words. She knew August and Cho's ideas were right in the wizarding world, but it didn't mean she could accept it all. Until entering Hogwarts, Hermione still looked gloomy and walked to the long table of Gryffindor. "Is Hermione all right? Do you want to comfort her?" Cho and August came to Ravenclaw's side, and she worried about Hermione. "Don't worry, Hermione will be fine, and she's just trying to change the elf situation." August hoped the legendary Vomit Club would appear in advance. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was warm, and the little wizards who had not seen each other for a while were chatting happily. August keenly noticed that Dumbledore's seat was empty. It stands to reason that Dumbledore, the headmaster on a day like today, will not be absent, but now this has happened. August thought silently in his heart that it should be a clue to finding the Horcrux. The next day, the second half of the semester started, but all the little wizards didn't seem to wake up from the state of vacation. August's transfiguration class with the little wizards at Hufflepuff today, and in the course, even the majesty of Professor McGonagall couldn't stop the little wizards from dozing off. "Abbott. If you're not keeping your eyes open, I'll have to deduct 5 points for Hufflepuff." Hannah Abbott nodded dazedly and opened her eyes diligently, and this little Hufflepuff girl was just a microcosm. August saw Lisa Turpin from his house hiding behind a tall Hufflepuff boy and falling asleep with a glittering glint from the corner of his mouth. Professor McGonagall is also helpless about this. After every school break, the students are in this state, and she is also used to it. However, when Professor McGonagall announced that classes were dismissed, everyone was instantly refreshed and walked towards the Great Hall in groups of 3 or 5, which made McGonagall a little suspicious of life. August also followed the large army forward, suddenly seeing a familiar figure. Luna. The blonde girl and the red-haired girl beside her looked back. It was Luna and Ginny. August took 2 steps forward and greeted them. Good noon, which class are you going to? It's such a mess. Luna and Ginny's clothes were dusted at this time, and their hair was a little messy. It's herbology, of course. Professor Sprout asked us to move the devil's snare into a bigger pot. When we pulled them out of the soil, the vines would move like crazy, covering our bodies with soil. Ginny complained mercilessly, while Luna didn't say much, just looked at August and said hello with her unique voice. Good afternoon, August. August smiled and nodded to Luna, who found the combination of the two very interesting. Ginny is a lively and cheerful girl except in front of Harry, who is shy and out of shape. On the other hand, Luna is a very quiet little witch who likes to travel alone. But the relationship between the two is perfect, and August often sees them going to and from class together, which is a weird combination. Turjo. August raised his right hand to face the two of them, making their clothes as clean as new, and all the dust on their hair was blown away. Thank you, August. Ginny said to August with a smile. August teased Ginny, it's all right. After all, you're not suitable for meeting Harry just now. Ginny blushed, glared at August, then grimaced and said back to August, I'm going to eat first, and I'll leave Luna to you. After speaking, Ginny walked away with 2 short legs. August looked at Luna, aren't you going after her? Luna replied in a trance, no need, I have an appointment with Ginny to have afternoon tea. She will show up then. Class is relatively easy, and there are often half-day classes, and August is not surprised. Luna, I like the Christmas present you gave me. August remembered the painting, smiled, and said to Luna, I took it to school and put it on the table in my bedroom. Luna's eyes lit up slightly, and she seemed very happy for August to do this. After a few chats between the two, August left first. In the morning, the twin brothers asked him to find them at noon. He didn't know what the hell they were thinking. After arriving in the Great Hall, after taking a few casual bites, August went to the long table in Gryffindor and found the twins. George, Fred, what's calling me here? The twins winked for a while, then took August to a classroom. Fred took out a pair of glasses and handed them to August. This is our latest product, which allows professors to see their students blink normally when they put on glasses, so they can never find out that they are asleep. However, during the production process, we encountered some difficulties. The two of them explained the problem to August one by one. There is no problem with their thoughts on the glasses. Still, after the little wizard falls asleep, it is easy to lower his head or lie directly on the table. It is still accessible for the professor to discover. August also admires the twins, who can always accurately seize business opportunities and have many sassy ideas. After playing with the glasses for a while, August thought about it and said, I think you have done an excellent job of the function of the glasses. Have you ever thought about designing a matching product? Fred's eyes lit up, August, don't sell your shit, just tell me what you think. August explained his idea, since glasses can solve the problem of closed eyes during sleep in class, then it would be better if we design a product to fix the body shape. His thoughts were also opened up, and he became increasingly interested. We can enchant a petrification spell on a piece of clothing so that when the little wizard chooses the sleeping position, he can activate the rune and let your body is fixed. But you must not use too much magic power. Otherwise, it is estimated that they will not be able to remove the petrification after class, and they will need the help of friends. Fred and George became more excited as they listened, and George gave August a thumbs up. Genius idea. Fred also nodded in agreement and thought it was too wise to let August join in. He provides not only financial support but is also good at both alchemy and potions. It can give some novel ideas from time to time. The following 3 people talked a lot about the details. August also gave a solution to some runes problems they encountered. The twins soon returned to the dorm full of energy for research and development. A week later, Fred came to August's side excitedly, August, it worked. What? August was confused, not understanding what Fred and George were talking about. He is currently counting with Cho the chocolate frog card he has now. Although August is not very interested in sweets, he has a slight addiction and wants to collect all the cards. Clothes. Petrification charm. Fred said 2 words, insane hints. August also reacted and stood up surprised, go, show me. Cho was curious about what made it so mysterious and followed them away. It was the same classroom as last time. After the 3 came in, George handed August a vest-like dress. According to your last suggestion, we enchanted the incomplete petrification charm on it. After activation, you can move your body to a small extent. And to prevent customers from being called by the teacher when they use it, we also added an alarm function. As long as the professor calls your name, the clothes will vibrate slightly to let them know that the professor has called them. While explaining, George put on the dress and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, ready to demonstrate it to August. Sure enough, when George was sitting in his seat and looking at the podium, he could only see George staring at his book and reading, blinking and moving his fingers from time to time. And when August walked to the side to see clearly, George's eyes had long been closed, and he looked asleep. He shouted, "George!" George's figure swayed a few times, the petrification spell was released, and George stood up naturally. "Nice job, George." August patted George on the shoulder. The twins' hands-on ability and design talent impressed August. Although the magic spells and runes used are straightforward, such a creative ability is something those old-fashioned wizards will never have. Got praise from August. George and Fred were also pleased. They smiled and asked August to name the product. August looked at the vest that looked similar to an IQ tax product in his previous life and said with some wickedness, "Just call Backbone." Chapter 125, Profiteer August. Backbone. Fred scratched his head, somewhat confused about the meaning of this strange name. But August has decided so it's called Backbone. Cho was curious and wanted to test the efficacy of Backbone and the pair of glasses that the twins named Sleepy Glasses. Fred sensibly took out 2 brand new sets and gave them to Cho. "This one is for you, and the other is for August." After experiencing the effect, Cho was pleasantly surprised and said, "I think everyone needs these 2 items in the History of Magic class. Professor Binz's class is tormenting. History of Magic is arguably the most boring of all Hogwarts lessons. And Professor Binz, who is in charge of teaching this class, is also the only ghost teacher in the school. According to legend, he died while sitting in the office one day, but Professor Binz did not realize this. He left his body in the office and turned into a ghost to teach the students." August wondered whether the school had ever paid Professor Binz a salary. If not, he would be an old capitalist. His class was incredibly dull, coupled with the ghost's steady and consistent tone. Each lesson could successfully hypnotize many little wizards. August heard Cho's sigh, and he nodded in agreement. Every time he was in Professor Binz's class, he could yawn, but he was too embarrassed to lie on the table and fall asleep, so he could only hold on. "How much are you going to sell?" August asked the twins about the price. Speaking of this, the twins are a bit tangled. Although they have some talent in this, they still have too little business experience. "Our cost is 5 sickles, and we will sell 10 sickles. What do you think, August?" August heard their pricing and shook his head. These 2 were still too young. "It's not right for you, don't just count the cost of materials, isn't your time money? Isn't your technology money? In my opinion, directly sell a galleon." August made the final call. The twins were dumbfounded. George stammered and said, "However, will a little wizard buy? You must know that a galleon can buy a lot of snacks and candy." August persuaded bitterly, "Think about it, little wizards are sleepy and afraid to sleep in class, and they are afraid of being discovered by the professor when they fall asleep. Is it expensive to spend 1 galleon to buy peace of mind?" The twins and Cho shook their heads together. "Not expensive. Isn't that enough? And you have to make some changes to this dress, make it more beautiful, and then call it a collector's edition, selling 3 galleons. I believe those little snakes in Slytherin will pay for this." August gushed about his business idea. "By the way, make your rune carving a little shallower." This little mage had to change one every semester. Listening to August's suggestion, several people seemed to have been refreshed and looked unbelievable. It turns out that there are so many routines in sales. Finally, after speaking for nearly 10 minutes, August stopped, and his mouth was dry. With a wave of the wand, a pot of black tea was summoned, and he sat next to him and drank the tea, leaving some time for the twins to digest. Sitting across from August, Cho asked, "Where did you learn all this and how to do business? Those sales tactics in the Muggle world are much better than mine." August looked at Cho with the expression "little knowledge." If he brought the techniques in the previous world to the magic world, he would be an eye-opener for this group of honest wizards. George and Fred also awoke and looked at August with admiration. They now regard August as their idol in life. August is saying they can make money wearing women's clothing, and they believe it. After solving the final price problem, half of it is completed, and the rest is to see how George and Fred operate. But August didn't care about these things. He just did it out of his interest and didn't think about how much galleons he could earn from these gadgets. August, who has most of the control of Nocturne Alley, galleon, has no meaning. Galleon can buy many things in this world, but there are also many things that galleon can't buy. For the next period, Fred and George were too busy to see anyone, and even the weekly tutoring group did not attend for 2 weeks in a row. "The last time I saw them was the last time." It was a piece of crap from Ron's defense against the dark arts tutoring group over the weekend, but it could tell just how hot the twin brothers' business was. August heard from Fred that they also brought Lee Jordan and put him in charge of some simple tasks. Now the order has been lined up to 100 pieces, and it is estimated that the 2 of them will not be able to finish it next month. So they pulled Lee Jordan over to be a toolman, and the pay was just a limited edition suit. Especially the Slytherin ones, well, in your words, August, they're taking advantage of them, and almost every one of them sent a piece of their clothes for George and me to help them remodel and all kinds of gorgeous glasses. Fred said gloatingly that he and George launched a more expensive customized service, bringing their raw materials, costing 10 galleons for one processing. Now they are really in pain and happy. August was silent. He didn't expect the twins to be better, and there was a custom trick, but Lee Jordan was miserable and was bought so easily. Looking at Fred, who went back to the dorms to work after reporting the situation to himself, August was worried that the two of them would suddenly die. August was startled by Fred's two big dark circles just now. After thinking about it, he should find a chance to let Harry bring a few bottles of invigoration draft for the two. Well, August is a good boss. Chapter 126, Shocked. 2 second-year wizards brought down Snape. The time is gradually approaching February, and it is almost a month since the start of school in a blink of an eye. Recently, August has seen many little wizards wearing backbone and sleepy glasses, which makes many professors wonder why so many students are suddenly wearing glasses. But everyone is not brave enough to use it in the classrooms of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. At most, it's just a sneaky nap in Muggle studies or history of magic classes. According to August's observation, in the history of magic class, nearly half of the young wizards are using backbone, and perhaps there are more people who August has not found it. He hopes they pass the final exam. August prayed silently for a few seconds, then activated the back and started to sleep. After the history of magic class ended, August came to the potions classroom. Today's potions class is with Gryffindor students. As soon as August sat down, Harry immediately sat down next to him and smiled at him ingratiatingly. August looked at the somewhat wretched Harry silently. How did he find that this savior was a little crooked? August, please, you and Hermione can be together anytime, but I could die at any moment in this class. Harry thought August would reject him and quickly prayed to August with a pitiful expression. Now, as long as he is taking potions class with Ravenclaw, Harry will try his best to be in a group with August because only in this way will Snape not pick out problems with his potions to give him Gryffindor deducted points. Harry even went to August quietly and asked him if he had the potion from the last time. When August told him it was the last bottle, he shook his head regretfully, making August chill. Sure enough, women's clothing is only once and countless times. As Snape took the first step into the classroom, the bell rang instantly, making August wonder if Snape had come in with a stopwatch. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he is so accurate every time. Thinking of that scene, August wanted to laugh. Snape stepped onto the podium, his eyes swept away coldly, and all the little wizards immediately sat upright for fear of being targeted. He waved his wand gently, and dense handwriting appeared on the blackboard behind him. Your task today is to make a bruisewort bomb. The process and precautions are all on the blackboard. If someone doesn't meet my standards when they get out of class is over, stay and clean up the entire classroom, and no magic is allowed. As soon as the voice fell, the cabinet at the back of the classroom was opened, and all the materials accurately flew to each little wizard's desk. August also somewhat admired Snape's magic power manipulation method. Should he be called the Half-Blood Prince? Next, all the little wizards began to brew potions. August instructed Harry to operate them, and some tools were delivered to the door. Snape was like a bat, wandering back and forth in the classroom. He could be heard spraying venom everywhere. Simmons, you need to go to the school infirmary to ask Madame Pomfrey to have a look. The blackboard clearly states that the bruisewort must be put into the cauldron. What are you cutting into pieces and cooking? Brown, do you dare to shake your hands a little more? The house elves at Hogwarts don't surprise as much as you do when they serve their dishes. Although the mistake was corrected in time, it was avoided to stay after class to clean the classroom. But all the little wizards whom Snape had reprimanded were about to cry. Finally, Snape came to the group of Neville and Sheamus. Feeling Snape's steely gaze, Neville trembled with fright. In the whole school, the one who hated Snape the most might be Harry, but the one who feared Snape the most must be Neville. Because of his bad memory, Neville's grades in potions were so bad that Snape would sneer at him every time. This time was no exception. Snape stood behind Neville and Sheamus and didn't leave. Whenever Neville made a mistake, he would show his nature as a troll. But the more this happened, the more mistakes Neville made. August couldn't bear to watch it, and the little fat Neville's eyes were all red. Neville's partner Sheamus wasn't much better. Although he wasn't the main firepower point, he was also taken care of by Snape. Finally, the potion making has reached the final step. Sheamus prepares to stir 3 circles clockwise with his wand, then 1.5 circles counterclockwise, even if the bruisewort bomb is finished. And the accident happened at this moment. As expected of Sheamus, who has the title of Exploding Wizard, when he put his wand into the cauldron, the potion in the cauldron exploded instantly. The powerful impact directly overturned the cauldron, hit the ground at a breakneck speed, and then bounced upwards rapidly. Snape, who was next to him, didn't react at all. He is by the rebounding cauldron and faints. August only heard 2 muffled sounds in a row, and Snape lay straight on the ground. The development of the incident did not end there. Many medicinal liquids splashed by the explosion fell on the surrounding little wizards. The scalding liquid directly caused these little wizards to scream again and again, and the entire classroom turned into a pot of porridge. August stared blankly, but fortunately, he was quick-witted and cast a shield charm to block the liquid medicine and put down Hermione's table. Watching the large scalding hot potion slide down the invisible barrier to the ground made August break into a cold sweat. Looking at Neville and Sheamus, who were standing dumbfounded, August admired it even more. There was no sign of injury on the 2 of them. At this time, they were staring at Snape, lying on the ground. At a loss. Exploding wizards are exploding wizards and will never disappoint in terms of explosions. Looking at the chaotic crowd, August had to stand up and maintain order. Okay, all the injured little wizards, come to me. I will make some potions for you, don't touch the wand with your hands. It will be infected. August's words seemed to make the little wizards find their backbone. The injured people immediately ran over and surrounded August. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Snape becomes crazy. Valentine's Day is coming. August looked at the messy crowd, frowned, and then quickly made a few bottles of potions with the existing materials and distributed them to them. Fortunately, the burns of these little wizards were not particularly serious. After applying the ointment, the pain disappeared quickly, and the burns slowly recovered. August, the only serious Lavender Brown, had asked Hermione to take her to the hospital wing. After dealing with these people's injuries, August remembered the unconscious Snape on the ground and walked over to check his condition. The other little wizards also gathered around. At this time, Snape was still unconscious. There was a red swelling on his forehead, which was scalded or injured by the crucible. Phew! August sucked in a breath of cold air. Snape was out of shape. August, how are you? Professor Snape won't die, will he? A little wizard said worriedly, but the excitement hidden in his tone made August roll his eyes. Don't worry. The professor just passed out and won't die. August dipped a little of the rest of the potion into Snape. The little wizards around sighed, probably mourning the lack of a new potion professor. After August finished the medicine, he keenly observed that Snape's fingers moved slightly, thinking he would wake up soon. But after 5 minutes, Snape still showed no sign of waking up, and August looked at the little wizards around him, only to realize. Standing up, August said to the crowd, "Okay, you stand here to make it difficult for the air to circulate. This class is over. You go first. I'll guard Professor Snape." Hearing what August said, everyone left the classroom obediently, leaving August and Snape on the ground. Glancing at Snape, August also left the classroom. Just after August left the classroom, Snape immediately opened his eyes. Covering his still aching forehead, he stood up and said word by word. Neville Longbottom. Seamus Finnegan. There is deep resentment in his tone, like a ghost in hell. Soon, the incident of Professor Snape's attack in potions class spread throughout the schools. However, few people paid attention to the specific process, and the news was vague. After the twins heard it, they found August on purpose. Let him recreate the scene in the Garden of Eden. August, impatient with the twins, could only let them watch it again. After the twins see, they can't stand up straight with laughter, and in the end, they roll directly on the ground, watching August with black lines all over his head. The twins could not hide their secrets, and under their propaganda, the detailed process of the day spread throughout Hogwarts. The people of Gryffindor regarded Neville and Sheamus as heroes. They were greeted by someone walking up to them on their way. But Sheamus and Neville also paid the price for their actions. Over the next 2 weeks, Gryffindor's scores dropped by an eye-popping amount, dropping nearly 100 points on the worst day. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall couldn't see it anymore and found Snape to chat with a few times that he stopped this behavior. But this has also brought Gryffindor's scores to the bottom. But the little wizards of Gryffindor didn't care who they were, lions. Historically, their scores were not deducted 2 or 3 times. When school started, Harry and Ron still removed 100 points. They said that as long as Snape likes, you can buckle up. In such a joyful atmosphere, the time came for Valentine's Day. On Valentine's Day, August was having breakfast in the Great Hall when many owls rushed into the Great Hall and threw numerous packages and letters at August, almost drowning him. Ravenclaw's little wizards looked at August curiously, and August took great pains organizing these packages. These parcel letters are all in pink packaging, which looks like Valentine's Day gifts. Cho looked at August, unhappy, and August smiled awkwardly. "August, look who sent these gifts," a student next to him cooed. August ignored him, put the packages behind him, and pocketed the letter. "Are you still planning to go back and reply one by one?" Cho said with some jealousy. After a few embarrassed laughs, August quickly retorted, "It's all other people's thoughts. If I throw away these letters now, they will be very hurt. Also, maybe someone secretly observes my actions. When Cho heard August's answer, she sat straight and looked around. Sure enough, several little witches were secretly watching August. It is estimated that they have the love letter to August. Cho glared at them fiercely, then moved closer to August. Cho grabbed August's right hand as if to swear an oath of sovereignty. After returning to the dorms, August put the letters in the locker, but none were opened. Still, he opened all the packages, which were candies and desserts. He carefully checked it over and over to see if there was any magic potion, such as a love potion. There are many precedents in the wizarding world. Even Voldemort's mother got Voldemort only by the love potion, and August had to guard against it. Fortunately, the little witch who gave the gifts was relatively sensible. They were just ordinary gifts, but the number was a bit large. August came to the common room and distributed a lot to the other little wizards. Hermione also saw that scene in the morning. The little witch was also very jealous but became happy after August sent delicate jewelry. In the charms class, Professor Flitwick taught a spell that fits the atmosphere of Valentine's Day, the bubble spell, which can release bubbles of different colors, reflecting colorful light under candlelight. August used pink bubbles to spell out Hermione's name, followed by a heart, which made Hermione blush, and the other little witches looked envious. Romantic spell casting, August. Professor Flitwick looked at them with a smile and added 5 points to August. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Lockhart's Outrageous Operation. After August and Hermione left the charms classroom, they suddenly encountered a group of fairies floating in the air. Not a somewhat ugly elf like Goblin Gringotts, but a beautiful little fairy like the fairy Vivian in the Legend of King Arthur. Wearing a delicate tulle dress, her height is only a few tens of centimeters, and she has transparent wings as thin as cicada wings behind her. They formed a circle around August and Hermione, sang unknown songs, and sprinkled many roses. The little witch blinked at August with big bright eyes, thinking all this was his masterpiece. But August knew in his heart that he had never arranged these scenes, and it must be a little trick by Lockhart. August guessed right. Lockhart arranged these fairies. Of course, the purpose was to please his boss. Sure enough, under the attack of this series of sugar-coated cannonballs, Hermione couldn't be shy and was moved to give one to August, which made August silently praise Lockhart. When August came to the Great Hall, the decoration inside also changed. August rolled his eyes at him and returned to his seat. Lockhart didn't care, stood up from the teacher's chair, and shouted. "Everyone, happy Valentine's Day. So far, many little wizards have sent me greeting cards, and I'm here to express my gratitude to them. Yes. These surprises are all arranged by me for everyone. Next. Let's spend this romantic holiday happily." The Great Hall walls were covered with pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti kept falling from the ceiling. Lockhart, dressed in a pink robe that matched the scene, sat in the teacher's chair. Seeing August coming in, he winked at him with his left eye as if asking if he was satisfied with the surprise he had arranged. After speaking, he bowed slightly towards the 4 long tables, expressing his gratitude. A group of little witches applauded him vigorously, but Harry and Ron were frowning, and the confetti fell on their lunch. The professors were also a little unhappy with such a pink environment, especially Snape, whose face was covered with dark clouds. But they didn't say anything. Lockhart's recent strength and classroom effects were enough to cover up his flaws. Cho's little hand pulled August's sleeve, and August looked over suspiciously. Cho said quietly, "August, can you accompany me to Hogsmeade this weekend?" After speaking, she looked at August pitifully, waiting for his reply. Hogsmeade. August's mind turned around, and he understood Cho's meaning. August recalled that this semester, Cho seemed to have only been to Hogsmeade once with Marietta, and the rest of the time was generally by his side. August nodded with a smile and agreed. Seeing that August agreed, Cho was also pleased and gave him an idea of how to sneak out. "You can cast the disillusionment charm and follow me directly. I believe no one will find out. Or you go to George and ask them for a secret passage. Last time, they said they knew a lot of secret passages to Hogsmeade. Don't be so troublesome." August rejected Cho's proposal. "I'll go directly to Professor Dumbledore to issue a certificate." August believed that Headmaster Dumbledore would not refuse such a trivial matter. In the evening, August came to the headmaster's office. "Professor, I want to accompany Cho to Hogsmeade this weekend. Please give me a certificate." As soon as he entered the office, August went straight to the point and had no idea of messing with Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at August with a smile. "If I'm not old and confused, I remember Gaunt. You seem to be in the 2nd grade. Professor, I think I know better than the 3rd graders how to protect myself, don't I?" Dumbledore also joked casually and happily, giving August proof. Watching August walk out of Headmaster's office smiling, Dumbledore felt relieved. He was most happy to see that August had friends and lovers by his side. That way, he wouldn't go down the path of Voldemort. On Sunday, August left Harry and the others with today's training assignment and went to Hogsmeade with Cho. "It's great. I want to go to Hogsmeade too. I've never been there before, Harry said with envy. Shut up. Harry, hurry up and train. Hermione interrupted Harry irritably. Now she is unhappy. The two went on a date at Hogwarts, but she was rejected by Professor McGonagall and had to stay at school. Seeing the furious Hermione, Harry hurriedly started today's training. Malfoy was hit with a curse. Cho and August are now strolling outside the castle. Today, Hogwarts is snowing lightly, and the court is covered with a silver-white coat, which has the beauty of an ice and snow castle in a fairy tale. Holding hands, the two strolled towards Hogsmeade, leaving a string of footprints on the snow. When they came to Hogsmeade slowly, it was lively, and there were little wizards from Hogwarts everywhere. Cho excitedly introduced it to August. Although there are not as many shops here as in Diagon Alley, there are many interesting shops. Cho took August's hand and came to the door of the Honeyduke stores. At this time, it was already crowded with little wizards. The two of them took much effort to squeeze into the store. August looked at the candy in the store, which was dazzling. The owner also specially provided permission to try it. Many little wizards stood before the window and picked a favorite candy to taste. A little witch picked up a black ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and two beams of flames emerged from her nose. Ha ha ha. After the flames burned out, the girl returned to normal, laughing at her companion. August stepped forward curiously and looked at the name of the candy, Pepper Imps. He bought some out of curiosity but was pulled away by Cho. She was not interested in these strange products. She loved sweet candy such as sugar quill and fizzing whizbees. Finally, after half an hour, August and Cho walked out of the store, each carrying a bag of candy. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, A Day in Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade. August hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. After coming to the magic world, he has been working hard to improve his strength and has little time for entertainment. August has made much effort in charms, potions, and even alchemy. Cho took August around Hogsmeade, bought clothes at Gladrag's Wizardwear, bought some exciting gadgets at Zonko's Joke Shop, and looked at the Shrieking Shack from afar. The two stopped, walked along the way, and had to browse every store. Finally, they came to the door of 3 broomsticks. The two entered the door, and a noisy breath came, and many people were sitting inside, gathering the noisy wizards. Some of them spoke very loudly, but August didn't think anything was wrong with that but had a feeling of being back in a pub in the Muggle world. Behind the pub is a curvy blonde witch. Although she looks pretty old, she still has a charm. That's Madame Rosmerta, and neither Marietta nor I like her. Cho quietly told August. August glanced at it and didn't look any further. Cho was delighted with his performance. Little witches of this age always have great hostility to women with enchanting figures and a touch of charm. The two sat at the bar. Madame Rosmerta handed over 2 menus and reminded him. I won't sell them drinks for underage wizards. You can only drink butterbeer and lemon juice. Listening to his words, August suddenly remembered that Lee Jordan easily bought much butterbeer last year and couldn't help but smile. Cho ordered 2 hot butterbeers and a donut and returned to the menu to Madame Rosmerta. You've never had this hot, freshly baked butterbeer, which has a different texture and taste than it did after sitting for a while. Cho shared his experience with August, and the food they ordered was delivered soon. August picked up the hot butterbeer and drank it half in one go. Immediately, a warm current spread out in his body, dispelling the chill that had just been brought in from the outside. Hoo! He exhaled a breath of hot air, and slowly his body felt the soft taste. After a while, he said to Cho. I should have come with you earlier. Cho smiled, took a sip, and took out some snacks she had just bought. The two sat here eating and chatting. During this period, August and Cho met Roger Davies. He also had a witch August didn't know, probably not from Ravenclaw. Roger was also surprised that August was here, but he was even more impressed when August showed him Dumbledore's letter. He thought August was sneaking out, but he didn't expect he had the headmaster's signature. After a few chats, Roger and the others left. I can guarantee that the witch next to Roger is not the one I met last time. Cho said to August confidently, this is probably his 3rd girlfriend this semester. A girl's love for gossip is innate, and even Cho is not exempt. She spent the afternoon talking about Roger's dark history and said August taught him badly. August said that he did not take the blame at all. He was just asked by Roger how to get along with girls, and he said a few words casually. How could he know that Roger was so talented? The two stayed in Hogsmeade until the time Hogwarts asked them to go back. After Valentine's Day, the semester is entering the second half, and the professors are constantly adding extra homework, which makes all the little wizards miserable. Hermione. Can you lend I and Ron your paper for reference? Harry pleaded bitterly to Hermione, but Hermione was unmoved. No borrowing, only the papers you wrote can make your memory memorable. But I've figured out how to turn a teapot into a cauldron. Why should I write an 8-foot paper? Leaning on the sofa, Harry said desperately, and Ron next to him had the same expression. Hard times for Harry and Ron have come since August was allowed to skip homework by the professor. In the past, August was always happy to give them his homework for a few days, but now they have lost his thigh, and Hermione never showed them his parchment. The two could only rack their brains to fill in the parchment with their lack of vocabulary. Hermione glared at the two. "Can't you live without August's help?" Harry didn't respond but asked Hermione curiously, "So August doesn't have to do his homework, so what is he doing now?" "He's replying to his friends." Speaking of this, Hermione's face flushed with pride. "That's right, August has been recently discussing spells with the old guys from Ceremony the Order of Merlin. Since the Order of Merlin was awarded last time, August has established contact with them and has exchanged letters from time to time. Because of the need to improve the doubling charm, many owls send letters to August every day from morning to night. As for why August improved the doubling charm, or because the doubling charm in the magic world is too troublesome, it can only be copied one by one, and if it is a book, this charm will not be effective. The last time August copied Slytherin's research materials in the Chamber of Secrets, he felt very inconvenient, not to mention there were so many books outside. So he decided to improve this charm's effectiveness, strive to replicate it in batches, and then go to the library in the Chamber of Secrets. Although August has no problem using magic charms, it is not so simple to quickly change a magic charm that has existed for so long. His background is still a little worse, so he thinks of the group of older people. When a group of older people received a letter from August, they were also very interested in it and continued to provide August with advice. Finally, the day before Easter, August succeeded. Chapter 130, Publishing Papers, Jealous Head of Houses. Inside the laboratory in August's suitcase. At this time, August's hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. The table before him was littered with books, drafts, and a pile of empty potion bottles. These few days, August spent all his spare time on the improved doubling charm and only rested for 2 or 3 hours daily. If it weren't for his physical fitness being strengthened by Avalon, coupled with the help of potions, he would have fallen long ago. August took a copy of the Standard Book of Spells and placed it on the table, pointed his wand to the book, then told the parchment beside him and said softly, "Geminio." The parchment changed immediately, lines of handwriting appeared on it, and even the appearance became the same as the Standard Book of Spells. August picked up the new book and flipped through it. The content on it was the same as the original. Finally, he couldn't hold back the joy in his heart and laughed loudly. He finally succeeded in improving the doubling charm, and now, with just one charm, he can copy an entire book. This is the first time he has successfully improved a spell, but August believes that with this experience, he will have a second time, a third time. By that time, as long as future wizards learn magic spells, they will have to mention their founder's name. August was suppressing his inner excitement and knew it was time for him to rest. When he returned to the bedroom, he fell asleep and slept until the next night. Luckily it was already the Easter break. Otherwise, he would have missed a whole day of classes. The spirited August washed up, went to the kitchens to eat something, and then went directly to Professor Flitwick's office. Professors generally don't leave school on these shorter vacations, and August isn't worried about finding someone. Knocked on the door, and sure enough, Professor Flitwick's voice came from inside, and August pushed the door and entered. "Gaunt, what's the matter with me?" Flitwick looked at August, happy but also a little confused. He knows the genius wizard of his house well and, under normal circumstances, would not come to him, which made Flitwick feel at ease. So now August's sudden visit surprised him. "Professor, I've improved a spell and would like your help on how to write it into a paper that I'd like to publish in Contemporary Spells." Afterward, August explained the improved doubling charm to Professor Flitwick and made some demonstrations. "Fantastic." Holding 2 identical books, Flitwick was about to faint with excitement. "I can guarantee that if you publish a paper, it will make the front page of that magazine." August said modestly that he still needed the help of Professor Flitwick to write a rigorous thesis. During the entire vacation, August worked on the thesis with Professor Flitwick. The day before the semester started, August took the final draft and looked at Flitwick. "Professor, then use this edition." Flitwick nodded in agreement. However, August's next move moved him very much. August tapped his wand and added his name to the paper. "Gaunt, you don't need to add my name. I just provided a little help with the format of your paper." Although Flitwick was very moved, he rejected August. August shook his head and said negatively, "Professor, without your help, even if my spell is successful, I can't write a qualified article, so you don't have to refuse." Hearing what August said, Professor Flitwick stopped talking, called an owl, and mailed the paper to the magazine publisher. Just a week later, August's article appeared in Spellbound. As Flitwick said, it was a front-page headline. Dumbledore happily announced the news at dinner and added 50 points to Ravenclaw. Dumbledore has been haunted this term, and no one knows where he has gone, but he happened to be at school today. The other little wizards didn't have a massive reaction to this. First, it's no big deal because August has made too many significant events, even winning the Order of Merlin and publishing a paper. It is estimated that August graduated the next day directly to surprise them for a while. The second is because the magazine, Spellbound, is unpopular, and little wizards don't even know the existence of this magazine. Only some senior students and adult wizards will order. The reaction of the professors was massive. Professor Flitwick kept showing off August's achievements, and the other 3 heads of houses were very jealous. After the potions class the next day, Professor McGonagall deliberately left August alone. "Mr. Gaunt, I think your talent is not just in spells. Your transfiguration is one of the best of all the students I've ever taught." Professor McGonagall said so. What else can August do? He can only pat his chest to ensure that he has already conceived a paper on transfiguration, which is about the transformation between animals. Only then did Professor McGonagall nod with satisfaction and let August come to her at any time if he didn't understand anything. And Snape was even more direct, saying coldly, "I want to see your article in the next issue of Practical Podiwunner." Then he turned around and left with a very arrogant attitude. The speechless August can only be glad that there is no special magazine for the herbology class. Otherwise, he would have to write another one. And for the next month, August spent writing papers, occasionally applauding professors. And his paper was successfully published in 2 journals, but Dumbledore didn't give August any more points. After all, with the current Ravenclaw's score, adding it is meaningless. To celebrate August, Cho and Hermione decided to throw a small party, a final relaxation before the final exam. After hearing the news, Harry, Draco, Ron, and the twin brothers expressed that they would also participate. Chapter 131, Celebration Party, Cho's Dark Cuisine. On the day of the party, August especially lets the house elves cook a sumptuous meal and prepare many drinks and desserts. Fred and George also asked Lee Jordan to buy some wine at the weekend. Lee Jordan wanted to participate, but because his dissertation was unfinished, he could only regret it. At night, everyone quietly appeared on the 7th floor and slipped into the room of requirement. August performed transfiguration and created a large round table, and everyone sat around, looking very lively. "I didn't expect you to come, Malfoy." Harry glanced at Malfoy and said unhappily. "It was August who invited me to come. Do you have any opinions to tell August?" Malfoy glanced at Harry triumphantly. After this semester, Malfoy's relationship with everyone was pretty good. Even the Weasley brothers looked at him a little, showing how much he had changed. However, when he encounters Harry, he will still become the arrogant and overbearing look he used to be. Harry is so angry that he wants to take out his wand and fight Malfoy. "Okay, isn't it a celebration for me today? You two have to fight another day." August is used to the current situation and feels Malfoy and Harry have a relationship like Naruto and Sasuke. Hearing August says this, they restrained a little and tasted delicious dishes. Since August specially ordered it, the dishes on the table are Chinese national dishes. The house elves are now quite handy with these dishes, which are full of color and taste. It was an eye-opener for people like Harry, who had been influenced by British food since childhood. Those who couldn't use chopsticks clumsily used spoons to eat. At this time, Cho suddenly sighed, "Why can't I learn to cook? These little elves have taught me every step." August shuddered and quickly persuaded, "It's okay, Cho, just let the house elves cook what you want to eat. You don't need to learn any more." Recently, as she said on the train, Cho went to the house elf to learn how to cook. At first, August didn't take it to heart. When she was on the train, Cho said she was right and should be able to learn well soon, so he also encouraged her with a few words. It wasn't until Cho put a dish in front of August and let him try it that August knew he was wrong and that it was a big mistake. Yes, the Cho Equinox knows salt and sugar, but she can't tell the difference between vinegar and soy sauce. When Cho held the sweet and sour pork ribs plate that couldn't be seen and asked August to try it, his heart was broken. Next, the days of August's suffering began. Cho, who had experienced a setback, did not give up but became more and more focused. Let August try the dishes for her every day. So August found that she would correct the mistakes of the last time every day. Still, he could always super double a particular condiment inadvertently. After all, it was August who made Cho let go of the idea of cooking, but she didn't expect her to bring it up again today. But fortunately, Cho also only complained a few words and had no intention of taking action, which made August wipe out a cold sweat. During the meal, people turned their backs on their backs, and everyone leaned on the seats contentedly. Draco patted his stomach and said comfortably, "I will let Dobby come to Hogwarts to study for a while when I return." The meals he cooks are always the same, and he almost vomits. Hearing Draco's words, Harry rolled his eyes and growled. "Don't let me see Dobby. Otherwise, I will be unable to resist." Before Draco could fight back, Hermione said sharply, "You can't know that about Dobby. He's only doing things for your safety." Everyone knows about Dobby, but August has solved the Chamber of Secrets, so Harry has not established a friendship with Dobby like the original. August just told Draco about it and let him take good care of his house elves. But Harry was still haunted by Dobby's previous behavior. He sighed helplessly, "Hermione, I know Dobby is well-meaning, but his method is too dangerous." When Hermione wanted to say something, Ron sighed again, "I envy Malfoy that you have a house elf in your house. My mother would have dreamed of having one." This sentence instantly diverted Hermione's attention, and she turned to argue with Ron about the immorality of enslaving house elves. The others watched this scene speechlessly. Hermione had been like this since she learned about the situation of the house elves. As August expected, she created a club to protect the house elves in advance, called SPEW. Unfortunately, most of the little wizards were not interested in Hermione's club, and only a few Muggle-born students joined. Seeing Hermione's stubbornness, August shook his head, ignoring her, and chatted with the twins about their business. "Don't worry, August. Although Backbone and Sleepy Glasses are saturated at Hogwarts, our other products are doing well now, notably Big Duck and Skipping Gum," Fred said in high spirits. Now he and George's business is booming, they have opened up their popularity, and many little wizards are also very interested in their prank props. August waved his hand, "I want to see if you guys have anything new. I don't care how much gold galleon you earn." Then he said again, "You don't want to give up the basics. You must develop a lot of new products. This is the core competitiveness." Fred and George nodded in understanding, and George said enviously, "Of course, you don't like this small amount of money, even the magic spell royalties that those publishers give you are an astronomical sum." That's right, book publishers targeted August's improved doubling charm and paid much money to buy the right to use it. August also made a lot of money from it. A few people chatted for a while, and seeing that it was almost late at night, they ended today's party and returned to their separate bedrooms. Tomorrow is a new beginning. Chapter 132, Final Exam, School Leaving. The time has entered June, and the pace of the final exam is also approaching. August remembers that Dumbledore deliberately cancelled the final exam because of the Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. However, August solved the problem of the Chamber of Secrets very early, and the final exam will not be cancelled. August believes that if everyone knows the truth, they will be grateful to him. The weather in June was sweltering, and on the day of the Transfiguration exam, the whole grade of little wizards sat in the classroom as if they were in a big oven. August secretly cast a spell on himself and Hermione, suddenly becoming cooler. All had parchment, ink, and a new quill on their desks. The professors specially made the quills which were all attached with anti-cheating spells. Still, they did not affect August because yesterday, Professor Flitwick called and asked him to help cast the anti-cheating spell. Although August didn't leave any back doors, the magic attached to it was too weak and quickly blocked by his Confundus charm. In less than half an hour, the quill was perfectly filled with answers, and Professor McGonagall, who was invigilating exam, didn't even glance at August. This was the treatment of a genius. It's a pity that the school does not allow the early submission of papers. August, lying on the table and bored, had to observe other students' movements. Neville was scratching his head and rubbing his cheeks anxiously in front of him, and he didn't write a word for a long time. Most of the other little wizards were also frowning. This time, Professor McGonagall's exam paper was a little complicated. August suddenly saw two people like him lying on the table. Looking around, he took a closer look. It turned out to be two of Malfoy's former servants, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy doesn't take these two people to play with now. He can't stand these two idiots for a long time. What more, Crabbe and Goyle. The brains of the two are also notoriously stupid at Hogwarts. Many people ridiculed them as trolls with developed limbs and no brains. It is the same. They are not looking around because the exam papers are finished, but because they are complete will not do. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall noticed their small movements and came to them with an evil look, scaring them to sit down quickly. After the exam, Hermione nervously pulled August to the answer. August didn't even read the paper and could only casually deal with the little witch. The afternoon was the practice exam. Professor McGonagall arranged to turn a pineapple into an umbrella. Still, when August walked into the classroom, Professor McGonagall did change the exam questions. Gaunt, try mass transfiguration. Your props are all the tables and chairs in the classroom. Professor McGonagall has high expectations for August. Otherwise, she would not have arranged such a difficult test for him. August nodded, took out his wand, and swept the desks and chairs at the back of the classroom. Suddenly, the entire classroom became a zoo. Cows, pigs, sheep, monkeys, and some birds appeared in August's transfiguration. Inside the room, Professor McGonagall wrote an O on his score with great satisfaction, which is the best grade. The next day's charms test was also straightforward. In the afternoon, Professor Flitwick saw August entering the door, and he had already written his grades. They discussed the application of some spell skills, and it was over. What's interesting is the potions exam. The exam's content is to make a cure for Boyle's potion within an hour, a very basic potion. But Snape's existence made this exam more difficult. It would bring them tremendous pressure whenever he stared coldly at a little wizard. Neville and Sheamus, in particular, Snape standing behind them, kept writing something on the parchment with a quill, making them feel on pins and needles. The defense against the dark arts exam was cancelled. Lockhart slipped away the week before the exam to avoid Voldemort's curse. He claimed he would hold a book signing abroad, so he couldn't accompany everyone to the end. He had already graded the little wizards based on their usual class grades. Finally, when Professor Binns put away the papers, cheers broke out in the classroom. After the exam, the little wizards can play carefree for a whole week without worrying about exams and homework. They will not get their transcripts until they leave school. Some little wizards picked up broomsticks and rode around Hogwarts, and some little wizards sat on the lawn beside the Black Lake with their lunch, quietly enjoying the summer sun. August made a trip to the Forbidden Forest, took Celestia away, and then accompanied Cho and Hermione on a secret trip to Hogsmeade. Hermione finally failed to resist her curiosity and agreed to August's suggestion to sneak out with the disillusionment charm. The three spent the whole day in Hogsmeade and did not return to school until nightfall. On the last day of the year-end summary, Dumbledore delivered a speech. "What a wonderful year. This semester, we have experienced a lot, and the rare thing is that we have met a fairly reliable defense against the dark arts professor." After talking about it, he still blinked mischievously, and there was laughter from the audience. Although Lockhart started school like a clown, the lessons he taught later were pretty good. Compared with the previous professors, it can even be said that it is excellent. But Dumbledore changed his words. "There are still many veils of mist waiting for us in the future, and maybe darkness will come. You must remember that Hogwarts will always be your home." The little wizards listened in a daze, but they still gave him warm applause. Only August understood that this was Dumbledore's big shot at Voldemort's return. The next day, all the little wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express. August and the others occupied a private compartment, and Harry kept casting spells throughout the trip. This is the last few hours he can use magic, and when he returns to Uncle Vernon's house, he will only be a muggle for more than 2 months. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Unclean Fudge, Gaunt's Ancestral House. Knockturn Alley, Arya Manor. Didn't you hold a new book launch abroad? August took a sip of black tea, looked at Lockhart sitting next to him, and said slowly. He was scared away by a curse before he finished his class last semester, and when August was on summer vacation, he showed up. "Yeah, I know you're on summer vacation," and I rushed back right away, but Muggle multiplayer brooms are good. Lockhart's self-righteousness did not convince August, but he became more and more contemptuous of him. "It's called a plane, not a broomstick." August rolled his eyes, not bothering Lockhart's ignorance, but asked about the business. "How's your entry into the Ministry of Magic going?" Lockhart leaned back on the sofa and said in a relaxed tone, "Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Fudge helped me arrange it." August nodded and was not surprised that Fudge helped Lockhart. Lockhart was quite a celebrity, and his influence among ordinary wizards was not small. What Fudge lacks the most is the support of the people. Everyone thinks that he came to power by relying on Dumbledore. If he can draw Lockhart over, it will greatly benefit him. However, August still mentioned Lockhart in a few words. "You can rely on Fudge to climb up, but you don't get too close to him. His seat is not very clean." Malfoy and August had said that after Fudge took that position, their pureblood families gave Fudge a lot of benefits, making him turn a blind eye to the small actions of these families. August took this information secretly, and it may be of some help when Fudge dismounts in the future. "Don't worry, I know what to do, but Amelia is not very friendly to me. She always thinks I'm a liar." Lockhart knew about Fudge's problem, but he had just joined the Ministry of Magic. If he wanted to ascend to a high position quickly, he still needed his help. August rolled his eyes. "Aren't you always a liar?" "Amelia, do you mean Amelia Bones?" "Yes, it's her." August also knows this person. She is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She can do this position as a woman, which shows that she is not simple. And this person is also a staunch Voldemort rebel. August still remembers the 6th part. Voldemort brutally killed her. August thought silently in his heart that Lockhart was still having a hard time at the Ministry of Magic. Still, for the time being, he had nothing to do unless August was cruel and went directly to the homes of several high-ranking officials to control them with the Imperious Curse. However, this is also difficult. No matter how well hidden wizards are controlled by Imperious Curse, there will still be some differences from usual. Although the Ministry of Magic does not have top powerhouses, those Aurors are not vegetarians. The abnormality will be found. What's more, August doesn't want to be so rude. For him, controlling the Ministry of Magic is just a chess game. If he wants to dominate the magic world, he can wait until the end of the 7th part of the plot, and the 3 top powerhouses die. With his strength, the entire magic world will be unstoppable at that time. Pushing these thoughts out of his mind, August said to Lockhart, "You can do this, for now, don't have any conflict with Bones, and I'll see if I can draw her to our side in the future." August remembered that the Bones family seemed to have a little wizard who was still studying at Hogwarts to see if he could take advantage of this relationship. After talking about Lockhart's situation, August turned his attention to Arya, silently listening. The current Arya has not changed much from the time she met August for the first time, but the aura of the high-ranking person is much stronger. But that's right. After all, the current Arya is already an influential person in power. The more than 200 wizards under her obey her orders and issue orders daily. "Have you found the ancestral home of the Gaunt family that I asked you to find?" August asked Arya, and Arya replied without hesitation, "Yes, we found the old site of the Gaunt family in Little Hangleton. According to your instructions, I did not send anyone in but arranged for a squib to monitor the surroundings." August nodded with satisfaction. Arya was reliable. She also found a squib as an eye to prevent her from being discovered. "Okay, send someone to take me there tomorrow, and when I come back, the people there can be removed," August ordered. He was going to get the Resurrection Stone. He has a lot of tasks this summer, and the Resurrection Stone needs to be obtained as soon as possible. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Arya asked August thoughtfully. August shook his head, "You don't have to go. Show the way. There are so many things in Nocturne Alley waiting for you to deal with." Hearing what August said, Arya no longer insisted. She does a lot of work daily, from tiny dark wizards to troublemakers in Nocturne Alley to negotiating with those pure-blooded nobles. She did everything she could. After a few people finished talking, August returned to his bedroom, ready to write a letter to Fleur. He planned to go to Gaul in August. He had to explain the situation in advance to prevent the Fleur from blowing up. He also wrote a letter to Nico and Mrs. Perennial about his itinerary. The time came for the second day. After waking up in the morning, August was ready to eat a few bites of breakfast and set off for the Gaunt ancestral home. Arya brought an ordinary-looking wizard to his side and introduced him to August. "This is Brian, where he found it, and he's leading the way for you today." The sorcerer named Brian bowed respectfully to August and then stopped talking. It could be seen that he was a taciturn person. August nodded indifferently, just leading the way. Anyone can do, as for Brian, knowing his true identity. Anyone Arya can bring here must have signed a contract, and he is not worried. After eating the last 2 bites of food, he picked up the towel on the table and wiped it. August said, "Since everything is ready, let's go." Chapter 134, The Frightening Moment. Little Hangleton is a small village in northern England. Here we only talk about the population of dozens of households, a tiny village. Suddenly, on barren farmland, the space distorted, forming a vortex. When the vortex disappeared, August and the wizard named Brian appeared on the farmland. August tidied up some wrinkled clothes and rubbed his forehead. He is very uncomfortable now. It's the first time he's ever traveled with a portkey, and to be honest, August thinks the apparition is 100 times stronger than a portkey. Teleporting with the portkey gave August the feeling of someone flipping a switch after being thrown into the toilet. It's a pity that he doesn't know the exact location of Gaunt's ancestral home, and Brian's magic is far from enough to support their apparition so far. Brian winked at the side and didn't speak, and when August came over, he bent down slightly. "Sir, that house is outside the village and only a mile from our location." August nodded and motioned for Brian to lead the way. They were walking on a path in the woods. The road was overgrown with weeds, and it seemed that no one had taken care of it for many years. Under the leadership of Brian, the two passed through the tall bushes and came to their destination. On a hillside, there is a grand mansion that looks very imposing. A dead snake is nailed to the mansion's door, surrounded by a large area of grass, and on the side of the hillside is a neglected cemetery. "You don't have to come in. Just wait outside." August instructed Brian and walked into the mansion. The mansion's walls were covered with moss, and many roof tiles were broken, revealing the rafters inside. August ignored the desolation and went straight to the house, but a rustling sound interrupted his movements. He saw 2 venomous snakes about 3 meters in length coming from the cracks in the wall. The icy snake pupils stared at this August, ready to attack at any time. Reducto. August solved the 2 poisonous snakes directly with the Reductor curse. He looked around again and found no other snakes before entering the mansion. Although August didn't feel the presence of magical vigilance when he entered the door, he couldn't guarantee whether the 2 poisonous snakes were the means arranged by Voldemort. But it didn't matter, Voldemort didn't know where he was lingering, and there was no threat to August. There are only 3 rooms in Gaunt's old house. August entered the living room in the middle. The windows of the living room are tiny and look a bit gloomy. On both sides of the living room are 2 doors leading to other rooms. The overall layout is straightforward. Ventus. August snorted softly, and a gust of wind instantly blew into the room, blowing away all the dust and then another flashing charm, making the room a lot brighter. After doing this, August searched for the resurrection stone in the room, but the room was insignificant, and there were few places to hide the ring. Soon, August found what he wanted in the cabinet in the corner. An ugly black gemstone ring with the words, Peveril's coat of arms. Pick up. Take it up. August murmured in his mouth, and a voice in his mind kept calling out to August, wanting him to lift the ring. Chirp. A bird song full of hope and light awakened August's consciousness. Fury didn't know when she appeared in the air, his body was burning with golden holy flames, and she kept flying around August. So close. August wiped a cold sweat, he just thought he was just distracted for a moment, but in reality, half an hour had passed. On his own, without Fury's help, August didn't know when he would be free from that voice. Although with Avalon, he will not be hurt by the curse that Voldemort left on the ring, this is the first time that August has suffered such a significant loss since his debut. August also sounded an alarm bell in his heart, and he was still a little buoyant recently. His current head-to-head ability relies on EA Wand and Avalon's attack and defense, which is no less than that of Voldemort and Dumbledore. However, August is still too immature regarding these underhand tricks. However, August is not discouraged. It has only been 2 years since he obtained the card-drawing system. When Voldemort is resurrected, he still has a lot of time to improve himself. At that time, who will not know? Chirp. Fury's cry interrupted August's thoughts. He stroked Fury's soft feathers and praised, "Good job, Fury. Go back and reward yourself with high-end pet rations." She heard his master's compliment, and there was still delicious food after returning. Fury rubbed August's cheek affectionately and then stood on his shoulder. Concentrating his mind, August put layers of protection on himself before touching the resurrection stone with his wand. Sure enough, when the wand touched the resurrection stone, a green light jumped out from the black gem and hit August's shield, causing some waves to dissipate. The pure soul source is detected. It will be converted into 5,000 gold coins. Hearing the system's prompt, August agreed. After looking at it for a while, August saw nothing, put the ring back in his pocket, turned around, and left the room. After walking out of the door, Brian was still waiting patiently at the door. Still, after seeing Fury standing on August's shoulder, Brian's face changed. August glanced back at the house. Although he came from reincarnation, he now bears the surname of Gaunt, and keeping the ancestral house in such a dilapidated state is not a problem. August decided to renovate the house well and then expand it a few times to make it his own resort. The summer here is much cooler than in London, and it is an excellent place to escape the heat. Come on, grab my clothes, and I'll take you back to London. According to August's order, Brian grabbed his clothes, and then, the figure of 2 people and 1 bird disappeared instantly. Chapter 135, Resurrection Stone. Returning to August in the manor, he went straight back to the bedroom. He told Arya not to disturb him and started researching the Deathly Hallows. He first took out piles of books and slowly searched for helpful information. Some of the books he let Arya collect, some he copied from the school library, and some from the Gaunt family vault. Although there is not much wealth in the Gaunt family's treasury, some books about the family records are still relatively intact. These books contain some records about the Deathly Hallows. However, there are very few records about the Resurrection Stone, most of which are about the Elder Wand and the stories of the Invisibility Cloak, some of which are true and false, and even some fairy tales written by wandering wizards. The Invisibility Cloak does not need to say. It all appears with the news of the Potter family. There are many other invisibility cloaks in the magic world. Still, many people don't know the difference and think they are all the same. But the information on the Elder Wand is a bit unusual. This wand can always bring bad luck to the master. Almost every owner dies because of it. Either he lost his life in a duel or was coveted by others. August pondered for a few seconds, listed the characters in the original book who had the Elder Wand, and found that only Draco and Harry survived. He became more and more aware of the evil of the Elder Wand. The last recorded is the Resurrection Stone. Since the Resurrection Stone has been firmly grasped by the Slytherin family and the Gaunt family from beginning to end, and it is not as widely used as the Invisibility Cloak, outsiders do not know the existence of the Resurrection Stone at all. Very little, let alone understood. However, August found it horrible that most of the Gaunt family members were extreme and dark, and they would become quickly panicky after becoming the head of the family. He doesn't know if it was the influence of the Resurrection Stone. August took out the Resurrection Stone from his pocket. He decided to try the effect of the Resurrection Stone first. However, Dumbledore said in the original book that the Resurrection Stone could not directly recall the soul of the dead. But what is the fundamental illusion that Dumbledore is addicted and thus is assassinated by Voldemort? August's fingers, holding the ring in the palm of his hand with magic power, rubbed the ring a few times. Click. With 4 soft sounds, the 4 sharp claws holding the black gem above were sent away, and the black rock floated in the air under the traction of magic. Raising his hand, August caught the Resurrection Stone, ready to activate it according to the Slytherin method. August was dumbfounded when he put the tip of his wand against his temple. Whose soul was he trying to summon? So far, none of August's best friends has passed away, and they are all alive and well. After thinking about it, August decided to try to summon the spirit of Slytherin. A few strands of silver silk thread were pulled out by August and then pulled into the resurrection stone. The next moment, an old-fashioned wizard with a monkey-like face appeared in front of August. With a faint smile, he looked at August with admiration. "You did a good job, Junior." Salazar glanced at the resurrection stone, then looked at the invisibility cloak beside him, and praised. "Being able to have 2 Deathly Hallows at this grade, you are much better than me in this respect." "Hello, Mr. Slytherin." August politely greeted the Slytherin in front of him. At this time, Slytherin looked nothing like the ghosts in Hogwarts. Instead, it is like a future AR projection, except that the figure is transparent and the same as a natural person. "Can you tell me about your current state of existence?" August asked curiously. "Didn't you summon me from the underworld?" Slytherin frowned slightly, dissatisfied with August's question. But August didn't care about Slytherin's attitude. "Is there an underworld? Can you tell me whether you found the Elder Wand after you left Hogwarts and what discoveries you found after collecting the 3 Deathly Hallows?" August said at Slytherin. Slytherin shook his head. "Son, many secrets need to be explored by yourself, and there are many secrets that I can't tell you, and you can't grasp them." August looked at Slytherin, and after a while, he sighed and stopped the supply of magic power. Soon, Slytherin disappeared into the air. August took out some memories again and sent them into the resurrection stone. Sure enough, the figure of the head of the orphanage in his previous life appeared in the air, looking at August with a smile. Holding the resurrection stone, August has already made sure that it is not so much a resurrection but a summoning of the memories in his mind to reality. Once it exceeds August's cognition, these fantasies cannot be answered. This is somewhat similar to August's Garden of Eden, but the illusion created is more realistic. However, this is not in line with the massive name of the resurrection stone. Also, if the secret of the resurrection stone was so easy to discover, Slytherin had cracked it long ago, how would it still be there? Packing up his mood, August dispelled the figure and put the resurrection stone into the ring again. Since there is no clue, for the time being, leave it alone. In the next few days, August left the manor. He returned home, enjoying leisure time, accompanying Cho and Hermione daily, and reading books at night. He is waiting for news of the escape of Sirius Black, the key to his acquisition of Voldemort's other Horcrux. Sirius Black is a close friend of Harry's father, James Potter. At that time, Voldemort was ravaging the wizarding world. James Potter made Sirius the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm to protect his wife. But Sirius gave this secret to Voldemort, causing the Potter family tragedy. Finally, he blew up 12 Muggles and his mutual friend, Peter Pettigrew, in Muggle Street. He was eventually arrested. This was the wizarding world's record of Sirius, and of course, August knew it was all false. The actual secret keeper is Peter Pettigrew. The arrogant Sirius played a trick. After consulting with the Potters, he replaced the secret keeper with Peter Pettigrew, an inconspicuous wizard. But who would have thought such an inconspicuous character would take refuge in Voldemort and reveal the address of Potter's house, making the Fidelius charm useless? Chapter 136, Slytherin's Locket, Runaway Harry. August didn't like Sirius Black. Reckless, irritable, and doing things without thinking, these words can be used to describe Sirius. If it weren't for his self-righteousness, the Potters would not have been found so easily by Voldemort. And after the tragedy, he did not go to Dumbledore to explain. Still, he went to Peter Pettigrew to take revenge alone, without thinking about how his godson Harry would live in the future. Sirius and James Potter often fought against Snape during their school days. Also, they had highly humiliating actions, which made August, who had a good relationship with Snape, naturally not like him. But August won't get down on Sirius because of this. He may even help Sirius. Because Slytherin's locket was hidden in Sirius' home at this time. Sirius' younger brother, Regulus Black, was a loyal supporter of Voldemort and believed that Voldemort was the perfect candidate to restore pure-blooded glory. But gradually, Voldemort's rule became more and more brutal. For the family's honor, Regulus secretly stole the Slytherin locket, which was made into a Horcrux, and then lets the house elf creature bring it back to the family. And he died. August just wanted to get the locket through Black. Now August has 25,000 system gold coins. August, who has never read newspapers much, ordered a copy of the Daily Prophet and paid attention to the news. Sure enough, in mid-July, August saw this news in the Daily Prophet. Arthur Weasley of the Ministry of Magic's misuse of Muggle artifacts has received the Daily Prophet's Galleon of the Year award. After introducing some interviews with Mr. Weasley and a photo of their family, August saw the mouse in Ron's arms, Scabbers, at a glance. Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew. In a few days, Fudge will go to Azkaban to pretend to give condolence to these prisoners. When the time comes, Black will break out of prison when he sees this news. A week later, August got the news of Sirius Black's escape. The newspaper called Sirius the most vicious prisoner in history, accompanied by a photo of a haggard-faced man with messy hair. August knew that the time was up. He snapped his fingers, and the figure of the house elf Bar appeared in front of him. "Master, Bar is pleased to serve you." "Bar, I need you to take a trip to Privet Drive. Help me keep an eye on what's going on there, and tell me immediately if you spot a big black dog." After August instructed Bar, the elf disappeared in place. In the evening, 2 days later, August received a letter from Bar, and he immediately rushed to Privet Drive. Harry was in a terrible mood right now. Just now, because he couldn't bear Aunt Marge's abuse and insults to his parents, he directly blew the other party into a balloon. Since summer vacation, to get his Uncle Vernon to sign his letters to Hogsmeade, Harry can't fight back, and he can't fight back until today. Unfortunately, it has now come to nothing. But he doesn't regret it. Anyone who insults his parents, he will rush to teach them a lesson regardless. Carrying his suitcase and owl, Harry wandered on the street. He didn't know where he should go now. He planned to go to the park on the road to deal with it for one night, and he was thinking about it tomorrow. Suddenly, Harry felt a chill on his neck, as if being stared at by something. He looked around and clenched his wand subconsciously. Lumos. Harry lit his body by ignoring the ban on underage wizards from casting spells outside of school. He saw 2 eyes staring at him in the reflection of the streetlight. A ferocious-looking black dog was standing in the darkness behind the street lamp, making it impossible to see his size. At this moment, a set of fire lights appeared all over Harry's body, turning into a ring of fire, and August stepped out from it. "Harry, happy birthday." August looked at Harry with a smile, and the fire rings behind him converged to form a phoenix. August, why are you here? Also, thank you for your blessings." Harry was shocked by August's appearance, but he quickly reacted and thanked August. Fury groaned in dissatisfaction when Harry didn't greet her. "How are you, Fury?" Harry hurriedly greeted Fury. "It's okay. I'm just here to give you a birthday present." August spoke to Harry, but his eyes stayed in the direction of the black dog. The black dog, Black, also noticed August's eyes and saw the phoenix behind him. His pupils shrank. Slowly stepping back, he saw that August did not move and was slightly relieved. This little wizard with a phoenix should not have discovered his identity. Watching the black dog disappear into the darkness, Harry was also relieved and happily asked August, "What birthday present are you going to give me?" "You will come to the door yourself." "It wasn't necessary, but after you blew your aunt into a balloon, I felt I needed a gift instead." August teased Harry with a black belly, and Harry was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect August to know about it so quickly, and he muttered, "Wizards, how can you call it a blow?" Seeing Harry's appearance, August stopped joking, stretched out his right hand, and tapped his index finger on Harry's forehead. Suddenly, Harry felt a light spot appear in his mind and then disappear. "What is this?" Harry asked August curiously. He wasn't worried about what August would do to him but was curious about the effect of this light spot. "This is one of my manners. Since you have left your uncle's house, you can live there for a while. You can cast magic in the manor, and there are magic lines that isolate traces of traces." Chapter 137, Arresting Sirius. August introduced his gift to Harry. "Bar." August called out, and Bar's figure appeared beside him. "You take Harry to Devon and pack a guest room for him." "Yes, master." Bar responded, then looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter, please hold my hand. I will take you to the master's manor." "Oh well." Harry was a little dazed by the birthday present from August and subconsciously obeyed the elf's arrangement. One person and one elf just disappeared in place. "Okay, Fury, it's time for us to get down to business." Watching Harry leave, August also withdrew his gaze and said softly to Fury. He let Sirius leave so easily just now because Harry was beside him and couldn't do it directly. However, he has already cast tracking magic in secret, and he can easily find the placement of Sirius. Soon, August found Sirius on an abandoned lawn. Seeing the sudden appearance of August and Fury, Black, still in the form of a black dog, tensed up, slightly arched, and looked ready to attack at any time. August looked at the nervous appearance of the black dog and shook his head. "Sirius Black, I'm not here to catch you and let you go to Azkaban. You don't have to be so nervous." But Sirius was unmoved and kept his distance from August. He couldn't understand why this little wizard recognized his identity at a glance. Sirius looked vigilantly at Fury, worried about flying in the air. It was difficult for him to deal with a phoenix without a magic wand. "I'm here to discuss a business with you about a mouse." "Oh yes, his name is Peter Pettigrew." Hearing Peter Pettigrew's name, Sirius's pupils shrank. Then he kept the posture of a black dog and walked slowly toward August as if he wanted to hear what August wanted to say next. But when he was about to reach August's feet, he jumped suddenly and rushed towards August. "Stupefy." A dazzling red light hit Black, and Black only felt the darkness in front of him, and he fainted. It's a headache. Gryffindor lions are just difficult to communicate with. August was a little helpless. He had expressed his intentions, but Sirius insisted on fighting with him. August could only let this guy calm down first. Looking at Black, who was still a black dog and did not change back to his original form, August touched his body with his feet in disgust and then operated back to his home. Sirius slowly opened his eyes. The bright light made him a little uncomfortable. He sat up abruptly and looked at his surroundings. He had exquisite floor-to-ceiling windows, a mahogany wardrobe, and a luxurious bed he was lying on. Now Sirius's brain can't turn around. Why did he appear here? Yesterday he. Come out when you wake up. The sound from outside the door interrupted Sirius' thinking. Still, he also remembered what happened last night, and he was thrown to the ground by a little wizard. At this time, August was enjoying afternoon tea when he saw Black walking in, beckoning him to sit down. You probably haven't eaten much since you escaped from Azkaban. You fill your stomach first, and then we'll talk about other things. Black didn't hesitate. He had been in a coma for so long, and the other party had already done what he wanted to do to him, so there was no need to poison him. He picked up the cakes on the table without any image and ate them. August sat on the side, picked up today's Daily Prophet, and browsed it. It was the news of Sirius Black. The Ministry of Magic had issued a reward. As long as Sirius was caught, he would receive a bonus of 10,000 galleons. After eating all the pastries on the table and drinking another pot of black tea, Sirius stopped moving with satisfaction. It has been 3 days since he escaped from Azkaban. To avoid the pursuit of wizards, he can only maintain the form of a Animagus. He competes with wild dogs on the road for trash cans when hungry. Coupled with the more than 10 years of Azkaban's life, he has not eaten such normal food for a long time. Glancing at August to mention the news about himself, Sirius sneered, "Boy, I remember you said yesterday that you weren't here to arrest me, so today you can't wait to find out how many galleons I'm worth." Although Sirius was subdued by one move yesterday, he also thought it was because of his carelessness. He didn't expect this Harry's classmate to have the ability to cast spells without a wand. But today is different. He just ate a lot of food and slept well, and now he is full of energy. Sirius couldn't believe that with his experience fighting the Death Eaters, he couldn't beat a student. August ignored Sirius' cynicism but pointed to the news below Sirius's reward and said thoughtfully, "I didn't read your reward order, but the news below." Sirius looked in the direction of August's finger, and his head was suddenly covered with black lines. Shocked, a 25-year-old wizard cheated and was smashed by his wife with a blasting curse. Sirius. "Boy, if you want to humiliate me, then we don't need to talk about it." The angry Sirius wanted to have a real fight with August directly. He would have done it if he hadn't wanted to hear some news from August about Peter Pettigrew. August shook his head. He was recently obsessed with the bizarre news on these in the Daily Prophet. What kind of wizard was so hungry that he secretly boiled the neighbor's fat round-faced chicken, and 2 wizards were injured by their curses in a duel? Sure enough, the world is big and full of wonders, and August is also an eye-opener. These days, August is addicted to reading newspapers and can't help himself. He even ordered a copy of Luna's The Quibbler, which can be regarded as supporting the career of the Little Witch's family. Levi Corpus. August chanted the incantation lightly, and Sirius was completely defenseless. He flew out upside down and hung his head on the door. "Okay, now let's talk." August slowly put down the newspaper in his hand and smiled gently at Sirius. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Is this little wizard a devil? Sirius, who was hanging on the door, was a little stunned. The boy in front of him would do whatever he wanted, using James' spell. "Boy. You don't talk about martial arts. If you have the ability, let me down and fight once." Listening to Sirius's irritable cry, August didn't answer. To deal with such an easy-to-get lion, August felt that a good environment was necessary, and it was good like this. "I can help you catch Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, and you don't want to keep James Murderer free, do you?" August's words directly hit Sirius' heart. Sirius was silent, but his heart was not at all calm. Why has he escaped prison after living like the Walking Dead in Azkaban for so many years? It was because he saw the mouse in the newspaper. Originally, Sirius was caught in Azkaban without resistance because he thought Peter Pettigrew died under the explosion. He wanted to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban to atone for his fault. Unexpectedly, Peter Pettigrew did not die and became Harry's classmate's pet. To avenge his best friend and for Harry's safety, Sirius rekindled his fighting spirit and escaped from Azkaban. Although he was very excited, Sirius kept calm. "Why do you want to help me?" "Simply, it's a deal." August stood up, walked slowly to the bottom of Sirius, looked into his eyes, and said slowly, "I'll help you catch Peter Pettigrew, and you're sending me to the Black family's library, and you're giving me something. The deal is done." "What?" A gadget, your house elf creature knows where it is. Sirius was a little puzzled. Why did this little wizard know so much information, not only about his grievances with Peter Pettigrew but also what his house elf was hiding? Why should I trust you? Sirius looked at August suspiciously. He didn't believe August's ability. You don't have a choice, don't you? His eyes narrowed slightly. August stared at Sirius, his deep eyes like a vortex. If you disagree with me, go back to Azkaban. Then Peter Pettigrew can not only continue to live freely and bully your godson from time to time. I promise you. The picture described by August appeared in his mind, and Sirius gnashed his teeth and said, I promise you. Can you put me down now? A few minutes later, the two sat at the dining table again. Sirius said impatiently, when will we find Peter Pettigrew? August is a little speechless. Is this person brainless? The whole family is traveling in Egypt, how can you find it? What's the hurry? What can you do to catch him now? Kill him directly with the killing curse, and then you continue to live in hiding in the magic world. Then what should I do? I can't wait for a moment. Ever since I knew that the scum who killed James was alive and well, my heart has been being eaten by a dog. Sirius roared, and his eyes were full of tears. Shut up. August scolded, you always talk about James and James, don't you think about Harry? You saw it yesterday. What's he doing now? Do you want to let it go? Is he been relying on others? Enduring the humiliation of those muggles. This is also what August dislikes most about Sirius. You are Harry's godfather. What have you done for Harry? When Harry needed help the most, he went to take revenge. After escaping from Azkaban, it is James, full of brains, Peter Pettigrew. Is the savior just so clueless? Yeah, Harry. Sirius was scolded by August, calmed down a little, and heard August mention Harry again, and suddenly, like a tide, guilt hit his heart and made him feel guilty. You're right. I'm thinking of Harry, so you can tell me what to do. Seeing Sirius calm down, August calmed his anger and said, Peter Pettigrew won't leave Ron's side. For the time being, we'll find a way to clear your name and let him be arrested. And bring it to justice. You can act in the wizarding world with integrity and make up for Harry. Hearing August's thoughts, Sirius nodded. Indeed, for Peter Pettigrew, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Before attending the news of his arrest, Peter Pettigrew would not run around. Then do you have any specific plans? What do you need me to do? Looking forward to August, Sirius no longer regarded August as a child but followed him as his backbone. August rubbed his forehead, a little worried. He had no good way. As for directly grabbing Peter Pettigrew and throwing it in front of Fudge, it was completely useless. After all, in people's hearts, Peter Pettigrew is still the hero who won the Order of Merlin, first class, and Fudge won't admit it. Although this injustice occurred during the tenure of the previous Minister of Magic, it was a scandal at the Ministry of Magic anyway. I don't have a good solution for the time being, but don't worry, as long as Peter Pettigrew doesn't run, everything still has a chance. Seeing that Sirius was somewhat dissatisfied, August added another sentence. If you do anything reckless, then I'll hide Peter Pettigrew so that you can never find him for the rest of your life and tell Harry that you're the one who killed his parents. After hearing August's inappropriate speech, Sirius was in a bad mood. Are the current Hogwarts students so vicious? How did he come up with such a sinister solution? This is also August's helpless move. If Sirius is caught by the Ministry of Magic again, August can also be exposed. What he has to do is eliminate all risks. Don't worry. I will follow your command. The dejected Sirius replied feebly. He now knows that this little wizard is a devil and must not provoke him. August nodded with satisfaction, and this is what went on. Remember what you said, since you have agreed, then we will go to Black's ancestral house tomorrow, and I will collect the payment first. Chapter 139, 12 Grimmauld Place. Early the following day, August called Sirius up. I don't know why you are so anxious. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Sirius Black complained vaguely. August paid no attention to Sirius's complaints. His time is very tight now. He must deal with Sirius's affairs immediately and then rush to France. Nico sent him a letter stating that in the next week, there would be a meeting of alchemists from all over the world in France. August is very interested, so he has to deal with everything in England as soon as possible. With Sirius, who had finally finished breakfast, the two operated at Grimmauld Place. Sirius took August to the middle of number 11 and number 13, Grimmauld Place, and introduced him. My home is at number 12, Grimmauld Place. This house originally belonged to a Muggle family, but my ancestors saw it, and the Muggles, please go away. When discussing the invitation, Sirius sneered, expressing his disdain for it. Then he made a strange gesture, and August saw a house that suddenly appeared between number 11 and number 13. Walking into the house, a smell of dust and rotting wood came up, and the candles on the walls flickered on and off. Creature. Are you dead? If not, get out of here. Sirius shouted into the air with a nasty tone. Oh, the shame of being kicked out of the house by the mistress, my little master. I didn't expect you to escape from Azkaban. A thin voice came over in the shadows, and Creature's figure appeared there, walking towards August and Sirius Black. Let me see, the scum master also brought one friend, eh? This respected young master, hello. I didn't expect my master to have such a pure-blooded friend as you. Shut up. You old thing. Black interrupted Creature's thoughts and then looked at August in surprise. I didn't expect you to be a pure-blood. Speaking of which, I still don't know what your name is. This is what Sirius remembered. For 2 days, he didn't even know August's name. August said softly, August Gaunt, a student of Ravenclaw. Ah. Gaunt. A student of Ravenclaw. I hadn't heard any news from the Gaunt family when I was in school. I didn't expect they still have family living in England, and they even joined Ravenclaw. Black sighed with emotion and was no longer entangled. He was an outlier, all the members of the Black family were from Slytherin, but he became Gryffindor. He was regarded as a disgrace to the whole family. Whatever you want, let Creature take you to find it. August nodded and looked at Creature. Creature, where did you put the box that Regulus gave you? Give it to me. Creature's eyes became terrified when hearing August's words, and Black's eyes also changed. What box? What do you know? August stopped Black's inquiry and continued to say to Creature, Regulus asked you to destroy that box. Didn't you fail? Give it to me, and I can help you fulfill Regulus' last wish. Creature finally couldn't hold it any longer, tears flowed down big, and his figure disappeared in place, but he soon reappeared with a locket. He looked at August expectantly and sobbed, Dear guest, you must not lie to Creature, do you? August assured him solemnly, then took the locket in his hand. Black listened to their indistinct chatter, and his heart was filled with anger. He couldn't provoke August, and he couldn't press his house elf. He yelled at Creature, You vile house elf. Tell me everything you know about Regulus. Black's order made Creature unable to refuse, and he could only choke and say everything. Back then, young Master Sirius escaped, but it doesn't matter. He made the Master heartbroken. Master Regulus is different from Master Sirius. He knows what his bloodline and noble surname mean. Say the point. I order you to say the point. Creature. Sirius was about to be mad at his house elf, and he had to hurt him with a few words at this time. Creature was a little scared after being yelled at, and he finally came to the point. Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord's command. He was pleased and proud until a year later, he found Creature. Master said the Dark Lord needs a house elf. Hearing this, Sirius noticed the key. What did the Dark Lord make you do? Creature said to himself, at that time, Master Regulus contributed Creature, he said, it was an honor. His voice was full of fear. The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave by the sea. A small island is in the cave's depth, and a large black lake is in the cave. He told Creature to finish a potion in a stone basin, put the locket in it, and refilled it again. Creature was very uncomfortable. A corpse in the lake was trying to drag Creature into the water. Fortunately, with Master Regulus's call, Creature can escape back. Wait, is the locket you're talking about the one you brought over just now? Sirius asked eagerly. The item that can make the Dark Lord care so much is not accessible. Yes, it is. Then how did you get it back? Sirius questioned Creature as if he were interrogating a prisoner. Master Regulus asked me to take him to the Black Lake. He drank the potion in the stone basin, took out a similar locket box, put it in, and refilled it. Having said this, Creature was already weeping, but he still insisted on finishing the final situation. Master Regulus ordered Creature to go home with the box and not to tell the hostess or anyone. Creature did it. Creature didn't disgrace the Master. But Master Regulus will never come back. After speaking, Creature was already lying on the ground, whimpering in pain. Chapter 140, Hero Regulus. After hearing all this, Sirius was stunned. He already understood everything. The younger brother he has always despised, the good boy of the Black family, Regulus, used his life to stop Voldemort's conspiracy. Sirius furiously wanted to kick Creature but was stopped by August. Levi Corpus. The familiar scene happened again, and Sirius was hung on the gate by August again. Creature looked at all this with a cheerful look and bowed gratefully to August. Put me down. August Gaunt. Sirius struggled hard. His roar echoed throughout the living room. Why did Regulus drink the potion, but this vile house elf survived? Sirius, you know, house elves can't disobey their master's orders, and you should be comforted by Regulus instead of venting your anger at Creature. After saying this, August said to Creature, Don't worry, I have destroyed this locket, and you have completed your master's order. Creature glanced at August in confusion and then at the same locket intact. Did the little wizard take him for a fool? August handed the locket to Creature. You can feel it carefully to see if its atmosphere has changed. Just now, August had absorbed Voldemort's soul. Creature took the locket suspiciously in his hand, penetrated it with magic power, and did find the difference. Creature has been trying to destroy this locket for more than 10 years. He has long been familiar with the aura on the locket. Now the locket has no magical fluctuations that make him uncomfortable. The tears Creature had just stopped. It was pouring out of Creature's eyes again. Creature was so excited that the elf even wanted to kneel to August. Still, August stopped him. If you're going to thank me, throw away that theory of pure blood supremacy. I'm a half-blood wizard, after all. August admires all loyal people, but Creature's habit of being a pure-blooded and closed-mouth mudblood also makes him a little unhappy. Creature nodded, indicating that he understood, and then walked out of the hall staggeringly. Before leaving, he glanced at Sirius at the door with a complicated look. August also calmed down when he saw Sirius, so he lifted the spell. Without a word, Sirius walked to the sofa and sat down. He was about to sink into the couch. He covered his face with his hands and rubbed his eyes hard. After a long time, he said, "Why do you know all this about Regulus, and what the hell is that locket?" August was not surprised when he heard Sirius' inquiry. "How do you say it?" "I know this. You can see it as a talent. I still have some skills in divination." Glancing at himself, he was still a level 0 divination talent. August explained to Sirius with a blushing face and a heartbeat. After all, knowing some plots is also considered divination. As for this locket, don't worry about it. You don't understand some things. If you want to know, you can ask Dumbledore after you get rid of the crime. It wasn't that August wanted to hide the news of Horcrux, but that few people in the magical world knew about Horcrux. He was too lazy to explain this to Sirius. Sirius looked deeply at August, and the boy in front of him seemed to be enveloped in layers of mist, revealing mystery all over his body. And it seemed that he and Harry were on good terms, and Black was a little worried about what August would do to Harry. August didn't know what Sirius was thinking. He walked up to Sirius and said, "Take me to your library. I'm in a hurry." August now has an improved doubling charm this time. He can directly copy all the books here, take them home and read them slowly instead of living in the basement like he did at Malfoy's Manor. Sirius nodded and took August to the library. They walked through a long corridor with portraits of the ancestors of the Black family on both sides. "Hey, why are you here? And who's next to you?" At this moment, a portrait made a sound, and August turned his head to look. It turned out to be an acquaintance, and he waved at him with a smile. "Headmaster Black, long time no see. As for the person next to me, it is Sirius Black." That's right, the character in this portrait is the only Hogwarts headmaster of the Black family, Phineas Black. Since this portrait knows August, it should be Phineas in the headmaster's room who came to visit. What? Sirius. August, how did you get mixed up with this scum? The portrait of Phineas was shocking. He didn't expect to return to his ancestral house and discover such a big secret. "Old man, you, the most unpopular headmaster of Hogwarts, have no right to speak of me like that," Sirius replied angrily. "Shame on the Black family. How dare you say that to your great-great-grandfather, and I'm sending you back to Azkaban." The old man blew his beard and stared, and August quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Headmaster Black, don't get angry with him. Sirius is wronged, and you don't want the last direct line of the Black family to disappear like this, right?" August explained the whole story to Phineas again. Phineas was furious, and he clamored for Dumbledore to arrest Scabbers now. But these were his angry words, and he knew Dumbledore would not believe his one-sided words. "Boy, I'm optimistic about you. If you can help me clear this useless junior's grievances, the Black family will be your forever friends." Phineas looked at August with admiration. August was very speechless when he heard that. Your Black family now has a Sirius left, and his friendship is useless. August laughed dryly and coaxed the older man to keep him from revealing his affairs with Black, so he followed Sirius to the library. Chapter 141, Stella. August quickly copied all the books and left the library. "I'm leaving England for a while. What else do you need?" August asked Sirius, who hesitated before saying, "Can I have a wand? I don't feel well without a wand." For a wizard, a wand is like their arm, and Sirius would love to get one, but he can't go to Ollivander's to order one right now. August thought for a moment. "Have you been living at 12 Grimmauld Place recently?" "No, I don't want to stay in this house." Sirius shook his head and refused. Although he knew that his younger brother was a hero, the rotten aura in this house made him sick. He would never have returned if it weren't for August's request. Hearing Sirius say this, August can only say, "Then I will arrange an apartment for you, but it is in the area where Muggles live, and I will send someone to send you a wand, but you must pay attention to hide your whereabouts. Don't get caught by the auras." Sirius nodded quickly in agreement. Then August left Grimmauld Place with Sirius and went to the apartment. August bought much real estate in the Muggle World's investment company and didn't use it for rent at ordinary times. Now it can be used as a safe house for Sirius. And the wand is not a complex problem for August. There are too many dead wizards in Nocturne Alley. There should be some stock in Aria. Just take one. As for the issue of matching degrees, it is entirely out of August's consideration. As long as it is functional, what kind of wand is needed? Before leaving, August also specially prepared some polyjuice potions for Sirius and some ordinary Muggle hair, and let him take some when he goes out. After finishing these things, it was already dark, and August hurried back home. August will drain all those gold coins tonight to see what goodies come in. In the previous diamond lottery draws, August obtained heaven-defying treasures such as Avalon and EA. Therefore, he also looks forward to what treasures he can get this time. System, help me draw all the gold coins into cards. August, who still had a wave of feudal superstition, lit 3 candles after bathing and changing clothes and worshipped the statue of God that he had made with transfiguration. If he draws a good card, August will often offer a few incense sticks to God in the future. After a familiar light, countless cards appeared in front of August. August took account and found that his luck was not bad. There were 2 diamond cards, 8 gold cards, and 37 purple cards. The rest were all blue and white cards. If the calculation is purely based on the guarantee, he has 2 more gold cards in this wave, which is a profit. After fusing the low-level cards, August looked at the 8 gold cards. 2 Dumbledore, 1 Grindelwald, 1 Snape, yes, they were all things that worked for him. There is also a draws on spell cards. Explosive spell, Stella, optimized version. Introduction, condenses most of the magic power in the body, hits and releases it, it can instantly generate much damage, and the power is determined according to the magical power provided by the host. August was silent for a few seconds. He was startled, thinking he had won the great hero's magic trick. Still, he was relieved after seeing the introduction at the back. Lone Meteor is the stunt of the great hero Arash in the world of Type Moon. According to legend, he shot an arrow with his own life, and where the arrow fell formed the border between the 2 countries. If it were the original skill, August wouldn't even learn it, and he wouldn't use his life as a means of attack. But since the system has improved the skill, he is relieved. After merging the card into his body, a chant from Stella appeared in his mind immediately. August stretched his right index finger and said softly, Stella. A golden arrow appeared on the index finger, and its hidden sharpness made August look sideways. Nodding with satisfaction, August also dissipated the arrow. He outputs a little magic power, more than 3 times stronger than Sectum Semper with the same magic power. It could be said that August's current most potent spell was a single attack spell. Although August's Fiendfyre is also powerful, there are still many ways for a skilled wizard to deal with Fiendfyre. Dumbledore's Orb of Water is one of them. The remaining 3 gold cards made August a little depressed. Name, Sybil Trelawney. Quality, gold. Talents, divination, 7 charms, 3. For August, this gold card is entirely useless. He doesn't rely on divination to eat. Still, other talents do not affect him, and August can only choose the divination talent with tears. All of these gold cards were put into the system, and August was ready to integrate for a while, putting the lines as the knight's highlight. 2 cards shown with diamonds were turned over by August one by one. Legendary spell, Revival Aura. Quality, diamond. Effect, resurrect people who have been dead for less than an hour, and the maximum number of resurrections simultaneously is 5. Cooldown, 1 month. August was thrilled when he saw the introduction of the spell. This spell was the last guarantee. If his friends were killed, as long as he arrived at the scene within an hour, he could revive them. With joy, August looked at the last diamond card. Legendary spell, Magical Activation. Quality, diamond. Effect, improve the quality of magic power, increase the activity of magic power, increase the consumption of magic power after activation, and increase the power of magic spells. Cooldown, none. Consumption, 500 magical power scale. Looking at this card, August felt that it was okay. At least it could enhance his explosive ability, which was an excellent boosting spell. The 2 diamond cards are legendary and probably magic spells created by legendary wizards. Like the Revival Aura, the minimum requirement for use is a 500 magical power scale, and August is still far behind. However, there is no hard requirement to activate the magical activation, and he can try the effect when he has time. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Road to the God of Law. August can't help but sigh. These super-limited magics brought by this diamond-level lottery can greatly help August. It's a pity that he only got 2 of them after more than 300 draws this time. The probability is low. August was a little greedy enough to think that it would be nice if there were a guarantee for a diamond-level draw. After fantasizing for a while, he just restrained his thoughts. He prepared to study the distribution plan of talents and check his status. Dumbledore's 2 cards were set to defense against the dark arts, Grindelwald's was set to transfiguration, and Snape's was potions. After merging all the cards according to his ideas, August's talent level has also undergone tremendous changes. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 14. Status, prospective third-year student at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Witch Spirit. Magic Scale, 165.2. Magical items, Avalon, Wand, EA, Resurrection Stone, Invisibility Cloak, Temporary. Charms Talent, 8. Defense against the Dark Arts Talent, 9. Transfiguration Talent, 8. Potions Talent, 8. Black Magic Talent, 9. Spells, Fiendfyre, Patronus Charm, Cruciatus Curse. Only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. This time he drew a lot of Patronus Charms, and the 3 spells with the highest proficiency were not all black magic. August was a little confused when he already had 2 full-level talents and remembered that he still had another card of the talent-breaking limit card. He didn't know whether to add it to the charms or transformation talent. As for potions, August gave up after thinking about it. The reason is straightforward. Even if his potions talent reaches the max level, he still needs to study herbology. He does not see much return in a short time. And in the current magic world, many potion raw materials have disappeared, and it is complex for a clever woman to cook without rice. After thinking about it, August is still set on charms talent first. After all, the transfiguration talent can still be drawn on Dumbledore, and the charms talent will have to wait for the new talent-breaking limit card next time. Afterward, August used the talent-breaking limit card, changing charms talent. Charms talent, 9. So far, August has 3 9th-level talents, surpassing Dumbledore and Grindelwald in an all-round way. As for Voldemort, the pattern is too low, and August is too lazy to mention it. At this moment, the system, which had been silent, suddenly made a series of prompt sounds. Ding! It has been detected that the 3 talents of the host have reached the 9th level, which is the limit of mortals. The system begins to upgrade. Upgrade. Upgrade complete. The system upgrade is complete. Officially renamed the Way of the God of Law's system. The only main quest released by the system, the Road to the God of Law. The Road to the God of Law, quest requirements, the host becomes the God of all laws. Reward, the origin of all laws. The pre-task of the main quest is now released, Ascension to the God rank. First stage of the mission of Ascension to God rank, overwhelm the world. I am a legend. Mission requirements, defeat 3 of the world's powerhouses. Current progress, 0/3. Mission reward, achievement legend. Second stage of the mission to Ascension to God rank, everyone is extraordinary. Mission requirements, sublime the planes. Everyone has extraordinary power. Quest reward, achieve the Master of the Planes, ignite the fire, and promote to the demigod rank. Third stage of the mission of Ascension to God rank, attack the heavens and devour the source. Mission requirements, capture 3 small planes and assimilate them into a magical world. Quest reward, immortal body, ascension to true God. A series of prompt sounds directly fried August, and he didn't return to his senses for a long time. Since August obtained the system, he has always thought it is a salted fish system, releasing a little daily task daily and then letting August draw cards himself. There is no other effect. As a result, the system did indeed drop such a giant bomb today. The Road to the God of Law. This is a precise arrangement for August's future. Do you think I'm the type of person to be pushed around? Yes, he is. There is such a good thing. The trouble is to give me a little more. System. Are you here? Reply. August tentatively called for the system. After all, it was upgraded, and he also wanted to see if the system could only improve. System. Seeing the system's reply, August breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still a stupid system without any intelligence. After a long time, August slowly recovered from the state of mind wandering and turned to the specific details of the mission. Let's not read the Road to the God of Law. Although the reward of the source of all magic seems very powerful, it is still too far away from August. August's immediate attention is still on the series of tasks of ascending to God rank. The first stage of the task is to let August defeat 3 of the world's powerhouses, isn't it Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort? With his current strength, he is not the opponent of these 3 people or can't beat them, and Grindelwald is also locked up in Nurmengard by Dumbledore. If he rushes up, he may face 2 older man's sweet doubles. Thinking of that scene, August shuddered. As for the second task, August was even more puzzled. Rubbing his chin, August pondered what the "everyone is extraordinary" in the task requirements meant. Could it be that he made everyone into a wizard? Think of a sentence Slytherin once said, "I will be extraordinary in my life." The more August thought about it, the more he felt that his thinking was correct. This task would have been a little too difficult if this was the case. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Magic, there should be 250,000 wizards in the entire Europa, including those wandering wizards, as well as some werewolves, vampires, and other magical creatures. It will not exceed 500,000. And what is the population of the whole of Europa? Nearly 750 million. Not to mention the other continents. Thinking of these, August's headache became more and more. Becoming a god is not that simple, not even a demigod. The more he thought about it, the more annoying it became, so August gave up, turned off the lights, went to bed, and rested. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Reunion after a long time. The following day, August packed his bags and headed to the airport. Fleur has written to August several times, and the World Alchemy Summit is about to be held. After August goes, he will ask Nico to find out the situation. The plane took off quickly, and 2 hours later, August arrived in Paris. And when August walked out of the airport, he was instantly attracted by a beautiful figure. Not only he but almost everyone looked at it subconsciously. It was a young and beautiful girl. Although most of her face was covered by the thin silk hanging down from her hat, her unique attraction couldn't be concealed. Especially the blue silk, shining brightly under the bright light of Paris. Suddenly, the girl seemed to see what she was waiting for and quickly ran towards the exit. Auguste. Fleur ran to August's side excitedly and hugged him. It seemed that she wanted to put his whole being into his arms. August also smiled and embraced the girl in his arms, gently sniffing the fragrance from the girl's hair. After experiencing it, well, Fleur had become mature. Fleur also felt the abnormality of August, her face flushed, and she left August's embrace. August, you've grown taller. Fleur's expression was a little dazed. They hadn't seen each other for a year. August was already a little taller than herself. Last year, he was still a little shorter than her. And, more handsome, the facial features gradually opened up, and there was less childishness and a little more youthful spirit. Why, is it because Beauxbatons doesn't have a handsome guy like me? August teased Fleur, which attracted the girl's eyes, but Fleur didn't let go, holding August's arm and walking out. The combination of a handsome boy and a beautiful girl attracted frequent glances from passers-by. Fleur did not take August directly to Nicolas Flamel's manor, but the two wandered the streets of Paris instead. Along the way, Fleur was chatting with August about her life this year, what magic she had learned, and what exciting things she encountered in school. August listened carefully, asking a few questions from time to time. For Fleur, August always has a kind of guilt in his heart. Unlike Cho and Hermione, August seldom accompanies Fleur, and he can only come to Paris to see each other during the summer vacation. That's why August cherishes his time with Fleur, and the two stop and go around the most lively streets in Paris. On the way, a little girl suddenly stopped the two of them. "Brother, do you want to buy a bunch of flowers for the sister?" Looking at the roses in the little girl's hands, August smiled and replied warmly, "Okay, I bought all the flowers here." The little girl was surprised when she heard August's answer, handed the flower to August, and walked away with the money. August held the flower and handed it to the Fleur. In the process, the rose suddenly changed. The original faded appearance suddenly became full of vitality and had a layer of crystal luster. "It looks beautiful." Fleur covered her mouth, looked at the rose in front of her with some surprise, held the rose in her hand as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world, and then gave August a big reward. They were kissing on the street, but no one looked over curiously. As early as August performed transfiguration on the flower, August blocked the perception of the surrounding muggles. It wasn't until late at night that Fleur sent August to the entrance of Nico's house. "Otherwise, I won't go back." August looked at Fleur. Some thoughts were just around the corner. Fleur patted August lightly, and her words were full of teasing. "Don't be funny, little brother." August was a little depressed. After all, he was too young. While watching Fleur being picked up by a carriage, he entered the coffee shop. The house elf Sean had already been waiting inside, and when he saw August, he hurried up to meet him. August greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, Sean." "It was my pleasure to meet you, Master August." Then the two returned to the house. Since it was very late, August did not go to Nico and Mrs. Pernelli but returned to the bedroom where he lived last year, washed and rested. The next day, August met Nico and Mrs. Pernelli in the living room. The old couple was also delighted to see August, especially Mrs. Pernelli, who grabbed August's hand and asked about his life. The two chatted for more than an hour before they stopped, and Nico, on the side, was also waiting a little impatient. "Well, haven't you communicated with August all the time? There's so much to say later." Mrs. Pernelli glared at Nico angrily. "It's not clear in the letter. If you're impatient, don't wait." Nico also smiled bitterly. After August came, his status plummeted. But Mrs. Pernelli also knew that the two still had business to talk about and finally left after saying a few words, leaving the living room to them. Nico smiled at August. Did you meet Fleur yesterday? Glancing at the 600-year-old man who was still gossiping, August didn't answer the question. Still, he asked directly, what happened to the alchemy summit you mentioned? Nico didn't care about August's change of subject and replied. It's nothing, it's just a 5-year exchange meeting with a few old guys, and then a few old guys will bring some people to communicate with each other. Nico said it casually, but August did not underestimate this exchange. People who can be called old guys by Nico are not simple characters. This should be the highest level of alchemy communication in the world. Do I need to do something? August wanted to know some details and took advantage of these few days to prepare well. No, you can bring Kevin and the others to the event. I believe those old guys will be too scared to speak by Kevin. Speaking of this, his face was already full of a little smile. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Mischievous Minions. August raised his eyebrows when he saw Nico's expression. He discovered these famous old men in the magic world have horrible taste. It was the same with Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel, and those old men of the Order of Merlin he knew. By the way, Kevin and others, where are they? August asked about the news of his minions. Before he left last time, he left Kevin, Stuart, and Bob with Nico as an assistant. After all, the old man is old, and with the help of the little yellow, he can save a lot of worries when doing experiments. You talk about them. Speaking of minions, a deep smile appeared on the face of the old man. They blew up my laboratory yesterday, and they are cleaning up now. August was stunned for a moment and then covered in black lines. He initially thought the minions could help Nico, but he didn't expect them to blow up Nico's laboratory. Immediately, his face was a little unsettled. Or I'll take them away and prepare a few assistants for you again. August shuddered at the thought of the masters pitted by the minions in his previous life and quickly said to Nico. But Nico shook his head repeatedly. No, they're fine. I'm good friends with them now. You can't take them away. After a year of getting along, Nico and the little yellow have long become good friends. Seeing them laughing and joking daily, Nico also feels that life is much more enjoyable. If August took the minions away, he would be a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Nico was so determined, August had no choice but to give up and stop talking about this topic. The two chatted about some alchemy issues. In more than a year, August has also made a lot of progress in alchemy, but some questions still need the help of a master like Nico. August also took out some of the props he had made over the year and asked Nico to give him some advice. What is this? Nico picked up a vest and looked at August curiously. This alchemy item is straightforward and belongs to the entry-level difficulty. Nico can see its effect at a glance, but he is very curious about what August does with this thing. August was a little embarrassed. He accidentally took out the backbone and sleepy glasses Fred and George. He always took them with him, which was revealed to Nico today. August was embarrassed to explain the purpose of these two things to Nico, and Nico was overjoyed after listening to it. I didn't expect such an attractive little guy at Hogwarts. Don't worry, I won't tell Albus. After finishing speaking, he also wrote a letter to Fred and George, giving his own suggestions. After this episode, Nico took a look at August's work. He raved about one of the books, a searchable catalog inspired by August's at Slytherin Library. You should have told me about this earlier because when you are old, your memory is not good, and sometimes it takes a long time for me to search for something. August said with a smile, it's not too late. I'll give you the refining process and the magic we've used. Do I still have to pay you some royalties? Nico quipped August, saying he made much money with the improved doubling charm. August shook his head with a wry smile. Nico now likes to make fun of him more and more, and August is helpless too. After reading all of August's achievements, Nico also sighed. Your level is no worse than mine now, but there are still some deficiencies in experience, but don't worry. It will always get better. August also understands this truth. Practice makes perfect. Still, his improvement of alchemy is not the most crucial task. Strength is what he values most. However, August's most important purpose has not been achieved today, and he will no longer chat with Nico about alchemy. Do you know how to turn a muggle into a wizard? Hearing this question, Nico was a little surprised, and then he gave August a deep look. Then he said with a sigh. It's a taboo subject. Taboo. August was a little puzzled, waiting for Nico's following words. Do you know Herpo? August nodded. The dark wizard who invented the Horcrux also studied the Basilisk and countless other evil deeds. Seeing that August knew, Nico continued, yes, he did countless evil experiments, including how to turn a muggle into a wizard, and he finally succeeded. Success. August became more and more curious when he heard this. Since it was successful, why was there no record, and was it also listed as taboo? Even information about the Horcrux, August can find some clues in the Hogwarts library. Still, there is no record of how to turn muggles into wizards. Nico controlled the teacup to float to his mouth with magic power, took a sip, and said Herpo's method. He used a cruel secret technique to draw out all the blood of a muggle and a wizard and then exchanged them for each other. From then on, the wizard lost the ability to cast spells, and the muggle had magical powers, although not very powerful. Herpo has succeeded. After listening to Nico's description, August's hair stood up all over his body. He completely pumped out the blood and then sent it to others. But August still has a doubt. Although this process is cruel, it is not more taboo than the production of Horcrux. When Nico heard August's doubts, he also answered. Although this ritual is evil, compared to the Horcrux, it is pretty good. When making the Horcrux, you need to kill people and use that solid resentment to keep the deceased soul forcibly inside the Horcrux. Although this blood exchange ceremony is painful, people can still survive after all. This method is listed as taboo because he has touched the bottom line of the wizard. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Nicholas Flamel's Concerns, August's Philosophy. Bottom line. August felt that he had understood something. Sure enough, Nico's following words proved his idea. Although in the Middle Ages and even earlier, wizards were hated by the Muggle world, many were caught by Muggles and couldn't escape the torture of the stake. But essentially, wizards still feel like they're a Muggle class, not even a creature. And Herpo's experiment completely broke this boundary, turning a wizard into a Muggle and a Muggle into a wizard, which is equivalent to challenging the inherent rules. Imagine what a Muggle-born wizard would do in those chaotic times if he wanted his relatives and friends to become wizards too. August imagined and said with difficulty, "Catch a wizard and exchange blood." Nico nodded, yes, someone did it at that time. The owner of a pure-blood family had a squib son. He arrested a wizard and exchanged blood for the two. However, after this incident was exposed, the pure-blood family soon aroused public outrage, and the entire family was exterminated. Since then, the blood exchange rituals and methods have been destroyed. I came from that era, so I can only understand so much. If you ask Albus, he may not know. After listening to all, August also nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this secret technique that breaks the boundaries of vested interests will not let it stay. It will be forgiven for not finding any information. Shaking his head regretfully, although he got the answer from Nico, it was not suitable for August. He wanted a method that could change Muggles on a large scale. Seeing August's regret, Nico thought he was disappointed because of losing the secret technique, and his face changed slightly. August, the magic of magic is far more than that. You shouldn't go down the wrong path just because of some small curiosity. August was stunned for a moment and quickly understood the meaning of Nico's words, and then he was a little dumbfounded. It's not that I'm disappointed by the insensitivity of the blood exchange secret technique. It's just that some things I want to know have not been answered, and it's a pity. After saying this, August paused for a moment before continuing, I want everyone to learn magic. Nico's eyes widened suddenly, looking at August in disbelief. He didn't understand that August would have such thoughts. As wizards, our population is so tiny that we can only live in corners of the world, and with the development of Muggle technology, there will only be less and less living space for wizards. I didn't want to wait for that day to come, so I had an idea. If everyone in the world became wizards and combined with Muggle technology, would it be a new way? August told Nico his reasons. Although he didn't mention the system task, these are true thoughts in his heart. In the world of August's previous life, satellites' footprints have spread worldwide. Although there is magic protection, Muggles will always subconsciously ignore the gathering places of those wizards. But who can guarantee that Muggles will not be able to develop devices that can crack magic in the future? If that day comes, wizards with such a small population will not be able to compete with the billions of Muggles. By that time, the best outcome for the wizards is death, and the worst may be to be put on the dissection table. The best result that August came up with is that since they can't beat you, they will assimilate you. The contradiction will not be so intense when all the people in the world have become wizards. The room fell into silence after August said was finished. Nico was both shocked by August's thoughts and worried about the future described by August. After a long time, he sighed, "You remind me of a man who almost destroyed the whole of Paris at that time." August was startled. Grindelwald. In those days, Grindelwald made a scene in Paris. He was fantastic at using the Protego Diabolica spell, but he failed in the end. He once wanted to change the world, but he was different from you. He wanted wizards to enslave Muggles and rule the world, but Albus stopped him. I'm not sure if your path is right, but Albus will stop you. Nico tells the story of that period and worries about August's thoughts. Now that I have made a choice, no one can stop me, not even Dumbledore. August looked at Nico firmly. Even if Dumbledore didn't trouble him, he would still find a chance to defeat Dumbledore. He and Dumbledore were destined to be enemies since the quest was released. Looking at August's firm appearance, Nico was helpless. Forget it, I'm already old, and I don't want to get involved in these things, but I can still provide you with some help in the research of alchemy and potions. We have had time in the past few days to discuss this. Nico said that he had already made a choice. After all, he still wants to see what the world depicted by August is like. But he was a little worried and added, "You and Albus are just fighting over ideas, and there's no need to kill each other." That's right, Nico worries about Dumbledore, not August, because the old-fashioned Nico has long discovered that August's strength is terrifying. And this time, August gave him the feeling that he was more dangerous than the last time, and there was a faint hint of sharpness. It is estimated that Dumbledore will not be August's opponent in a few years. Thinking of this, Nico can't help but sigh at August. This was also because August had just drawn the card yesterday. Before he could digest his high strength, he hurried to Paris, unintentionally revealing a hint of momentum captured by Nico. August smiled gratefully at Nico, and the two stopped talking about this topic after that but talked about some parental misunderstandings. Chapter 146, Transform the minions and go to Beauxbatons. August chatted with Nico until noon, and after lunch, August went to the lab to see the minions. At this time, the minions are still repairing Nico's laboratory and holding tools such as hammers and wrenches in their little hands, which is very funny. As soon as they saw August come in, they immediately put down what they were holding and surrounded them. Oola. Kevin hugged August's thigh and jumped up and down. Bob grabs Kevin and wants to pull him away so that he can hug his master. And Stuart was standing there silly laughably. August is also pleased to see a few of them. After all, it is the first time he has done elaborate work. It's been so long. August misses them all. Rubbing Kevin's little head, August pretended to be angry and said, "Didn't I ask you to help Nico? Why did you blow up the laboratory?" Kevin was a little aggrieved. Oola kept talking. Bob, on the side, was in a hurry and punched Kevin directly. Kevin hit the table and made another mess of the newly repaired laboratory. Chaos. August is also dumbfounded. Just now, Kevin said that Bob's mistakes caused the potion explosion, which destroyed the laboratory. As a result, Bob became a little embarrassed and interrupted Kevin directly using physics. August makes the minion body of precious materials, and its strength is comparable to that of some powerful magical creatures. He quickly stopped the two little boys from making a fool of themselves. If they were fighting, it is estimated that the entire laboratory would have to be rebuilt. "Okay, don't make trouble, I'm going to take you to an event in 2 days, and now I'm going to make some improvements for you." Hearing August's words, the three minions stood beside him obediently. August led them to the laboratory in his suitcase. He is going to give minions a significant version upgrade. At the beginning of designing the minions, August didn't think about letting them participate in battle, so when making them, he also strengthened their bodies without adding too many battle runes. But since Nico let August take the minions to the Alchemy Summit, then August can't let Nico lose face. He decided to give the minions a significant upgrade. First of all, it was the core. The core formations of the minions were outdated. Because the efficiency of the core array to extract magic power is not high, the power of the magic spell is not very strong, and it is stronger than the little wizards in the school. August strengthened it a bit, reaching the efficiency of a normal aura extracting magic power. The second is the runes on the minions. In the beginning, most of the runes inscribed by August are auxiliary types, such as the summoning and floating spells, which can quickly help the master fight. August has directly added all the commonly used attacking spells, such as disarming, petrification, and shield, all arranged. The most important thing is to add an emergency mode, which can instantly apparate to the side of the person holding the mark and block the deadly attack for them. August was going to give this mark to Nico, which was a little thought from him. The last thing is to replace some materials. Many materials are already collected through the system's card drawing and August's collection. He returned the minions with the best materials to achieve the best results. When August finishes all this, it will be 2 days later, and tomorrow will be the date of the Alchemy Summit. For this event, Mrs. Pernelli specially customized a dress for August. The materials are precious, such as dragon skins, unicorn feathers, and thestral fluff. These things are extraordinary. August feels that the value of this dress can already buy a firebolt. "Grandma Pernelli, you don't have to prepare such a nice dress for me. You know, I'm still growing, so maybe this dress won't be able to be worn next year." Looking at Mrs. Pernelli, who was helping her tidy up her bow tie, August's words were a little helpless. But the old lady didn't care. "It's all right, anyway, this dress will be worn this time, and you can customize it next time if you need it." August was a little embarrassed. In his previous life, he had heard of those celebrities who would never wear repeating dresses for ceremonies. He didn't expect him to have it today. Nodding with satisfaction, Mrs. Pernelli looked at the handsome young man in front of her, feeling that her grandson had grown up and admitted it. Suddenly she thought of one thing. "Tomorrow, Fleur will participate as your female companion. She will come to the house to join us and set off together." "Is he going to go with Fleur too?" This was something August didn't expect. Fleur hadn't shown any interest in alchemy before, and he thought the other party wouldn't go this time. Nodding to the old lady, August said he understood. The following day, August put on his dress early and waited for the arrival of Fleur in the living room, but he didn't wait long before she arrived. Today's Fleur is wearing a silver dress. He doesn't know what kind of silk thread it is made of. Her long hair has been permed on purpose. Coupled with the crystal princess crown on the top of her head, Fleur is very bright and beautiful. After Fleur came in, she first said hello to Nico and Mrs. Pernelli. Then walked to August's side and held his arm with a smile. Seeing a pair of beautiful and handsome people standing before them, the two old were very happy. "Okay, let's go," Nico said and let the house elf lead them to where the carriages were parked, where two luxurious carriages had already been parked. There is also two winged horse in front of each carriage. Fleur and August got into one, Nico and Mrs. Pernelli in the other. Sitting on the carriage, August asked Fleur curiously, "Do you know where this exchange meeting will be held?" "It's in one of the great halls in Beauxbatons, and this time I'm just going to take you on a tour of the school." Fleur happily told August that she had long wanted to take August to Beauxbatons. Still, unfortunately, she didn't have a chance last time. This time she finally got the wish. Chapter 147, World Alchemy Summit. Beauxbatons is located in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France. Even though the Pegasus was fast, everyone arrived in the afternoon. When they arrived at Beauxbatons, at the school gate, Madame Maxime was already waiting there early. Seeing Nico get off the carriage, Madame Maxime greeted him with a few wizards who looked like professors. "Long time no see, Mr. Flammel, Mrs. Pernelli, I wish you well." After speaking, Madame Maxime bent down and gave a warm kiss to Mrs. Pernelli. "So are you, Maxime." Nico and Mrs. Pernelli smiled in response to Maxime's greetings. And Maxime also saw August and Fleur behind them. "See you again, Gaunt. Congratulations on receiving the Order of Merlin." She smiled and greeted August. She was also delighted with the little wizard who kidnapped her most proud student. In her heart, only such an outstanding person deserves Fleur. August also responded politely to her. "Thank you for your blessings, Madame Maxime, and I wish you all the best." After a few words of greeting, they entered the school and went to where the event would be held. The architectural style of Beauxbatons is very different from that of Hogwarts. Some beautiful fountains and statues can be seen everywhere here, reflecting the romance of the Gallic people. But August didn't appreciate it carefully because they arrived at their destination very quickly. When they entered the Great Hall, many people were already in it. A large round table in the middle of the Great Hall was almost full. Next to it are some tables, where some apprentices and juniors brought by alchemists are sitting. After August came in, he found that Fudge had also appeared here, chatting eagerly with a serious middle-aged wizard next to him. After seeing Nico come in, some people stood up to greet him. And the other part of the people who didn't stand up looked at those people enviously. Nicholas Flamel is the originator of modern alchemy and has a very high status in the hearts of all those who study alchemy. These people who can come to greet them are the group with the highest status among all the people present, and those who are slightly inferior do not have this qualification. A few old men walked up to Nico and hugged him to welcome him, and then one said with a smile, "Nico, I thought you would be the last to show your face this time, but I didn't expect you to show up at the beginning. Could it be that your alchemy has made a breakthrough?" The people next to him also nodded in agreement and looked at Nicholas Flamel with curious eyes. August can't help but sigh. No wonder these people can have the status and knowledge they have today. This mentality of living until old age and learning old age is not something ordinary people can have. "No, I'm here this time with my junior." Nico didn't hide it either. He directly explained the purpose. He came here today to support August. Everyone turned their attention to August and Fleur and was very curious about who is the junior. Fleur was a little nervous. Many of these old men were known to Fleur, who were all prominent figures in the French magic world. August patted Fleur's hand lightly, motioning her to relax, then stepped forward and greeted everyone generously. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm August Gaunt," the junior Nico said, referring to me. "Please give me more advice." Gaunt. Is that the little wizard who invented the wolf's poison potion and received the Order of Merlin? Alchemy and potions have a lot in common, so it wasn't long before someone recognized August's identity. August nodded, admitting it. Everyone looked at August's demeanor without stage fright and admired it, but they were still slightly puzzled. They had never heard of Nico's younger generation in England. But this is not the place to talk, and there is no questioning. They led Nico to the seat opposite the door and sat down, and August followed suit and sat on Nico's right side. As for Fleur and Mrs. Pernelli, they went to the side hall to attend another banquet exclusively for women. And Fudge, sitting not far away, also saw August's figure and was very surprised. Of course, he remembered the little wizard who had just won the Order of Merlin last year. Still, he didn't expect August to also participate in this World Alchemy Summit. He seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Nico. After August and Nico took their seats, the wizard who had just talked to Fudge stood up and gave the opening speech. Only August knew that this person was the French Ministry of Magic Minister. After a stinky and long speech, the summit finally began. Sure enough, the leader's speech is always dull, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding world. In the first stage of the summit, some people asked the questions they had encountered in the past few years and saw if anyone present could answer them. Soon someone showed his head, and an old man with grey hair stood up tremblingly. I have been researching Shield Cloak for the past few years, trying to improve the service life of the Shield Cloak, but after my efforts, the service life of the Shield Cloak has only become 70 times of magic attack. Which master has any good ideas and suggestions? August also knows the Shield Cloak, a precious magic item in the magic world. Generally, it can withstand 50 spell attacks. This person can mention 70 times, which is not bad. Cough, this question, I think I can still provide some help. Nico, next to August, spoke, but after he finished speaking, he did look at August, and the meaning was obvious. August was a little speechless, but he understood Nico's intention, so he stood up and looked at the old man. Master, can you tell me what your main problem is? When the old man saw August stand up, he was slightly surprised. Isn't this little wizard a little too young? But since it was Nicholas Flamel's suggestion, he also put the question to August. The problem focuses on the lifespan of the runes. After the runes is burned every time, the Shield Cloak loses its effect. August nodded. He also guessed that magic items with a limited lifespan encountered this problem. Chapter 148, Amazing Appearance of the Cooling Rune. 2 reasons that cause all props with a lifespan limit. The first is the problem of making materials, like a typical invisibility cloak, because it is made from the hide of a demiguise. After the death of the demiguise, his fur will gradually lose its invisibility. Even if the wizards delay this time in the production process, it cannot be used permanently. The second reason is that the runes is damaged. The reason for the invisibility cloak is that every time the magic spell is activated, it will cause some damage to the runes. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, the runes will be scrapped, and the entire invisibility cloak will naturally become unusable. However, August has some exclusive skills which can avoid some problems. Still, he will not share them in vain and only show some technology slightly beyond the magic world's existing level. August smiled slightly. Master, have you considered adding some runes for cooling when drawing runes? Cooling. Does the white-haired old man have some doubts about how to cool? August knew his words were useless, so he directly used his wand to outline a runes in the void. Fudge opened his mouth. He wanted to tell August that underage people should not use magic outside of school, but he gave up the idea. At first glance, the old man saw this was the runes of a set of shield charm used on the shield cloak. Still, August's runes were more complicated. I added a few runes to each runes node, which play a role in concrete repair. Every time the magic spell is activated, it will form a protection for the node, which greatly prolongs the service life. Secondly, August pointed at the runes formation in the air with his wand and talked eloquently. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up when he heard it. Not only he, but many other people present were also interested. Some took out parchment and quill pens and recorded what August said. When August stopped speaking, the audience also remembered the warm applause. Everyone was impressed by August's ingenious idea. If implemented according to August's method, they had calculated that the service life of the shield cloak would at least double. August bowed slightly to the surroundings in thanks and then sat back in his seat. He came here today to make a blockbuster, and the effect is still good. The white-haired old man also looked at August gratefully. This problem has troubled him for 5 years, and August has solved it today. He decided to have a good chat with August when he reached the stage of accessible communication. The white-haired old man's family is in the business of making shield cloaks, and his family is the supplier of the French Ministry of Magic. If he uses August's technology himself, that's all. Still, he will not fight with the original owner if it is used for business. It is estimated that his reputation in the whole circle will also stink. Although the exchange meeting is to exchange experiences, it is not for everyone to share their research results unconditionally. If other people's ideas are helpful to you, you must have some sincerity. Next, the exchange meeting continued, and strange questions were thrown out by alchemists worldwide. August didn't continue to be in the limelight anymore. He knew that it was too much. But August still listened carefully to everyone's speech, although some people's problems were very simple to him. But listening to other people's ideas can also give August some inspiration. The meeting continued into the evening, during which there were all kinds of questions, and some people argued with red faces and thick necks to prove their arguments were correct. 2 of them even almost fought, but the people pulled them next to them, and it was a pity for August, who was watching the fun. Have they always been like this? August secretly asked Nico. Some couldn't believe this was the top group of alchemists in the world. Nico shook his head with a smile. It used to be more exaggerated than it is now. I remembered 50 years ago, 2 people really did it, and one of them was seriously injured. That is, since that time, everyone has restrained a lot, and even if they do it, they will be measured. August was dumbfounded. This is the legend that I can't convince you of verbally, so am I going to use physics to persuade you. After the exchange meeting on the first day, it was time for dinner. August says that French cuisine is much better than England's. Escargot, foie gras, lamb chops. August is also pleased to eat. Although he trained the house elf at Hogwarts to cook Chinese national dishes, such authentic French cuisine still cannot be cooked. Fleur, on the side, was looking at August with admiration. She already knew about August's brilliant performance at the exchange meeting. August also enjoys this feeling. Who doesn't want their girlfriend, fiancé, and the person they admire most to be themselves? August also asked Fleur what was going on there. It's nothing. Mrs. Pernelli brought me to meet some people. Still, they didn't talk about anything. They were all about clothes and bags. You wouldn't be interested. August is speechless. Can the witches in the wizarding world also be unable to resist the charm of clothes and bags? There was a small reception after the dinner. Still, August didn't go there because he was not old enough as an excuse. If the day is an occasion for alchemists to exchange experiences, then the night is for politicians like Fudge. After all, most of those who can afford alchemy are wizards from wealthy families. Their influence in the magic world is enormous. Politicians need such an occasion for them to expand their contacts. August isn't interested in these things. He wants fame and status, not troublesome intrigue. There are only 2 days for this summit. Tomorrow morning is part of the exhibition of works, and the afternoon is the time for accessible communication. Then it's over. The display of works is the most crucial part of August. Although today's cooling runes are fantastic, it is not shocking enough. Therefore, August will introduce Minion's existence to the world tomorrow and spread his fame. Chapter 149, August's Rival. The exchange meeting on the second day was still held in the Great Hall yesterday. However, the layout of the Great Hall has undergone significant changes. The round table in the middle disappeared and became an open space, and in front of it was a row of jury seats. There are also many more seats in the Great Hall than yesterday. August probably counted them, and there are nearly 200. Yesterday, Nico also told August that, in fact, this exchange meeting also played a role in sales. Studying alchemy is very expensive, and one experiment may consume dozens of galleons for materials. Alchemists also don't mind selling some of their works for money. Today's rule is to take turns showing their work. To save trouble, the order of appearance is directly according to the first letter of the name. Fleur also came to the scene today to cheer for August. Soon, the first wizard of the day came to the middle display area. The work I brought today is a shockwave bracelet. After speaking, the wizard raised his wrist and showed the bracelet. Its effect is straightforward. It can release shockwave spells, but this shockwave bracelet of mine can cast 2 shockwave in a row. After speaking, his assistant came to the stage and released an Impunio Jinx at him. Several small stones attacked the wizard. The wizard urged the bracelet, a shockwave instantly knocked the stones flying, and then another shockwave immediately hit the assistant. However, the assistant released the shield charm ahead of time but staggered back 2 steps. After the presentation, the assistant left the stage, and the wizard stayed on the stage, waiting for questions from the audience. From August's point of view, the design of this shockwave bracelet is quite good. It can withstand physical attacks, and the second spell can catch the enemy off guard. It is a good item. Can you control the release direction of the shockwave? A witch sitting in the audience stood up and asked. The wizard shook his head. I'm sorry, this is an omnidirectional shockwave spell, and my level has not yet reached the height that I can launch it directionally. He added another sentence. This bracelet also comes with a dustproof spell and a constant temperature spell, which can save you a lot of trouble in your life. Sure enough, hearing the words behind him, many people in the audience showed interest, and they were going to buy some from the wizard later. The following few wizards who came to the stage also showed their works, but they were not as practical as the works of the first wizard and seemed a little uninterested. It didn't take long for a handsome man in his 20s to appear on stage, and there was a lot of chatter. Who is this person? He seems to be very famous. August asked Fleur, sitting next to him, and Fleur frowned in disgust. This is Becky Duggan. He has been a well-known genius wizard in France in recent years. He is also very talented in alchemy. He also wanted to visit Mr. Flammel, but he was unsuccessful. August got it, but why does Fleur seem to hate this Becky Duggan? He once pursued me, but I rejected him, but he has been stalking me, often harassing me at school on the grounds of asking questions. He doesn't even look at what he looks like. And he's almost 10 years older than me. I don't know where his confidence comes from. Fleur said that the arrogance between her brows was also revealed at the end. She is proud of her temperament, but she has restrained a lot around August. Fleur's cold and arrogant side will show without reservation when facing other people. August looked at Becky Duggan on this stage, and it happened that Becky Duggan also looked in the direction of Fleur and August. Seeing the two people's intimate actions, Becky Duggan's face also showed a hint of cruelty. August naturally noticed his expression and silently recorded this person in his notebook. He joked at Fleur and said, "It seems that our Miss Delacour still prefers young people." A blush was on the cheeks like his pink makeup. "What kind of young people?" The girl reluctantly pinched August's waist. "Do you think I'm getting old and not as good as your two girlfriends in England?" August bared his teeth in pain and had no hope for Fleur's comprehension ability. He quickly begged for mercy and said, "Why, I'm just complimenting myself. You are so beautiful. How can you be old?" Hearing what August said, Fleur released her claws. August never asked Becky Duggan the question, and Fleur never asked to. Soon, Becky Duggan also stepped down, and his confessed product is still good, aroused the interest of many people, and it is estimated that he can make a lot of money. He deliberately glanced at Fleur, wanting to see if the other party was impressed by his demeanor. But the next scene made him almost explode with anger. August and Fleur didn't listen to his introduction at all. The two were whispering over there. Fleur gave August a look. Her pretty face blushed from time to time. The resentment against August in his heart is a bit heavier, but he has no way to deal with August now. He can only hope that August's works can find some faults for a while so that the other party will lose face. He knew the cooling rune proposed by August yesterday was very useful, but that didn't mean his alchemy work was any better. What kind of research can a mere student do in alchemy? A few more people took the stage, and soon it was August's turn. August stood up and tidied up his dress, and Fleur got up and hugged August, kissing his cheek in a show of support. August nodded at her and walked to the display area. He took out the suitcase and put Kevin out. "Hola." As Kevin came out, he saw August and jumped to his father with a cheer. He patted Kevin's head, motioned him to look around, and Kevin released his hand. The rest of the people also looked at Kevin, full of inquiry. Some people still ask their companions what kind of magical creature this is and why they haven't seen it before. And those old guys sitting at the judging table found Kevin's anomaly. This is not a magical creature but an alchemy product. August smiled slightly, took Kevin's little hand, and introduced him to the audience. "This is the work I brought today. His name is Kevin, but I hope everyone will not call him an alchemy product but an alchemy creature." Chapter 150, The Shock Brought by Alchemy Creatures. Wow. There was a commotion in the Great Hall, and no one understood why August said that. An old man on the jury was a little displeased. "Mr. Gaunt, do you know what you're talking about? If you don't make a humanoid prop, you can't call it an alchemy creature. In the magical world, the concept of alchemy creatures has existed for a long time. Still, no one has created alchemy creatures. A straightforward way to judge, alchemy creatures have thought. They can think and evolve, not according to the program set by the producer." August had long anticipated that someone would stand up to question him and was not surprised. "Sir, you can try to chat with Kevin and say whatever you want." The old man became angry when he heard it and communicated with Kevin when he walked in the middle. To avoid this being a preset procedure, he deliberately said some things from all over the world. He soon discovered that Kevin didn't know much about what he said. Still, he could digest the information he conveyed through learning and memory. He ended his communication with Kevin and looked at August with fiery eyes. "Mr. Gaunt, how did you do it?" "I can confirm that he is an alchemy creature." This old man has already called August by honorific title and used he to describe Kevin. "Sorry, I don't intend to use this technology to communicate. I brought Kevin this time to announce his existence to the world." August didn't say his method. These people are not related to him, and he will not disclose his core technology. The old man also noticed that he was a little excited and didn't speak through his brain. "Sorry, Mr. Gaunt, it's me being abrupt. My name is Harriman John. If you come to the United States, please feel free to contact me and let me do my best." After the old man said his name, he gave August the contact information. He was confident that August was the next Nicholas Flamel of the wizarding world. Now is the best chance to have a good relationship with each other. And the other judges had long been impatient, and a short-tempered chubby wizard pushed Harriman away directly and came to Kevin's side. Others squeezed in but pushed August, the master, and Harriman aside. Soon after, all people also confirmed the identity of Kevin and looked at August with disbelief. The development of modern alchemy has been around for nearly 1,000 years. The existence of alchemy creatures has always been controversial, but today it was solved by such a student. A judge asked August eagerly. "Mr. Gaunt, can you give a detailed introduction to his function?" August nodded. He was about to do it but was interrupted by a group of old men. At the beginning of the design, I just wanted to be able to make an assistant that could help me in my experiments or life. So, Kevin's primary function is to be an experimental assistant. He is proficient in the making of more than 30 kinds of potions, as well as the ability to operate some alchemy experiments. He also basically masters the commonly used life magic spells. I also recently upgraded Kevin, who now has a certain fighting ability. Most importantly, he can make an apparition to the wizard at a critical juncture to block a fatal blow for them. After August said Kevin's function, everyone's envious eyes turned red. What kind of alchemy creature is this? It is simply an enhanced version of the house elf. A group of judges was also shocked. They initially thought that as long as Kevin could communicate and learn, he would be perfect. Unexpectedly, August has cultivated Kevin to this point. August smiled slightly. Due to time constraints, I can't show Kevin's level of refining potions or alchemy, but the battle test is still okay. But I don't have an assistant today. I don't know which gentleman will help me with this. August did this, but also to add another fire. When Nico told him the summit was a sales pitch, August decided to sell a batch of alchemy creatures to collect funds. After all, if he wants to study how to turn muggles into magicians, he must consume many resources. Using some inferior alchemy creatures in exchange for vast wealth is a good deal. Many audience members were eager to try it, and many people wanted to go up and experience it. But at this time, one person took the lead in responding to August. I'm coming. This person is Becky Duggan. At this time, Becky Duggan was distraught. He originally wanted to find fault with August. Still, he did not expect August directly throw the giant bomb, which made his calculations fail. Just as August is looking for someone to do a duel test, Becky Duggan finds himself with another chance. Such a precious thing. August will feel distressed for a long time if he can make it broken, right? He is relatively confident in his strength. Although he has not made any progress in studying alchemy in the past few years, he is definitely at the level of an elite wizard. With dark thoughts, Becky Duggan walked to the display area. She smiled at August, pretending to be very gentle. Mr. Gaunt shouldn't mind me being this assistant. August shrugged indifferently. He had already seen through Becky's careful thought, but he understood that Kevin was not so easy to deal with. When Becky saw August agree, he was overjoyed and walked quickly to the opposite side of Kevin. August and the others stepped aside, leaving the field to them. Kevin knew that Becky was his opponent, and they stared at each other with pretense. It's just that with his cute appearance, there is no lethality. The duel begins. A jury acted as a judge and announced the duel. Reducto. Becky quickly took out his wand, and a thumb-sized reductor curse flashed blue and hit Kevin. There was an exclamation from the audience. They didn't expect Becky to use such a powerful reductor curse. This is to destroy August's work. When everyone worried about Kevin, Kevin didn't panic, and a shield charm was instantly released, blocking Becky's attack. Then his eyes flashed red at the same time. 2 incantations shot out from the sockets. A disarming charm knocked Becky's wand away, and another reductor curse instantly bombarded Becky's body. It's a pity that Becky carried a protective item with him, which blocked most of the spell's power for him at the last moment. Even so, his body flew out and fell heavily on the floor. Oola! The roar of the minions resounded throughout the hall. The rest are silent. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Order of Merlin First Class. Cough. Cough. Help me. Becky's painful groans came from the ground, and people returned to their senses. Immediately afterward, a witch dressed as a doctor walked to Becky's side to heal him. The others didn't even look at Becky. August walked to Kevin's side and rubbed his little head in praise. Kevin was also pleased, and Ola kept talking. After encouraging Kevin a few words, August turned his attention to the audience. Anything else you want to ask? In one sentence, the audience ignited. Mr. Gaunt, are you interested in selling it? Mr. Gaunt, I'm the head of the Rolls family. As long as you promise to sell us some alchemy creatures, the price is whatever you want. Go away. What is the Rolls family? Mr. Gaunt, we, the Knot family, are willing to pay double. The entire Great Hall was as lively as a muggle market, and almost all the prominent families wanted to buy a few alchemy creatures like Kevin. They have all seen the power of Kevin's curse just now, and he instantly cast the spell with aura-level power. Enough to make these pureblood nobles put their reserved scramble to buy. August looked at these people and was very happy. With the financial support of these people, he will have more confidence to do research. Gentlemen, I have some products to sell, but it doesn't seem to be the time to talk about it now. After the exchange meeting, we can have a good chat. August shouted aloud, ignoring the reactions of the others. He sat back next to Fleur. Next, there are other alchemists to show, and he can't dominate the event. Fleur looked at August excitedly, her face flushed a little. Honey, you're amazing. Although Fleur doesn't know much about alchemy, she also knows the meaning of August's creation of alchemy creatures. She is only proud to have such a boyfriend now. August held Fleur's hand, and the two interlocked their fingers, feeling each other's temperature. August said to Fleur with a firm tone, I will leave you an alchemy creature this time as your safety guarantee. Don't refuse. This thing may be very precious to others, but for me, it is just made by hand thing. Fleur was not angry because of August's domineering. She knew this was the performance of August caring about her. Nodding her head, Fleur silently accepted August's arrangement. Although the work brought by August has shocked the audience. But the demonstrations will continue. Unfortunately, due to August's influence, the next alchemist was unlucky. Even though a few works look good to August, it is a pity that there is no splash. August has raised everyone's appetite, and these works that can only be regarded as outstanding naturally cannot cause a sensation again. The alchemists were also very depressed but didn't dare to blame August. As long as this incident spreads out, August will immediately become one of the best alchemists in the world. It's too late for these people to flatter him, so how can they hate him? People also surrounded August in the free communication session in the afternoon. He once again became the focus of the audience. The patriarchs of some pureblood families hoped that August would sell them some alchemy creature. And some alchemists want to exchange experiences with August. All in all, everyone wants to benefit from August. August also didn't refuse to sell a batch of alchemy creature to these pureblood families at a very high price. Although those pureblood nobles felt a little distressed about their galleon, they still bought a batch for the family. August almost burst out laughing. These pureblood families are wealthier than he imagined. He originally planned to ask for a high price and lower it slowly, but these people agreed to his price without blinking an eye. In fact, how did he know that these pureblood families believed it was tough to make an alchemy creature? For fear that August would not sell them if he were unhappy after the counteroffer. This is the result of information bias. During this period, August also mentioned something about Becky. He just said a few words lightly, and immediately several French families said they would explain to August. August believes that Becky will not have time to harass Fleur after this summit. After all, he is no longer safe. Fudge squeezed into the crowd with difficulty and came to August's side. Mr. Gaunt, you are such a blockbuster this time that the whole of England's wizarding world will be proud of you. Fudge looked at August with a kind smile on his face. During his tenure, such an alchemy master appeared. These are all achievements. Especially at this delicate moment when Black fled, he believed it could divert the attention of many people. In recent days, Fudge's life has not been easy. The Daily Prophet publishes news of Sirius every day, and the Ministry of Magic's delay in arresting Sirius has also attracted many people's dissatisfaction. Fudge has been so busy. Lately, August's presence can be said to have saved his life. Fudge swore an oath to apply for August's Order of Merlin First Class when he returned in recognition of his significant contributions to alchemy. Reaching out his hand, August greeted Fudge very politely. As for the Order of Merlin, he had already expected it. Nico and Mrs. Pernelli watched this scene with a smile from a distance, very pleased. August is like their own children, and they are pleased to see he has achieved such outstanding achievements. And the afternoon session continued into the evening, with a group of old men constantly pestering August to discuss alchemy with him. Suppose it wasn't for August's insistence on returning to rest. In that case, it is estimated that those alchemists could haunt him until dawn. Although he was exhausted, August was also full of a good mood. After returning to the bedroom, he fell into a deep sleep. But the influence of alchemy creatures is spreading rapidly all over the world. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Return to England. The next day, the news of the existence of the alchemy creature spread all over the magic world. Especially in England. To change the subject, Fudge asked the Daily Prophet to report the news of August after he returned, and it had to grab the headlines. As a result, all wizarding families who subscribed to the Daily Prophet received news from August early in the morning. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. At this time, Dumbledore was also holding a copy of the Daily Prophet with August's news on it. I can't believe that he can already do this. Dumbledore muttered to himself, his expression a little tired. Because of the Horcrux thing and the incident that August made last time, Dumbledore has been looking for recent traces of Voldemort and clues about the Horcrux. He had just returned from Albania and found some traces of Voldemort. According to his observation, Voldemort was still in a state of being worse than death. He now suspects that it was not Voldemort who caused such a significant disturbance around Hogwarts last time. Another mysterious powerhouse has likely appeared in the wizarding world. Voldemort's hidden danger has not been eliminated, and another mysterious powerhouse has come, which makes Dumbledore, who is more than 100 years old, feel a little powerless. Saw August's news this morning, and it's one of the few good news he's received recently. At Cho's home. At this time, Cho was having breakfast with his parents. Sirui Chang habitually picked up the Daily Prophet, but his eyes widened instantly after seeing today's headline. Cho. Helen. Come and see. The mother and daughter walked over curiously and looked at the newspaper in his hand. The 13-year-old alchemist, the pride of England, reveals the genius life of August Gaunt, the father of alchemy creatures. After reading it, Sirui Chong asked Cho, "Do you know about this?" Cho nodded in confusion, but his little head still couldn't turn around. "I know what summit he is going to attend in France, but I didn't expect August to be so awesome." As he spoke, a small star appeared in Cho's eyes. She put down the tableware in his hand and ran upstairs. "Dad, Mom, I'll stop eating. For now, I'm going to write to August." Seeing their daughter's fiery look, they both shook their heads in unison. However, they still feel a little sigh in their heart. This boyfriend that girl is looking for is amazing. At Granger's house, Hermione happily shared her joy with her parents after seeing the news of August. Unfortunately, the Grangers were confused about these things, and the depressed little witch could only do happy for August alone. Ottery St. Catchpole. This is a gathering place for wizards, and the Luna family lives on top of a hill with a stream. At this time, Luna is wearing a long floral dress and a straw hat, a necklace of butterbeer caps, and airship earrings. The little witch was sitting on a lawn, holding not her favorite, the Quibbler, but a copy of the Daily Prophet. After seeing the news of August, the little witch's eyes lit up a little when his father's voice came from a distance. "Luna. Have you read the Daily Prophet? The Ministry of Magic is constructing another fictitious genius, and they must have a bigger conspiracy." "Dad." Luna interrupted her father, her ethereal voice a little more serious. "August, he's not fictitious. He's my friend." After she finished speaking, she ignored his dad and carefully cut out the report about August. After the Alchemy Summit, other alchemists from all over the world also returned to their countries. However, August and Fleur did not leave Beauxbatons immediately but were accompanied by Fleur. They had a good time at the school for 2 days before returning to Nico's house. And the days that followed went by very quickly. Every day August was with Fleur or discussing how to turn muggles into wizards with Nico. Nico suggested that August first try to turn Squib into a standard wizard. After all, the Squib is a strange state between muggles and wizards. If August can understand the Squib research, he believes it will significantly help August. August thought it was very reasonable. After he is ready to go back, he will secretly observe Filch. Fleur also lives in the house these days. When August was busy, Fleur would play with Celestia and Fury, which wouldn't be so dull. During this period, the two returned to Fleur's house and met Fleur's mother and sister. As for the grandmother she often talked about, she lived in the tribe of Vila. Fleur's mother is delighted with August. The news of the Alchemy Summit has been spread wildly in major newspapers, making Fleur's mother feel that her daughter has climbed high. And Fleur's younger sister, little Gabrielle Delacour, is also cute and lovely. The cute look makes August feel that having a little sister is good. The time came to the end of August in this relaxed atmosphere, and it was time for August to leave. Even though preparations have been made, Fleur is still a little unhappy on this day. "Okay, just another year, and when you're in 7th grade, you can come to Hogwarts to compete in the Triwizard Tournament." August stroked Fleur's silver hair and said comfortingly. In his previous life, as a native of the Chinese nation, August can be described as an ancestral white-haired control. This characteristic has also been brought to this world, and he is now in love with Fleur's silver hair. "You also said that we have to wait a year. Why can't we do it this year?" Fleur pouted and said unhappily. The two of them knew about the Triwizard Tournament. As for the source of the news, it was the alchemy friends that August had met. Due to too much preparation, many alchemists are contributing to this grand event. They will naturally mention some when they communicate. And August also told Fleur the news. This year, Fleur is in the 6th grade when she starts school, and she will be in the 7th grade when she goes to the Triwizard Tournament next year. At that time, Fleur can stay in England directly after graduation, and the two will not have to endure the torture of this long-distance relationship. After flirting with August for a while, Fleur left August's arms with a face full of reluctance and watched her fiancé go. Chapter 153, Beach Holiday. England, Porthminster Beach. This is one of the most famous beaches in England and is visited by countless tourists every year. August lies leisurely on a beach chair with a parasol over his head. There are also some drinks and desserts on the adjacent beach table. Picking up the juice on the side, took a sip and then watched the girls playing not far away. August feels like this is his paradise. Well, if only the girls were growing up a bit. Today is August's 3rd day back in England, and it's been a while since he left school. To celebrate the success of her trip to France and to fulfill Hermione's dream of visiting the beach in summer, August invited all the girls he had a good relationship with. Hermione, Cho, Luna, and Astoria. August has bought the beach, it has become his private beach, and August also cast the muggle-repelling charm. Make sure that no outsiders will disturb us. What are you looking at? Luna's unique voice sounded beside August. August shocked. Cho and Hermione were partnering to bully Astoria. The little witch was tickled by the two senior sisters on the beach, and the flowers trembled with laughter. August was admiring the wonderful picture of several girls fighting when Luna ran to his side unexpectedly. "It's okay. I'm just enjoying the scenery on the sea." Luna, who was very sensitive, naturally found out that August's words were insincere, but she didn't say much. "Aren't you going to let Fury and Celestia come out to play?" Luna tilted her head, talking about August's pets. Luna seems to have an innate attraction to fantastic beasts. Fury and Celestia are very fond of her. Fury once stood on Luna's shoulders, and Celestia let her touch her horn. This was a treatment that neither Cho nor Hermione had. August was right when he heard it. There were no outsiders, so he let the two little ones come out. Since the little unicorn was born, she has not seen the seaside scenery. After being released, she was excited and ran joyfully around the beach. Fury looked a lot colder. After circling the sky, he landed next to August and ate the dessert on the table. At this time, other girls also saw Celestia's appearance and surrounded her. Then they rubbed Celestia's fur with a look of enjoyment, making the little unicorn aggrieved. Still, she didn't dare to offend the hostess. "Luna, aren't you going?" Luna shook her head and took out a drawing board. "Celestia and Fury are also my friends, and I want to give them a picture too." August was jealous when he heard this, staring at the little unicorn and Fury with evil eyes. Celestia looked around vigilantly. But she didn't find anything wrong. Her big eyes, as pure as a lake, blinked, looking slightly confused. The little unicorn, who didn't know that she had been recorded in the book by the master, could only lie down and continue to endure the torment. Luna gave August a strange look, and that kind of insight made August panic a little. It's not the feeling that someone is doing legilimency on you, but the other person can see the depths of your heart with only their eyes. Luna patted August on the shoulder. "August. What? You are different." Seeing the serious look on the little witch's face, August felt that he was being teased. Straightening up, August put the straw hat on Luna's head, "Then make sure I'm always unique." Luna nodded confusedly, indicating that she understood. August laughed twice and shouted at the girl, "It's noon, come to eat." Hearing August's shouts, the girl let Celestia go and came to August's side. At this moment, August only wore a pair of beach shorts, and his sturdy upper body was exposed. With perfect 8-pack abs and visible lines, several girls who saw them all felt a little hot on their faces. August had the elf prepping the food long ago when he turned the beach table into a long dining table. With a slight wave of his hand, the exquisite dishes appeared on the top. Astoria cheered and made her way to the table. She has gotten rid of last semester's shadow and become a lively and cheerful girl again. It's just that August hasn't drawn a holy potion recently, so he can't help her lift the curse of her family's inheritance for the time being. Everyone at the dinner table was chatting about the class for the next semester. Especially August and Hermione are in the 3rd grade, and Hogwarts will provide some elective classes for students. At this time, Hermione was struggling with these issues. "I still want to choose all the classes. After all, it is good to learn more things." Deserving Miss Know-It-All titles, Hermione wanted to have them all, but August stooped it. Shaking his head, "Many classes are held simultaneously, and there is no clone technique in the magic world." Hermione opened her mouth, eager to say that Professor McGonagall had agreed to lend her a time-turner. But August already knew the plot, and he continued to warn. "Don't use the power of the time-turner at will. Play with time at will, and time will play with you." August is no longer a novice who has just entered the magic world. He now profoundly understands the instability of the time-turner, which is likely to cause serious consequences. Hearing that August was serious, Hermione had no choice but to give up this plan and turn to ask August's advice. "I think you don't need to choose divination, nor do arithmancy. After all, this requires talent. Don't stare at me. You don't have it." Hermione looked at August angrily. August looked at her amusingly and began to analyze for Hermione again. Luna and Astoria, on the side, were also listening carefully. They would need to take electives in another year, and these were also very helpful to them. "I suggest you take the care of magical creatures as an elective. After all, many dangers in the magical world come from magical creatures. And next semester's class is still Hagrid as a professor. I believe he will take more care of us." August felt that although Hagrid didn't know much about the dangers of magical creatures, he was indeed an expert in this field. Chapter 154, A Trip to the Amusement Park. "What? Hagrid is going to be a professor?" Hermione exclaimed, then became happy. Hermione and Hagrid's relationship is not bad. An established friendship since the 1st grade. Seeing her good friend as a professor, Hermione was also sincerely happy for Hagrid. August waited for Hermione to be happy for a while before continuing. "Study of ancient runes, this is what you must choose, Astoria and Luna too. The ancient rune is the key to whether you can become a powerful wizard, so you must not only choose but also study it seriously. Seeing the seriousness of what August said, several girls nodded quickly, indicating that they understood. August took a sip of the juice and said, "As for the Muggle studies and alchemy, you can rely on your interests, but as far as I know, the professors in these two classes will not teach any useful knowledge." August said his last words to Hermione, and Hermione knew what August meant, but she began to try to resist. "But I want to know how the wizarding perspective sees Muggles." Since alchemy was a 6th grade class, Hermione didn't argue with August but was interested in Muggle studies. "Then go take a look, anyway. Elective classes can be cancelled within 2 weeks." August said indifferently and took another cake for Luna next to him. She likes the elf's matcha cake and eats it in small bites all the time, like a tiny hamster. When Astoria saw it, she pouted. August looked at her funny and gave her a piece too. The little witch smiled, took the cake, and ate it happily. Hermione nodded, agreeing with August's statement, stopped talking about class selection, and turned to August's arrangements for the afternoon. "Don't worry. I'm all set. I'll take you to the amusement park after lunch." August had already made arrangements. Except for Hermione, the other 3 were little witches born in wizard families who must be unfamiliar with Muggle amusement parks. Take them for a good experience today. Is it the kind with a big wheel that keeps turning? Cho's eyes lit up, and she looked at August curiously. "Yes, that's called the Ferris wheel. If you like Cho, I'll sit with you." Cho happily agreed. There was an amusement park not far from her home, and she had been curious about it since she was a child, but she never had the chance to go there. After lunch, the group rested for a while before being operaed back to London by August and Fury. August booked an amusement park early, and the girls can have a good afternoon there. In the beginning, Cho and the 3 didn't know anything about the facilities in the amusement park, and they were a little intimidated. But after August played them one by one, everyone quickly got started. Bumper cars, carousels, roller coasters. The girls from wizard families seemed to have entered a new world and had a great time playing. Especially Astoria, who came from a pureblood noble family, has a rigorous family education, and has never had the opportunity to indulge like this. The little witch is going crazy. August also made a Ferris wheel with Cho according to the agreement. When the Ferris wheel reached the top, the little witch's eyes shone, and she was unfamiliar with some things. Seeing how happy Cho came, the others let August ride the Ferris wheel with them one after another, and even Luna looked at him expectantly. Helpless, August could only accompany each little witch to ride the Ferris wheel in turn. It wasn't until late at night that August left the amusement park with the reluctant crowd. "Okay, Astoria, don't look back. If you still want to come, I'll accompany your next summer vacation." Looking at Astoria, who turned back after 3 steps, August said comfortingly. When Astoria heard it, she nodded happily but said with a worried expression, "I sneaked out today. I don't know if my mother would let me out to play." August expressed doubts. When he went to pick up Astoria in the morning, didn't the other party say that he had already talked to his family? Sticking out her tongue, the little witch told the truth in a twisted manner. It turned out that what she said was mean leaving a letter to her family, and she ran out with August when her mother went to work at the Ministry of Magic. After listening to it, they couldn't help laughing. What a clever little ghost. Cho rubbed Astoria's little head indulgently. August rubbed his forehead helplessly. Does he count as kidnapping an underage girl? But since things have happened, he will not blame Astoria. August can only explain the reason to Astoria's parents in a while. Afterward, August sent the others home individually. He agreed with Cho and Hermione to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy the necessary supplies for the semester. Luna could not attend because she was going to see relatives with her father tomorrow. In the end, August took Astoria back to her home. When August walked into her living room with a frightened Astoria, a middle-aged woman with a face somewhat similar to Astoria's was already sitting there waiting with a solemn expression. Daphne Greengrass, sitting beside her, gave her sister a self-seeking look and did not dare to do anything else. "Mom." With a weak cry, Astoria hid behind August. August is very speechless. "This is your home. What are you doing behind me?" However, he still moved and completely blocked the little witch before saying hello. "Hello, Mrs. Greengrass. I'm August Gaunt. I'm sorry I didn't clarify this with Astoria today." Hearing August's words, Mrs. Greengrass's expression softened a lot. "Mr. Gaunt, Astoria often mentions you at home, thanks to your care today." With August's current status and prestige, even Mrs. Greengrass, the head of the pure-blooded family from Sacred 28, must be treated August courteously. Not to mention that the other party saved her daughter's life last year, and her tone was naturally very polite. Chapter 155, Diagon Alley. Mrs. Greengrass gave Astoria a helpless look. "What are you doing hiding behind people? It's so impolite." Astoria stuck out her tongue and ran to her mother, begging for mercy coquettishly. Mom, aren't you mad at me anymore? Flicking her daughter's little forehead, Mrs. Greengrass snarled, next time you go out with Mr. Gaunt, just tell me directly, don't play this trick. When the little witch heard her mother's words, she cheered and fell into her arms. Dotingly patted her daughter's back, Mrs. Greengrass asked her to go back to rest first, and she had something to say to August. After Astoria and Daphne left, Mrs. Greengrass said to August. Thank you for saving Astoria last year. You're welcome, ma'am. Astoria is also my good friend. After saying these polite words, Mrs. Greengrass's expression also became worried. You also know the curse on Astoria. I heard that Mr. Gaunt, you are very good at alchemy. I wonder if there is a way to help her. This is why August knew that the other party had left him alone. He nodded slightly. I can solve the curse problem, but it will take some time. Hearing August's words, Mrs. Greengrass's expression became excited, and she kept saying words of gratitude. August also made it unnecessary for the other party to do this. Even without her request, August would not ignore Astoria. Seeing such a lovely little girl tortured by a curse, August couldn't do it. After a few conversations between the two, August said goodbye and left. After returning home, August did nothing else and went to bed after washing up. The next day, August took Hermione and Cho to Diagon Alley. Today is not only to buy books and items for school, but August also buys Hermione an early birthday present. The little witch has been in school for 2 years and has not had a pet, so August decides to give her the Crookshanks from the original book. After the three entered the pet shop, Hermione met the big ginger cat at a glance. The little witch walked in front of the cat and meowed at Hermione twice, who had been dismissive of all the guests. Its fur is gorgeous, isn't it? Hermione said happily to August, reaching out and stroking the cat's back. Buy it if you like it. I think it matches your color very well. August also said with a smile that he had just checked. Well, it's a female cat. However, he does not like cats very much, and the hair loss is too severe, which makes a little bit of cleanliness unacceptable. Hermione nodded, and August went to the clerk to pay the bill and bought some pet supplies and rations. Especially pet rations. August bought a lot at one time. He didn't expect Fury to like these things so much and would eat some every day. After the three walked out of the store, Hermione held the big ginger cat in her hand, still named her Crookshanks. Let's go to the newly opened shop next to Flourish and Blots. I heard that they also sell broomsticks there. Cho suggested, and the other two nodded in agreement. In fact, August knew what they were selling there and even prepared a surprise for Cho. But when they arrived, they saw a familiar figure at the door. Harry! August shouted from across the road, and a little wizard standing in front of the window turned his head and looked. Harry smiled brightly when he saw that it was August and the others. When August and the others approached, Harry smiled and greeted, "What a coincidence, August, I didn't expect to meet you here," as well as Hermione and Cho. "Hello. What did you watch just now? So fascinated." Harry almost put his eyes on the glass, and August asked this question. Harry pointed to the inside of the store and introduced it in a tone full of envy. That new broomstick, Firebolt. On a special counter in the store, a broom made of ebony wood is quietly placed inside. The shape and curves are gorgeous, and they are polished and shiny. This broom is so pretty. Cho couldn't help but praise, and Harry nodded again and again next to him. But Hermione didn't respond. After all, she didn't have much fun with Quidditch or flying. Since you like it, let's go into the store and look. August smiled mysteriously and entered the store with a group of people. At this time, many wizards were already watching the Firebolt, and August secretly used his magic power to squeeze out a path. He saw the words on the sign below the broom, which said that the national team is only for competitions, and the price is negotiable. Harry, who had tears of poverty, had returned to Diagon Alley almost every day recently to look at the broom. Still, he had never dared to go in and look at the price. Today's August shattered his illusions. Cho is also staring at the Firebolt, eyes full of love. August looked around and found a clerk, and he asked the clerk to call the boss out. A middle-aged witch in her 40s was brought here by the clerk. After she saw August, she immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Gaunt, welcome. The 2 Firebolts you ordered were delivered the day before yesterday, and we made them especially for you to squeeze out the Bulgarian order." August nodded, but he didn't say anything. Harry next to him just shouted, "August, you ordered Firebolts. And 2. Yeah, it's just Cho and me. This broom looks much better than the Nimbus series." The tone was full of Versailles. Cho covered his mouth in surprise, while Harry on the side was envious, and his eyes turned red. He can't wait to have sex change surgery now. Is there a potion for permanent sex change in the magic world? If he were a girl, would August? Soon, the owner returned to August with 2 exquisite walnut boxes. "Mr. Gaunt, this is your Firebolt. It has been remodeled according to your requirements. Take a look." After speaking, he handed the box in his hand. August took the box and opened one of them. A red and gold firebolt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the broom's tail, there is also a swan carving, next to which is the name of Cho. "This is yours, Cho." August handed the box to Cho. After Cho got it, she happily took out the firebolt, admiring every detail. The little witch accepted August's kindness this time, even though she belonged to August, so there was no point in dismissing it. And August himself opened another box, the firebolt of the same color. The difference is the engraving on the tail. August's firebolt is engraved with a soaring phoenix next to his family crest. August whispered to Cho, nodding with satisfaction, then putting the box away. "Cho, let's go. Look at the eyes of the people around you." Cho looked around. Many people were staring at the firebolt in her hand, and she was also a little scared. Several people hurried out of the store door, looked at the time, and just at noon, they went to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Sitting under the pergola, everyone ordered ice cream, and Harry looked at August eagerly, his tone very flattering. "August, can you let me touch it? Just a little bit." Hermione and Cho looked at Harry warily, and August kicked him directly. "Get out of the way." Harry reacted and hurriedly defended, "I mean firebolt, let me touch firebolt." August angrily threw the firebolt box at him. Harry took it excitedly and then asked with some doubts. "How did you get them to suspend the national team order and make you first instead?" These days, Harry often comes to see the firebolt. He also knows that this broom is made by hand, and the output is sporadic, almost all of which is wrapped up by the national team. August shrugged, "The boss of their company and I have some business cooperation, so they significantly helped me to make two. In fact, it just so happened that this store happened to be the property that Arya and the others had acquired." After August knew about it, he asked Arya and the others to customize too. When the other party saw that the landlord had spoken, he also wanted to establish a good relationship, so he helped August for a few days. Harry was stunned. He didn't expect such a relationship, but August is already a famous alchemist in the world, and it is normal to have business dealings with others. Afterward, a few people chatted about summer vacation life again, and Harry became elated when he said this. This summer vacation may be the happiest in his life. Without the harassment of Desley's family, there is no reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Every day, Harry can get up leisurely, read today's newspaper, and then come to Diagon Alley to eat some desserts and enjoy firebolts at the broomstick store. After returning home, the house elves will also prepare lunch intimately, and he can practice his spells in the afternoon. It's better than life at Hogwarts, except that no friends are around. However, I ran into Fudge recently, and he was a little weird and told me not to go out at random. Harry remembered Fudge's strange behavior and was a little puzzled. The other party didn't even care that he was inflating his aunt. Of course, August knew why, but he wouldn't talk to Harry. The news did nothing but make Harry angry and out of his mind. When Peter Pettigrew is caught, tell him the truth directly. On the other hand, Hermione focused on Harry's inflating of his aunt and criticized Harry in a severe tone. "You know this is a severe breach of the Ministry of Magic. Seriously, I'm surprised you didn't get fired." Hermione's appearance reminded August of the name given to him by other classmates. At this time, Hermione really felt like Professor McGonagall, criticizing Harry so much that he couldn't lift his head. Puffed. August couldn't hold back, he laughed out loud, and Cho and the others cast a strange look. "It's okay. It's okay. You continue to criticize Harry. He's outrageous." Under Harry's sad and angry eyes, August sold him again, turned his head, leaned into Cho's ear, and said something. After Cho listened, she looked at Hermione strangely, then buried his head in August's arms, babbling. How could the brilliant Hermione not know what August said to her and slap August angrily? August. There were shouts in the distance, and August didn't have to look back to know it was George and Fred. Sure enough, both hands were on August's shoulders after a while. Well, after someone becomes an alchemist, he doesn't recognize his old friends. Fred exaggerated, and George, next to him, sighed. August slapped both of their hands off, ignoring their antics. The two of them were not angry either, they did it with a smile, and Ron and Ginny, who came along with them, also sat down. Ginny was shy and didn't dare to look at Harry across from him. Ron asked impatiently, "Harry, are you inflating your aunt?" "That's pretty cool." Harry's face darkened. This matter was about to become his black history. Ah! Hermione screamed, and it turned out that Crookshanks escaped from his embrace and headed straight for Scabbers in Ron's pocket. Ron was also taken aback and almost fell to the ground, and Scabbers jumped out of Ron's pocket in a panic. However, he was caught by the fast-eyed August and slipped in front of him. Scabbers shivered at the sight of August, but August didn't look at it but threw the mouse to Ron directly. "Ron, look after him, don't let him run around," August said meaningfully, but everyone didn't notice. He pinched a bunch of freckled hair on his hand. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Weird Books. Thank you, August. Ron took Scabbers in fear and looked at Crookshanks with some anxiety. Hermione, what is this? Ron had just been talking to Harry and overlooked Crookshanks. Hermione also held Crookshanks in her arms at this time and raised it. It's my birthday present from August. It's called Crookshanks. Ron opened his mouth but didn't dare to say it. His relationship with Hermione is not as good as in the original book. Coupled with August's reasons, yelling at Hermione or something, he didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at Scabbers, who was still shivering in his pocket, Ron couldn't help feeling sad. The owner was bullied, and now even his pet has been reduced to this. August said, "Okay, Hermione, didn't you see that Ron's Scabbers was a mouse?" Of course, the cat would jump at the mouse when he saw it. "You have to take care of Crookshanks in the future, don't let him eat Scabbers." The little witch had a cute look on her face. It turns out that mice in the magic world are also afraid of cats. Then I will pay attention to it in the future. Ron glanced gratefully at August, even Scabbers. Just now, he thought about what this little wizard would do too. His eyes were so scary. He didn't expect the other party to be such a kind person. Whoa. Peter Pettigrew was moved to tears, unaware that the other party had taken his hair. In the afternoon, a group of people accompanied August and the others to buy books for the next semester. When he saw the Monster Book of Monsters, August still had to admire that the wizards in the wizarding world always did not take the usual path. After teaching the shop clerks how to appease the books, August received their gratitude and bought a book for free. "If you can help us find the invisible book of invisibility, I can give you a VIP card, and all future books will be 20% off." The clerk looked at August expectantly. August is also intrigued by the novelty of books. He cast Aguamenti Charm and wandered around the room. After a while, he found more than a dozen the invisible book of invisibility. "Thank you so much. This is your VIP card. Keep it." The clerk handed the VIP card to August and happily bundled the invisible book of invisibility into a group and painted them with dye. August handed the VIP card to Hermione. He had fewer opportunities to buy books here, and Hermione used them more. After leaving the Flourish and Blots, Fred and George took August to buy some raw materials. Now the business of prank props for the two is perfect, and they have also earned a lot of galleons and are also spending a lot. Ron, who was watching, was very envious. But Fred and George never told their mother, Mrs. Weasley, because it seemed a little out of business. "I think you should be more restrained this year. You will be miserable if you can't pass the OWLS exam." August reminded the twins. The two are in 5th grade this year, and August worries that these things will affect their studies. "Rest assured, the two of us have achieved good results." George patted his chest and confirmed to August that he was telling the truth. If the results of the two were not good, it would be impossible to make so many props. The knowledge used in it is varied. For example, the potions in the skipping gum and the transfiguration charm in the pig's head lollipop. Fred and George also quietly told August a secret that they were recently preparing for an animagus transformation. The two have been interested since hearing August's introduction to this magic spell last semester. After a summer of research, they finally have a little grasp. However, if the two of them are left alone, they are still in a bit of panic, so they ask August for advice. August naturally agreed and was curious about what animals the two brothers could transform into. Animagus's transformation is also related to the caster's character. He was thinking of Sirius being so licking, cough. Loyal to James, he turned into a big black dog. And Peter Pettigrew, a timid guy like a mouse, naturally became a mouse. He doesn't know what kind of weird animals will become with the characters of Fred and George. When everyone had finished shopping and returned to the leaky cauldron, they happened to see Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley was a little excited after seeing Harry, while Mr. Weasley stepped forward to hug August and whispered to August, "Your alchemy is impressive. Let's discuss it sometime." Arthur. Mrs. Weasley heard Mr. Weasley's whisper, she shouted in displeasure, and Mr. Weasley smiled embarrassingly. August also found it interesting to see this scene. Mr. Weasley has always been keen to transform Muggle objects, but some challenging economic conditions have limited his hobby. At least Mrs. Weasley opposed him doing these things and took charge of the family's financial power. If you let Mr. Weasley know that he is not rich as George and Fred are, August wouldn't know what expression Mr. Weasley was making. In the end, everyone decided to have dinner at the leaky cauldron. August didn't ask the house elves to prepare anything. After all, Mrs. Weasley and his elders were there. If he were doing this, he would be showing off a bit. Although August's current identity is extraordinary, he has always paid attention to the details of human interaction. He didn't want to become a nouveau riche with only power and wealth but to be a respected wizard. Percy kept showing off at the dinner that he became the head boy, and Mrs. Weasley was also pleased and proud. This is the second head boy from the Weasley family. The last one was Bill. Mrs. Weasley also used Percy and Bill as examples of the twins becoming prefect, and the twins rolled their eyes. August and Hermione both laughed secretly. Gryffindor would never have a bright future if the twins became prefect. After dinner, everyone felt full and sleepy. They agreed to meet on the Hogwarts Express tomorrow. After that, the Weasleys returned to the Burrow through Fleur network. August also sent Hermione and Cho back home. Chapter 157, Dementors appear. The next day, early morning. August packed everything, put the little unicorn in the suitcase, and went out. He did not go directly to King's Cross Station but first went to find Sirius Black. Boom. Coming to the apartment where he lived, August knocked on the door, and it took a long time for Sirius to open it. Yes, very cautious. Before opening the door, Sirius observed the situation outside, and August was delighted. Sirius nodded, "You are finally here. I think our agreement will be voided if you don't come again." August smiled and replied, "You know what I'm going for." Sirius was speechless. Of course, he knew. Through the daily profit sent by Creature, Sirius knew very well what big moves August had made in France. He also sighed a little. This kid not only has an evil heart but also has talent. He was still teasing Snape with James when he was in August's grade. Sitting on the sofa, Sirius brought August a cup of black tea. "Tell me, what's the matter with you today?" August didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out Peter's hair and gave some to Sirius. "I saw Peter Pettigrew yesterday. Here's some of his hair." Hearing August's words, Sirius clenched his fist tightly but restrained himself. August took a sip of tea and frowned. Did Sirius give him expired black tea? Why does it taste weird? But he didn't care about these trivial matters. "I have some more polyjuice potion for you. You recently used the identity of Peter Pettigrew to do some sneaky things and then let people inadvertently find out." Sirius didn't understand what August meant. August was helpless. How could his mind still be so stiff after such an old man? You make people suspect that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. When this matter becomes more and more troublesome, you are standing up, and the Ministry of Magic will have no choice but to cover it up. Then you can confront Peter Pettigrew in court and clear your name. Sirius' eyes lit up. He could still play like this. "Don't worry, I'm good at this kind of thing, and I will never go wrong." Sirius said he is good at being mischievous, and he secretly swore in his heart that if Peter Pettigrew's reputation is not smeared, everyone shouts and beats him, he will no longer be named Sirius. August nodded. The words have been brought, as for how to act is Sirius' own business. "Okay, it's time for me to go too. Don't write to me if you have anything to do. The Ministry of Magic has sent personnel to guard Hogwarts, and all correspondence entering the school will be checked. If there is any need for you, I will contact you anytime." After August finished his instructions, he got up and left. "Wait a minute." Sirius stopped August and said expectantly, "You know what Harry likes. I want to give him some presents." August tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Well, the firebolt is a good choice if you want to give a gift." After speaking, he opened the door and left. Firebolt. James, your son, is an excellent Quidditch player like you. If he knew it, he would be happy. After leaving Sirius' house, August rushed to King's Cross Station. When he got on the train, Cho and the others had already found the compartment. Inside sat Hermione, Luna, and Cho, 3 people. "Why are you here so late?" Seeing that August came in, Cho asked. "It's okay. I got up a little late." "Why isn't Astoria here?" August made a random excuse, then asked about something else. "She said she wanted to be with her sister, so she didn't come. Harry and the others were in the box next door." August nodded to show he knew. The train started quickly, and Hermione and Luna were arguing along the way. "Luna, the crumple-horned snorkack doesn't exist." "No, it exists. It's just that people haven't discovered it yet." "But since it hasn't been discovered, how do you know it exists?" Hermione tried to convince Luna, who handed her a drawing board. "Look. What is this?" "Crumple-horned snorkack." "How do you know it looks like this?" "I drew it from the description on the Quibbler, and I recommend you order a copy, too, so you know the crumple-horned snorkack is actual." Hermione was defeated. August and Cho also find it interesting to watch from the side. Hermione and Luna are both stubborn, and neither can convince the other. With Luna's natural sense of being dumb, Hermione couldn't handle it at all. But the two of them didn't discourage each either. Having such an excellent show on a tedious journey is not wrong. The heavy rain outside the window kept falling, and the roadside scenery could not be seen. During the period, Malfoy also came over to say hello to August. Still, when he saw the situation in the compartment, he winked and said a few words before leaving. Old Malfoy intended to tell him that he must pay attention to having a good relationship with August. Malfoy is now more and more careful when facing August. The train's speed gradually slowed, and the wind and rain outside the window became louder. Are we here? Cho was a little puzzled, feeling that time had passed quickly today. No, we've only set out for 2 hours. It's impossible to get there. August denied Cho. He had found that some ice flowers had condensed outside the train window. Is it the influence of Dementors? August thought silently about what he wanted to say, and suddenly the body shook. The lights in the train flickered, and Hermione was a little scared and shrank to August's side. And Luna's face was pale. Are you all right, Luna? August saw her abnormality and asked with concern. Luna shook her head, indicating that she was okay. At this time, a black shadow was printed on the compartment's window as if looking inside. But the shadow still felt that it was not enough. A withered, scabbed palm opened the door of the box. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Luna's Pain, August's Wrath. When the Dementor came in, the temperature of the entire compartment dropped to freezing point. He took a light breath, and it seemed something was sucked out beside the air. August's face sank. He thought it was a standard search for Sirius. Unexpectedly, the Dementor would enter the compartment and absorb their emotions as nutrients. Mother. At this moment, Luna's slightly crying voice came, instantly making August's anger soar. At this time, the little witch curled up in the corner of the seat in pain, muttering sadly. August stood up with an show. At the same time, a silver gauze appeared on his body. He walked straight towards the Dementors. Raise his hand and make a fist. One punch slams into chaos beneath the Dementor's hood. The Dementor was originally a body that was as weak and seemed to have suffered a great deal of pain. August strode forward. The silver gauze on his body gradually solidified, and the phantom of a phoenix loomed behind him. He directly grabbed the Dementor's neck and lifted it. After being touched by August's hand, the black robe on the Dementor's body shattered layer by layer, and the hood gradually fell off, revealing an ugly face. Stop. There was a hurried blocking sound from the side, but August didn't pay any attention to it. He just kept pinching the Dementor's throat. The Dementor let out a silent howl and slowly dissipated into the air. Humph. After doing all this, August retracted his arm and shook it vigorously as if he had touched something disgusting. The gauze on his body gradually dissipated, and he glanced at the person who had just stopped him. It was a pale middle-aged wizard with washed-out hair, and August knew this was Lupin. But he didn't answer but turned around and walked back to the compartment to check Luna's condition. Although Hermione and Cho didn't look good then, they were much better after the Dementor left. But Luna still curled up in the corner, burying her head in her arms. August walked beside Luna, hugged the little witch in his arms, and warmed her with his body temperature. Luna felt August's breath and hugged him tightly. August, I saw Mommy. Patting the little witch on the back, August comforted her and said, It's all right. It's all over. Luna didn't say a word. She just drilled hard into his arms. What was that just now? I remembered I didn't get first place in social sciences in elementary school, and it felt terrible. Hermione asked August aloud. Before August could speak, Cho answered. Those are Dementors, usually used to guard the worst prisoners in Azkaban, and I don't know why they're here. At this moment, Lupin handed him a piece of chocolate. Give her some chocolate. Sweets always bring joy. August took it and said thank you. As soon as his mind moved, Fury's figure appeared in the compartment along with the firelight and Phoenix's lament. Phoenix's lament can bring courage and hope, and immediately everyone feels a lot better. Even Luna slowed down and sat upright in August's arms shyly. It's just the tears that haven't disappeared on his face that make August feel distressed. I didn't expect you to have a phoenix. Lupin sighed again, but you were too impulsive just now. Just drive him away. You don't have to kill, then the Ministry of Magic will trouble you. After listening, August sneered. The Ministry of Magic came to trouble him. The Ministry of Magic is lucky that they did not block him. The Dementor outside the train also felt the presence of one of his comrades disappear. One after another, black shadows drifted toward the inside of the compartment. August felt this too, and some of his anger that had subsided a little bit reappeared. Professor, please help me take care of them. Handing Luna to Hermione and the others, August said to Lupin and took Fury out of the compartment. At this time, many little wizards had already walked out of the compartment, and they saw the shadows outside, all of them pale. August glanced at the crowd and took out his wand. Expecto Patronum. As August's spell was uttered, a silver-white phoenix and a unicorn sprang from the tip of the EA wand. Their size was so exaggerated that Lupin was dumbfounded. Fury, you go too. Let them remember this in their memory. Feeling the master's anger, Fury spread his wings, flew out of the train, and charged toward the Dementor with golden flames all over his body. Two phoenixes and a unicorn run amok among a group of Dementors. Any Dementor rubbed a little will burn with flames of gold or silver. 5 or 6 Dementors had dissipated in the air in just a few seconds. The rest of the Dementors weren't fools either and couldn't have stayed in place to allow August to slaughter like this. They all fled and decided to complain to the Ministry of Magic. This job is too hard. It's just a standard check. How come so many brothers are sacrificed? Many Dementors have regretted leaving Azkaban. The other little wizards were also stunned when they saw this scene. He possesses a phoenix and 2 Patronus and drives away a large group of Dementors. Even if everyone has a specific immunity to August's metamorphosis, it is still shocking. After August saw the Dementors fleeing, most of the depression in his heart dissipated. Then he withdrew the Patronus and walked into the compartment. Well, another classmate next door passed out, so I won't stay here for now. Lupin's legs were a little weak at this time, and August's performance scared him, and he thought it would be better not to stay here. If August discovers his werewolf identity, he can't even run. Lupin also regretted that he had agreed to Dumbledore to be a defense against the dark arts professor. Is it too late for him to run now? August didn't think so much and smiled at Lupin gently. Thank you for the chocolate just now. It's all right. It's all right. It's just that the Ministry of Magic will come to you in a while, and you have to hold back. Lupin wanted August to be careful but think about the fighting ability the opponent just showed. Once the words hit the lips, they changed. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Are you teaching me to do things? August nodded to Lupin, showing that he understood. Then he sat next to Luna. At this time, her condition has improved a lot, and the tears on her face have been wiped away. Only his face was pale. August fed Luna the chocolate that Lupin had just given. The little witch obediently ate it and smiled at August. August knew that letting Luna sleep at this time was the best way to recuperate, so he cast a bewitched sleep charm. In an instant, the little witch fell asleep, leaning on August's shoulder in a daze but still holding his hand tightly. The train also resumed running, but after a while, it stopped again. August was a little impatient with these changes. Why is there so much trouble with such a short distance on the way to school? He secretly decided to apparate directly to Hogsmeade with the girls next semester and then enter the school. The door was violently opened, and 2 wizards dressed as Aurors came in, one tall and one short. When August's eyes widened, the tall Auror was about to open his mouth to say something, and the silencing charm was instantly released. The expressions of the 2 Aurors changed, and they drew out their wands vigilantly and looked at August. August made Hermione sit over and gently leaned Luna against her. He was the one who walked out of the compartment with the 2 Aurors. He waved to cast a barrier, ensuring that the conversation inside would not wake Luna, and then he said, "Okay, you can talk now. If you have anything to ask, ask." His tone was full of impatience. The 2 Aurors were a little unhappy in their hearts and wanted to ask questions directly. Still, they remembered that August had just cast a spell without a wand, which was nonverbal. Still forcibly suppressed the anger. These Dementors are on the orders of the Ministry of Magic to search for Sirius Black, and you have just killed 7 Dementors, seriously hindering the operation of the Ministry of Magic. August sneered, did that Dementor just come to search? I think he came to eat. My friend's happiness was eaten just now. I hope you will give me an explanation. The short Auror laughed angrily. You killed the staff of the Ministry of Magic, and now let us give you an explanation. Even if they overreacted, it would be easy to drive away those Dementors with your Patronus charm just now, right? Why kill them? August sneered, are you teaching me to do things? But before he could speak, August spoke again. Forget it, anyway. Your level is not enough. I will tell Fudge directly when the time comes. Boy, who do you think you are, and you contact Minister Fudge directly? Why don't you say that the Ministry of Magic is yours? The short Auror looked at August amusingly, feeling that he was a little whimsical. August looked at them, half smiling. My name is August Gaunt, and my family did not run the Ministry of Magic. When the tall wizard heard August's name, his face changed, and he hurriedly asked. The August Gaunt who invented alchemy creatures? August nodded, and the wizard knew that they had hit the iron. Other ordinary wizards know that August is very famous. Still, they don't understand the status of August in the wizarding world today. To buy some alchemy creatures, many pureblood families told their families not to provoke August and to please each other when necessary. He is also from a pureblood family, and he discussed with a group at home a few days ago how to get pleasure from August. He didn't expect to meet him today. He could only suppress the suffocation in his heart and squeeze out a gentle smile. It turned out to be Mr. Gaunt. Then this matter is a misunderstanding. We will go and talk to the Dementors. August waved his hand. No, I said I'd tell Fudge in person, and if you have nothing to do, I'll go first. After he finished speaking, he removed the barrier. There were already many little wizards outside, all looking at August worriedly. Malfoy also stepped up and shouted deliberately, "August, it's all right, don't worry, killing a few Dementors is no big deal. I'll let my dad negotiate with the Ministry of Magic." Yes. If it weren't for August's shot just now, the Dementors would have all rushed up. The other little wizards were also excited. The two Aurors smiled bitterly. Usually, when carrying out their official duties, all the wizards who encountered them were nervous, respecting and fearing them. Has anyone ever been besieged like this? However, there are all Hogwarts students here, and if one is not careful, it will have a severe impact. The tall wizard also had to open his mouth to explain to the crowd. Don't get me wrong, classmates, we just asked Mr. Gaunt for some information, and we already know that the responsibility for everything lies with the Dementors. Don't worry, Mr. Gaunt is not only in no trouble, but he'll also be honored by the Ministry of Magic. After saying this, he saw that the emotions of the little wizard stabilized. Heaving a sigh of relief, the tall Auror hurriedly operated off the train with his companion. The little wizards cheered like victory, and August smiled at them. The scene where everyone stood up to support him just now moved August. In an orderly manner, everyone returned to their seats, and August walked back to the compartment. At this time, Luna was still asleep, and Hermione cast a questioning look when she saw August walk in. August said everything was resolved, so she didn't need to worry. Cho and Hermione should be relieved. When the two women saw August go out with them, they were also apprehensive. But since August said it was all right, they were relieved. And August took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. After writing, he asked Fury to go to Fudge with the letter. Give this letter to Fudge. Remember, be arrogant. August whispered to Fury. He was not joking with the two Aurors just now but wanted to settle accounts with Fudge. Fury nodded and disappeared from the compartment with the envelope. The next time, because Luna fell asleep, the three of August didn't speak again. Only after the train arrived at the station was Luna woken up. The little witch who had slept for a while was also in a much better mental state, and her eyes returned to that trance-like look. After a few people got off the train, August released Celestia and went directly to the school in a carriage. August didn't ask Luna to attend the sorting ceremony. Still, he requested Cho to send her back to the dorm first, and he went and asked Professor Flitwick to take a leave for Luna. At the same time, Fudge also hurried to Dumbledore's headmaster's office to ask about his guilt. Chapter 160, The Aggrieved Fudge. Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office. Fudge took a few Aurors and went in directly. At this time, he was constantly complaining to Dumbledore about something. Albus. Your students attacked the Dementors on the train. 7 dead. They all work for the Ministry of Magic. What is that? A blatant disregard for the authority of the Ministry. Do you know how much energy I have to spend trying to appease those Dementors? Fudge's angry voice echoed in the office, but Dumbledore seemed indifferent and just listened quietly. Suddenly, Fawkes, on the bird stand, stopped trimming his feathers and looked out the window. Dumbledore felt something and reacted the same way. Albus, did you listen to me? Fudge, who was chattering, saw Dumbledore's actions and couldn't help but get angry. Wow. A phoenix sound resounded throughout Hogwarts. The windows of the office opened automatically. Fury flew in with golden flames burning all over his body and flew straight toward Fudge and the others. The expressions of several Aurors changed, and they clenched their wands and were ready to attack at any time. But Fury stopped 2 meters in front of Fudge, glanced at the group of Aurors disdainfully, and threw the parchment caught in the paw column. Fawkes happily flew to Fury's side, kept turning in circles, and invited Fury to eat some snacks. Fury dismissed it and was used to high-end pet rations. She despises those crumbs. Fudge picked up the parchment on the ground and looked at it. The more he looked, the Fudge's face became more ugly. August's wording in the letter is quite abrupt, not only asking why Fudge is so lax about the Dementors. He also questioned whether he could be a good minister of magic. Fudge looked very angry. But what's the use of him being angry? In the letter, August said that he had told his old friends of these things. I hope Fudge will think about the punishment for the Dementors. The threat is beyond words. Fudge knew whom the old friends were referring to, and even when he was angry, he could only bear it. Dumbledore was admiring Fudge's face-changing stunt on the side, smiling without saying a word. Seeing Dumbledore smile, Fudge didn't have the face to stay here any longer. He only said a word to let Dumbledore restrain his students and left in embarrassment. Looking at Fury, constantly entangled by Fawkes, a glint of light flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. August's phoenix was more potent than he imagined, and even he had to be careful with that golden holy flame. The Great Hall is now full of little wizards. Everyone was discussing what had happened on the train just now. The terror of the Dementors, August's phoenix, and those 2 giant Patronus. At this time, the professors had not come, and Fred and George had also crowded into the long table of Ravenclaw. August, why do you have 2 Patronus and both magical creatures? I remember that Patronus are generally ordinary animals. George was very excited to ask. They had just witnessed the process, and the scene of the two Patronus killing the quartet was still fresh in their minds. Probably because of Fury's relationship and Celestia. As far as I know, Headmaster Dumbledore's Patronus is also a phoenix. August explained vaguely, but he was guessing. We have to learn too. Fred and George spoke in unison, and August nodded in agreement. For the rest of the semester, the Dementors would roam the edges of Hogwarts, and he would teach Hermione the Patronus charm too. But why can you still wear your Patronus? Hermione remembered the scene in the compartment, and a blush appeared. August directly transformed the Patronus into a piece of clothing covering the whole body, which was so handsome. August said patiently, this is a small variant of the Patronus application. After your proficiency is high enough, the Patronus can defend against Dementors and use it to attack. Some wizards even use Patronus to convey information. The little witch nodded. Hearing that the Patronus has so many functions, she also decided to learn it. Soon, the professors appeared in the Great Hall, and Hermione and the others returned to the long table in Gryffindor. The sorting ceremony was over soon, and many little wizards were gearing up for the sumptuous dinner. But this time, Dumbledore stood up. Nice to meet everyone and some new faces. But before you get confused by the food, I have to say something important. First, let's congratulate Mr. Gaunt, who has made outstanding achievements in alchemy and received an Order of Merlin First Class. I am honored to have such a student at Hogwarts. After speaking, he took the lead in applauding, and the little wizards in the audience responded with warm applause. Professor Flitwick's face flushed with pride, and he almost fainted. When the applause gradually subsided, Dumbledore also said the second thing. I'm sure you've seen them on the train. Dementors will be stationed at all entrances to the school to defend our school. Of course, I don't think it's necessary. But the fact has already happened, so all the little wizards need to pay attention. Dumbledore talked about the fact that the Dementors would stay in the school for a long time, which made many little wizards change their faces and couldn't complain when they were dissatisfied. August also stared at Dumbledore, who just glared and nodded slightly to August. Then he gave a severe warning to the little wizards. Don't try to hide from the Dementors. No tricks will deceive them. Not even the invisibility cloak. Speaking of the invisibility cloak, he deliberately glanced at Harry, who was apathetic. Harry was dumbfounded. The invisibility cloak was in August's hands. He didn't carry the blame. So, everyone, don't get close to the area where the Dementors are. This is for your good, and of course, for the Dementors' good. After Dumbledore said this, he naughty blinked his eyes. Before he came to the Great Hall, he also negotiated with the leader of the Dementors. The leader of the Dementors repeatedly emphasized to him not to let the little wizard with the double Patronus approach their entrenched place. Almost fell to Dumbledore's knees. The little wizards initially dull in Great Hall also burst into laughter. Everyone knows that the latter sentence refers to August. After talking about these things, Dumbledore introduced the two new professors this year to the students. Everyone knew Hagrid, and there was warm applause from the Gryffindor table to express their welcome to Hagrid. As for Lupin, this time, because of August's great power, Lupin didn't have the chance to show himself on the train. Therefore, the little wizards still held a skeptical attitude towards him, who looked shabby, and their applause was sparse. But Lupin didn't care, got up to greet, and sat down again. After the long speech, everyone finally enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. After the dinner, the professors directly asked the prefect to bring the little wizards from various colleges back to the dorms. August quietly brought Cho to the kitchen and got some food for Cho to deliver to Luna. Chapter 161, Dumbledore's Intercession, August's Influence. The next day, when August saw Luna in the Great Hall, she was already feeling better. Luna also saw August. She sat with Cho at breakfast and waved to August, who was about to walk over. At this moment, one of Ravenclaw's male prefects came over and told him that Dumbledore had asked him to go to the office. August is a little puzzled. Could it be yesterday? Then why didn't he call him over last night? When he reached the 8th floor, the statue at the entrance of the headmaster's office glanced at him and opened it without asking for a password. There was no change in the headmaster's office as before. August swept around and did not see Dumbledore. The portraits of the previous principals on the wall greeted August when they saw August's arrival. A little wizard like August who came to the headmaster's office every 3 to 5, they naturally remembered it very clearly. The portrait of Principal Black also winked at him secretly. August also responded with a smile. Fawkes flew over his shoulder and tilted his head as if wondering why Fury didn't come with him. Angrily, he clicked the little head of this bird licking and knew that he had been thinking about his little phoenix all day. Sorry, Gaunt, I was dealing with something that kept you waiting. Dumbledore's voice came from the right side, and August turned his head only to find that there was an invisible door there, and Dumbledore came out of the door. Sitting in his place, Dumbledore also motioned to August to sit down. It seemed that he was in a good mood. After August took his seat, he waved out tea and desserts. These are upcoming products from Honeydukes, and I'm their VIP customer, so I can get them early. At this time, Dumbledore was like an old urchin, very proud of being a VIP customer of a sweet shop. August accepted his offer, and he was called over before he had breakfast. He picked up a pink transparent candy and ate one. A fragrance of strawberry was introduced into the mouth, and it felt good. After taking another sip of black tea, August got down to business. Did the professor call me today because of the Dementors yesterday? Dumbledore shook his head. I have come to plead for Fudge today, and of course, there are other things. Plead. August didn't understand. Dumbledore explained. What happened on the train yesterday, because of some of your actions, caused him a lot of trouble. The Malfoy and Flint families are also putting pressure on Fudge frequently because of you, and I was talking to Fudge just now. Dumbledore didn't expect that August could bring so much trouble to Fudge. More than half of the members of Wisengamot had written a complaint letter to the Ministry of Magic last night, and what Dumbledore didn't even think about was that several pureblood families in Slytherin had also secretly put pressure on Fudge. In just a few short years, August has become a wizard with significant influence in his words and deeds. It was only then that August learned of his letters, which exhausted the Minister of Magic. However, he would not sympathize with Fudge. After all, this was all brought about by the other party. Seeing that August did not let Fudge go, Dumbledore persuaded again. Now that the wizarding world is full of events, we can't let Fudge get overwhelmed by these things. August saw that Dumbledore wanted to protect Fudge, and he sighed in his heart. Do you know that the person you are trying to protect now will turn against you in 2 years and treat you like the enemy who killed your father? But Dumbledore said so, and August had to give face. Professor, it's okay to let him go, but Fudge has to be a bit more expressive, right? As soon as Dumbledore heard it, he knew that August had agreed and smiled to reassure August that he would talk about compensation. Then, he talked about another thing. Gaunt, I hope you can help me protect Harry this semester. If you can, it's best to let him learn the Patronus charm. He spoke to August seriously and repeated the story of Sirius. Of course, it is the version recognized by the magic world. August was speechless after hearing this. Professor, with you at Hogwarts, there is nothing to worry about. Dumbledore sighed lightly, looking a little tired. I may be away from school for a long time, so Harry's safety is entirely up to you. August wanted to complain about something, but he couldn't speak. Of course, he knew what Dumbledore was doing, and he must be looking for Voldemort's Horcrux. But the problem is that the Horcruxes outside have been cleaned up by August, leaving only Hufflepuff's Cup and Harry. At this time, Dumbledore's rushing around like this is entirely useless. But he couldn't say that either. He still needed a few years to develop, and it was better for Dumbledore to focus on Voldemort. August nodded in agreement. Sirius wouldn't do anything to Harry anyway, and he didn't have to waste his energy. Dumbledore looked at August with relief. He thought that August agreed because of his friendship with Harry. That's all. Please come here anytime, Gaunt. Hearing the meaning of seeing off in Dumbledore's words, August got up and went out. But Dumbledore remembered something and said suddenly. By the way, please don't expose Professor Lupin's identity. After all, our defense against the dark arts professor is tough to find. Dumbledore knew August could detect Lupin's werewolf identity, so he reminded him. August didn't look back. He just waved at him and left the office. Look at the time. It's almost time for the first class. Their first class today is Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. August thought silently about Luna on the way he got there. Luna's resistance to Dementors is particularly vulnerable because she witnessed her mother's death in her early years. She must learn the Patronus charm, but if she wants to learn the Patronus charm, it has to be practiced against a Dementor or Boggart. August didn't want the little witch to be tortured again and again, and he was also in trouble. There was no clue until he walked to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Student Fears August the Most. It was not long before class started, and the classroom door had not been closed. Lupin just saw August outside and smiled at him. You are not too late. Please come in, Mr. Gaunt. August nodded at him, walked into the classroom, and sat beside Hermione, asking in a low voice. Why are the Hufflepuffs and Slytherin students here? Hermione's ears tickled at August's breath, and she gave August an angry look before answering in a low voice. It is said that the professor's office is used, and the time is not easy to adjust, so let the 4 houses have a class together and separate them later. August knew and estimated that this class was about Boggart. Boggart is a magical shape-shifting creature in the wizarding world. He can see through your heart and become what you fear most. August would like to know what is his greatest fear right now. After Lupin saw that everyone was gathered, he took everyone out of the classroom and went to the staff room on the 2nd floor. They also bumped into Peeves on the way, but Lupin's brilliant projectile jinx settled it. The little wizard seemed to have a lot more respect for Professor Lupin. When entering the room, there was only one professor, Snape. After seeing Lupin, Snape sneered. Then he stood up, walked to Lupin's side, and pointed to Neville, who shivered when he saw Snape. Remember, Lupin, this is Neville Longbottom, and I advise you not to let him do anything difficult unless. Snape glanced at August but didn't say the following words. Lupin raised his eyebrows. Thank you for your reminder, but I hope Mr. Longbottom will be my assistant in the first stage. Hearing Lupin's counterattack, Snape frowned, but his expression returned. If I were you, I'd give Gaunt 50 points. After all, you need to thank him well, don't you? As Snape spoke, he glanced at August, who was silent and then left the room. What does he mean by that? Hermione asked August curiously. She had just noticed Snape giving August a look. Nothing, maybe it was yesterday on the train. August leaned back in his chair and answered lazily. The little witch glanced at August thoughtfully. She knew that August was not telling the truth, but she did not continue to ask. Lupin took everyone to the end of the room, where there was an old wardrobe. He patted the wardrobe, and the wardrobe shook suddenly, and some timid wizards were startled. Don't worry, everyone. Here is a boggart. Who can introduce his characteristics? Hermione raised her hand high, and Lupin called her up. It's a shape-shifting thing that can transform into what he thinks will frighten us the most. Lupin nodded in satisfaction and added 10 points to Gryffindor. Then he introduced some ways to deal with boggart and the spell. When it came to the practice stage, Lupin let Neville come forward as a demonstration. Don't be nervous, Longbottom. He said comfortingly, as I said, you just said you lived with your grandmother. He patiently and persuadingly said, wait a minute, you imagine your grandmother in your mind, so. Professor Lupin. At this time, August spoke up. Lupin's following words were interrupted, and he froze for a moment. What's the matter? Mr. Gaunt. August stood up blankly, and the laziness just now was swept away. Don't you think your words are too inductive? It would help if you did your duty as a professor. As for what happened to boggart, you don't seem to have to worry about it. August is a little unhappy now. 1 or 2, they all think Snape is easy to bully, right? Neville just said that what he is most afraid of is Snape. This is normal. After all, Snape's attitude towards him was not very good in itself. But Lupin's words just now induced Neville to build an image. When boggart comes out and is hit by the ridiculous, it will naturally become what Neville has in mind. Lupin's expression also changed. He didn't expect August to see his little trick so easily. He forced a smile. Mr. Gaunt, you're right. I'll leave the rest to Longbottom. After speaking, he retreated from the wardrobe and opened it. Hook-nosed, stern-faced Snape came out of the closet, and his eyes fixed on Neville. Neville was too frightened to speak, but he cast the spell. Ridiculous. After a noise, Snape seemed to trip, and then his clothes were unchanged, but the hat on his head had changed to what Neville had just described as his grandmother. Lupin was a little depressed. After being interrupted by August, it is evident that the image in Neville's mind is not what he wants, but Snape's appearance was changed a little. All he could do was get Neville to step back and call Parvati. What Parvati feared most was the mummy, and boggart became a mummy full of blood. Ridiculous. The mummy was knocked down and struggled to get up, but she always tripped over herself and finally lost her head. Parvati giggled when he saw it. Lupin called for another Ravenclaw student to come forward. Shockingly, the Ravenclaw student fears August the most. August is also very puzzled. Is his image among the little wizards so bad? What made him even more depressed was that after several little wizards went up in a row, there were some people whose boggart image was him. Is he so scary? Hermione next to her couldn't laugh anymore and was lying in August's arms, laughing and twitching. After the little wizard stepped back, they also smiled awkwardly at August. Most of these people were children of wizarding families who spent the summer getting scolded by their parents, using August as a role model. August is someone else's child in their eyes. Some students came to Hogwarts in the same carriage as August this year. They had seen August get angry and kill Dementors mercilessly. The flowers in these greenhouses naturally regard the decisive August as the most terrifying existence. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, August's Inner Fear. Soon, Hermione walked up to boggart. August looked at her curiously, wondering what Hermione was most afraid of. Could Professor McGonagall have given her a low score on the paper? Boggart exploded again from a doll lying on the ground, instantly turning into August's appearance. What the hell? My girlfriend is most afraid of me. August couldn't spit out the old groove and almost fainted. Hermione was also a little strange. How could she be afraid of August? The other little wizards were also excited and entered melon-eating mode. Everyone knows about the relationship between August, Hermione, and Cho, and seeing such a bizarre thing now can't help but be excited. At this moment, the boggart changed. August spoke up. Hermione, your hair is still so messy, and you have 2 big dye, so ugly, I don't want you. Hermione froze for a moment, then let out the biggest scream of her life. What? Lupin, who was closest, covered his ears subconsciously and shouted at Hermione, "Shout the spell." Granger. Ridiculous. Hermione shouted a spell almost like a roar, bogged bang, turned into a bruised August, lying on the ground. The whole place was silent. Puffed. He doesn't know who it is. First laughed out loud, and then it was as if the switch was turned on, and everyone laughed madly. Except for August. At this time, August clenched his wand, thinking about whether to give the whole school's third graders a one-off. Yes, and Professor Lupin. With his strength, it should be very easy to do this. Shame, it's the most humiliating time August has ever been born. Even when he stumbled into the girls' bathroom in elementary school, it wasn't so shameful. Although he wasn't lying on the ground, he was holding his face. He walked beside Hermione with a dark face and pulled the little witch back to her seat. August also cast Boggett into an ever-changing liquid. Hermione also recovered, lying in August's arms, and began to cry, "Woohoo! August, don't dislike my teeth and hair." August was speechless and could only comfort her. "You will be next, August." Seeing that no one came forward, Lupin called August's name. August patted Hermione and signaled that he was about to come on stage. Hermione raised her head and looked at August. Going to Boggett, Boggett is also constantly changing, but this time it takes longer than any previous time. The little wizards also craned their necks to watch, and they were curious about what such a powerful August would be afraid of. Even Hermione stopped crying and stared straight ahead. Finally, Boggett stopped transforming, but it was not a person or an item that appeared, but a vision. A figure flew up quickly in the dark cloudy sky, constantly hitting the highest point. However, the dark clouds in the sky sent out bursts of thunder and lightning, preventing his actions. After once, twice, countless times, the figure was desperate and finally stopped moving. August looked at the scene in front of him silently while the others were at a loss. Suddenly, without seeing any movement from August, the screen exploded. A man appeared, wearing a sports suit and holding a sea cucumber in his hand. August looked at Lupin with a smile. "Professor, I'm done." After speaking, without waiting for Lupin to react, he returned to his seat. "Oh well." Lupin didn't react a little but responded subconsciously. Others saw that August didn't mean to explain, although it was a little regretful, there was no way. The class continued, and the next little wizards did not make any mistakes and completed the spell perfectly. But Lupin didn't call Harry's name, as if he was avoiding something, which made Harry a little depressed. After class, everyone left the room, and Lupin left August alone. "I'm sorry, Gaunt, that some of my instructions to Longbottom may have offended our professors. However, you don't know when Snape and I..." "Professor." August interrupted Lupin, who knew exactly what Lupin wanted to say. "Nothing more than some grudges against Snape back then. I know something about you and Professor Snape." Lupin was a little stunned. He didn't expect August to know this, but he didn't say anything and continued to listen to August. "I think the fight between you and Professor Snape shouldn't involve Neville, right?" After saying this, August turned around and left, leaving Lupin slightly ashamed. "So, what exactly is the picture just now?" Hermione asked August in a low voice inside the library, her eyes constantly sweeping around for fear that Madame Pants would jump out. "It's nothing. I've been afraid of thunder since I was a kid. It's nothing strange." August answered Hermione absently. In the beginning, he did not understand the vision's meaning. But the scene of trying to break through the sky but failing, again and again, made his heart block. It wasn't until the end that he was somewhat enlightened, and he was afraid of not being able to climb the highest peak of magic. That dark cloud represents the world. He fears that his power is insufficient and he cannot become an existence beyond the world. Of course, he couldn't tell Hermione these things. Hermione pouted, a little unhappy at August's perfunctory answer. "Then you can always tell me what's so funny about the last man holding the sea cucumber." August looked at Hermione in surprise. "Don't you think it's funny?" "Where is it funny?" "Isn't it funny?" "Where?" "If you're talking, get out of this library." Madame Pants's angry voice came from behind, and both shrank their necks and stopped talking. Hermione also hit August angrily. She blames August. Now it's all right. She got caught. August was speechless. Women are unreasonable animals. "Obviously, you asked me first." Chapter 164, Chapter 164, The Black Hand that slowly reaches out to the Dementors. The defense against the dark arts class quickly spread. The little wizards in Gryffindor praised Lupin and thought his classes were very interesting. And it seemed that he was still against Snape. If you are against Snape, that's Gryffindor's good friend. But the little wizards from other colleges didn't care about Lupin. August debunks Lupin's tricks in class. Many people know that Lupin deliberately guides Neville to make Snape embarrassed. This made the Slytherin students angry. The Ravenclaw students also kept their distance from Lupin because of August's attitude. As for Hufflepuff, they said they only observe and don't get involved. Snape also learned the news and gave Ravenclaw many points in the potions class this week. It's a response to August. And secretly added some ingredients to the medicine for a certain defense against the dark arts class. It guaranteed that Lupin would be paralyzed for a week after drinking it. Lupin was also very troubled, and the students' evaluation of him became polarized, making the response to his next class mediocre. At this point, he also regretted stumbling over Snape in class. But it's too late to say anything. After the semester began, August began to observe Filch. He wanted to figure out why the squib couldn't use magic. August checked the information and found that the squibs were still very different from the muggles. Just like muggle-repelling charm cannot affect squibs and some special magical creatures, muggles can't see, but squibs can. Like in the original, a squib in charge of Harry's situation can see the Dementors. And Dursley's family saw nothing. Therefore, squibs are like a group of half-finished wizards, which are very valuable for research. August, who was thinking, was awakened and glanced at the approaching person. Harry, how did you become like this? August looked at Harry in his Quidditch uniform with a broom in front of him. The muddy water on the clothes was dripping on the ground continuously, and the black hair was also wet from the rain. Harry looked at August resentfully. I told you had 2 firebolts. Would made us train like crazy. Who do you think is to blame? August laughed when he heard Harry's grievances. He knows what is in 7th grade this year. He never had another chance, so he couldn't help but have to win the championship. It's no wonder that the frantic training started as soon as school started, and it was really that August put too much pressure on him. Rest assured, I've retired from the Quidditch team, so you still have a chance. Really? After hearing this, Harry's face lit up with joy and quickly converged. August wanted to pat Harry on the shoulder, but seeing his embarrassed appearance, he couldn't do it again. Really? I have many things to do now. Quidditch is a waste of my time. I've already told Roger. August is now eager to improve his strength, and many problems still need much time to study and solve. So he didn't want to participate in Quidditch matches. Roger Davies also persuaded August for a long time when he heard the news. Still, after August repeatedly refused, he accepted his fate. The only thing that made Roger feel better was that August agreed to lend his firebolt to the rest of the team. At that time, Ravenclaw, who has 2 firebolts, still has an absolute advantage. Mr. Filch. Look this way. Suddenly, August shouted and called Filch not far away. After Filch walked in, he saw that Harry was covered in mud, dripping all over the floor. Immediately happy. Potter, you ruined the cleanliness of the castle, and I will punish you for cleaning the entire floor. Harry looked at August in disbelief. I was just happy to hear that you quit the Quidditch team. Are you doing this to me? Tired, destroy it. This world is hopeless. Glancing at Harry with a smile, August watched Filch. After carefully perceiving Filch's whole body, August still vaguely sensed a slight fluctuation of magic power in him. But it was too weak, so he was unsure if he was wrong. Thank you, Mr. Gaunt, for letting me catch this unruly boy. Filch is still very polite to August. Recently, August sent him some nice gadgets to have more contact with him. This moved Filch, who was somewhat inferior, very moved. It's okay. It's our responsibility to take care of Hogwarts. I don't have anything to do here. I'll go first. August smiled gently and left here, leaving Harry with no love left to clean the entire hallway. This semester, August took only 1 class on the care of magical creatures. Therefore, compared to the average student, there is still more free time. If the school does not require each student to choose at least 1 elective. August reckons he wouldn't even choose to care of magical creatures. This Sunday, he will start tutoring Hermione and the others again. The first lesson must be the Patronus charm. So August also needs to prepare some teaching aids. And this teaching aid is the Dementor. Although there is no Dementor, he can use Boggart instead, but Lupin takes the only Boggart in the school as a teaching aid. In desperation, August can only play the idea of those Dementors. The current Dementors generally live in the Forbidden Forest if there is no task. Dumbledore had set aside a large clearing for them, and the magical creatures who lived there had moved away. August was going to sneak over to see if any Dementors were left alone. Then. At this time, it was still pouring rain outside. Although it was only in the afternoon, the sky was no different from the night. August found a place where no one was around, cast a disillusionment charm, and walked outside the castle. And the Dementors wandering in the Forbidden Forest were unaware at this time. The little wizard who caused them deep fear was slowly approaching them. Chapter 165, Dwarf. Forbidden Forest, in a territory near the periphery. The temperature here is much colder than in the surrounding area, and even the tree trunks are covered with a layer of frost. No small animals are on the territory anymore, and the whole area is shrouded in despair. At this time, there are more than 50 Dementors entrenched here. They drifted aimlessly in the air, and together with that black robe, they looked very strange. About 100 Dementors left Azkaban and came to Hogwarts this time. All the Dementors were divided into two groups, who alternately guarded the entrances and exits of Hogwarts. After all, Dementors are living creatures, and they get tired too. The current batch of Dementors just came back from getting off work. A smaller Dementor floated beside the other. "Brother, it's frustrating here. Why don't we go back to Azkaban?" Another Dementor bumped into his little brother. "Shut up. Do you think I'm not suffocating?" There was some anger in his tone. In fact, this group of Dementors left Azkaban because the prisoners inside provided less and less happiness. After all, since the arrest of a group of Death Eaters in Azkaban more than a decade ago, few wizards have been sent there by the Ministry of Magic anymore. And those Death Eaters who have been imprisoned live in despair every day. And how can it generate enough happiness as food for the Dementors? This also resulted in many Dementors not having a full meal for a long time. So when they heard they could come to Hogwarts, where the wizarding crowd gathered, they signed up enthusiastically. In the end, the stronger Dementors got the chance. But who knew that they met August on the way to warn them and solved several of their brothers, not to mention. It was also well warned by the Ministry of Magic. The Dementor's younger brother was not annoyed by being knocked away and floated back to his eldest brother again. "Big brother, why don't we sneak into the school to do eating? It's okay if we get caught, anyway. Their human wizards can't tell who we are." This Dementor's younger brother is really a black belly, and even his own tribe is pitted. The Dementor's elder brother thought for a while but rejected his younger brother's proposal. "Do you think I don't want to go? I'm afraid I met that human dwarf last time, and if he catches us, it will really be over." Thinking of August's ruthless means, he is still a little scared now. Hearing the words of his eldest brother, the Dementor's younger brother is also cowardly, and he is also afraid of it. "Ah." The two Dementors sighed in unison. However, none noticed that some raindrops disappeared under the tree next to them without falling to the ground. August was standing there, just overheard the conversation between the two Dementors. Although the Dementors speak the language of their own race, August can understand the meaning. Most wizards can do this. It's just that when everyone faces a Dementor, there's nothing but fear in their hearts. There is simply no ability to feel what the Dementor is saying. And after listening to the Dementor's dialogue, August's mood was a little subtle. How do you feel that these two Dementors are a bit social? And also calling him dwarf. August looked at himself, 14 years old, 1.75 meters tall. Is it short? Looking at the two Dementors, August's eyes gradually became dangerous. But there are many other Dementors, and August won't do it right away. Dementors have no eyes, and their perception of humans is generally identified by smell and emotion. August used magic to shield his own breath and a clemency to prevent his emotions from flowing out. The Dementors were unaware of his possibility. It didn't take long for August to wait, and these two social Dementors felt a little hungry. Leaving the tribe to look for some magical creatures in the distance. Although they don't provide as many emotions as humans, they can barely fill their stomachs. August quietly followed. Along the way, all creatures that encountered the Dementor shivered. August also saw two bunnies faint from fright. "Brother, you see that these two rabbits are so fat. Are they not as good as us?" The younger Dementor floated above the two rabbits and said to his elder brother. "Idiot. You are a Dementor. What rabbits do you eat?" The eldest brother's mood fluctuated violently, and the robe on his body was blown loudly. He also served his little brother since being bribed by a prisoner for a roast chicken in Azkaban. He is full of curiosity about human food. Don't mess around. We were warned by that powerful old man with a white beard not to kill the creatures here. A little worried about his little brother, the Dementor warned him again. The younger brother agreed aggrievedly. August, who followed behind, almost laughed. Why do these two Dementors look a little silly? August decided he wanted both. However, it seems they are not fools who only know how to eat and even remember Dumbledore's warning words. The explanation is still a bit tricky. This is good. August can also have good communication with them. August wanted the Dementors to control how hard they were sucking their emotions. This way, when training Hermione and the others, they can also have a step-by-step process. If the Dementors were going full throttle as soon as they came up, August was afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pressure. Finally, after walking a short distance, the two Dementors couldn't find any animals. "Brother, there are no creatures in this area. Let's go back." The Dementor's younger brother suggested that his elder brother did not speak but flew back directly towards the original road. At this moment, August saw it was almost time and secretly shot it. An invisible barrier appeared in the air and instantly enveloped the Dementors and August. Dementor's elder brother sensed something was wrong, stopped flying, and turned his head to look around. Brother, what's wrong? The Dementor's younger brother was puzzled and did not understand why the elder brother suddenly stopped. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Dementors will never be slaves. An enchantment blocks this area, and you fly to me. At the critical moment, the Dementor's elder brother was reliable, knowing he was covering for his younger brother. August did all this to ensure that the other Dementors wouldn't find out about this place for a short time. He also lifted the disillusionment charm on the body. Mr. Dementors, good afternoon. August greeted the two Dementors with a smile. And when August lifted the spell on his body, they also felt the familiar breath on August's body. Big brother, that dwarf. The emotions conveyed by the Dementor's younger brother were intermittent, apparently startled by the sudden appearance of August. Dementor's elder brother. Don't call me. I'm panicking too. August turned black when he heard the Dementor's younger brother call him short again. A silver-white ray of light emerged from his body, gradually shrouding the Dementor's younger brother. Brother. Help me. In a panicked mood, the Dementor's younger brother frantically asked his elder brother for help. But the Patronus is the nemesis of their race. Even his elder brother is powerless. Fortunately, August just wanted to scare him, not really wanting to do it. So just surrounded the Dementor's younger brother with a white mist in the middle. There was no further action. If you call me short again, it won't be so easily next time. August said threateningly to the younger Dementor. Dementor's elder brother had already seen that August didn't intend to kill them today, so he was relieved. Instead of looking at his little brother, he faced August with his empty face. Respected human powerhouse, I don't know why you are looking for us this time. If nothing else, we will look for the fugitive around Hogwarts, as the Ministry of Magic requested. After listening, August couldn't help but nod secretly. This is a beautiful statement, complimenting August and revealing that they are working for the Ministry of Magic. Hope that August can throw some rattles. Based on these words, this Dementor's elder brother can be called the crouching dragon among Dementors. Unfortunately, August wasn't intimidated by him. Nothing. I came to see you today because I need your help with some things. When Dementor's elder brother heard this, his nervousness was relieved. But the following sentence from August almost made him fry. I'm here this time, just want you to help me practice the Patronus charm. You still want us to die? The Dementor's elder brother felt that August was a demon. With the Patronus charm that August showed last time, he and his little brother couldn't kill enough. August also noticed something wrong with what he was expressing and quickly added. Not with me, but with a few of my friends. They still don't know the Patronus charm, so you don't have to worry. After listening to August's words, Dementor's elder brother relaxed slightly but was still reluctant to take on this drudgery. In any case, the Patronus charm is significantly restraining their existence. Even some entry-level Patronus will make them feel uncomfortable for a while. August saw the unwillingness of the Dementor's elder brother, and suddenly, the white mist around his younger brother began to roll. And gradually shrink towards the inside. Dementor's elder brother looked at August angrily. When did their Dementors also fall to this point? Human beings bullied them. If the prisoners in Azkaban knew about it, they would have to laugh at them. Just when he believes that Dementors will never be slaves, he is ready to break the net with August. August did say something lightly. By the way, if you are willing to help me with this little favor, I can give you a good meal. Good meal. Dementor's elder brother's heart moved, and he suddenly felt that this matter was not negotiable. Is what you're saying true? You'll let me eat if I help you train your friend. Hearing his words, August also stopped the movement of his hands and smiled. That's right, August, do what I say. Don't say anything if you don't help them practice the complete Patronus charm. It's fine. Hearing what August said, Dementor's elder brother was a little moved. The Dementor's younger brother, who was besieged, was no longer afraid, and a thought came out. Then, can you give me some food from your school kitchen? Receiving his thoughts, August and Dementor's elder brother were covered in black lines. Is this guy really a Dementor? His life was on the line, and his mind was still full of human food. The Dementor's elder brother couldn't hang his face. He immediately agreed to August and asked August to release his younger brother. August also lifted the Patronus charm, and the Dementor's elder brother rushed over and beat his younger brother hard. Brother. Stop fighting. Brother. I know I'm wrong. It wasn't until the tattered black robes on the younger brother had fallen off that the Dementor's elder brother stopped. August also appreciated a wave of brothers' cannibalism drama. Okay, since you agreed, let's enter here first. It will be used for you in 2 days. August took out the suitcase and let the two Dementors get inside. Now there are only the basilisks in the lake left in the suitcase, and he is not afraid that these two guys will cause any trouble. The two Dementors did not object, and they went in obediently. The goal has been achieved, and August will no longer stay here. After returning, he would test the two Dementors to see if they could control their abilities. As for his promise of Dementor food, it's still a good solution. Just take them to a nightclub in the Muggle world, and you'll be able to feast on them. As for saying that the quality of Muggle sentiment is inferior to that of wizards, it's okay. There are so many people. There will always be quantitative changes leading to qualitative changes. Just as August strolled back to the castle, he happened to meet Hermione, who was anxious. When Hermione saw him, she grabbed his hand and ran to the second floor. August. Come with me. Snape and Professor Lupin are fighting in the hallway. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, You can't kill people like this. Hearing Hermione's words, August was also taken aback. He just went out to find the Dementors for not so long. How could they fight? August followed Hermione to the second floor. As soon as he reached the second floor, August saw a group of little wizards gathered together. Don't think about it. It must be there. Sure enough, when August pushed through the crowd, he came to the front. He saw a scene with hot eyes. The two professors did not gracefully take out their wands and engage in a tense and exciting wizard duel as August had imagined. Instead, they scuffled together on the ground like those street gangsters in the Muggle world. Professor Lupin stomped on Snape's chin. Snape rolled his eyes as if suffocated by Lupin's foot. Resisting nausea, Snape bit Lupin's calf fiercely. Lupin let out a pained cry, retracted his feet unconsciously, and shrank into a ball. Snape chased after the victory, rode Lupin directly under him, and punched him in the right eye socket. However, Lupin is a werewolf in the end, and he is just a little dizzy when punched, and then he presses Snape down with force. The two just punched each other. I punch you, and you punch me. The funniest thing is the students next to him, the little lion of Gryffindor cheering for Lupin. Not to be outdone, the Slytherin students frantically cheered for their head of house. The scene was extremely chaotic. Hermione tugged at August's sleeve anxiously. August, think of a way to separate these two. August waved at Hermione, saying that he hadn't seen enough. He even wanted to shout. Stop hitting, stop hitting. You can't kill people like this. August also saw Colin. Borrowing the camera that Colin was carrying, August frantically pressed the shutter. Seeing Hermione on the side was about to cry, August moved. In the scene, Snape is also suppressed by Lupin. After all, he had been the head of house for many years, and he was no match for Lupin, who had been wandering outside in close combat. An invisible giant force pulled away Lupin, who kept punching Snape. Then August hit the two of them with a full body bind curse. That's what ended the fight. However, the two did not intend to give up. Even after being petrified, they still stared at each other as if fire could burst out of their eyes. Okay, two professors, look around. So many students are watching. August spoke, making the two men calm down a little. He cast the spell with little magic power, and Snape and Lupin quickly broke free. Snape rubbed his red eyes and said fiercely, You're also worthy of being that show-off stalker. Not to be outdone, Lupin wiped his nosebleed and opened his mouth to mock Snape. Wash your panties first, Snivellis. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder came up again. Seeing that the two of them wanted to do something, August quickly grabbed Snape. Professor, you are all wizards, so fighting like this won't prove anything. Just have a wizard duel. It is good. The two spoke almost at the same time. Snape glanced at August. Gaunt, you're the referee. August was delighted when he heard it and immediately agreed. August then chose next Wednesday night as the duel time. As for the location, it was set in the Great Hall. At this time, there was a loud noise in the distance, and it turned out that someone called Professor McGonagall over. The crowd gave way, and soon Professor McGonagall walked over. When Professor McGonagall saw the two people with blue noses and swollen faces, he almost fainted. A head of house, a professor, fighting in front of everyone. She had never seen anything so outrageous in all her years at Hogwarts. You. Professor McGonagall was speechless in anger. Lupin and Snape's faces were a little bit suffocated now. They seemed to return to how they were taught by Professor McGonagall when they were in school. Those who were reprimanded one by one did not dare to look up. Do you know that you are professors? Still fighting here. Why don't you go to the headmaster's office to fight? Professor McGonagall became increasingly angry, gasping for breath and his chest heaving violently. The little wizards next to them didn't dare to breathe. They have regretted joining in this fun, and now they don't have the guts to run. I'm going to deduct your points. Upon hearing this, Snape couldn't help but interject, Professor McGonagall, Lupin, and I are no longer students. Professor McGonagall was full of aura and immediately pushed Snape back. What's wrong with not being a student? You are embarrassing your own academy. 200 from Slytherin, Gryffindor. 200. Originally Lupin was not the head of house, but Professor McGonagall wanted to be fair. With a cruel heart, she also deducted the same score of 200 for his house. Snape and Lupin did not dare to refute but silently accepted Professor McGonagall's judgment. After deducting the points, Professor McGonagall lost a lot of anger and looked at the two parties. This is the end of the matter, and you should also pay attention to your behavior in the future. Don't do things that are not in line with your identity. At this moment, a little wizard of Gryffindor on the side spoke weakly. Then, what about the duel next Wednesday? Professor McGonagall is a little lost. What duel? It's just that the two professors have made an appointment to duel in the Great Hall next Wednesday. August looked at the little wizard with admiration. Warriors. Dare to speak at this time. Didn't this offend the three professors all at once? Sure enough, Snape and Lupin looked at the little wizard, making him tremble with fear. He said with a little weeping. Don't look at me. It was Gaunt who brought it up first. August is numb. He turned around quickly, wanting to slip away. He heard Professor McGonagall's angry roar. Gaunt. You and Snape. And Lupin. Go to my office now. Immediately. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, The Unstoppable Duel. Half an hour later, August walked out of Professor McGonagall's office with a calm expression on his face. At a glance, he saw two small heads popping out of the corner. It was Hermione and Cho. August walked over and asked with some doubt, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, it's to see if Professor McGonagall punishes you." Hermione said confidently, "This time, you are instigating a duel between two professors. If I were Professor McGonagall, I would definitely give you a hard lesson." Angrily, he flicked Hermione's little head, "You expect me to be punished?" Cho persuaded them, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the Great Hall. It will be troublesome when the professor comes out and sees us." Afterward, they came to the Great Hall, and it was time to eat. After seeing August coming, a lot of little wizards gathered around. "August, how's it going? Will Professor Lupin and Snape fight next Wednesday?" George and Fred also came over from the long table Gryffindor to join in the fun, looking at August with gossip. Yeah. I don't think it should be possible to fight. You didn't see Professor McGonagall's angry look just now. I didn't see it. I was in the library just now. The other little wizards were also talking a lot, and they looked at August and kept talking. Luna sat opposite August and handed him a lamb chop, motioning him to eat something first. August smiled at her and took it. Then he shouted to the crowd. "Okay, stop guessing, next Wednesday's duel is going on normally, and it's the opening performance of the Dueling Club this semester. So leave here if you have nothing to do. I have to eat first." August said briefly and blasted away the little wizards beside him. Seeing August say this, the others also left happily. But I just saw that Professor McGonagall was very angry. Why did she finally agree on the duel? Others can be perfunctory, but Cho's question, August naturally has to answer seriously. Actually, Professor McGonagall asked the two professors to cancel the duel at the beginning, but they have already agreed in front of so many people, and it is not easy for Professor McGonagall to make them go back. You also know the word duel in the wizarding world. So I can only put it another way, and it has become an exhibition match of the Dueling Club. In the wizarding world, a duel is a very sacred thing. Once one party invites the other party to a duel, even if they don't fight, it is a cowardly performance. And after both parties agree to a duel, then no one can stop the duel from happening. Otherwise, you will offend both sides at the same time and tarnish their glory. Glory has nothing to do with life and death but is higher than life and death. As for Draco's duel with Harry, his father didn't know about it. Otherwise, he would definitely beat him to bed for 3 days. He asked someone to duel and then didn't come, throwing away the glory of the entire Malfoy family. Until now, Harry still used it to laugh at Draco, and every time it was mentioned, Draco would get annoyed with Harry. And this time, the two professors agreed to a duel in front of many students. Even if McGonagall was the deputy headmistress, she couldn't stop them. Not to mention McGonagall, even if Dumbledore came, he couldn't stop them too. After listening to August's explanation, Cho suddenly realized. "August, whom do you think will win?" Luna was a little curious about the strength of the two professors and looked at August with big eyes. "It must be Snape." August said his answer without hesitation. Cho did not expect that August would be so optimistic about Snape. Is Professor Snape that strong? After all, Professor Lupin is a defense against the dark arts professor, and his lectures are pretty good. Everyone at the school knew that Snape had applied to Dumbledore several times to teach defense against the dark arts but had been rejected. August shook his head and said nothing. Although Lupin's strength had not been fully demonstrated, he was at the level of an elite auror, so how could he compare to Snape? The news that the two professors were about to duel instantly ignited the entire school. For a time, theorists continued to analyze the strengths of Snape and Lupin. The Gryffindor Lion Cubs naturally favored Lupin, and their arguments were obvious. Last year's Lockhart, Snape couldn't beat him. This year's Professor Lupin looks much more reliable than Lockhart. Slytherin's little snakes are also dissatisfied, and his head of house is a famous potion master in the magic world. How could this wizard who appeared out of nowhere be his opponent? Although Lupin's class was good, his shabby image made many people scoff at him. The two sides quarreled endlessly, and even the smell of gunpowder that carried the whole school became stronger. There was even a brawl. Several students attacked two Slytherin students in the bathroom. Fortunately, they were not caught by the professors. Otherwise, you will inevitably get a confinement experience card. And the professors were inevitably involved. Flitwick was a fighting champion when he was young. He had a very good temper and was very popular among young wizards. In the charms class, a daring little lion asked Professor Flitwick who he was more optimistic about. It's a pity that Flitwick believes no one will be offended, so he can only vaguely say that the two professors are very good wizards. No specific answer was given. Disappointing the good ones. The twin brothers, who have always been able to do things, have not missed this good opportunity. They secretly opened a game and let the little wizards bet. This time it was like ordering a dynamite den, and all students who had some pocket money on their bodies participated in it. Even Hermione secretly joined. The little witch was still unhappy when August told her it was Snape. Still, she followed August's advice. In just 2 days, Fred and George closed the market. Because too many people are betting, they are a little scared and afraid that the professors will find out after the incident. The final odds were fixed at 1.8:1 for Lupin and 1.4:1 for Snape. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Forgotten Dementors. In fact, this odds August is not surprising. Slytherin is generally richer. Although the numbers were relatively small, they beat the bet some of the Gryffindors had made. Naturally, Snape's odds were pushed down. And that made the snakes puff up in front of Gryffindor's lion cubs for days. Make the little lions angry. But nothing can be done. Who makes their pocket money so little? They could only silently scold the little snake. After the potions class on Friday, Snape told August that Professor Flitwick would be the judge during the duel. August was also happy because he could relax more. Back to the bedroom, August got into the suitcase and went to meet the two Dementors. "When are you taking us out to eat?" With sadness and anger, the Dementor brother questioned August. The Dementor brothers had been feeling a little uncomfortable lately, but August said they could eat a full meal. But it had been almost a week since they had been locked up, and they were in worse condition than in the Forbidden Forest. At least in the Forbidden Forest, there were still some magical creatures that could make them absorb a bit of happiness. But there was a basilisk in the lake, and they couldn't afford to offend it. So they are now hungry and losing their minds. August was also a little embarrassed. He had almost forgotten about these two people lately. August figured he wouldn't have remembered these two Dementors if it weren't for teaching Hermione and the others on Sundays. "Well, I've been a bit busy recently and accidentally forgot about you. Sorry." If there is a mistake, admit it, August still has this courage. "Then why don't you let us eat a little?" Asking August with anticipation, the two Dementors floated in front of August. But seeing August's movement of pulling out his wand, they immediately fell silent. "Okay, now I'm going to take you out to eat." August looked at the time, and there definitely wouldn't be anyone at this nightclub. Still, with so many football teams in England, there would definitely be at least one game. After that, August asked Fury to apparate to London with him. As for the fact that he could apparate himself, why have a phoenix and not use it? August said he was lazy, so why not use the existing phoenix? He came to a place called White Hart Lane, where a match was being held. At this time, the home team took the lead, and many fans cheered for the home team. August released the two Dementors. After they came out, they were still a little confused, but they felt that there was already a sea of excitement around them. Suddenly they were happy. But then, at first glance, they realized it was all Muggles. Muggles didn't have the same sense of happiness as wizards, and they withered again. August looked at them with a hint of hatred. "You fools, there are very few people in the wizarding world, and on occasions like this, there will be many people in the Muggle world. If one is not enough, then eat more." When the two Dementors heard it, they also felt it made sense. Floating above the stadium, they slowly absorbed the excitement that permeated the air. However, they also remembered August's warning not to use too much force, to take a slow breath, and to stop immediately once they found that the excitement was a bit thin. And the fans in the stadium suddenly found that they were somehow not so happy, and even those cheering for their favorite team weren't that enthusiastic. The players on the pitch also wondered why his voice was suddenly so low. At this time, August also brought two Dementors to several other stadiums. It's just that at the third stadium, the two Dementors couldn't eat anymore. Brother, I can't eat anymore." The Dementor's younger brother can't float steadily now, and the older brother isn't much better off. "How? Are you satisfied?" August looked at them with a smile, and the two Dementors nodded quickly. They never imagined that there was so much food in the Muggle world. Although not as delicious as the Wizarding world, many of them exist. They haven't eaten so full for a long time. Suppose there is another chance like this in the future, not to mention being the sparring partner of a few little wizards. In that case, it's okay to let them be the Patronus charm teachers for the entire Hogwarts. August is also delighted, the toolman is fed, and after a while, he can practice at will, right? In the suitcase, August has returned to Hogwarts with the two Dementors. After the meal, it's time to get down to business. Groping his chin, looking at the two Dementors hovering in midair, August suddenly asked, "Do you two have names?" The two Dementors froze, then shook their heads in unison. "Our Dementors have no names, and we rely on the breath to distinguish individuals. That's it. From now on, you will be called Wulong, and your younger brother will be called Fengchu." August clapped his hands and assigned names to the two Dementors. Wulong. Fengchu. The older brother of the Dementors reacted, and then he agreed. After all, August was their boss now, and it was no big deal to give them names, just like the Ministry of Magic used to be. If the boss who could fill them up was good, he didn't care about the rest. In fact, viewed this way, Dementors are also straightforward creatures as long as you can feed them. It is a pity that their food is too extreme, causing the wizards to fear them abnormally. And now, August has met their demands, and naturally, they are obedient to August. August looked at Wulong and asked, "Can you control the ability of your power to absorb emotions? And the aura of despair that you carry, can you endure it a little?" When August was talking to the Dementors right now, he was using a clemency. Otherwise, it will be easily affected by their innate abilities. So they have to be able to control it. Otherwise, Harry wouldn't even be able to cast the spell. Wulong heard August's request and gave it a try. Dementors in the past acted on their instincts and never considered the matter. Now that August said this, Wulong wasn't sure if he could do it. Then August lifted a clemency a little and felt it. Well, it's just a little depressing, but still acceptable. Afterward, Fengchu did the same, but he was much worse than his older brother. He tried several times before he succeeded. "Okay, let's try to absorb my happiness next. Remember, the power must be small." August commanded the two Dementors. But they didn't do anything. Just when August was a little weird, Wulong sent a message with some embarrassing emotions in it. "Well, can you wait a bit? Fengchu and I have had enough eat." August. Chapter 170, The Patronus of Twins. On Sunday, Room of Requirement. Except for August, they are already inside. Why isn't August here? Hermione, do you know what he's doing? Harry waited for a little anxiously, and it didn't take long for him to ask Hermione when August would arrive. Hermione was also annoyed by Harry. "Harry, I've said it several times. He's looking for Luna and Astoria." Draco wouldn't let the taunting Harry's chance pass. "Potter, I know why you're in such a hurry, don't worry. The Dementors won't go into Hogwarts." Many people know that Harry fainted. Now that Draco said this, he couldn't refute it even if Harry's face flushed with anger. In fact, this is also the reason why Harry is so urgent. Last time on the train, he was the only one frightened and fainted by the Dementors, and even Luna only showed great pain and did not faint. This makes Harry, who has strong self-esteem, a little unacceptable, which is why he is eager to learn the Patronus charm. At this moment, the door to the Room of Requirement opened. August came in, holding Loli in each hand. It was Astoria and Luna. At this moment, Astoria's little face was confused, and her eyes were slightly unable to open as if she had not woken up. On the other hand, Luna was much better and greeted Hermione and Cho when she came in. "Okay, everyone is here. Let's get started." August was also helpless. He was delayed for so long because Astoria slept late. He doesn't have any Slytherin female friends, and if he hadn't met Astoria's sister, Daphne, who happened to come out, he wouldn't know when to wait. When everyone heard August say this, they all became excited. August summoned the blackboard, tapped it with his wand, and all the essential techniques and casting of the Patronus charm appeared on it. Using his wand as a pointer, he tapped on the blackboard, and August began to explain. Patronus is a powerful and, of course, complicated spell. Normally, only powerful wizards could display a corporeal Patronus, while ordinary people can only emit some white mist. Generally, Patronus charms can only be used to defend against Dementors, but powerful wizards can use Patronus charms to do many things. August waved the wand in his hand and whispered a spell. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white unicorn ran from the tip of August's wand. This was also the first time everyone had observed a complete Patronus up close. Even though they had seen the unicorn Patronus last time on the train, they didn't see the whole picture due to its large size. This time August deliberately controlled the size of the Patronus, keeping it the same size as Celestia. If it weren't for the different colors, everyone would have thought it was a living unicorn. Controlling the Patronus to surround everyone, August continued to introduce the spell. For example, I could use a Patronus charm to deliver a message. When August spoke, the same sound came out of the unicorn's mouth, which surprised everyone. And when the Patronus is more powerful, it can block the spell for you or even attack the enemy. August raised his wand, and the Patronus instantly rushed towards a target, shattering it into pieces. Okay, next, let me talk about the casting. The Patronus charm is a spell whose emotional power is greater than magic. To successfully cast the spell, one began by mustering the happiest memory they could think of. The more delighted the memory, the better the charm would work. Alternatively, imagine a scenario that would make for a happy memory. This is the difficulty of the Patronus charm. The wizards will determine the upper limit of this spell. After saying all the essentials in one breath, August stopped talking. After saying this, August also let everyone start practicing. He didn't take out Wulong and Fengchu in the first place, and it's useless. Letting everyone display a corporeal Patronus before letting the two of them out is better. For the next 2 hours, everyone kept trying the Patronus charm. However, everyone's progress could have been faster. Only George and Fred took the lead in summoning a cloud of silver-white mist. And the best of the others was Hermione. A cloud of silver-white mist emerges now and then from her wand. The two idiots, Draco and Ron, made their voices hoarse, but their wands still didn't respond. Seeing this situation, August also frowned. Clapped to stop everyone's practice, August also took out the secret weapon he had prepared. The elixir to induce euphoria. This is a kind of potion that can make people feel happy and stay excited. It is very helpful for practicing the Patronus charm. Sure enough, after everyone took the elixir to induce euphoria, everyone made significant progress. Not long after, the twins finally succeeded in summoning a corporeal Patronus. Although the figure is not very dense, the appearance of the figure is already visible. Everyone looked at their Patronus curiously, but they didn't know what animal it was. It's a magpie. August answered. He also did not expect that the twins' Patronus was such a festive creature as a magpie. He also thought that the characters of these two people must be animals like the monkey. So beautiful. Hermione said enviously, and the other girls nodded. Fred and George gave a happy high five. Nice job, Fred. You're too, George. August also let the two share their successful experiences, but what they said made everyone laugh. When I cast the spell, I thought that after the last time I was caught by Filch, I said I was George. This is what Fred said. And George glanced at Fred and said happily. What a coincidence. What I was thinking was that the last time Professor McGonagall deducted points for me, I used Fred's name. After the two finished talking, they burst out laughing at the same time. Chapter 171, Hippogriff. Isn't the Patronus charm very easy? Fred and George smugly made August laugh. With the help of the elixir to induce euphoria, and without the interference of the Dementors, you've been training all day just to get this effect. Have you started to be proud? Should we practice in person? August looked at the twins maliciously. Practicing in person. George and Fred were stunned. What is the in-person practice method? Do you want them to trouble the group of Dementors in the Forbidden Forest? Thinking of this, the two also turned pale and hastily prevented August from using this dangerous idea. August didn't speak but immediately grabbed his suitcase and released the two Dementors. Immediately, the temperature in the room dropped slightly. August, did you catch this? Harry stammered as he looked at the two Dementors, and the scene of that day reappeared in his mind. Relax, don't you think they're less scary today? Hearing August's consolation, Harry also reacted. He didn't feel the despair he had felt when encountering the Dementors on the train. August pointed to Wulong and Fengchu and introduced them. They are teaching aids that I found especially for you. The bigger one is called Wulong, and the other is Fengchu. Don't disappoint my hard work. August's words are not nonsense. He suffered so much yesterday to let the Dementors control his abilities. These two Dementors didn't have the concept of control at first, and they were taught by August little by little. The consequence of doing this was that August had to lie in bed during the night. It wasn't until this morning that he was back to normal. So, if Harry and the others don't practice well, don't blame August for being rude. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't say a word for a long time. Unexpectedly, August actually brought two Dementors. Finally, they gave August a thumbs up. In August's mouth, these terrifying Dementors became teaching aids for them. Admire. August, won't the Ministry of Magic reprimand you for doing this? Cho on the side asked worriedly. After all, Dementors were employees of the Ministry of Magic. August had just kidnapped two of them, which was already a gross violation of the rules. Don't worry, Cho. They both followed me willingly, right? After speaking, August turned to look at Wulong and Fengchu, and the two Dementors nodded in agreement. Cho felt relieved. George, Fred, which of you came first? Looking at the twins, August said with great interest. Hearing August's words, both of them put on a bitter face, and finally, George stood up. August pushed the others back, leaving the floor space for George. Wulong, as I said yesterday, use a level of strength. Yesterday, August divided the abilities of Dementors into 5 levels, with the first level being the lowest and the 5th level being full strength. Now to deal with George, 1 gear is basically enough. Hearing August's order, Wulong nodded and then let go of some momentum. Standing opposite Dementor, George immediately felt it was difficult even to breathe. Holding the wand in his hand, reminiscing about his happy times with Fred. Expecto Patronum. George cast the spell with great difficulty, but unfortunately, this time, he failed to summon his Patronus, only a wisp of white smoke came out. Dementors are not effectively blocked. When George was about to suffocate, August stopped Wulong from moving and temporarily held him down. And George's clothes were drenched in a cold sweat. Fred, who was at the side, quickly stepped forward to support him, and August handed George a piece of chocolate to eat. After a while, George recovered. How? Do you still think you have mastered the Patronus charm? August looked at them with a half-smile, and everyone on the side covered their mouths and sneered. Especially Ron. He had never seen these 2 elder brothers, who had toyed with him since childhood, have such a shameful side, and now there was interest on his face. The twins were a little embarrassed to say anything, and August stopped teasing them. Okay, it's too late now. Let's end today's practice. You should practice more after you get back. Looking at the time, he found that it was time for dinner, and August ended today's practice. When everyone heard him say this, they nodded and left the room of requirement. Monday. Today August followed the little wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw to Hagrid's hut. This is his first lesson on protecting magical creatures this semester. Hagrid looked a little excited. Today, he deliberately dressed up and washed his moleskin coat. After seeing that all the little wizards had arrived, Hagrid led everyone to the Forbidden Forest in front, and Yaya followed them. Okay. Everyone, open the textbooks we are going to use. The little wizards looked at Hagrid, and they all tied up the book, the Monster Book of Monsters, for fear that the book would go crazy and bite themselves. Hagrid was a little disappointed when seeing that no one was moving. Still, he taught everyone how to open the book anyway. After asking everyone to turn the books to the page about the hippogriff, today's lesson began. It's just that he looks a little nervous, his speech is always stuttering, and he mechanically reads the original text in the book. The Slytherin student beside him mocked him, making Hagrid's face turn red. August couldn't stand it any longer, mainly because Hagrid was so boring in this class, so he made a suggestion. Hagrid, haven't you got a bunch of hippogriffs ready? Let's see. Hagrid glanced at August gratefully, turned, and walked into the Forbidden Forest. Shortly after, he came with some animals. This animal was very tall, with the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle and the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse. Hagrid's chains held these animals tightly together, but when the little witch saw them, they were so frightened they rushed back a few steps. Chapter 172, Traveling Around Hogwarts. Look. They're cute, aren't they? A question mark popped up all over the head of the little wizards, even though they admitted that these monsters did seem to have some kind of heroic feeling. But it can't be associated with cuteness anyway, right? Okay. Next, I'll teach you how to get closer to them. Hagrid didn't see anything wrong in the little wizards. He felt better now than ever, and he was less nervous. After Hagrid explained all the precautions, he asked eagerly. So, who wants to try it next? Everyone was a little scared, and no one wanted to move. Then August stepped forward. Very well, Gaunt, 10 points for Ravenclaw for your courage. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. He was terrified that no one would step forward, but now that August had stood up, he was relieved of his worries. But August didn't bow to the hippogriff as Hagrid taught him. He didn't have the habit of bowing to other people, let alone just a magical creature. Looking directly at the sharp orange eyes of the hippogriff, August looked at it so quietly. Suddenly, the hippogriff slowly lowered its head, and its forelimbs were slightly bent, expressing friendliness to August. August stepped forward and touched its head, and the hippogriff was also very cooperative. Well, it doesn't feel as good as his own little unicorn. Ah, very good. Can you see it? Gaunt succeeded easily. Hagrid was a little stunned, but he didn't expect August to be recognized by the hippogriff without bowing. But he still warned the little wizards, you must pay attention, bow, and stare at them until they approve of you before standing up. Then why doesn't Gaunt need it? An unconvinced voice came from the Slytherin. August turned and found that it was Crabbe, Malfoy's former servant. Shut up. Vincent. Malfoy stopped Crabbe sharply, then gave August an apologetic look. If you can also get an Order of Merlin first class, maybe you can do that too. Hagrid's sarcasm drew a lot of laughter from the little wizards, even many of the little wizards in Slytherin. Ignoring Crabbe's unconvinced eyes, Hagrid called a little wizard to step forward. With Hagrid's teachings, the little wizard was also recognized and managed to stroke the fur of the hippogriff. The success of 2 people in a row made the others eager to try, and Hagrid also divided them into several groups to try. August also specifically instructed Draco to be more polite. In the original, Draco's actions caused Hagrid a lot of trouble. August didn't mind helping Hagrid either. August came to the hippogriff who had recognized him just now and asked Hagrid, "Can I fly around on it?" "Of course, Gaunt, but you have to be careful." Hagrid agreed to August without thinking. August had helped him so much, and such a small request was naturally no problem. August jumped over onto the hippogriff and beckoned to Hagrid. "Thanks, Hagrid." After speaking, he folded his legs, and the hippogriff flew into the air. The hippogriff's flying speed was so fast, and it took August to a very high altitude in one fell swoop. Looking down from here, there is a sense of looking down from the mountains. Hogwarts Castle, Black Lake, Forbidden Forest, and even Hogsmeade are not far away. It was all caught in the eyes of August at this time. This was the first time he had seen this Hogwarts view from this perspective. The wind whistled past, making August's robes rattle. August felt like something was about to burst out of his chest. What? With a long whistle, the winged beast under his feet also sensed his mood, and the already fast speed was further accelerated. August flew around Hogwarts and then slowly flew back to Hagrid. But when he landed, he found many fewer people, and Hagrid was no longer there. What happened? August looked at a Ravenclaw student beside him. Just now, Crabbe of Slytherin didn't follow the professor's command and wanted to touch the hippogriff. As a result, the hippogriff severely grabbed him, leaving a lot of blood on his chest. Then the professor took him to the hospital wing and let us move freely. The little Ravenclaw wizard pointed to the hippogriff and explained what had just happened. His tone was full of disdain. As Ravenclaw, they look down on people who do things like this. August fell silent after hearing this, but he didn't expect that he had alerted Draco, but Crabbe made the mess. Could this be a disaster Hagrid couldn't avoid? Shaking his head, August fed a bucket of fish to the only hippogriff who had flown with him just now, and after giving his eating it, he let it return to his group. The other little wizards didn't want to play anymore. Crabbe's pitiful appearance gave them a little fright. Not long after, Hagrid also returned and said a few words in a panic, ending today's class. Soon, many people knew about the care of magical creatures, and an incident of magical creatures attacking students occurred. The next day, Crabbe appeared in the Great Hall deliberately covered in bandages, and a group of Slytherins surrounded him like a hero. Will Hagrid be all right? In the charm class, Hermione was a little worried about Hagrid. Harry and Ron in front of them also pricked up their ears and listened to their conversation. August shook his head. Hagrid should be fine. Dumbledore will keep him. But the hippogriff wasn't so lucky. Buckbeak is innocent. It was obvious that idiot Crabbe who provoked it first. Harry couldn't help it, turned his head, and snarled. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The Duel Begins. August glared at Harry and immediately grunted. What's the point of you telling me this? This is only effective if you talk to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. How can I do that? August, you know so many great people in the wizarding world. Can't you free Buckbeak? He looked at August expectantly. In Harry's mind, August was omnipotent. Whether it's defeating Voldemort in first grade or getting the Order of Merlin. This is not something he, who only has the name of a savior, can do. Apart from Dumbledore, it could be said that the person Harry admired the most was August. But August refused his request. Harry, it's not just about Crabbe. It's Buckbeak breaking the rules of the wizarding world. Rule. Harry didn't understand what August meant. August continued to explain to him. The moment Buckbeak hurts Crabbe, his end is already doomed. In the final analysis, the magic world is still the world of wizards, and if these magical creatures harm wizards, only one result awaits them. August didn't finish his sentence, but Harry already understood what he meant. Hearing even August say it couldn't, Harry was completely helpless. A few people saw Harry's sad look and didn't say anything more. Sure enough, on Wednesday, there was news from Slytherin that the Crabbe family had brought this matter to the Ministry of Magic. But maybe so as not to let Dumbledore interfere, they didn't mention anything about Hagrid and demanded that Buckbeak be punished. But this is just a small episode for all the students. Tonight, the duel between Snape and Lupin is the highlight. After dinner, Professor McGonagall waved his wand and set up the Great Hall as the venue for a dueling club. Slytherin and Gryffindor flags hang on all four walls, indicating tonight's protagonists. The little wizards were also very excited and kept discussing how exciting the duel would be for a while. During this waiting time, Professor McGonagall found August. Commentator. Looking at August's surprised eyes, Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively. Gaunt, the duel between the two professors will be very exciting, but many students may not understand the spells. Even Albus is amazed by your mastery of spells, so we all agree that you are the best fit. Hearing Professor McGonagall say this, August could only nod and take the errand. The time quickly came to 9 o'clock, and the figures of Snape and Lupin also appeared on the duel stage on time. Snape was still in his usual bat attire, while Lupin had changed into a burgundy wizard robe. Compared to his usual shabby one, it was better. As referee and commentator, Professor Flitwick and August stood at the bottom of the duel stage. Casting an amplifying charm on himself, August's voice appeared in everyone's ears. Good evening, classmates. I'm August Gaunt. I will explain the details of the duel between the two professors today, and Professor Flitwick next to me is the referee tonight. Let's give a big applause to Professor Flitwick and the two professors who are about to duel. Immediately, the little wizards offstage responded enthusiastically, especially the Gryffindor and Slytherin Academy students clapping their hands as hard as they competed. Gaunt. Professor McGonagall's head was full of black lines, and she regretted letting August be the commentator. Hearing Professor McGonagall's reminder, August also reacted. He blamed Lee Jordan for having influenced him too much. Okay, without further ado, today's duel officially begins. After saying this, August and Professor Flitwick looked at each other, took out the wand simultaneously, and released a large protective shield covering the entire duel stage. Snape sneered at Lupin, now you don't have Potter's help. Harry, in the audience, heard it raised a question mark, when did he help Professor Lupin? Lupin did not speak. He's still under a lot of pressure right now. They used to bully Snape casually at school, but that was also because of his group. He knew in his heart that he was weaker than Snape. It is thought that only Potter or Sirius has the level to compete with Snape. Thinking of Sirius, Lupin's heart was a little sad again. Both bow. Flitwick reminded them. Both of them had reluctant looks on their faces. The moment he got up, Snape hit Lupin with 3 consecutive spells. August explained quickly. Professor Snape took the lead in launching the attack. The 3 spells of Reductor Curse, Disarming Charm, and Stunning Spell were released almost simultaneously. Professor Snape deliberately controlled the speed of the spell. The Reductor Curse was the fastest, and it was the best choice for breaking the shield charm. The Disarming Charm and the Stunning Spell are at the same speed, blocking the space where Professor Lupin was hiding. Professor Lupin didn't show weakness either. He directly used the shield charm to defend against the Reductor Curse. He then used the Levitation Charm to the table to block Snape's attack. Using the Shattered Table, Lupin used the Apunio Jinx to attack Snape. Snape, on the other hand, made his sleeve extremely hard, raised his hand to block in front of him, and blocked Lupin's attack. Have you seen it? The Transfiguration spell will also have a great application in duels. The two professors used the Transfiguration spell to attack and defend simultaneously. So the students should also learn the Transfiguration spell well in class, which can improve your combat effectiveness. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction after hearing August's explanation. Chapter 174, Multicasting, Sectum Sempra. The duel on the stage continued, and the battle became more intense. During the arrangement, Professor McGonagall deliberately left some tables and chairs by the side. It is to facilitate the use of the two when casting spells. And now the two also happen to use these tables and chairs. Since the last round of offense and defense, the two have entered the stage of using the Transfiguration spell to compete. Various deformed animals appeared on the duel stage, and the little wizards were dizzying to watch. Lupin made a rhino. Professor Snape used a boa constrictor to bite off one of the rhino's legs, successfully breaking the attack. Everyone, pay attention. The two professors kept changing positions on the stage. The goal is that they are in different positions for a short time. It can effectively dodge enemy attacks. Lupin and Snape on the stage will suddenly cast an arrow to a disarming charm or stunning spell when they are in a Transfiguration spell duel. August still explains some knowledge to the little wizards in his spare time. For example, it can be guessed by the opponent's voice chanting the magic spell, which is a feint and the real killing move. Guess the direction of the spell shot by the movement of the enemy's wrist. All the students were fascinated by what they heard. And Snape seemed tired of this endless temptation. He waved his wand in a big way. Under the explosion of magic power, he swept the Transfiguration creatures constantly entangled on the stage. Serpensortia. With a loud shout, 3 huge pythons emerged from the tip of Snape's wand, rushing toward Lupin. Professor Snape used summoning magic, but the sizes of the 3 snakes he summoned are bigger than the ones used by Draco last time. Draco, who was mentioned by August, could not wait to find a gap in the ground to enter. Why did he have to say his name? Lupin's expression changed when he saw the 3 poisonous snakes. Taking a deep breath, he waved his wand. Lupin instantly released the 6 spells. 3 stunning spells and 3 reducto curses hit 3 giant pythons with precise angles. Professor Lupin's hand is so fast. Ordinary wizards can't cast the same spell repeatedly in a short period. Like after casting a shield charm, if it is broken immediately, most people cannot cast it again immediately and need to use other spells for defense. And Professor Lupin can cast so many identical spells with precision and speed, which already involves the skill of multicasting. This is also a very important part of the Auror assessment. Students who are aspiring to become Aurors must have the opportunity to ask Professor Lupin about the skills of multicasting. August commented more and more vigorously. He found this job quite fun, and he even wondered whether to go to Professor McGonagall and tell her if he could comment on a Quidditch match or two. August, can you do it? Everyone looked at August curiously. August smiled lightly, yes, but there's no need. This was not August's style but to gauge what level he was at now. The upper limit of spell power had long been broken. For example, the reducto curse that others might use to crush things into small pieces. On the other hand, August or Dumbledore could easily pulverize the target to slag. Snape on the stage suddenly merged with his robe, evading Lupin's spells like fluff. Then, seizing the opportunity, 2 invisible air blades sneakily hit Lupin's arm. 2 bloodstains immediately appeared on Lupin's arm. Expelliarmus. A red light knocked Lupin's wand into the air, ending the duel. The duel is over. Professor Snape wins. Professor Flitwick shouted and announced the result, followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers from Slytherin. Lupin clutched his injured arm and smiled bitterly. In fact, he realized that Snape had taken pity on him. If Snape had used it this way earlier, he wouldn't have been able to endure it until now. What's more, Snape was the backbone of the Death Eaters back then, and he didn't even use black magic today. You win. Lupin said to Snape, but Snape ignored it, tapped his arm lightly, and walked straight off the duel stage. Though the little lions of Gryffindor were a little disappointed, none of them had said anything wrong to Snape about the extraordinary duel earlier. They also gave Lupin warm encouragement. This also made Lupin feel a lot better. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly pulled Lupin off the duel stage to observe his injuries, but Lupin's wounds had already healed. I don't understand. It's just a duel. Does Severus need to be so serious? Complaining again and again, Madame Pomfrey washed the blood off Lupin's hands again and again. Thanks to the 2 professors for bringing us such an amazing exhibition game. It's now free to practice time. After saying the last sentence, August released his loud voice and completed today's commentary task. The little witches took to the dueling stage excitedly, and now their enthusiasm for dueling was blazing. Countless magic spells danced across the field, causing many unintentional injuries. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Professor McGonagall summoned all the students and ended the day's club activities. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their respective rooms. And August was pulled by Hermione. What spell did Professor Snape use at the last moment? Hermione looked up at August, who didn't explain Snape's combo in detail. August yawned. After explaining that for so long, he was a little tired now, but he had to answer the little witch's question first. It's a spell created by Snape. The name is Sectum Sempra, and it's a very dangerous magic. As for the quick move, it's a short-distance apparition. His own spell. Apparition. Hermione exclaimed and then asked again. But the book says that performing apparition in battle is a very dangerous act, which may cause the separation of the body. Continuous casting like Snape's is even more ineffective. Pinching Hermione's cute little face, August spoke to her earnestly. Nothing is impossible for a great wizard. After speaking, August turned and returned to his bedroom, leaving Hermione alone to ponder. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Thief Sirius, Lockhart's Rapidly Ascension. The duel between Snape and Lupin continued for more than a week. During this period, Snape and Lupin became the focus of attention, and some people dared to ask about duel skills. But after Snape gave a cold face and deducted points from the curious little wizards a few times, everyone was honest. Professor Lupin did not refuse. As long as the questions asked by the students were related to the duel, he would answer them wholeheartedly. When he heard the students retell August's explanation of their duel, he couldn't help but admire that August's words were correct, which could be called a slap in the face. One morning, August came to the Great Hall to eat and saw Cho and Luna getting together. Do what? August's voice startled the two, and they handed the newspaper to August. Shocked. A thief has appeared in the magic world, and 5 wizarding families in Hogsmeade have been stolen. The robber turned out to be a pervert. Listen to what Mrs. Lutzen has to say. After reading the title, August had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he looked at the content of the report. The Daily Prophet has learned that in recent days, residents of Hogsmeade villages have been stolen frequently, all of which are committed by one person, and 5 families have already submitted complaints to the Ministry of Magic. Surprisingly, the property stolen by the thief was not very precious, most of them were common items, and even the Gustavs only lost one turkey, which was their dinner that night. However, according to Mrs. Lutzen's latest intelligence, the thief appears to be a pervert, and Mrs. Lutzen claims that the thief was peeping while she was taking a shower. At present, we have not obtained the specific information of the thief, only a back photo obtained by accident. August looked down, and a chunky, obscene-looking background was printed on it. This is Peter Pettigrew. Who else could it be? August didn't expect Sirius to move so fast, and the Daily Prophet noticed him in less than a month. But what the heck is this peeping? Could it be that Sirius was locked up in Azkaban for too long, and when he reached middle age, he had nowhere to vent his energy and finally went to August. August. Cho called August several times, and he recovered from his reverie. Oh, I was thinking about it. I didn't expect a thief in Hogsmeade. We have to be careful next time we go there. No, I'm showing you another report about Lockhart. Only then did August realize that Cho and Luna were not watching the news about theft. Then he looked at a report in the corner. Lockhart has been promoted to deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. Very capable. August was a little surprised. Arya had written before that Lockhart would be promoted soon. It's just that August didn't expect him to jump to such a high position all of a sudden, which is called a rocket-like jump. You must know that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is the actual power department of the Ministry of Magic. 9 times out of 10, the Minister of Magic is selected from the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I didn't expect Lockhart to become so powerful after leaving Hogwarts. Cho was also sighing on the side. August told her something about Lockhart at the time, and she also knew that Lockhart was already August's subordinate. And one of August's men has reached such a position in just a few months. Compared with outsiders, Cho, whose parents both work at the Ministry of Magic, knows more about the gold content of this position. After breakfast, August went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Hermione helped him find a seat early beside Harry and Neville. Strange, why isn't Professor Lupin here today? Harry, at the side, asked a question. Usually, Professor Lupin was always early, but he didn't show up when it was almost time for class to start. The bell for class rang, and a figure came in from outside the door, but it wasn't Lupin. That's Snape. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Snape. Snape ignored everyone's eyes and announced, "Lupin is uncomfortable today, and I will take the place of today's class. Next, turn your textbook to page 368. What we're going to learn today is werewolf." Harry couldn't help it and stood up straight. "Professor, we learned about Boggart. It should be red cap now." "Shut up, Potter, 10 points from Gryffindor." Snape interrupted Harry's words and said sarcastically, "I don't expect this is Lupin's teaching level. It's hard to imagine you only learned to deal with these childish creatures in 3rd grade. His eyes fixed on Harry until Harry staggered his gaze before Snape continued. "This is my class, and I will teach you what I think you need to learn the most." After saying this, Snape stopped paying attention to Harry and started his class. However, Hermione glanced at Snape thoughtfully and then looked at August, who was bored flipping through a book. "I strongly suspect that Snape attacked Professor Lupin. You know, he has coveted this position for a long time." After class, Harry complained to August. "Harry, you should know you made mistakes in the first year, and Snape can win without sneaking up on Lupin." August contemplated whether he should meet Sirius and casually blocked Harry's words. Hermione didn't say a word next to her, which made Harry a little strange. "Hermione, what's the matter with you today? I've seen you distracted during class." "Ah." Hermione reacted and hurriedly replied, "It's okay. I'm just thinking about how to write the papers left by Professor McGonagall." When he heard this, Harry shut up. He didn't want to discuss papers with Hermione. On the way to the Transfiguration class, Hermione's footsteps gradually slowed down, and at the same time, she also pulled August and kept a distance from Harry in front of her. She grabbed August's sleeve and asked quietly, "August, is Professor Lupin a werewolf?" Chapter 176, Detective Hermione. "Yes." August answered without thinking. After getting a positive answer, Hermione was not surprised at all. Since the last time in the class, Snape had asked Lupin to thank August well, and she had vaguely had some thoughts in her mind. Add in all the characteristics of a werewolf mentioned in Snape's class today. Hermione was sure that Lupin was a werewolf. Then why did Headmaster Dumbledore let him come to the school? Hermione found this unfair to Lupin and hurriedly explained in a low voice. "I mean, it's not that Professor Lupin is bad, but if other students find out, it will be a lot of trouble for either Headmaster Dumbledore or Professor Lupin." August spread his hands and looked gloating, "Because the headmaster can't find other more suitable candidates. Think about our professors in the first 2 semesters. But don't tell anyone this news. Headmaster Dumbledore told me not to talk about it." Hermione thought about it for a while, and it seemed a Death Eater, a liar, and a werewolf like Lupin was not strange. Seeing that Hermione was still a little worried, August also comforted her. Don't worry. I have developed an improved version of the wolf's poison potion, and the effect is better than the original version. This time it was estimated that Snape was seeking revenge on Lupin. August guessed right, Snape added some ingredients to the wolf poison potion, and now Lupin is lying weakly. The two chatted in a low voice and soon came to the Transfiguration classroom. After entering the 3rd grade, the students gradually come into contact with the high-level transforming spells that turn dead things into living things. Professor McGonagall announced in the first class that the content of this semester's final exam is to turn a teacup into a rat. Although this is nothing for August, it is already a big problem for many students. Neville is one of them. It's almost a month since school started, and he can only make 2 whiskers appear on the teacup. Professor McGonagall was standing behind Neville, and when he saw his performance, he shook his head helplessly. Boom. An explosion sounded, and no one responded, even Professor McGonagall. Because everyone is used to it, Sheamus must have created this. For more than 2 years, the name Sheamus Blasting Genius has gradually spread, and last semester, there was an outstanding achievement in bringing down Snape. So now everyone consciously stays away from Sheamus whenever they are in a class where they need to wave a wand. August also carefully looked into the reasons but couldn't find anything. The explosion can only be regarded as Sheamus' bloodline talent. After class, Professor McGonagall stopped everyone. Please wait a moment. This weekend will be your first visit to Hogsmeade. Please provide me with an application form for students who want to go there. There was a burst of cheers in the class. They had long wanted to go to Hogsmeade to find out. Honeydukes and Zonko's joke shop are the topics when the students gossip. At this moment, August raised his hand. Professor, I don't have an application form. Can I go? Of course, Mr. Gaunt, we know your situation. Professor McGonagall nodded toward August. Professor, I may have thrown away the application form. Neville said tremblingly, causing a burst of laughter. Your grandmother has given me the application form. She thinks it might be safer. Professor McGonagall said, but she also told me to tell you not to go to Hogsmeade alone. She is afraid you will get lost. When Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the whole classroom laughed even louder. After that, several students submitted their application forms and left. Harry stayed until the end and seemed to have said something to Professor McGonagall. After dinner, Harry went outside the Ravenclaw common room and called August out. August, can you lend me the invisibility cloak? August was speechless, reminding Harry, Harry, the invisibility cloak is yours, not mine. Oh. It was only then that Harry reacted and said a little embarrassedly. I originally planned to give you the invisibility cloak as a Christmas present, but I forgot. August was also a little surprised to hear this. This invisibility cloak was one of the few things Harry's parents had left him, and now he wanted to give it to himself. Inexplicably, August was a little moved. Harry, this is not only your parents' relic but also one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. It is very precious. August pointed out the preciousness of the invisibility cloak and wanted Harry to understand its value. What are the Deathly Hallows? Harry looked at August in confusion, and in desperation, August also explained to Harry. After listening to August's introduction, Harry still didn't change his mind. I think you may need it more than I do. As for the Deathly Hallows, my family has held them for many years and has not discovered any mysteries, so they may not be related to us. August did not persuade him further because Harry insisted so much. Harry borrowed the invisibility cloak, and August also guessed the reason. It must be going to Hogsmeade. Back in the dorm, he took out the invisibility cloak and gave it to Harry. August gave his advice. You can't activate the true effects of the invisibility cloak, so you won't be able to hide from the Dementors, so I suggest you go see George and Fred. They will tell you a few secrets. Dumbledore said at the banquet that the invisibility cloak couldn't hide from the Dementors, but not because the invisibility cloak couldn't. It means that Harry has no such ability. The invisibility cloak needs to be activated with a specific rune. As long as the method is appropriate, the invisibility cloak can be invisible and cover all breath and smell. After Harry heard August's words, he nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as Harry was about to return to Gryffindor's common room, a sudden burst of bells rang out in the corridor. Everyone. Assemble in the Great Hall now. Professor McGonagall's voice resounded throughout the castle and could be heard by little wizards wherever they were. What happened? When August and Harry came to the Great Hall and saw that most of the students were already there, Harry grabbed Ron's hand and asked why. The fat lady's portrait is torn up. Sirius Black is in. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Overnight in Great Hall. What? Harry and August were taken aback. Harry was frightened by the name Sirius Black. On the other hand, August was outraged. He agreed with the other party not to act rashly, but he still forced his way into Hogwarts. If it weren't for the inconvenience now, he would have liked to find Sirius directly and beat him up severely. Soon, Professor McGonagall and several other head of houses came to the Great Hall. Quiet. Professor McGonagall stopped the commotion and maintained the order of the Great Hall. Everyone was quiet when they saw Professor McGonagall speak, and Dumbledore suddenly appeared beside Professor McGonagall along with Fawkes. August's sharp eyes found that the professor seemed to be a bit dusty, obviously coming back from his other place. August had rarely seen Dumbledore at school this term, and the last time he met was when Dumbledore pleaded for Fudge. Professor McGonagall whispered a few words in Dumbledore's ear, and Dumbledore frowned. Then he looked at the students. The professors and I will thoroughly search the castle. At this time, Professor McGonagall and Flitwick had already waved their wands and closed the door of the Great Hall. I asked the prefects to stand guard at the entrance to the Great Hall, and the head boy and head girl were in charge. Dumbledore continued to arrange matters for tonight. Percy looked proud when he heard it, as if he had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Dumbledore waved the wand, summoned hundreds of purple sleeping bags, and left the Great Hall with a group of professors. In an instant, the Great Hall was filled with the excited croaking of the little Gryffindor lions. It was Peeves who told us that the fat lady wouldn't open the door for Black, so he destroyed the fat lady's portrait. Fred described the scene to August and Harry. Did you say Black is still in the castle? Hermione said quietly, her tone a little anxious. I don't think no one is stupid enough to stay at a crime scene after committing a crime, especially when Dumbledore is here. Cho didn't believe that Sirius would stay here and replied casually. You said how he came in quietly. There are so many Dementors at the gate of the school. A Ravenclaw girl also joined in. It had become a small tea party. It must be an apparition. Ron said firmly, but it was met with unanimous contempt from the others. Harry pulled Ron and motioned him to stop saying anything. You forget, August said before that there is no way to apparate at Hogwarts. Ron blushed. He forgot about it. Others were also talking. Some said he flew in, and some said he came in disguise. The answers are also varied. Lights out now. Percy yelled, I want everyone in your sleeping bag. Stop talking. Look, the majesty of the male boss. George said sarcastically, which drew a burst of a sneer. Hermione and Cho looked at August, who looked dazed, and called out to him. I'm fine. I thought Black wouldn't dare do anything tonight when Headmaster Dumbledore and the professors are around. August sent a message to Sirius, asking him to meet at the Shrieking Shack this weekend. He'd have to figure out why Sirius came out like this. After the lights went out, the topics of the students gradually shifted from Black to other places. Many students are a little excited, and there are few opportunities for students from the four houses to get together and chat in the evening. Fred and George fully enlivened the atmosphere, telling everyone exciting stories about their night tour at Hogwarts. Percy had come over several times but missed their presence, so he could only give a weak warning. August brought a few little witches to the corner of the Great Hall and cast a barrier to ensure that the outside voice would not disturb them. Until late at night, most of the little wizards fell asleep. And the professors would show up in the Great Hall every hour to see if everything was okay. At 3 o'clock in the morning, all the professors gathered together to share the information they had obtained. They were standing not far from Harry. Have you found the portrait of the fat lady? Hiding in the map of Argyllshire on the second floor, she was so frightened that she was temporarily unable to do her job as a door guard. Professor McGonagall said worriedly, obviously this time, Sirius brought great harm to the fat lady. Dumbledore nodded. Severus, do you have any clues over there? No, I went to the tower on the west side and all the classrooms below the third floor and found no traces. As for the rest, you can ask Filch. Well, I guess Black's gone. How did he get in? Have you ever thought about it? With the defense of Hogwarts, if there are no outsiders. Severus. Dumbledore interrupted Snape, I don't think anyone in this school would want to help him. You need to try to trust everyone. Snape was a little unconvinced. Yes, I used to believe in everyone, well, until you appointed Lupin. Having said this, he took a deep breath. You know, the relationship between Lupin and Black, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental? One person just escaped prison, and the other came to Hogwarts. The goal is Potter. Okay, Severus, you know, Lupin is still resting in his office. There seems to be something wrong with your potion this time. Dumbledore reassured him, obviously wanting to end this time conversation. I need to go to the Dementors now. I'll let them know. Are they going to help too, sir? Yes, Dumbledore's voice was a little cold, but as long as I serve as the headmaster, Dementors will never be allowed to enter this school. They have lost 2 members recently, and I need to have a good talk with them. After speaking, Dumbledore just left, while Snape stood for a while with deep anger on his face and left. What they didn't know was that, not far from them, Harry opened his eyes and listened to all their conversations. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Shrieking Shack, Unlucky Sirius. Harry's mind was a little confused. The conversation between Dumbledore and Snape brought him too many doubts. What is the relationship between Professor Lupin and Black? Why did Snape give Professor Lupin a potion? After thinking for a long time, Harry also had no clue and could only go to sleep with these questions. For the next few days, although the professors did not let the students sleep in the Great Hall, they let the prefects strengthen their control over everyone. There is no permission to enter or leave the castle at will, and every time goes to class, there will be a prefect escort. The fat lady's portrait had also been taken down from the wall, and in his place was Sir Cadogan, who seemed so excited that he changed his password twice a day. Neville was the biggest victim of this incident. He couldn't remember the frequently changed passwords. Thankfully, the school didn't cancel this weekend's trip to Hogsmeade, so many were relieved. August took Cho and Hermione to Hogsmeade, and before leaving, he gave Harry a look. "Did you help Harry go to Hogsmeade?" On the way to Hogsmeade, Cho keenly observed August and Harry's interaction. August didn't mean to hide and nodded as a matter of course. Yeah, Harry inflated his aunt, so he can't go to Hogsmeade in a normal way. So I asked him to find George and Fred for help. But Black's target is Harry, and it's dangerous to let him do that. Cho didn't understand. Everyone in the magic world thinks Black's goal is Harry, but why does August do this? Wasn't he worried about Harry's safety? Cho, sometimes things can't be seen on the surface. If Black's target is Harry, then why didn't he escape from prison when Harry entered first grade? Cho was speechless when asked by August. At this time, Hermione interjected. Maybe he had thought of a way to escape prison years before, or he had only found out about Harry this year. Cho nodded, agreeing with Hermione's statement. August had to admire Hermione's intellect. She almost guessed half of the truth at once. It's just that Black didn't get news about Harry but about the traitor Peter Pettigrew. The longer prisoner stays in Azkaban, the weaker the prisoner's body will become, and it will be tough to escape naturally, so obviously, Black's idea of escape is only a recent idea. Hearing August's analysis, the two girls nodded and agreed with him. August accompanied the two around Hogsmeade and bought gifts for Luna and Astoria in the castle. Originally, August wanted to bring Luna out to relax. Still, the little witch did not agree to August's invitation. After lunch, August separated from Cho and Hermione and agreed to meet at Honeyduke's. And he went to the Shrieking Shack. The closer he gets there, the less populated it becomes. Shrieking Shack has a deep relationship with Sirius. When Lupin was studying at Hogwarts, Dumbledore asked Lupin to transform here every night of the full moon. Sirius once also tricked Snape over and almost let Snape be killed by Lupin, who was transformed. That's why Snape knew Lupin was a werewolf. When August walked into the Shrieking Shack, Sirius was already there. At this time, he maintained his animagus form, and after seeing August, he turned it into a human form. Long time no see, August. Sirius looked happy, with no remorse for failing to sneak into Hogwarts. August ignored the enthusiasm of the other party and said angrily. "Come on. You seem to have forgotten what you promised me." Sirius smiled embarrassedly. This was what he did wrong, and he couldn't refute it. He could only explain the reason to August. "I just wanted to see Harry, not to catch Peter Pettigrew." Hearing him say this, August's face softened. "Then you can also inform me in advance. Didn't I give you a contact prop?" August had previously given Sirius an alchemy prop, similar to a cell phone in the Muggle. When Sirius used magic to write some characters on it, August's side could see it too. Sirius scratched his head. This incident also exceeded his expectations. He accidentally met a fat cat and quickly became a good friend. The cat helped him steal a note with Gryffindor's password written on it, and he didn't want to bother August, who knew that he was so unlucky that the password was incorrect. After listening to his story, August also understood the reason. That note belongs to Neville, and only he will write down the password with a note. It is thought that the note Crookshanks stole for you has expired. Crookshanks? Well, that fat cat's name, that's my girlfriend's pet. Sirius suddenly realized. Neville, is that the Longbottom's child? Hearing Neville's name, Sirius' expression also became a little sad. Both he and Neville's parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and he also learned that the Longbottom had been tortured to insanity by the Death Eaters. But soon, he also packed up his mood. Have you seen the news in the Daily Prophet? It is estimated that some people will soon suspect Peter Pettigrew's death. Speaking of this, Sirius became excited. For him now, avenging James is his most important thing. And taking care of Harry comes second. Every time he goes to steal something, he turns into Peter Pettigrew, and the family he chooses is very particular. Most of these people are the ones who have seen Peter Pettigrew. August nodded, indicating that he saw it. Then he looked at Sirius with a strange expression on his face. You stole, I can understand, but what happened to the papers about you peeking at Mrs. Lutzen? Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Encounter in a Pub, an Overheard Conversation. That's a lie. Sirius uttered foul language in anger. I didn't peep at all. Mrs. Lutzen is already an old witch in her 60s. Sirius tried his best to explain to August, but the more he said that, the weirder the way August looked at him. Over 60 years old, do you still watch? That's because Mrs. Lutzen's child was Peter Pettigrew's best friend. I just wanted to show her face in Peter Pettigrew's form. Finally, when Sirius wanted to commit suicide to clear his name, August believed him. Relax, Sirius, I believe in you. August comforted Sirius for a few words and then prepared to leave. Sirius does have something to tell August. Can you tell Lupin about me? According to him, it is not enough if only August helps him. If Lupin can be included, he can also be an additional help. August didn't deny it. Are you sure Lupin will believe you? Sirius was a little silent, and he was also a little uncertain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Marauders map, that's a map we make, and it can show everyone's information at Hogwarts. As long as you tell him, he will believe me. August shook his head. I once got the Marauders map, but I didn't find Peter Pettigrew's name on it. Sirius did not expect that August had seen Marauders map and was a little surprised. He thought about it and then confirmed it. Peter Pettigrew is also one of the creators of this map. He knows this map very well and must have erased his traces, but James and I have left a back door, as long as you. Sirius told August how to operate it, and August said he would try it when he went back. The two then agreed to bring Lupin here, and August just left. Looking at the time, August was planning to go to the Three Broomsticks for a glass of butterbeer before he met with Cho and Hermione. After entering the pub, August saw a few acquaintances. Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, hello. At this time, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall were sitting in front of the pub with a few people beside them. They were talking about something. After seeing August coming, Professor Flitwick happily let August sit next to him. Professor McGonagall nodded at him with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Gaunt. Fudge was here too, but August didn't see him because he had his back to the entrance. Nodding to Fudge, August's attitude was a little cold. But Fudge did not care at all. Bring me a butterbeer and a mead. August greeted Madame Rosmerta, the professors, and Fudge. They also waived August's underage drinking violations. In their opinion, August can no longer be treated with an attitude toward students, and a drink is no big deal. Madame Rosmerta quickly brought August's wine, but she did not leave but sat and chatted with everyone. Did you know that the Dementors have raided my pub twice? She was furious when she said this. Those guys have seriously affected my business. Fudge couldn't argue. Honey, I don't like them, but it's a necessary precaution. He hurriedly changed the subject. Mr. Gaunt, let me introduce you. The one next to me is Mr. Barty Crouch SNR, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He's here for a big event at Hogwarts next year. Sitting next to him, the meticulously dressed wizard, with a solemn expression, nodded to August and forced a smile. Mr. Gaunt, nice to meet you. August also greeted him, the Triwizard Tournament. I know. Crouch SNR's expression became serious again. Yes, we still have many preparations, this time just to discuss the process with Dumbledore. A few people chatted a few more times and brought the topic back to Sirius. I can't believe Black would do something like this. He and James Potter had a good relationship, and the two always made me laugh. Madame Rosmerta recalled the time and August's eyes glanced toward a decorative tree. I can't believe it too. I thought they were brothers. Professor McGonagall agreed, and then she sighed again. Who would have thought that Black would betray Potter in the end? The two of them have such a good relationship. Conversely, Professor McGonagall, who has always been calm, choked a little. Okay, Minerva, let's stop talking about that. Sitting on the side, Professor Flitwick comforted her. We don't want this either. Potter believes in Black. Maybe it's fate. August sat there without saying a word, just sipping his wine. The decorative tree next to it seemed to sway a bit. About an hour later, it was almost the time agreed upon by him and the girls, and August said his goodbyes. After walking a few steps out of the pub, he suddenly said, "Come out, Harry. I know you heard it." Harry's figure suddenly appeared beside August. His eyes were red. I'm going to kill him. August didn't speak. He just glanced at Harry, and Harry froze. Harry, with your current strength, if Sirius is the culprit who killed your parents, you are not his opponent. August did not tell the truth but hoped that Harry could train hard and improve his strength as much as possible. The following year will be eventful. As a friend, August also hopes that Harry can have a certain amount of self-protection. The dumbfounded Harry couldn't move. He could only watch August help him put on the invisibility cloak again and then go away. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Nagini. Over the next month, Harry changed dramatically. In August's training class, he was the one who put the most effort into training. August was also pleased to see this kind of change in Harry. Strength was one's most crucial self-confidence. The others also find out the reason from August and are furious. They all said that they would help him catch Sirius and let Harry avenge his parents. August was a little dumbfounded, but Harry was very moved. This month, everyone's Patronus charm has made significant progress. Except for Harry and Luna, they have been able to summon the corporeal Patronus. Of course, this is done without Dementors interfering. But even that is amazing. Harry and Luna's progress was a little slower because of the shadows of their childhood. And that's not the end. August stared dully at a golden card floating in front of him. Today, he was a little itchy. Looking at his savings of more than 10,000 coins, he resolutely chose to use them all. It's a pity that after 100 draws, there are only 2 gold guarantees, not a single diamond card. One of the gold cards is a Bloodline awakening potion developing his bloodline and increases his magic power. And another. Name, Nagini. Quality, gold. Gender, female. Bloodline, male dictus. Introduction: the side effects of the bloodline male dictus have been wholly eliminated, and Nagini can switch between humans and snakes at will. Please host to be careful. August didn't expect that he pulled Voldemort's last Horcrux, but what does the last sentence of the system mean? Now Nagini is not Voldemort's Horcrux. She became Voldemort's Horcrux after the end of the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's resurrection. Nagini is a human whose family has a strange curse that allows all female family members to turn into animals. Like Animagus. But as they age, they will lose the ability to think and be trapped in the animal's body forever. However, the system has already helped Nagini to eliminate this defect. At this time, Nagini can be said to be a wizard who has mastered the powerful Animagus. August crushed the card in his hand, and a massive snake with a length of about 4 meters appeared in front of him. The snake was stunned for a while. As if sensing something, its body twisted violently. Her snake tail began to change, and a pair of white human feet appeared from bottom to top. Smooth calves exposed on white feet, up. Ahem, wearing clothes, August thought with regret. Finally, Nagini completely transformed from a snake into a gorgeous human woman. She has long black hair and strange makeup on his pretty face with a hint of captivating beauty. The black lipstick did not make her terrifying but had a charm that made men feel hot. A black silk dress showed his figure to the fullest, especially the waist, which made August drool. This is the natural snake waist. Nagini is confused about her situation. Why is she here at this time? Shouldn't she flee to Albania to avoid Grindelwald? Looking at this very handsome wizard in front of her, she had some feelings. Master. The words that came out of her mouth made her stunned. August admits that it feels good to be called the master by such a beautiful woman, but now is not the time for him to daydream. Nagini, how much do you remember? Nagini was stunned for a moment. His brain, which had not been used for decades, did not respond for a while, and then he tried to recall. All I remember is that Credence took refuge in Grindelwald, then I fled to Albania, and I don't remember anything after that. Master, what year is it now? Has Grindelwald won? Nagini looked at August nervously and called the master for the second time. She had already said a lot. She knew August had rescued her from the endless abyss through the contract that appeared in her mind. Afterward, August popularized the common sense in the magic world to her, giving Nagini a preliminary understanding. So Dumbledore won. Nagini muttered to herself, thinking of her good friend at the time, Credence. She didn't know what had happened to him now. Even August couldn't answer this question. After all, when he crossed over in the previous life, he didn't even watch Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them 3. However, according to his understanding of the wizarding world over the years, there had never been any mention of any other members of the Dumbledore family. Not even Aberforth Dumbledore. But Credence's obscurial makes it hard to have a good end. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, August was in trouble for a while and didn't know how to arrange her. Is there any place you want to go? August asked Nagini's opinion, and Nagini shook his head in denial. I don't know. The world is still too unfamiliar to me now. I'd better stay by your side. August nodded in agreement. He suddenly remembered something again. Do you remember Voldemort? Nagini looked blankly at August. Voldemort? Who is that? Seeing that she didn't know anything about it, August guessed that after she completely turned into a snake, she lost all her memory. That's another Dark Lord after Grindelwald. Hearing this, the beauty in front of August's eyes also became complicated. One Grindelwald is not enough. There is another Voldemort in the wizarding world. This world is a disaster. Mansion in August's suitcase. August prepared a room for Nagini, and August also told her not to look at the basilisk in the lake and say something to him if she needed anything. Nagini nodded in agreement. Looking at the room that August prepared for her, although not spacious, this room has everything one needs. She caressed the soft bed lightly, feeling mixed feelings in her heart. As the male Dictus, she has always been a favorite of the wizarding black market and usually sells for a high price. In the past, she had been escaping the pursuit of wizards and had no chance to enjoy such a warm room. She never imagined that she would still be able to live such a good life in a few decades. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, You Are My Patronus. Albania, in a wild forest. A little snake less than 1 meter long hid in a small pothole, hissing frantically. Voldemort was furious at this time. His companion, the future pet, suddenly disappeared after he slept. Since he failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone 2 years ago, Voldemort has returned to the wild forests of Albania again and accidentally met Nagini. He also discovered that she was also a snake transformed from a human. This made Voldemort involuntarily feel friendliness towards Nagini. In the past few years, Voldemort was even weaker than a mouse. If it wasn't for Nagini's help, he didn't know how miserable he would be. It can be said that they are dependent on each other. Not long ago, he fell into a deep sleep because of weakness, but when he woke up, he found that Nagini, who had always been by his side, had disappeared. Reluctantly used a little magic power and sensed the surroundings, Voldemort didn't find the slightest trace. How could this make him not angry? August, who is far away in England, knows nothing about it. Great, Luna, you made it. August looked at the little witch happily. Just now, Luna successfully displayed a corporeal Patronus. It was a lively little bunny. After being summoned by Luna, it circled them, leaving a bit of starlight behind it as it ran. August, thank you. Luna opened her eyes wide and looked up at the young men in front of her with a strange color in her eyes. Rubbing her little head, August felt the softness of the girl's hair and said softly, "This is all your efforts. I just offered a little help." August is telling the truth. Apart from the fixed practice time every Sunday, Luna regularly performs extra training, and August sees her hard work. The two of them were currently at the place where they had first met in the Forbidden Forest. This has become a small secret base for them. Besides practicing magic, they will also chat here. The two of them tacitly did not tell anyone else about this place. The good things and memories here are their shared secrets. Luna stretched out her slender fingers and touched August's lips, signaling him to stop talking. "No, August, thanks for teaching me the Patronus charm." Luna murmured softly and slowly lay down on August's chest. August's body froze. He didn't expect Luna to make such a bold move. Her voice increased a little, and a bright smile bloomed on her delicately pretty face like sunshine. "August, thanks to you, I can have felt happy for casting the Patronus charm, or rather, you are my Patronus." At this time, Luna was completely different from before. Her eyes were no longer erratic, but she stared at August thoughtfully. With a tap of her toes, Luna kissed August's lips, which were icy cold. Armed with experience with other little wizards, August saw that Luna was not used to it and taught her some skills. It was not until the little witch said that she had learned entirely it before he let go. Luna was already blushing at this time, not as bold as before. In Ravenclaw's common room, Cho immediately understood what was happening when she saw the two still clasped hands. As for Luna, Cho was already mentally prepared. Initially, August's attitude towards Luna is very different. He almost offends the Ministry of Magic by killing a Dementor on the train. So seeing the state of the two, Cho was not surprised at all and even felt that August was a little slow to start. But she wouldn't give August a good face. She pinched his waist fiercely until August grinned in pain before letting go. You think about how to explain it to Hermione. After leaving such a sentence, Cho took Luna back to the girls' dorm. August's face was bitter. He had passed the Cho level, but as Cho said, Hermione gave him many headaches. Hermione's temperament is stubborn, and she is still a person of a jealous nature. If not handled properly, August will suffer. Sure enough, when Hermione learned about this, she immediately pushed August away angrily and returned to the Gryffindor's common room. August was ignored for over a week. Hermione was furious. He already had her and Cho and even had a fiancé in France, but August added Luna again. This time, Hermione is determined to teach August a lesson. Otherwise, she will not know how many sisters he will bring to her in the future. August also understood this truth, so he shyly wrapped around Hermione's side every day, and the love words in his mouth were sent out like those who didn't want money. Harry accidentally heard a few words, and suddenly, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He didn't eat all day in disgust. Even Astoria came to join in the fun. "August, how can you do this? Don't you already have Cho and Hermione?" Running over angrily, Astoria questioned August angrily, making him look bewildered. "What's the matter with you here?" He pinched Astoria's little face and pulled it towards both sides. August unexpectedly found that Astoria's little face was quite elastic. "It doesn't matter. I'm good friends with Cho and Hermione. You can't hurt their feelings." Slapped away August's mischievous hand, Astoria said righteously. August shook his head amusingly. If I told you that I have a fiancé in France, would you be angrier? Huh. It was Astoria's turn to be dumbfounded. Is what you're saying true, August? Of course it's true. August smiled. Hermione and Cho all know about this, so it's no surprise that there is one more. After finishing his scumbag declaration, August went to the Quidditch pitch. Today is a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and August will cheer Cho. Oh, wait for me, August. She was shocked by August's shameless words shouted from behind, and followed like a little tale. Chapter 182, Reappearance of the Dementors. On the Quidditch pitch, August sat in the audience, and Luna and Astoria sat on his left and right sides. Why are you sitting here with Ravenclaw? Looking at Astoria next to him, August was a little puzzled. Today isn't a Slytherin match. I can do whatever I want. Astoria said with her chest raised, her eyes still looking at Luna on the other side. Looking at the two blonde little beauties, August was also dumbfounded. Astoria is competing with Luna, and the two girls' beam seems to have been starting since last year's entrance ceremony. Astoria, like Hermione, thought Luna's search for the crumplehorn Snorkack was whimsical. Although the relationship between the two people is not bad at regular times, they will always compete in inexplicable places. August also ignored her. This was the first time August watched Ravenclaw's game in the stands. How should he put it? It felt pretty good. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also gave warm applause when the players of the two teams walked out of the tunnel with broomsticks. Go, Ravenclaw. Gryffindor wins. The little wizards on both sides worked hard to cheer for their houses. August waved his wand, and a Ravenclaw emblem with a blue eagle fluttered in the wind. Oh! In an instant, Ravenclaw's voice grew louder. After Cho saw August and the others, she smiled and waved in this direction. Luna stood up and held the drawing board in her hand, filled with words of cheer for Cho. Wood was a little nervous at this time. He saw Ravenclaw's two firebolts appear here. One was in Cho's hands, while the other was assigned to a chaser by Roger Davies. Harry. It's all up to you. Shouting at the front, Wood was already pressing the pressure onto Harry. Of course. The pressure brought by Firebolt is too intense. As an avid Quidditch enthusiast, Wood knew that the Firebolt's parameters far surpassed all contemporary brooms. Now he can only hope that Harry's flying skills are better than Cho's and that he can catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Harry nodded firmly to Wood. At the beginning of the game, players from both sides also took off one after another. Today's weather is a bit bad, the wind is blowing continuously, and the dark clouds are heavy on everyone's heads. Sure enough, heavy rain came, as estimated in the 10 minutes of the game. August wanted to cast the Meteorologings Recanto, but it was too late. If he shoots now, it will interfere with the game's progress, and Ravenclaw will be directly punished for losing the game. The players on the field struggled against the bad weather. Harry watched Cho's movements closely, but the storm and the almost cloudy sky made visibility poor. He could only barely see Cho's blurry figure. No one noticed that the dark clouds over the Forbidden Forest became denser, like ink that had been overturned. And it kept surging in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. Did you feel a little cold all of a sudden? A little wizard asked his companion, and at the same time, he couldn't help tightening his school uniform. But his companion did not answer him but stared blankly at the dark cloud. It's the Dementors. The Dementors are coming. As he shouted, the people also noticed it and looked at this scene in horror. Harry was flying like a headless fly in the sky. Suddenly, a familiar and terrifying cold snap hit him again. A cold, desperate, yet unforgettable memory came to his mind. The woman's begging voice and sharp laugh made him unable to hold the broom in his hand. Harry. He fell from the sky. The sharp-eyed little wizard discovered Harry's condition and shouted. Naturally, August saw it, too, and shook his head sadly. Initially, he wanted to use this opportunity to force Harry to see if he could learn the Patronus charm, but unfortunately, it failed. August had long anticipated that the Dementors would be unbearable to move out today. After all, the Quidditch pitch was like a piece of fat far away from the sky, and the Dementors couldn't help it. Dumbledore has left since the last Sirius invasion, so he has to do it. Expecto Patronum. August's voice was audible in the storm. A dazzling silver-white brilliance cut through the dark sky. The originally panicked little wizards also felt a warm force, and the panic was dispelled a lot. They all set their sights on that ray of light. Two beast calls came out, and the silver-white brilliance quickly converged into a phoenix and a unicorn. The light emanating from them dispelled some of the dark clouds in the sky and gave courage to many. Gradually, senior students, led by the two Patronum, also took out their wands. Expecto Patronum. Several high-achieving senior students summoned their own Patronus, followed behind the unicorn, and rushed among the Dementors. The phoenix flew by at a low altitude, accurately catching Harry, who was falling from the sky. The Dementors at this time were already numb. When they saw the unicorn figures and the phoenix figures, they also remembered them. These two Patronum dominated their fear at the beginning. A group of Patronums led by the unicorn rampaged, rushing hordes of Dementors. Soon, they fled in all directions. And the little wizards below cheered. Gaunt. 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 Who doesn't know who started, and the audience was shouting Gaunt, which made August dumbfounded. If Dumbledore saw this, he must have thought he was the next Voldemort. And Astoria was standing beside Luna with a sly smile. If you do it, August will be angry. Luna looked at the little fox-like Astoria, a little helpless. She was the one who started it just now. Although she and Astoria are in the same grade, they are like a little child. No, August was never mad at me. Saying these words arrogantly, Astoria smiled and pulled Luna to find August. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, August's Unique Way of Comfort. When the crowd cheered, the Gryffindor Quidditch team members anxiously surrounded Harry. Harry is fine, it's just that the Dementor was too close to Harry this time, and he was more affected. George and Fred nodded at August's voice. Hearing what August said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. August glanced at the Slytherin seat, where Snape stood in a rain cloak. He could see that the wand was clenched in his hand, and if he didn't do it, it would have been Snape who would have saved Harry. Snape also noticed August's eyes, looked at him for a few seconds, then turned and left the pitch. Professor McGonagall also hurried from the castle. During Dumbledore's absence from the school, Professor McGonagall had much extra work out of thin air. As a result, she didn't even have time to watch Quidditch, which she loved most. When she arrived, the little wizards chatted and explained the situation. The angry Professor McGonagall took several heads of houses and rushed into the Forbidden Forest to find those Dementors. Looking at the gleam of silver light emerging from time to time in the Forbidden Forest, August can be sure that the heads of houses and the Dementors should have a pleasant chat. The next day, Harry's figure appeared at the long table in Gryffindor, but his face was still a little pale. Harry looked a little sad at the moment, as in the original book, his broom still flew beside the Whomping Willow and was torn to pieces by the angry Whomping Willow. Yesterday, the Dementors' forcible entry into Hogwarts was published today in the Daily Prophet, and the newspaper scolded Fudge in a bloody way. We have no way of knowing if one day the Dementors will force their way into each of our homes as they did at Hogwarts. Hopefully, Fudge will come forward and say that the Dementors are still under the control of the Ministry of Magic. The last sentence can be called a heart-wrenching remark, and August looked at the author's name. Rita Skeeter. The reporter who showed up during the Triwizard Tournament. August looked at the familiar name and tried to recall some memories. Cho also boasted on the side, my mother said that the Ministry of Magic was flooded with howlers yesterday, and they had to set aside a room for centralized destruction. Cho successfully caught the golden snitch in yesterday's game, but she was not satisfied with this victory. She wanted a decent win over Gryffindor and not a victory like this. Professor McGonagall refused the request of Cho for a rematch and praised her greatly. This also won the favor of many. Little lions, and they lost a lot less depression for a while. In the end, Fudge made a public apology and ended this matter. Fudge also took this opportunity to cash out the compensation he had promised August before. Cho's parents have been promoted and are currently in charge of the Floo Network administration of the Department of Magical Transportation. For Luna, Fudge had the Ministry of Magic ordering 10 years of the Quibbler as compensation. It has to be said that Fudge is still very skilled in buying people's hearts. Even Cho's impression of Fudge improved when she learned that his parents had been promoted. As for Harry, Fudge sent him a Nimbus 2000, but Harry refused and passed it on to Wood. He would rather ride a shooting star to participate in the competition, and he is unwilling to use another Nimbus 2000. Harry was very annoyed that he had passed out again, which made his desire to learn the Patronus all the more urgent. But often, the more anxious you are, the more you will have the opposite effect. As Christmas approached, Harry still had no progress at all. With the interference of Dementors, he could only summon a powerless cloud of white fog. Harry, I suggest you stop studying the Patronus charm first. August rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect this process to be so difficult. August had just coached Harry alone for another morning, but unfortunately, there was still no progress. Hermione almost fell asleep listening to Harry chanting the spell. Why? I feel like I'm on my way. Hearing August say this, Harry was also a little anxious. He thought August was going to give up on him. Pressing his hands down, August first asked Harry not to get so excited before he said, my suggestion is that you should learn another kind of magic first, occlumency. Occlumency. Harry, who was a fool, looked dazed, and Hermione next to him answered. Occlumency is a kind of magic that is the magical defense of the mind against external penetration. The purpose of August's learning is to resist the influence of Dementors on you. August nodded and patted her head in encouragement. Harry didn't care about the dog food the two of them sprinkled. He was excited when he heard such magical magic for the first time. He can't wait to learn occlumency immediately. August copied an occlumency teaching material for Harry to train him well this Christmas. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere during Christmas. I'll learn this occlumency. Harry swore a promise and then got a little gloomy. Even Ron and the others are not staying at school this year, and it seems that I am the only student in the whole school to stay at school for Christmas. Many people are reluctant to spend their Christmas holidays at school because of the Dementors. Even the Weasleys were like this. The Weasley brothers in the past would stay at school until the summer vacation. And Harry couldn't go back to Uncle Vernon's house, or rather, everyone thought Harry was the safest at Hogwarts now so that Sirius wouldn't have a chance. Of course, he didn't want to return to that nasty place. Seeing that Harry's mood was a little down, August also hurriedly comforted, "It's okay. Aren't there still a group of Dementors with you outside the school?" Harry's and Hermione's lips twitched at the same time. Was he so comforting? But after August's interruption, Harry felt his emotions were not coherent. Maybe this is August's unique way of comforting. Chapter 184, Changes in Knockturn Alley. Knockturn Alley, Arya Manor. Today is the second day of Christmas. At this time, August is sitting by the window, enjoying the view of the snow outside the window. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, August's thoughts drifted to nowhere. He suddenly found that life after leaving Hogwarts was so boring. Life suddenly became dull without a few little girls and the funny Weasley brothers. In particular, Arya has been on the right track, and absolutely nothing needs his efforts. This made him feel even more empty. At this moment, Arya pushed open the door and walked in. "You've watched the snow all morning. Aren't you bored?" Getting herself a cup of tea, Arya teases August. Stretching, August stood up. "No way. Who made you so capable? I found it unnecessary for me to appear here." Hearing August's compliments, Arya was also very happy. Everyone wants their achievements recognized by the people they value, and August's words compliment her. Although she thought so, Arya was still very humble. "You have won the prize. I'm still far behind. At least there is still some darkness in England that we can't touch." August was a little speechless. He didn't expect the witch in front of him to be so ambitious. In today's Knockturn Alley, the Arya family can be said to be covering the sky with one hand. Even many pure-blooded nobles now have to look at her face and act. The most obvious example is Borgin and Berks. As a sacred 28, Berks, as long as he wants to continue doing business in Knockturn Alley, must obtain Arya's consent and give her a portion of the profits. But he didn't want to worry about it. Anyway, no matter how Arya developed, it was the power he had in the end. Seeing August's bored appearance, Arya invited him. "Anyway, you have nothing important right now. Why don't you accompany me to patrol Knockturn Alley?" Every month, Arya will visit all the businesses in Knockturn Alley to check the operation of each shop or whether there are any violations of their rules. Of course, this invitation to August was also meant to show him his credit. August has never interfered in her affairs since he helped her conquer the other two families. Although this kind of boss was her dream, August's indifferent attitude also made her a little depressed. Just take this opportunity to let August know how well-organized Knockturn Alley is. Hearing Arya's invitation, August nodded and agreed. It's a big New Year's Eve, and he's not doing anything, so it better hang out. After changing into a black robe, August and Arya left the manor. Walking down the street at Knockturn Alley, the situation here is very different from when August first came. The rubbish that used to be everywhere, the wandering wizards sleeping on the streets, have disappeared. Instead, the floors and walls are clean. If it weren't for the pedestrians on the street, that was still stealthy, and there wouldn't be as many people in Diagon Alley. August almost thought it was Diagon Alley. These people respect you very much. Along the way, all the shopkeepers or pedestrians who saw August and Arya would respectfully come forward and say hello. There's no respect. It's just fear. Arya laughed to herself. Being able to manage this group of wizards with complex composition and orderly management is not something that can be achieved with the respect of others. Blood and fire along the way are also essential. August naturally understood what she meant, but he didn't say anything. Arya is not a weak woman and doesn't need other people's comfort. Has the Ministry of Magic noticed any changes here? It is said that all interested people should see the changes in Knockturn Alley, but the Ministry of Magic has been slow to act. This also makes August somewhat incomprehensible. Hearing August asking about this, Arya's face became weird. Actually, the Ministry of Magic has already sent someone. Hearing this, August was a little surprised. Why didn't he hear her say it before? Afraid of August's misunderstanding, Arya hurriedly told what happened. Actually, I wanted to report to you back then, but the Ministry of Magic sent Lockhart to investigate. What? Could there be such a coincidence? Is that person the Ministry of Magic sent to investigate me? Seeing August's unexpected expression, Arya nodded in confirmation. I was also surprised initially, but this is also a good thing. Lockhart greeted us in advance and let us make a gesture of cooperation between the three major families to fool the Ministry of Magic. It was simple. After that, we gave Fudge some galleons, and we promised nothing would go wrong, and it was over. Nodding, August also understood everything she said with certainty. Is it something to do with Lockhart's promotion so quickly after that? You're right. That's it. It's a blessing in disguise. Sure enough, it would be a waste for Lockhart to be a liar teaching or something. He was born to be a politician. Just as the two were walking and chatting, August suddenly felt that the resurrection stone he used as a pendant had become a little hot. I took out the resurrection stone and found that the color of the resurrection stone had not changed, but it was flashing a strange red light. What is this? Arya asked curiously. August didn't answer. It was the first time he saw the resurrection stone in this state. Looking around, August didn't notice anything special. Walking around tentatively, August found that the temperature of the resurrection stone was also changing. Finally, after he stopped and walked for a while, he came to an abandoned house. The temperature of the resurrection stone no longer changed after approaching the house, and August could probably determine that the reason for the change in the resurrection stone was inside. But when Arya saw this house, her face changed. Pushing open the door, August walked straight in. An imaginary figure was absorbed by the resurrection stone, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even react. Chapter 185, The Real Role of the Resurrection Stone. August was stunned. He immediately thought of something and asked Arya next to him. What happened here recently? After a moment of hesitation, Arya said, there has been a Death Eater living here, and about a week ago, because he killed a customer who came to Nocturne Alley, we solved it. Arya is still a little ashamed to talk about this matter. After all, this is considered her negligence. August set a strategy for them long ago to ensure customers' safety in Nocturne Alley to attract more people to shop here. The troublesome thing is that the personnel composition in Nocturne Alley is very chaotic, and some people who need to do business here for a long time to make a living are fine. Like this Death Eater who was killed by Arya and the others just to avoid the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic, living in anonymity here is very difficult to control. Instead of questioning Arya, August asked her to take him to the place where the customer died. Sure enough, not far from where the man died, August saw a silver-white phantom again. He deliberately closed the surrounding of the resurrection stone so the phantom was not absorbed immediately. Upon closer inspection, this phantom is somewhat similar to the ghosts of Hogwarts. Still, only a human figure can be seen blurred. With a thought, he released the restraint of the resurrection stone, and the phantom was also absorbed. It's all right. Let's go back. After speaking to Arya, August took Arya's hand and returned to the manor. After that, he hurried to his laboratory. Arya, who was left confused, stood where she was. She didn't see any phantom just now, so she didn't know what August had found. At this time, she thought August had come back in a hurry to investigate her fault. Unexpectedly, he left without saying anything. Inside the laboratory, August rubbed the resurrection stone and probed into it. The two phantoms that had just been absorbed immediately appeared in his perception. August was already 80% sure that this phantom was the soul. Still, these phantoms were too vague, and he also left 2 points of other possibilities. At this moment, two phantoms thirst for August's magic power, instinctively wanting to absorb the magic power that came in. August tried to input more magic power. After the conversion of the resurrection stone, the magic power became a strange substance, slowly repairing the two souls. Is this what the resurrection stone really does? Repair the soul? Muttering to himself, August's eyes flashed with excitement. With the addition of strange substances, they gradually condensed into shapes. The outlines appeared on their faces, but August couldn't stand it anymore. In just a few minutes, he has output nearly 200 scales of magic power. August drank a few potions to speed up the magic power recovery. He waited until the magic power was full. August chose a soul to instill this time, and after repeating it several times, he finally succeeded. The state of the soul at this time is somewhat similar to the Voldemort that August saw in his first year. The restored soul was released from the resurrection stone, and he soon woke up. When the soul saw August, there was a surprise on his face. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something. But there was no sound, only a wave of thought fluctuations passed into August's mind. Save me. Someone is going to kill me. He also found that something was wrong, raised his hands, and looked at it. The soul looked at August in disbelief. You found out too. You should be dead. August spoke very calmly as if it were as simple as saying what have you eaten. Dejectedly putting down his hands, this soul recalled everything and accepted that he had died. Can you hear me? August asked again, and soul nodded. Tell me your name, answer some questions, and I can help you fulfill the last wish. August offered his own price and always liked to trade for equals. Soon, there was another wave of fluctuations in that soul. My name is Bruce Alexander. What are you doing in Nocturne Alley? I'm in the potion smuggling business. I heard that there are always high-quality potions for sale in Nocturne Alley. I plan to buy a batch and sell it to Croatia. August nodded and continued, can you describe in detail what happened after your death? Bruce hesitated for a long time as if thinking about how to express it. Finally, when August was a little impatient, he said it outright. I fell under the Dark Wizard's curse and finally died because of excessive bleeding. When I died, my perception was I leave my body, and simultaneously, two choices emerged subconsciously in my perception. Choice. August thought but did not interrupt Bruce's description. Go on, or stay. I don't know who gave the two options. Of course, I chose to stay. I didn't want to die, and my soul stayed where it was. I watched others move my body, but my soul couldn't move. I thought I would become a ghost and stay in this world, but my soul has become weak with the passage of time. Gradually, many memories left my mind. I can't even remember my wife until just now. I got my lost memories back. August fell into deep thought after listening to Bruce's story. The choice that Bruce just mentioned reminded August of some things he had asked the ghost of Gryffindor. He once asked to nearly headless Nick why he could stay on the world and become a ghost when very few people can do that. Wizards can leave their mark on the world so they can walk as ghosts where they have lived and walked. Few wizards choose this path because they are not afraid of death. They just remember other people in this world. Sometimes, I also regret choosing this path and becoming an existence that does not accept in the underworld and does not accept in the world. In fact, I don't belong to this side, and I don't belong to that side. When he heard these words, August didn't understand. That even if few people were not afraid of death, the number of ghosts would not be so rare. As far as August knows, less than 100 ghosts are left in the whole of England. But now, after listening to Bruce talk about everything that happened after his death, August has a general understanding. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, A Blow That Annihilates All Things. Recovering his mind temporarily, August looked at Bruce, who was a little uneasy. Bruce, thank you for your cooperation, but I still need your help. You can tell me your last wish, and I will help you complete it. Thanks, thanks. Hearing August's words, Bruce repeatedly thanked him and finally said his request, I just hope that you can give my wife some gold galleons, as long as it is enough for her to live a stable life. I am the sole breadwinner for the family, and now that I am dead like this, her life will be very difficult. August agreed to Bruce's request without hesitation. For him, it's just a matter of hand. Recording Bruce's family information, August re-entered him into the Resurrection Stone. The information provided by just one person is still too little, and August re-expends his magic power to restore the soul of another Death Eater and wake him up. At first, the Death Eater didn't want to cooperate with August, but after a few cruciatus, he became honest too. Don't think that ghosts or souls can't be harmed by magic. A basilisk also petrified nearly headless Nick in the original book. Just because ghosts are in a certain state of non-life and non-death, looking directly at the magic eye will not lead to death because they do not have the concept of death. After answering August's question obediently, the Death Eater was also put away. The information revealed by the Death Eater is similar to Bruce's, the only difference being that his soul dissipates more slowly. August guessed it might also have a certain relationship with everyone's strength. Later, August used the Death Eater's soul to experiment, but the process was cruel. In the magical world, there is still too little research on the soul. Among them, the one who has researched the soul the most is Herpo the Foul, the Horcrux creator who succeeded in it. And another person, Voldemort, who made 6 Horcruxes, can also be said to be a master of soul research. At this time, August regretted why he destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux so quickly. Wouldn't it be delicious to keep it for the present to study the soul? It's a pity that it's too late to say anything. The hard-working August can only with the current Death Eaters through his previous impression of Voldemort's Horcrux. In the next few days, August did some tests using the souls of the 2 and the Resurrection Stone. He came to several conclusions. First, those who do not hold the Resurrection Stone cannot see the existence of the soul. Voldemort's kind is an exception. He who has a Horcrux cannot die until all the Horcruxes are destroyed, so his soul will be able to act in the world. Second, even if he does not provide magic power, the Resurrection Stone will automatically recover the soul, but the recovery speed is very slow. Third, once the soul is freed from the shackles of the Resurrection Stone, it may dissipate at any time. When August lifted the shackles of the Resurrection Stone on Bruce's soul, he felt he could leave this world. Looking at his achievements, August has some ideas in his heart, but he still can't find the key point. In the end, he decided to release Bruce's soul. August wanted to know the final destination of the soul. Is it the legendary underworld? We have delivered galleons to your wife, and every year after that, she will receive a certain amount of galleon. You can rest assured. Late at night, August said to Bruce's soul body. Bruce bowed respectfully to him and finally glanced at the world with nostalgia. The silver-white body gradually became blurred. A vortex suddenly appeared above his head and gradually sucked him into it. August took a deep breath, attached a trace to Bruce's soul, and was sucked together. When the vortex disappeared, he could no longer perceive his magic power. Still, he had already obtained the spatial coordinates of that place. In learning to apparate, wizards are exposed to spatial coordinates. Therefore, apparition can be performed only when a wizard has been to a place or obtained space coordinates after observing a certain place with magic power. And now, August got the coordinates of where Bruce's soul went. Although ethereal and looming, he can be sure that this coordinate is real. However, suppose he wants to directly apparate in the past. In that case, it is a fantasy, not to mention that this is the coordinate of another space, that is, the distance that cannot be expressed in numbers. It is not something that can be done by apparition. Apparating to a mountain range, August was fully armed at this time. Avalon's defenses were fully deployed by holding the EA wand in his hand and wearing the invisibility cloak. August wanted to make a bold move. He wants to break the shackles of space and find the location of the underworld according to the coordinates in his mind. He drank all the buff potions on his body and felt his power was stronger than ever before. Host, August. Magic scale, 256, 480. Looking at his attribute panel, his magic power almost doubled. Even if Dumbledore was standing beside him with the Elder Wand, he was confident that Dumbledore could not beat him. Take a deep breath and raise the wand in his hand. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Enoma Elish. Saying the chants of EA, August's magic power poured into the wand like a tide. The magic wand shines brightly, the body of the wand suddenly grows, and the lines of red and gold are distinct. One after another, lines that even August couldn't understand appeared on it. August threw it forward hard, and a red-black crescent-shaped magic wave shot out, slashing into the air fiercely. The wind stopped, the trees were silent, and everything around seemed to have pressed the mute button. Wherever the magic power passed, everything turned into nothingness, and the trees rubbed against it did not even leave ashes. When the magic wave reached the point that August aimed at, the space seemed like shattered glass, with solid cracks appearing. But to August's disappointment, in the end, the glass was not completely broken. Until his attack disappeared, it only made more cracks. Is it still not enough? Sitting on the ground, August lay down straight, with no image. The attack just now could be his strongest, almost draining all the magic power on his body. It's a pity that it still falls short, and it's just a little bit to break the space. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Christmas Present. Lying on the grass, August gasped heavily. At this time, he was utterly powerless, and his mind was blank. This was the sequelae of the attack that had just been controlled with all his might. It took much energy to hit such a powerful attack precisely on the spatial coordinates he calculated, which August did not expect. Right now, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Forcibly lift a little spirit and summon Fury. Chirp. As soon as Fury came out, he saw his master in a state of embarrassment and cried out anxiously. It's okay. Fury, apparate me back. I'll take a rest. Reluctantly opened his mouth and said a paragraph. August was entirely out of strength. Fury nodded and landed on August's hand, then turned into a vortex of flames and disappeared in place. August slept well into the afternoon the next day before he opened his eyes. Violently stretched a lazy waist, the joints in the body snapped, and then heaved a sigh of relief. This is a complete life. The magic power in the body has been filled, and the mental state has recovered from most of it. His awakening also made Fury, who had been by his side, relieved a lot. Chirp. Thank you, Fury. Caress Fury's wings, August praised. After returning yesterday, August slept directly. Looked at his little phoenix, looking tired at this time. He also knew that Fury must have been guarding him all the time. His stomach growled with hunger, and he was about to go out to find something to eat when there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. August shouted. The door was pushed open, and Arya walked in. Seeing that August was okay, she was also relieved. You finally woke up. What happened last night? This phoenix will be on guard the moment I approach you. There is deep concern in his words. In the morning, she wanted to come and talk to August about something, but before she could reach the door, a scorching flame stopped her. Then Fury's figure appeared in front of her, watching her vigilantly. She might have been burned if it wasn't for her subconsciously taking a step back. It's nothing. It's just that I was too tired to study magic last night. Fury was also worried about my safety, so she didn't let you approach. Caressing Fury's feathers, August explained the reason and asked Arya why she had come here. What's wrong with you coming to see me? Arya remembered the business, took out a contract, and handed it to August. Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Looking at the content of the contract, August was a little puzzled. How did the title deed of this dragon sanctuary appear in Arya's hands? Arya smiled slightly. This is the Christmas present I prepared for you. I know you don't lack anything, so I have prepared a dragon sanctuary. You can also go there for vacation when you are on vacation. August is silent. A dragon sanctuary, just for his vacation. Arya introduced, this dragon sanctuary currently has 2 Chinese fireballs, 1 common Welsh greens, 2 Norwegian ridgebacks, 3 Hungarian horntails, and 1 Ukrainian ironbellis. In addition, I asked people to collect other kinds of dragons for you from all over the world and strive to have more than 2 of each kind. August also felt her intentions when listening to his introduction. Thank you. I like this gift very much. Hearing August's words, a smile appeared on Arya's beautiful face. She also spent much thought on this gift. Initially, the owner of this dragon sanctuary didn't want to sell it, so she still used the dark side to get it. August took some materials and galleon from her, which is insignificant compared to what he brought to herself. This time, the dragon sanctuary is also her little thought. Since the other party likes it, Arya says that she will collect a copy of all the magical creatures in the world in the future and give it to August. Suddenly, she remembered something again and said to August, forgot to tell you, the previous owner of this dragon sanctuary once signed a lease agreement with the British Ministry of Magic, and 3 dragons will be picked up next year. If you are unsatisfied with this, we can pay the liquidated damages and cancel the transaction. Hearing this, August understood that this was what was needed for the Triwizard Tournament. Unexpectedly, the random acquisition of a dragon sanctuary was linked to the Triwizard Tournament. He rejected Arya's proposal. There is no need for this since the agreement has been signed. Let's implement it. Arya nodded, and now that August had spoken, she won't do anything more. Is there anything else? Looking at Arya, August asks her again. Arya shook her head. On this matter, there is nothing else to trouble you, so I will leave first. After saying a slight bow, she exits the room. His eyes narrowed, and August had time to think about what had happened last night. Although yesterday August was not able to successfully break the space. However, a breath of dead silence permeated from the nearly broken crack. Still, he was keenly aware of it, which confirmed the conjecture in his heart. After a wizard dies, the soul goes to the underworld. Since the underworld exists, the legend of the 3 deathly Hallows is true. As for the god of death in legend, August didn't dare to guess the opponent's strength. He is still too far from that level now. With his current strength, he can't break the space with a single blow. According to his speculation, August expects to need more than 500 scales of magic power to break the space. And it can only be achieved with the help of the EA wand's characteristic of tearing space. The average person holding the Elder Wand needs 1000 scales of magic power to hope to do this. And a 1000 magic power is the minimum threshold of the legendary realm. Don't think about it so much. Work hard to improve my strength, and after I can break through the space, let's find out. Set a small goal for himself in his heart, and after the magic power reaches the 500 scale. August is also full of confidence in this, and this day will come soon. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Voldemort Leak Cultivation Project. North Sea, a lonely island. A dilapidated castle was shrouded in thick fog, standing on the only hillside on this small island. If someone can get close to here, they will feel many negative emotions in the air and even faintly hear some intermittent mourning or crazy roars. This is the terrifying prison in the wizarding world, Azkaban. August's figure appeared silently on the island. Wearing an invisibility cloak, August carefully bypassed the 2 Aurors who were routinely patrolling in front of the castle and sneaked into the castle quietly. Yes, August is in Azkaban, but this time his target is not a Dementor but a wizard. After the last failed attempt, August realized his strength was still not strong enough. So he needs more system gold coins to draw cards. However, this system has since released the main quest. The road to the god has the prerequisite quest to ascend to the god rank, but there is no more movement. This made August turn his intelligent little head to find ways to earn gold coins. Apart from the daily quests that won't get him more gold, only some achievement quests and Voldemort's Horcrux have given him more gold. But the problem appeared again. Voldemort's Horcrux now only has 2, Hufflepuff's Cup and Harry, which are non-renewable resources. So August remembered an idea that came to his mind before: let Voldemort make some Horcruxes, and then he came out to harvest. Now Voldemort hides pitifully in the forests of Albania, and even Nagini, who has been protecting him, was taken away by August from drawing cards. He cannot make Horcrux at all. So August came to Azkaban this time to help Voldemort find a helper. Well, the action code is called Voldemort Leak Cultivation Project. There are few Dementors on the island, so August quickly finds a neutral position and enters the interior of Azkaban. Along the way, he saw many prisoners. The expressions on everyone's faces were numb, and they were paralyzed there, motionless. August drank a bottle of potion, and his body began to change. Small watery eyes, dull hair, and some baldness are exactly what Peter Pettigrew looks like. He walked to a cell and cast a soundproof barrier before taking off the invisibility cloak. Bellatrix Lestrange. Inside the cell, a woman who looked crazy raised her head and looked at him. Peter Pettigrew. Bellatrix said uncertainly. This is not the place to talk. Peter Pettigrew's small eyes rolled around, constantly scanning the surroundings. He took out his wand, cast an unlocking charm, and opened the cell where Bellatrix had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. Pulling Bella into the invisibility cloak, he whispered, I know you have many questions. We'll go out and talk about everything. Bellatrix watched Peter Pettigrew warily but obeyed his orders. The two dodged all the Dementors and Aurors along the way. It was not until when he walked out of Azkaban that Peter Pettigrew took Bellatrix to a pre-prepared ship. Taking advantage of Peter Pettigrew not paying attention, Bella took the wand pinned to his waist in his hand with a swoosh. She then pointed to his heart with agile movements that didn't look like a weak prisoner. Peter Pettigrew. Why did you save me? Staring fixedly at Peter Pettigrew's eyes, Bellatrix would release the spell without hesitation as long as she found a possibility of him lying. Peter Pettigrew raised his hands tremblingly. His tone was terrified. Bella, don't be so excited. I'm also a Death Eater. Bella still looked at him suspiciously and did not believe it. Really? I betrayed James Potter and gave information to the Master. Hearing that, Bella's eyes reddened. It turns out that Master has disappeared from the wizarding world because of this person. Master desperately needs our help. That's why I took the risk and rescued you. All of Bella's attention was instantly attracted by Peter Pettigrew's words. Her tone was very eager. How is Master now? What do you mean by that? Remove the wand first. Peter Pettigrew carefully pushed aside the wand aimed at his heart and talked about his intelligence. Since I betrayed James Potter, I hide from the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore. I turned into a rat and hid in Weasley's house until 2 years ago when Harry Potter appeared in Hogwarts. And that year, I also saw Master at school. He was weak and had to rely on the body of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at that time. Unfortunately, before I could meet Master, Master was again defeated by Harry Potter. Impossible. You liar. Bella snapped at Peter Pettigrew. Master is the greatest Dark Lord in the world. How could a first-year wizard beat him? Peter Pettigrew didn't refute it. After that, he continued to tell the story. Just last year, Master's diary suddenly appeared in the school, and it was discovered by Harry Potter again, and he gave the diary to Dumbledore. Dumbledore seems to have discovered the secrets in that diary, and he destroyed that diary. Until now, I have been lurking by Harry's side, and I already know that the diary is the Master's Horcrux. Speaking of which, Peter Pettigrew swallowed a mouthful of saliva as if something terrible had happened. Not only that, Dumbledore has been frantically searching for the Master's Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, and the ring of the Gaunt family, all of which have been found by him one by one. Peter Pettigrew looked at Bellatrix sincerely. Bella, Master is now in a hazardous situation. He must need a loyal servant to help him now, and among so many Death Eaters, I only believe you. Chapter 189, Tom, work hard. Master. Bella whispered in pain, tears falling from her eyes. She didn't expect his Master's life to be so miserable now. Damn Dumbledore, he must be afraid of Master's return. Take advantage of Master's weakest state to eliminate Master's Horcrux one by one. And Lucius, when Master handed the diary to him, it was a great honor for him, and he lost Master's diary instead. Peter Pettigrew doesn't know. But Bellatrix knows who threw that diary at Hogwarts. Bella repeatedly scolded Dumbledore and Lucius in her heart, and she was worried about his Master. Yeah, now only you can help the Master. Those people are unreliable. Peter Pettigrew leaned over to Bella's side and spoke kind words very flatteringly. Bella's eyes lit up, and her mood became high. Yes, only I can show unconditional loyalty to Master. Master must really need me right now. Staring at Peter Pettigrew, Bella already believed most of his words, but she still doubted his identity. Peter Pettigrew, how do you prove your loyalty to Master? With his eyes rolling subconsciously, Peter Pettigrew undid his shirt, revealing the dark mark on his left chest. Bella completely believed him and put down the wand in her hand. Do you know where Master is? Bella asked about Voldemort's news, and she wanted to rush over as soon as possible to stay by his Master's side. Master seems to have appeared in the Albanian forest. You can try it there. Peter Pettigrew replied quickly, but I can't go there. I must stay by Harry Potter's side to steal information from Master. Bella, after seeing Master, be sure to say something nice about me. Bellatrix glanced at the coward with disdain. She knew that Sirius's escape must have stimulated this rat, so he would try his best to help her escape. In this way, Master can return with his help, and he does not have to face the pursuit of Sirius. If what you said is true, when I see Master, I will naturally say a few good words about you. Even though she underestimated him, Bella still agreed to Peter Pettigrew's request. Bella operated and left with the wand she snatched, disregarding Peter Pettigrew's life or death. Shortly after she was gone, Peter Pettigrew's figure gradually changed into that of August. Looking at the direction Bellatrix was leaving, August also had a satisfied smile. The plan was very successful, and Bellatrix, a foolish woman, believed his words so quickly. In August's words, the giant loophole is the information about Horcruxes. Even if Dumbledore valued Harry, he would never tell him about the Horcrux. But to give Bellatrix a sense of urgency and to let Voldemort know that his Horcrux was nearly destroyed, August had to take the risk. If Bella finds this flaw, he still has an alternative, Barty Crouch Jr. Fortunately, this idiot's feelings for Voldemort far exceeded her wisdom. She couldn't care about anything when she heard the news of Voldemort's death. August had set up tracking magic on Bellatrix's body so he could better find Voldemort in the future. Tom, please work hard and try to make more Horcruxes. When I become a god, I won't forget your credit. Whispering softly, August seemed to think of Voldemort as a cash machine rather than some fearsome Dark Lord. If Voldemort knew what August was thinking, would he vomit blood on the spot? The method he is proud to use for immortality is being used as a cash machine by August. Glancing at Azkaban in the distance, August also disappeared in place. August still has a lot to pack back to school tomorrow, becoming one of the best Hogwarts students ever seen. Going to school is his main business, and it can only be said that he is interested. August said he would no longer use the Hogwarts Express to go to school. After making an appointment with Cho, Hermione, and Luna to meet in Diagon Alley in the afternoon, August operated at Hogsmeade with them. When they strolled to the main entrance of the school castle, several Dementors covered in black robes were floating in the sky. When the Dementors saw the figures of August and a few girls, they wanted to come up and check it out like they always checked for those who came in and out of the school. But when the Dementors were halfway through the flight, they stopped suddenly. Because they already felt August's breath. He comes. Dwarf. Run. The leader of Dementor only left a string of messages. He flew to another place immediately, and the others quickly followed. August glanced at the distant Dementor with a half-smile. The three girls also looked at August with strange eyes, which could make the Dementors so scared, and August was the only one in the magical world. At the dinner, everyone was talking and laughing. After a holiday, everyone had endless topics to talk about. Dumbledore also rarely appeared in the high table. Since this semester, the number of times he has appeared in front of students has been minimal. After playing wizard chess with Luna for a while, August was helplessly defeated. Luna's chess skills were also not very good. But she can always rely on her intuition at critical moments to make moves that August feels a little amazing, and finally, turn the tables and win. Luna's talent is almost super intuitive. He is very envious at times. After returning to the bedroom, August also entered the suitcase. Nagini also waited at the door early. Master. Nagini has been living here since August summoned her, and there is no sense of boredom. For her, having such a safe place to live was the life she dreamed of in the past, so how could it be boring? She also learned some skills in serving people. Every day after August came in, he could take a good bath under her service to relieve the day's fatigue. Gradually, August stopped sleeping in his bedroom. After all, a beautiful maid beside me takes care of me tenderly and considerately. Doesn't it better than being alone in the bedroom? Chapter 190, Harry's Firebolt. Bellatrix's escape from prison is revealed on the second day of school. In the end, the Ministry of Magic succeeded in putting the lid on. They don't know which link went wrong, but the reporter of the Daily Prophet got the news. As a result, the news of Bellatrix Lestrange's jailbreak made headlines today. 2 photographs of Bellatrix and Sirius Black occupy almost all the space on the cover of the Daily Prophet. Coupled with their prison uniforms, the crazy expressions on their faces made everyone who saw these 2 photos tremble in their hearts. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister. Boom. Fudge slapped the table hard and roared loudly at the officials in front of him. Whom the hell spread the news? You all take my words as farts, don't you? Words beginning with F kept popping out of his mouth, and Fudge couldn't hold back this time. After Bellatrix escaped 2 days ago, Fudge quickly got the news and blocked the spread of the information as soon as possible. But it was only 2 days that the Daily Prophet published this news. When he received the Daily Prophet this morning, Fudge almost fainted out of breath. When he came to the Ministry of Magic, he called several officials who knew the details to go to his office and questioned them individually. But in the end, everyone said they were tight-lipped and didn't tell anyone. Fudge could only be roared to vent the anger in his heart. Collapsing on the chair, Fudge was also tired of scolding at this time. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, "How do you plan to solve this matter?" A bald official said quickly, "I have sent someone to find Rita Skeeter, and as long as we pay a certain amount of galleon, she will beautify this a little bit." When Fudge heard Rita Skeeter's name, blood rushed to his forehead again. This person has covered countless Ministry of Magic stories, and every time it's a fact so that the trouble Fudge is trying to find her can't be found. He could only choose to cover up the news as soon as possible and avoid disaster, but he didn't expect that she would get it again this time. Waving his hands weakly, Fudge signaled his subordinates to do just that and then let them go out. First Sirius Black, then Bellatrix Lestrange, and if it goes on like this, Fudge feels that his position will not last long. Hogwarts. The little wizards in the school also knew that another prisoner had escaped from Azkaban, but they were already used to it. After all, there is already a Sirius Black, and there is no big deal if there is another. There's just one guy who reacts a lot to this, and that's Neville. Neville has become abnormal since he saw the Daily Prophet in the morning and is a little lost. Even in potions class, when Snape was standing behind him, he was in a daze. Neville's parents were tortured insanely by this woman and another Death Eater, so it's normal for him to have such a big reaction when he heard the name. August explained it to Hermione and the others. Although everyone sympathized with Neville, no one could help in this matter. And August is also a little guilty. After all, he let Bellatrix out. He decided to let Bellatrix go through a little more pain at the end and then cured Neville's parents, which could be regarded as some compensation for him. August. Professor McGonagall asked you to come to her office. Fred and George ran over, panting, grabbed August, and ran. The two explained the reason on the road and explained it in a sentence. It turned out that Harry received a firebolt at Christmas, but the package did not specify who sent it. Professor McGonagall was worried about Harry's safety and temporarily confiscated the firebolt for a test. And the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team quit their practice after learning the news. It was the firebolt. If Harry had the firebolt, their hopes of winning the Quidditch Cup this year would also have been significantly increased, but Professor McGonagall confiscated it. They ran to Professor McGonagall's office to intercede. In the end, Professor McGonagall couldn't take it anymore and said that if the other head of house and August checked it to ensure nothing was wrong, she would allow Harry to use it. This is what happened just now. When August came to the office, the four professors were already there, and Harry looked forward to watching them. Several people surrounded the firebolt, discussing something in a low voice. Gaunt, come take a look too. Seeing August walk in, Professor Flitwick smiled and waved to him. A few of us have checked it out, and although we said that we didn't find any traces of being cursed, we still have to listen to your advice for safety. Several professors know some of August's levels, and it can be said that it is not inferior to them or even better. If August said nothing was wrong, Harry could use the broom. Harry looked at August, his eyes pleading. August took the broom and checked it casually. He had long known that Sirius had given it to Harry, so he had nothing to worry about. Just can't say it. After pretending to check several times, August summoned fury. Professors, if there is a curse attached to it, the nature of the phoenix will definitely express disgust toward the broom. Several professors agreed, and even Snape nodded. August asked Fury to stand on the firebolt for a few minutes and said the broom was perfectly fine. The professors agreed that Harry would use the firebolt. When Professor McGonagall put the firebolt in Harry's hands, he almost jumped for joy. Professor McGonagall was also pleased. She was so strict before because of Harry's safety. As an avid Quidditch fan, how could she not wish his house team had a firebolt? Use this broom well. I look forward to your performance. Harry nodded excitedly and hugged Firebolt tightly. And Snape's face becoming darkened because the next game in February was Slytherin against Gryffindor. Chapter 191, Grey Lady. August walked out of the room, and there were already quite a few little wizards around here. Many students know that Harry received a firebolt and want to see the result. Roger Davies was the most impatient and asked directly. How about it, August? Can Harry use the firebolt? His mentality is a little anxious. At present, only Ravenclaw has 2 firebolts. If Harry's firebolt can be used, then Gryffindor is undoubtedly a formidable enemy. Roger is in 7th grade this year and wants to get this year's Quidditch Cup for Ravenclaw as a gift for him to leave school. Well, it has been tested and can be used in the next game. After August said these words, Slytherin Captain Marcus turned green. In the next game, wouldn't that be hitting them? Ignoring these people, August comforted Roger and left. In Ravenclaw common room, August was suddenly stopped by Ravenclaw's ghost, Grey Lady. Hello, what's the matter? August has been at Hogwarts for 3 years. He has never communicated with Grey Lady, the ghost of his own house. She suddenly stopped him today, and August was slightly surprised. Grey Lady's face was cold, and her words had a sense of nobility. Gaunt, come to the astronomy tower at 10 o'clock at night to find me. After saying this, she just floated away, leaving a confused August. What's this about, Grey Lady? It's mysterious. Am I so handsome that the ghosts can't hold it anymore? August thought rather narcissistically and then returned to the bedroom. At 10 o'clock in the evening, August came to the astronomy tower, and Grey Lady was already there. Grey Lady, what do you want to tell me? August got straight to the point, went straight to the topic, and had a date with the ghost in the astronomy tower at night, which still made August a little weird. Have you acquired the Slytherin heritage? As soon as the words came out, August's face changed. He didn't tell anyone about this. Why did Grey Lady know? Seeing the change in August's expression, as if explaining it, Grey Lady said lightly. As the daughter of one of the Hogwarts founders, I still have privileges in this school. August was silent. Grey Lady, formerly known as Helena Ravenclaw, is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena didn't have a good relationship with her mother when she was young, but she admired her very much. She wants to be like her mother, smart and wise. It was in such a contradictory state of mind that she stole her mother's diadem and fled to Albania. Rowena Ravenclaw became fatally ill while she was away and, hoping to see her daughter one last time, sent the Bloody Baron, a man who harbored an unrequited love for Helena, to find her. In a rage, the Baron murdered her when she refused to return with him. After sobering up, Baron was also very sad and committed suicide out of regret for his actions. Helena and the Baron eventually returned as ghosts to Hogwarts Castle. Since then, the two have become ghosts in their respective houses. Yes, I accidentally acquired the Slytherin heritage last year. August didn't lie because there was no need for it. He was only shocked by how she knew about this matter, not the inheritance itself. For him, a Slytherin heritage, he is not too secretive. Hearing August's reply, Grey Lady nodded with satisfaction, but her expression was a little angry again, and she snorted lightly. Actually, when you got the inheritance token, I knew about it. August was a little confused when he heard this. It has been more than a year since he got the inheritance. Why did she find him now? Seeing what August was thinking, Grey Lady answered, I have been watching you for more than a year. I want to see what kind of people can make Slytherin pass the inheritance to a Ravenclaw wizard boy. Grey Lady is telling the truth. She has been paying attention to August since August got the inheritance. Okay, so do you want me to give this inheritance to Hogwarts? August said with the tentative inquiry. In fact, he also thought of passing it on to Hogwarts, but he has seen all the things left by Slytherin. At Hogwarts, the restricted passage can only be visited by a few students and cannot benefit all students. It was for this reason that August had not turned it in. Grey Lady said disdainfully. It has nothing to do with me whether you hand in those things. I'm already a ghost. I don't care about these things. I just think that a little Ravenclaw wizard has obtained the inheritance of Slytherin but has not been looking for the inheritance of his own house. Isn't he mad? In the end, she looked a little angry. August's eyes lit up, and he already understood the meaning of Grey Lady's words. You mean, do you have any clues to the Ravenclaw heritage? Certainly. Grey Lady replied proudly. Then, can you tell me where exactly? August looked at her expectantly. Didn't you already go? August was stunned for a moment. He had been there. A flash of inspiration flashed, and he yelled out his mind. Room of requirement. Grey Lady didn't speak. She just glanced at him, turned, and floated away. August didn't leave. His brain was spinning like crazy. If there's one place in this school that's as magical as the Chamber of Secrets, it's the Room of Requirement. However, he is also a frequent visitor to the Room of Requirement but has never noticed anything unusual. Or rather, the Room of Requirement itself is an anomaly. Today, after Grey Lady's suggestion, August suddenly realized that he already owns a golden mountain. Still, he is using the gold on this golden mountain as a hoe. Is this a treasure mountain without knowing it? Laughing at himself, August's figure also disappeared in place. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Gossip of the Four Founders. I need a Rowena Ravenclaw's room. On the 7th floor, August paced back and forth 3 times in front of the walls of the Room of Requirement, feeling very nervous. Finally, when he uttered his request for the 3rd time, a door with bronze lace appeared in front of August's eyes. Nice. With a hard punch, August was thrilled. It's been a month since his conversation with Grey Lady, and this month, he's tried countless ways to get into the heart of the Room of Requirement. What he was looking at was the heart of Hogwarts, Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets, and Ravenclaw's library. For various reasons, August tried almost 100 ways in a month. Still, unfortunately, the Room of Requirement is often unresponsive. After a few successes, he only gained some Ravenclaw notes and experiences. He also entered the Room of Requirement and observed the room inch by inch, trying to find some clues but without success. August wondered if Grey Lady was playing with him. Just now, he used the last chance to go to the Chamber of Secrets, met with the puppet Slytherin left in it, and asked about the Room of Requirement. Room of Requirement? What is that? Slytherin looked bewildered. He had never heard of such a place at Hogwarts. But with August's description, he also suddenly realized. You said the room on the 7th floor. That's Rowena's bedroom. It's also where she usually reads and rests. Rowena is very lazy. To save more time for reading books and researching magic, she cast magic in her bedroom, and that room will meet her various needs based on the conditions of Hogwarts. Because I also provided a little help during the renovation. Speaking of which, Slytherin still has a little pride. He claimed that he was the only one of the 2 male founders to enter Ravenclaw's bedroom, and Gryffindor did not have this honor. In the beginning, Rowena Ravenclaw conquered the hearts of many outstanding wizards at that time with his wisdom and beauty. Slytherin and Gryffindor are also suitors of Ravenclaw. Still, unfortunately, Ravenclaw finally chooses a very ordinary wizard and gives birth to a daughter with him. Slytherin and Gryffindor also cut off the idea, and several of them became good friends and founded Hogwarts together. August got the news he wanted and listened to gossip about the 4 founders. He excitedly came to the room of requirement on the 7th floor and tried it. August pushed the door open, holding the bronze door knocker similar to the Ravenclaw common room. The space inside the door is a little small. There are a few tables and chairs, a big bed, and a whole row of portraits against the wall. It can be seen that Rowena Ravenclaw is a wizard who does not care much about the quality of life. Walking to a round table with a crystal ball, August gently picked up the crystal ball and injected magic power. A message flowed into his mind, and he also understood the role of this crystal ball. Tell the crystal ball what you need, and you can reshape the layout and objects in the room. At this time, this bedroom began to change. Like a dimensionality reduction, except for August and the crystal ball in his hand, the entire bedroom was compressed into a piece of paper laid flat under his feet. A dazzling white light appeared, and the empty space expanded with the white light. At the end of the line of sight, a figure walked slowly from an unreachable place. Rowena Ravenclaw. When the figure walked towards August's face quickly changed, the two looked at each other, and August slowly said her name. A storm surged in August's heart. At this time, Rowena Ravenclaw existed as a soul body. August, who owns the Resurrection Stone, knows the difference between souls and ghosts. The ghost itself has a dead energy, which makes people feel dull after seeing it. The soul body is a temporary state in which the wizard does not go to the underworld and does not become a ghost after death. Little wizard, you seem to have discovered my secret. Ravenclaw spoke with a peculiar hoarseness and looked at August with interest. The little wizard not only awakened her but seemed to know her current state. After calming down some agitated minds and giving an elegant salute, August paid tribute to the founder of his house. Hello, Ms. Ravenclaw. I'm a third-year student at Ravenclaw, August Gaunt. When I wake up, I will automatically know your information. No need to say this. Tell me quickly. You know the existence of the soul, right? Ravenclaw's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, making August feel like he was facing Hermione. Hermione looked like this when she asked him for advice. However, she said that she automatically obtained my information. Is it the function of the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance? August had seen some records of these 2 items in the restricted section but had never seen them. Yes, have you survived in the form of a soul? August retracted his mind and replied to Ravenclaw. You really know the existence of souls, which is very good. Ravenclaw looked at August with admiration. She was also pleased that such an excellent wizard appeared in the house she founded. However, as far as I know, after the soul is separated from the body, it will gradually become weaker until it leaves this world. Unless. August's words mean something. Unless a Horcrux is made, right? Ravenclaw said what August wanted to say without hesitation. I'm not going to live up to the present that way. In fact, my soul can only exist in this room of mine. Once I go out, I will leave this world. I must also maintain a long hibernation to maintain my memories and not let them drain. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, after charging for 2 months, can it be used for a quarter of an hour? August nodded, agreeing with Ravenclaw's statement. Little wizard, Helena, is she okay? Ravenclaw mentioned his daughter, and his voice softened. August thought for a while and said somewhat uncertainly. She should be pretty good, although she looks a little arrogant. She often helps little wizards solve their problems and is very popular in Ravenclaw House. August is telling the truth. In Ravenclaw House, although Grey Lady does not seem very talkative, as long as someone asks her questions sincerely, she will still answer them with all her heart, but the tone is not very friendly. Probably the legendary Tsundere. Hearing August's evaluation of his daughter, Ravenclaw smiled knowingly. She used to be like this, she looked like a proud peacock, but she was very kind and a little timid. Yeah, August added, I'm here because of her reminder. August told Ravenclaw what happened in the astronomy tower that day. She looked a little sad. After all these years, is she still reluctant to see me? I never sensed her entering my bedroom. Ravenclaw has stayed in this world for nearly 1,000 years, and a large part of the reason is to see her daughter again. Once Grey Lady enters this room, her soul will automatically wake up. August also has some headaches about the conflict between their mother and daughter, which belongs to the category of family ethics drama, and he has no experience. Fortunately, Ravenclaw also knew that August could not solve some things. She also restrained her emotions and said sternly, "Since you have found this place, you are eligible for my inheritance. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Ravenclaw said his famous words, "I don't have any treasures or books for my heirs. My guidance is the greatest wealth." The general aura of contempt for the world radiated from Ravenclaw's body. "What do you mean? You'll be mine in the future?" August said in surprise, and suddenly Ravenclaw's momentum stagnated, and she glared at August fiercely. This little wizard is a real skin. August was also joking to lighten the mood. But he also has to admit that with Ravenclaw's guidance, it is an opportunity that no amount of treasure can exchange. What makes August even happier is that Ravenclaw's research on the soul is very thorough, giving August much inspiration. "Haven't you thought about the resurrection?" August finally couldn't help himself and asked his own question. Ravenclaw smiled bitterly. "I once thought about resurrection, but since my soul was separated from the body, it was like rootless duckweed. Even if I recreated a body, my soul would continue to disintegrate." With a move in August's heart, the soul bound by the resurrection stone will no longer dissipate, even if it is not inside the resurrection stone. However, they would return to their original state after he cut off the connection between the soul and the resurrection stone. "Okay, let's talk about it today. It's been my limit to appear for so long. If I stay any longer, I will be in danger. After 2 months, you can come again, and I have 15 minutes to answer your questions." Ravenclaw hurriedly explained 2 sentences, and the figure disappeared at the end of the space. August smacked his lips regretfully. He still has many questions to ask. This Ravenclaw is a bit fake. After charging for 2 months, can it be used for a quarter of an hour? But August has no choice but to come back when the time comes. As for the inclusion of Ravenclaw in the Resurrection Stone, he is still considering this matter. After all, this is only the first time the two have met, and there is nothing to trust. Moreover, Ravenclaw's life and death will be in his mind once bound by the Resurrection Stone. With Ravenclaw's pride, it is another matter to answer or not. After exiting the room of requirement, August also went to find Grey Lady. "Have you got her inheritance?" Seeing August coming to her, Grey Lady guessed something and said forcibly calmly, "Yes, I have successfully obtained Ms. Ravenclaw's treasure." Seeing Grey Lady's nervousness, August told her, "Well, knowledge is also a treasure, and it's okay for August to say that. What is it, a pile of books? A diadem that enhances wisdom?" There was some disdain in her tone, but Grey Lady also wanted to know what her mother had left behind. August shook his head gently. "Ms. Ravenclaw left her soul behind, and she always wanted you to find her." Grey Lady looked at him in shock and asked again in disbelief. Until she got an affirmative answer from August, 2 deep tears had already drawn on her face. "Mother. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your diadem and obeyed you to return with Baron." Silver-white tears fell from her body and disappeared directly when they touched the floor. August observes this phenomenon with great interest. Can ghosts cry too? It's not that he doesn't have compassion and doesn't know to comfort Grey Lady. But for some things, if you can't empathize, don't say something in your own right. August knew that the conflict of the millennium would finally be resolved soon, which was enough. After Grey Lady vented the depression in her heart, her face returned to calm, and she gratefully looked at August, who was ignoring what had happened. For her proud, silent companionship may be the most useful comfort. "Can you take me to see her?" August understood her mood. "Sorry, Helena. Ms. Ravenclaw has fallen into a deep sleep after answering so many questions. She will not wake up until 2 months later." Grey Lady nodded. "It's all right. 1,000 years have passed, and 2 months are nothing. Thank you for this time, August." Hearing her change in calling his name, August also showed a happy smile. Chapter 194, Afternoon Tea in Hagrid's Hut. Grey Lady's heart was untied, and August's life returned to normal. From Ravenclaw, August also gained much knowledge about the soul, and there is a Death Eater soul in his hand, which can be used for experiments. August's main research goal is to revive a soul and become a living human. Sirius and Bellatrix are still at large, and the entire English wizarding world is frantically looking for them both. Aurus and Bellatrix are said to have encountered each other, and there was a fierce battle between them. Unfortunately, in the end, she was allowed to escape. August hates it a little bit. After such a long time, hasn't this idiot Bellatrix escaped from England? But he looked at the paper, and the Aurors seemed to have found her near Gringotts. August guessed that Bellatrix felt that Gringotts was not safe anymore, and she would take Voldemort's Horcrux with her. The chaos outside the school did not affect the tranquility in Hogwarts. Since the beginning of the school year, Hogwarts has not been attacked in any way. Even the Dementors are honestly staying around the school, not going in and out at will. Everyone has gradually forgotten these two fugitives. If they have this spare time, it is better to care more about the Quidditch match. Just last week, Harry appeared with his firebolt. With his superb flying skills and the excellent performance of the firebolt, he easily caught the golden snitch. Unfortunately, because of the equipment and strength of other members of the Gryffindor team, Gryffindor finally won the game 200-80 and did not draw too many points. This also gave Roger Davies a sigh of relief. August often complains about the rules of Quidditch matches, not to mention catching the golden snitch to end the game. After all, culture dictates that individual heroism prevails in this country. But the way to win the Quidditch Cup is not by how many games you won, but by your total score. This means that even if Harry catches the snitch every game, if their total score is too low, they will still lose this year's Quidditch Cup. Wood also understood this truth, so although he won the game, there was no smile on his face. One day, Hermione suddenly handed August an invitation. The pink envelope was wrinkled and looked very worn. "What is this?" August didn't open it but asked Hermione curiously. "Hagrid asked me to give it to you. He asked you to come to him for afternoon tea on Friday." "Just me alone?" "No, you can go with Cho and Luna. Harry and the others will come too." August nodded in agreement but knew in his heart that it was probably about Buckbeak. Perhaps to divert attention, the Ministry of Magic brought Buckbeak's attack on the students to the fore. Although there is no mention of Hagrid, the whole article is about the Buckbeak attack, but it is enough. After all, many families in England have children attending Hogwarts, and they are also very concerned about the safety of the school. On Friday, August came with Cho and Luna to Hagrid's cabin. Not knowing where Astoria got the news from and screaming to come along. So an invitation, August brought 4 girls. Hagrid was waiting at the door early, very happy to see them coming, and waved at them. And his dog, Fong, also happily ran forward and circled around August. Reaching out and rubbing the dog's head angrily, August threw some snacks to Fong, and the dog obediently ran to the side to eat. The weather in February was still a bit cold, and the few people didn't stay outside and entered Hagrid's hut directly. Who are these two? Hagrid had never seen Luna and Astoria, so he didn't know what to call them. This is Luna and Astoria, and they will also choose to care of magical creatures next year, so I brought it here to let you know in advance. Hagrid greeted them happily, but his mood dropped again. The strongman over 3 meters had a look of grievance on his face, and August looked a little cold. "I don't know if I will continue to be a professor next semester, and many say my class is too bad." Hagrid was very aggrieved. He clearly prepared textbooks for these students very carefully. Why are so many people dissatisfied? August fell silent and could no longer complain about Hagrid's aesthetics. Look at what magical creatures Hagrid introduced in class: fire crab, hippogriff, salamanders. None of it is normal. It's no wonder the little witch doesn't like it. As a normal person, do you like to give a fire crab a new nest? Suppose it wasn't for Dumbledore's backing. In that case, it is estimated that Hagrid would have been overwhelmed by the complaint letter long ago. But August wouldn't watch Hagrid lose his job just like that. After all, many of his precious materials were found by Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest for him. "Hagrid, have you ever thought about arranging magical creatures according to the students' preferences?" August tried to change Hagrid's mind when there was a sudden knock on the wooden door of the hut. "It's Harry and Ron here." Hagrid opened the door and let Harry and Ron in. "Sorry, the divination class is far away from here." Harry panted, and the two of them seemed to trot all the way. "It's okay. We just arrived." August waved at them. "What were you talking about just now?" The room was a little hot, and Harry took off his jacket and asked casually. "I was just about to persuade Hagrid to change a batch of magical creatures to use in class when you came." August shrugged, and Ron next to him lit up and gave August a thumbs up. He and Harry had already thought about it, but they were afraid to speak out, which would affect Hagrid's state of mind. "August, what magical creature do you think I should use?" Hagrid looked at August expectantly for his advice. August smiled and said his answer. "What do you think about Niffler?" Chapter 195, August's Transfiguration. Niffler. Scratching his messy hair, Hagrid was a little puzzled. "Are you sure everyone will like this kind of ordinary-looking magical creature?" "Of course." Hermione said excitedly, "The Niffler is so cute. The students will be pleased if you can get a few Nifflers for class." Cho also nodded in agreement. For girls, this cute creature is easy to get their love. What is Niffler? Harry, who lacks common sense, looked at everyone in confusion. Is he the only one who doesn't know? The know-it-all Hermione despised Harry's ignorance but still gave him an introduction. Niffler is a creature that can dig the ground. They can easily find treasures. Newt Scamander has a Niffler, which is very powerful. August cooperated with Hermione to turn a stone cup into a Niffler, winning a sweet smile from the little witch. Harry looked at the Niffler and nodded. "Hagrid, just use the Niffler." It's definitely better than you were before. He was also a little annoyed by the fire crab, and it also burned his school uniform during the last class. Hagrid also made up his mind by hearing what everyone said. I know there are a few Niffler in the Forbidden Forest, and I will find them when I go there. However, Niffler can only last a few classes. What about the rest? August thought for a while and then deformed the other cup separately. Puffskeins, Bowtruckle, Kneazle. Cute magical creatures appeared one by one, instantly attracting the girls' attention. August. Crumplehorn Snorkack. Luna pulled his sleeve and said expectantly. August was a little worried. Still, according to Luna's description, he transformed the stone cup into a Crumplehorn Snorkack and handed it to Luna. Luna looked happy and carefully held the Crumplehorn Snorkack in her hands. Hagrid looked at these magical creatures and took note of them carefully. Most of them can be found in the Forbidden Forest. Only Puffskeins was a little troublesome. Puffskeins is generally found in wizards' homes and is a scavenger, and you should be able to find some in school kitchens. The girls are each holding a cute little creature, full of love. August transfiguration is enough to achieve the effect of the Real. Watching Hagrid absorb the advice, August knew these cute creatures would dominate the next class on the care of magical creatures. On the other side, Hagrid looked at August hesitantly, and he was really embarrassed to speak. August had helped him a lot, and he was just helping August find something in the Forbidden Forest. Seeing Hagrid's embarrassment, August also said, "Is it about Buckbeak?" "Yes," said Hagrid hesitantly with a blushing face. "I know this is embarrassing for you, but August, you are the only one who can help me now. I've been informed that at the end of April, the Ministry of Magic will send someone from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures here to deal with Buckbeak, and even Fudge will come." The 3-meter-tall strong man's eyes were a bit red when he said this, and it could be seen that Hagrid and Buckbeak had a good relationship. The rest of the people also have a heart, and they all look at August subconsciously. The meaning is self-evident. August shook his head secretly. Do these people think of him as a savior? If he interfered in this matter, he would be against the order of the wizarding world. He would be indebted to them even if his old friends would not say anything. Moreover, Fudge has used the Buckbeak incident as his life-saving straw, relying on it to attract people's attention so that they will not pay attention to Sirius and Bellatrix. If he just jumped out like this, Fudge would definitely fight him. However, he does have some solutions. Hagrid, the decision of the Ministry of Magic cannot be changed, and even Dumbledore won't take his face away from Fudge for such a big fight. After all, he's still the Minister of Magic. Hearing August says this, Hagrid lowered his head sadly. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. August took a sip of juice before continuing. I'm just saying that you can't change the decision of the Ministry of Magic. It's not that you can't save Buckbeak. Hermione, the smartest, was the first to react. You mean, after the Ministry of Magic verdict, we playing tricks? Hearing Hermione says this, Hagrid also reacted. Since you can't openly oppose the Ministry of Magic, how about secretly transporting Buckbeak away after the sentencing? When Hagrid spoke his mind, August rejected him. You are too obvious. People with discernment know that you did it. When Buckbeak is rescued, you are still caught in it, and things will become more troublesome. Scratched his head with his hands, Hagrid also realized his problem, which would not work. Is Buckbeak really helpless? When the time comes, I will use Transfiguration to conjure a Buckbeak. You can let the Ministry of Magic execute it, but you must take the body back. Otherwise, it will still be revealed. August explained his method, and everyone was surprised, especially Hagrid, who wanted to come up and hug him excitedly, but August avoided it impatiently. Thank you, August. I really don't know how to repay you. He also saw the transfiguration that August had just performed. If he hadn't seen the transformation process with his own eyes, he would have thought those were magical creatures. Hearing Hagrid's thanks, August handed him a paper. He gave Hagrid a list and asked him to collect the above materials. He still owes many lists of alchemy creatures outside. One reason is that he is lazy, and the other is that he lacks materials. Many things inside are hard to buy from outside. Still, the materials of the Forbidden Forest can temporarily satisfy August's needs. Looking at the list's contents, Hagrid agreed with confidence and asked August to come to pick it up next week. After a few chats, they left Hagrid's hut. Except for August, everyone else still has a lot of homework and papers to complete, and it is not easy for them to come here for an afternoon. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, The Encounter in Albania, The Panic of Voldemort. Albanian Forest. A small green snake was slowly crawling among the trees, approaching a rat without a sound. Suddenly, the little snake jumped. The rat nibbling on an apple did not respond and was swallowed by the green snake. After swallowing the rat, the snake's body expanded slightly, and a cloud of black energy rose. Damn Dumbledore, damn August Gaunt. It's you who brought me to where I am now. What is terrifying is that the little snake spit out human words, and the voice was full of resentment. This green snake is Voldemort. Since August summoned Nagini away, Voldemort's living conditions have become more difficult. In this dangerous wild forest, not to mention those dangerous magical creatures, even some ordinary large animals, can pose a threat to him. It was fine when Nagini was there before, and he could bring him some blood food. He could convert the life force in this flesh and blood into magic energy through black magic. But now, without Nagini, every hunt was an adventure for Voldemort. This makes Voldemort, who once spread fear throughout the British Isles, worse than death. Voldemort's routine was to scold Dumbledore and August for preventing him from getting the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, there was a throbbing in his soul, and he sensed that someone with the dark mark had appeared nearby. He was not ecstatic because he knew many Death Eaters had already defected after his fall. Maybe the person who appeared now was sent by Dumbledore. Although it was a bit risky, Voldemort had had enough of this ant-like life, and he decided to go and have a look. It was an old acquaintance of his who found it here. Bellatrix walked in the forest with difficulty, and now she looks a little healthier than when she was in Azkaban. But she still looked disheveled, his messy hair looked like she hadn't washed it for months, and his clothes were all tattered. Since she separated from Peter Pettigrew, although Bellatrix wanted to rush to Voldemort's side immediately, Peter Pettigrew's words made her realize that Voldemort's Horcrux, hidden in her Lestrange vault, was no longer so safe. To this end, she risked her life to sneak into Gringotts, stole Hufflepuff's cup, and fought fiercely with the Aurors. Relying on the reckless use of black magic, she barely escaped. But she was also pursued by the Ministry of Magic and fled worldwide. Bellatrix finally got rid of her tail and came to the Albania wilderness. Bella. A voice appeared in Bellatrix's mind, and she looked around suddenly, trying to find the source of the voice. "My lord, is that you?" Voldemort was relieved when he saw that it was Bellatrix, who was one of his most loyal servants before he lost power. A green snake appeared in front of Bellatrix, constantly hissing sound. The dark mark on Bellatrix's body was also faintly hot, proving Voldemort's identity. "My lord, I finally found you." Ignoring the mud on the ground, Bellatrix crawled in front of the green snake and cried joyfully. The green snake crawled on Bellatrix's shoulder. "Bella, thanks to your presence, I need your help to collect some materials for me. I need to make a body." Voldemort's voice is feeble. These days he can only prey on small animals to absorb magic power. He urgently needs to change his body. "Yes, my lord, I will do it for you immediately." With Voldemort, Bellatrix came to a tiny wizard's market and bought some materials that Voldemort needed. Fortunately, when Bellatrix took away the Hufflepuff's cup, she grabbed a handful of galleons. Otherwise, she would risk exposure by stealing the materials. With Bellatrix's help, Voldemort reluctantly made a baby's body, and his voice was a little bit sullen. "Tell me, Bella, how did you find this place?" The baby Voldemort was laid flat on the bed while Bellatrix stood respectfully under the bed. "My lord, it was Peter Pettigrew who rescued me from Azkaban. He told me about you and is now lurking next to a boy in the Weasley family." Pettigrew. Voldemort sighed a little, but he didn't expect that this rat that he disliked was still helpful. "Yes, my lord, and he also asked me to bring some news about the Horcrux." Bellatrix's words made Voldemort panic a little. Horcrux was his lifeblood. If something happened, he would really die. He asked anxiously. "What happened to the Horcrux? Tell me everything you know." Bellatrix told Voldemort the same rhetoric as Peter Pettigrew, including that Dumbledore had destroyed 4 Horcruxes. After listening to this, he almost spits out a mouthful of blood. The few Horcruxes he worked so hard to make are destroyed. Damn Dumbledore. "Where's the Hufflepuff's cup I gave you to keep?" "With me, my lord. I don't think putting it in Gringotts is safe, so I brought it here for you." She took out Hufflepuff's cup from the space pocket, and Bellatrix carefully placed it beside her master. And Voldemort heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, he didn't know that Harry had a piece of his soul on him and thought that the Hufflepuff's cup was the last Horcrux. Voldemort did not hesitate to praise Bellatrix. "You have an excellent job, Bella. You are indeed my most loyal family member. When I recover, I will not forget your credit. I will give you a child." Bellatrix was very excited after some compliments. One of her dreams was to have a child of theirs with Voldemort. He picked up Voldemort, who was still a baby, and Bella kissed him continuously, expressing her joy. "Okay, Bella, I know how you feel, but now you have more important things to do for me." The impatient Voldemort, who was kissed, interrupted Bella's movements and said displeasedly. "My lord, whatever you tell me, I will do it for you." Bellatrix, at this time, was highly fanatical. Even if Voldemort asked her to die, she would die without hesitation and even asked Voldemort what kind of death he wanted to see. "Go help me catch some wizards and find some materials. Dumbledore, since you can destroy my Horcrux, I can make a few." Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Andrus the Invincible. Luna, Andrus is not an Englishman. He is an ancient Greek wizard. In Ravenclaw's common room, August is teaching Luna her paper on the history of magic. Although Luna is a genius girl, her thinking is sometimes too divergent, which inevitably makes her disadvantaged in some classes. And the history of magic is one of them. August had reason to suspect that Luna was always confused in Professor Binns' class. But, Professor Binns said, "August, you are the modern Andress. Are you not English, August, but Greek?" Turning her head up, Luna looked at her boyfriend in confusion. August was suddenly dumbfounded and rubbed her hair. Feelings are still his reasons and make Luna think so. He smiled and explained the reason to Luna. "Luna, Professor Binns means that Andress and I are both very good at the Patronus charm. That's why he described it like this. Andress was a very famous master of white magic in ancient Greek. At that time, he was also named invincible. And what he is most famous for is the one-handed Patronus incantation. At that time, Andress could summon a giant-sized Patronus without a wand. This is extremely rare in history. Presumably, Professor Binns also heard about August's feats on the Hogwarts Express, and that's how he praised him. So this is. Luna suddenly realized this and immediately lowered her head and began to revise her paper. Cho, passing the time with a wizard's travel notes, looked at the two with strange eyes. How does she feel that August is raising Luna as a daughter? All the while, Cho noticed that August never lost patience with Luna. Every conversation is soft-spoken. Even when Luna said something a little crazy, August always supported her remarks, which made Hermione a little depressed. Why does this attitude look more and more like his father's attitude toward her? August also felt Cho's increasingly strange gaze and turned his head in confusion. "Cho, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Hearing August's question, Cho quickly regained his senses and forgot about this somewhat outrageous idea. "Nothing, I'm just curious, is Andress really that powerful? Are ancient wizards more powerful than modern ones?" It wasn't that Cho asked to change the subject, but she was interested in it. At this time, there were several Ravenclaw students in the common room. They also heard Cho's question and were equally interested. "Yeah, August, please explain it." "Yes, are those ancient wizards more powerful than our headmaster?" "I don't think so. Headmaster Dumbledore was named the greatest white wizard of all time." Because so many people are interested in this issue, August did not reject everyone and regarded it as small talk. Let's answer Cho's first question. Is Andress really that powerful? The answer is yes. Andress is really a very powerful wizard. According to historical records, he was an excellent duel master at that time, and he was undefeated. Also, he is a very forthright sorcerer, who will not fight ruthlessly in every duel, and will warmly invite each other to taste delicious food and wine together after victory. Others were also very fascinated when they heard this. A heroic man with a cheeky and unrestrained smile appeared in their minds. He warmly greeted the opponents and audiences who were defeated by him to come to his home to hold a banquet. Are there any other famous wizards? All the little eagles were intrigued by August's story and couldn't wait to hear the deeds of other great wizards. Michael Corner winked and handed August a lemonade, beckoning August to drink it. August gave him a satisfied look, took the lemonade to moisten his throat, and continued to explain. Actually, the four founders of Hogwarts are the most familiar, and their fame and strength are also well known in the history of magic. Hearing this, the rest of the students are also proud. After all, they are still delighted to be able to study in such a school. Then, August, among these four founders, who is the strongest? A little wizard asked this question, and the others discussed it. Definitely Ms. Ravenclaw, who founded our house. But Slytherin is a famous dark wizard in history, and Ms. Ravenclaw may not be his opponent. Should be Gryffindor. He kicked Slytherin out of the school. Everyone has their own opinions, and no one can convince anyone. Finally, they turned their attention to August. Seeing that everyone had finished discussing, August said his own conclusion. I think, at that time, the strongest wizard should be Gryffindor. In Hogwarts, a history clearly records that Gryffindor was the most outstanding duelist in that era and a legitimacy master. The sorting hat we use today is Gryffindor's relic. Hearing August's well-founded inferences, everyone agreed with him. In fact, these are all that August heard from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. August once asked Slytherin this question. At that time, Slytherin said without hesitation that he was inferior to Gryffindor in a head-to-head duel. Not even in history has a master as proficient in wizarding duels as Gryffindor. As a former friend, Slytherin undoubtedly knows Gryffindor best and evaluates Gryffindor's magic as gorgeous and aggressive. However, Slytherin did not show weakness. If he played in the dark arts, he could use curses. 3 Gryffindors were not enough for him. Ravenclaw once said something similar to August. She noted that Gryffindor is like Ares, the god of war in the wizarding world, and no one can match him except Merlin. August, can Headmaster Dumbledore be compared to these great wizards? Cho asked another question that made everyone curious, and everyone looked at August eagerly, waiting for his answer. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Marauder's Map. Certainly. August answered without hesitation. However, my father said that ancient times were the most splendid era of magical civilization, and many powerful magics have been lost in modern times. A little wizard from a pureblood family said weakly and won the approval of many people. They have all heard similar remarks, which seem to have become the consensus of the magic world. August shook his head. In fact, he also knew this from the beginning. The present is not as good as the past and is the norm in many high-energy worlds. But when August studied magic more deeply, he discovered that the magic world was developing continuously. Actually, many people think that the present is not as good as the past because there are fewer and fewer types of magic, and it is difficult for us to come into contact with those powerful magic, right? All the little wizards nodded in unison and complained at once. Yeah, I'm in 5th grade now, and the strongest spells I've learned are Shield Charm and Disarming Charm. I'm in 7th grade, it's the same, but the proficiency requirements are higher. August also knew this. In fact, it should be Dumbledore who took the blame. After Voldemort cursed Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the students never met reliable professors. Most of the Defense Against the Dark Arts content is learned through self-study. August waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and he was the one who spoke. If you often go to the restricted section, you will find that many powerful spells are still preserved and integrated into the modern magic system. For example, the Shield of Achilles is the strongest defensive spell known so far, and even Voldemort can use this spell, which shows its power. Everyone shuddered when they heard August mention the man's name. Still, they were quickly attracted by the magic that August introduced. The Shield of Achilles is also powerful defensive magic invented by Andrus. As long as you still dare to fight, this shield will not be broken. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but his defense is still unquestionable. A little wizard was already itching and couldn't wait to ask August. Is this spell difficult to learn? This is inevitable. Otherwise, why would it be placed in the restricted section? Some senior students can try it. Although it can't be indestructible, it will be much better than the Shield Charm. After listening to August's suggestion, several senior students were eager to find time to go to the restricted section to find out. So, it's not that wizards are getting weaker. Our era is not so dangerous, so everyone naturally puts their energy into some useful spells. Like the Scouring Charm, it is an efficient spell, and it was also invented by people in modern times. And Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort are among the top wizards in history. August is not raising them, but this world has no legendary powerhouse. The wizards like Dumbledore, who have entered the pseudo-legend and walked a certain distance forward, can be called top-notch. Even though August looks down on Voldemort, he has to admit that Voldemort's accomplishments in black magic have surpassed Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He also invented a lot of powerful dark arts, such as converting Quirrell's vitality into magic when he fought against August in the 1st grade. August has never seen this in books. Also, he can fly freely without tools and switch back and forth between the black fog and the entity. These are things that no one has ever done before, which is enough to prove his talent. No wonder Dumbledore called him the best student before August. Okay, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. August looked at his watch and found that it was nearly midnight, and he didn't want to talk anymore. When everyone heard August say this, although they were still a little unfulfilled, they all dispersed. The next day, August's opinion on those great wizards set off a wave in the school. Countless little wizards went to inquire about the deeds of the great wizards of ancient and modern times, and those who had good things even made a ranking for these people. However, everyone has different preferences, and the rankings are also very different, which is not convincing. Even professors were involved, especially Professor Binns, who was asked by many students in his class about the lives of these wizards. Professor Binns is also thrilled. These questions are different from the legends of the Chamber of Secrets, and they all have a history of testing. He had recently replaced his History of Magic class with a history of those great wizards, which has become viral. When he learned August brought this, he added 20 points to Ravenclaw for the first time. You must know that Professor Binns has been at Hogwarts for hundreds of years, the first time since he became a ghost. August didn't care about this, he just talked a little more on a whim that day, and he didn't think about causing any trouble. He has one crucial thing to do now. That is to tell Lupin about Sirius. Yes, he has never done it. The reason is, he forgot. He didn't remember this matter until Sirius contacted him yesterday. During this time, Sirius had done things with Peter's form. However, he did not make any waves due to Bellatrix and himself escaping Azkaban. There was also the Buckbeak incident. Finally, Sirius, who couldn't help himself, also sent a message to August, asking him when he would do it. Found the twins and learned that they had given Harry the Marauder's map, and August asked Harry to lend him the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Pointing the wand at the parchment, August whispered the words to reveal the map. An ink cloud appeared in the parchment's middle, and a streak stretched around it. August sighed. Sirius and the others were able to complete such exquisite alchemy tools when they were students, which can be said to be highly talented. He used the password that Sirius taught him. Sure enough, he saw Peter Pettigrew's name in Gryffindor's bedroom, so he quietly stayed by Ron's side. With the activated Marauder's map, August came to Lupin's office and knocked on the door softly. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, come on. August, I won't resist. Please come in. Lupin's voice came from inside the room, and August walked in. Seeing August's arrival, Lupin was very surprised, but he still warmly welcomed August. The two sat on the sofa designed to receive guests, and Lupin also asked about August's intentions. Gaunt, what's the matter with you today? Lupin's expression was a little nervous. From his tenure at Hogwarts to the present, he had some understanding of August. If nothing else, he invented the wolf poison potion he drank every month. Talented and always responding. These are the words used to describe August and his place at Hogwarts. Today he came to him alone. Has his werewolf identity been exposed? Also, since the other party can develop the wolf poison potion, the understanding of werewolves is already profound. In addition, the relationship between August and Snape is also good, and today he must come to expose himself. But being able to hide from August for most of the semester, Lupin felt that he was already very proud and couldn't ask for anything more. Thinking of this, Lupin sighed, leaned on the sofa, and said resignedly, August, come on, I won't resist. 3 huge question marks emerged from August's head. From the moment he sat here, Lupin's face kept changing from blue to purple. Finally, he said something so ambiguous. Ignoring Lupin's inexplicability, August took out the Marauder's map and gave it to Lupin. Lupin's face turned pale when he saw the Marauder's map. He didn't expect August to know him so well that he got this. Professor Lupin, no, Mr. Mooney, I suggest you look at this Marauder's map. You may find some surprises in Gryffindor's dorm. Taking the Marauder's map suspiciously, Lupin quickly found the surprise that August said. His face changed, and he shouted. Peter Pettigrew. After more than 10 years, he didn't expect to see his friend's name again. What's going on here? Didn't Peter die in those years? Seeing the incredible look on Lupin's face, August smiled and explained his agreement with Sirius and the year's facts. So you mean Peter is the real murderer, and Sirius has been wronged for more than 10 years? Lupin stood up with a rub, and he was utterly lost. But he is now sure of one thing, Peter is still alive, then the things that were already on the table have become complicated. Where is Sirius now? I want to see him. He didn't listen to August's words. He wanted to see Sirius and ask carefully about the year's events. He's waiting for us in the Shrieking Shack right now, and if Professor Lupin has nothing to do, we'll go now. August also stood up. He wanted to solve this matter quickly and would sleep with Nagini when he returned. Lupin followed August through a secret passage to Hogsmeade when he saw the Shrieking Shack. Lupin stopped. Looking at this room with complicated expressions, the 4 of them once had a happy memory here, but now they are different. James died, Sirius was captured, Peter stayed at the Weasleys for more than 10 years, and he was adrift for half his life. Okay, Professor, let's go in quickly. August urged on the side. He has no time to accompany Lupin here. At this time, Sirius was pacing back and forth anxiously in the room. When he saw the two come in, he immediately became very excited. Remus. Sirius. The two walked quickly together and hugged. Friends who haven't seen for more than 10 years naturally want a good chat. When Sirius told Lupin all that year's details, Lupin also completely believed in Sirius. So, what do we do next? Sirius looked at August, waiting for his next move. August rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Next weekend will be the last Hogsmeade this term, and I'll bring Harry and Ron with me. At that time, we will tell him the truth, control Peter Pettigrew, and then go to Dumbledore together, which will also have credibility. Lupin and Sirius both nodded, approving his suggestion. Afterward, we discussed the details again. Finally, they agreed that Lupin would not appear at the beginning and hide in the dark to prevent Peter Pettigrew from escaping. Although August would like to say that there is absolutely no need for this, with his strength, even 10 Peter Pettigrew can't escape from him. But for the sake of seeing the two of them working so hard, let them have some sense of participation. After the business was finished, August also left Lupin directly, and he returned to Hogwarts. After August left, Sirius' face became solemn. Lupin, what do you think of him? Who? Gaunt. Lupin quickly understood that Sirius was referring to August, and he thought about his words. August is probably the most gifted wizard of all time, and even the you-know-who can't compare. As a person, Lupin is August's professor and should have more time to get to know him than he does. Sirius always has some light suspicion against August. Not because he was afraid that August would be evil to him, but because August was just too mysterious, and he was such a close friend to Harry. He had to worry about Harry's safety. Patting Sirius on the shoulder, Lupin said comfortingly. Don't worry, Sirius. Gaunt's behavior is obvious to all at school. You will feel lucky to be his friend, but to be his enemy will be your nightmare. In the last sentence, Lupin already has the meaning of warning. He is not worried about August but is concerned about Sirius. Just because of the two patron saints last time, Sirius and himself are not his opponents. Hearing what Lupin said, although Sirius still had some scruples, he could only nod. Chapter 200, Nobody knows Scabbers better than me. It's been 2 months since he last saw Ravenclaw. August also went to the room of requirement with Grey Lady as agreed. After entering, August took out the crystal ball, and the whole room underwent significant changes. It became the same scene as the last time the two met, and Ravenclaw also appeared in front of August and Grey Lady. Mother. His voice choked a little erratically. Helena, welcome home. Looking at his daughter with a smile. Ravenclaw's eyes were full of tenderness. At this moment, Ravenclaw is not the wisest witch, not the founder of Hogwarts. She is just a mother looking forward to her children returning home. August wisely left the room, leaving space for them. Came to the door of the Gryffindor common room. Today he made an appointment with Harry and Ron to go to Hogsmeade together. Good afternoon. When they came out of Sir Cadogan's portrait, August said hello, looking at Ron's bulging pocket. Scabbers are also there. Today, he is the protagonist and must not be absent. Good afternoon, August. Don't you have to accompany Hermione and the others today? Harry smiled and asked August why he wasn't with Hermione and the others. They went to the Scrivenshaft's quill shop to buy a batch today. I'm not interested in those, so I just took you to play. This time, I'll take you to a fun place. August spoke mysteriously, making the two curious, but he did not reveal any information. Arriving at the Shrieking Shack, Ron shivered a little. August, is the Shrieking Shack the fun place you're talking about? I've heard of this place. Some senior students said it used to be haunted, and there would be terrifying screams in the middle of the night. You'll know when you go in. August didn't refute. He just pulled the two of them and went inside. The first time he entered the room, Harry saw the big black dog he remembered and staggered back 2 steps. Ron felt movement in his pocket. His rat jumped out of his pocket like crazy and ran frantically toward the outside. Scabbers. Where are you going, Scabbers? Ron shouted, trying to get Scabbers back. Petrificus totalis. An extremely fast full body bind curse hit Scabbers. August picked up his finger, and the rat flew in front of him. However, he did not catch it out of disgust but directly let him fall on the worn floor. Thank you so much, August. You know, Scabbers may have been confused. Before Ron could finish his words of gratitude, August cut him off. No, Ron, you'll thank me more in a moment. When Ron was confused, the black dog stood upright and turned into a wizard. Wearing a pure black wizard's robe with a silver edge, the initially messy hair and beard have also been carefully trimmed, and the charm of a mature middle-aged man blows. The corners of August's mouth twitched, and Sirius even dressed up. Is it because you want to meet your godson and make an excellent first impression? It's a pity that Harry didn't appreciate it. He recognized Sirius at first sight, and the eyes behind the glasses instantly turned red. Expelliarmus. Sirius, who was about to open his mouth to speak, didn't react and was hit by a red beam of light. He took a few steps back, and his wand spun and flew into Harry's hand. Thank you, August. For giving me a chance for revenge. Harry looked at August gratefully, his hands shaking with excitement. Ever since he knew that Black was the murderer of his parents, Harry had always wanted revenge on Black. Now, he finally defeated Black and avenged his parents. August. Did he think so? No, Harry. August and Black are together. Compared to Harry, who had not yet figured out the situation, Ron understood something, grabbed Harry, and ran out. Petrificus totalis. August cast another 2 of the full body bind curse, immobilizing the 2, and there is some helplessness in his words. Ron, don't make trouble. Harry, don't get too excited. Let me finish. Harry, what you heard at the 3 broomsticks, the process is generally correct, except that Sirius did not betray your parents. It was Peter Pettigrew who betrayed your parents. August's full body bind curse is very subtle, controlling the 2's mobility, but they can also speak. Harry couldn't help but shout. Peter Pettigrew. He went after Black alone to avenge my parents and was brutally killed by Black. How can you wrong him? Professors McGonagall and Professor Flitwick made it very clear at the time that Black was the one who killed my parents. August, if you still consider me your friend, let me go. I'm going to kill Black. August had long expected Harry's reaction, but the expression on Sirius on the side was heartrending. Strictly speaking, he did kill James and Lily, and Harry was right. August controlled Scabbers to float in the air and explained to them. I know you won't believe me if I just say that, so I brought another person here. Sirius nodded again and again. Harry, the truth of the matter is not what you know. Trust August. He won't hurt you. Aren't you best friends? Harry saw that Black's attitude towards him was not as chasing after him as the Daily Prophet said, and his eyes were full of guilt. August being so good to him and helping him beat Voldemort away in the first year, why would he partner with Black against him? If August wants to deal with him, one look is enough. Ron realized. August, do you mean my Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew? Scabbers is just a rat. He has lived in my house for many years. We eat together, take a bath together, and even I sleep hugging him. Nobody knows Scabbers better than I do. He's definitely not Peter Pettigrew.